Chapter 1, Entering the Dungeon World. Dungeon World loading. Sulin slightly raised his head, his eyes blank as he stared at the vast ocean before him. Am I so hungry that I'm hearing things? Apart from the sound of the waves, Sulin received no response. This is a deserted island with no signs of life. It's large enough that Sulin can walk back and forth in 10 minutes. Apart from rocks, there is nothing here. Since Sulin crossed over here, for 2 whole days, the only thing accompanying him has been the vast ocean in front of him. As expected, today is just another day of waiting for death. Heaven! I'm just an ordinary worker, I don't know anything about surviving in the wild. Besides, this broken island is just full of rocks. Even if the great Mr. Der came here, he would just be left dumbfounded, right? Other people who cross over either land in Rome or get swept into the system to fly high. But for me, I wake up and find myself thrown onto this godforsaken island. Aren't you just asking me to wait for death? Sulin doesn't want to give up. But in the current situation, he truly has no solutions. 2 days without food or drink, and besides hunger, he feels nothing now. Luckily, the weather has been on Sulin's side these 2 days. Otherwise, if he had been exposed to the sun on this bare island for 2 days, he doesn't even dare to imagine what would have happened. Just as Sulin was hesitating, thinking about simply jumping into the sea and giving the fish a change of taste. Suddenly, a large amount of text appeared before him. Dungeon World loading. Dungeon name, Butcher Factory. Dungeon type, role-playing. Dungeon difficulty, new player difficulty. Dungeon reward, 10 days of real-time. Player identity loading. Detecting unknown soul. Identity loading error. Error fixed. Reloading. Identity loaded successfully. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing echoed in his ears. But Sulin quickly realized that it was his own breathing. No, it should be the breathing of the body he's in right now. After the text disappeared, Sulin's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small, clean room. The room was simply decorated, with only a bed, a mirror, and a small table. Thanks to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in front of him, Sulin was able to clearly see his current appearance. His height seemed to exceed 3 meters, with broad shoulders and a huge waist, his arms thicker than his thighs. His muscles were so large that they seemed ready to explode. The coat on the outside was tightly stuck to his body, giving Sulin the feeling that it might burst at any moment. Aside from being unusually strong, his appearance was also quite horrifying. His face and arms were covered with stitches, with large amounts of unremoved thread left on the surface of his body after the stitches. A long scar stretched from his left temple all the way down to his chin. Although he wore a pure white chef's hat on his head, Sulin felt that the hat was probably just there to cover his bald head. Butcher Factory, huh? Hiss, the more I look, the more I feel like I really am the so-called butcher. Sulin curiously studied his reflection in the mirror. At that moment, lines of text appeared once again in front of him. Dungeon type, role-playing. Current identity, butcher. Dungeon task, complete a day's work as a butcher. New player special tip, please avoid actions that are inconsistent with your current identity. First-time dungeon participation detected, player attributes and inventory activated. Looking at the text before him, Sulin remained calm. He even tried to wave his hand to see if he could disperse the text in front of him. The result, of course, was that he could not. Since he's already crossed over, being pulled into a dungeon, a game world, or something like that is nothing unacceptable, right? Sulin had a good mindset. After all, no matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than waiting for death on a deserted island. Since coming to this dungeon world, Sulin has felt his body full of vitality again. The weakness from not eating or drinking for 2 days completely disappeared. If it were possible, Sulin would truly want to keep this state, even though this is not his original body. With the mindset of, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Sulin tried to call out the so-called player attributes and inventory. The way to call them was quite simple, just think about it in his mind. Player, Sulin. Dungeon level, none. Strength, 12, 5. Constitution, 15, 5. Agility, 10, 5. Charm, 2, 5. Mentality, 4, 5. This attribute panel is really simple. Sulin stroked his chin inside. As Sulin's gaze focused on the attributes, corresponding explanations appeared in front of him. I see, the numbers in front are the abilities of the character I'm playing, while the ones behind are my original abilities. Role-playing, I get it, but why are my abilities so average? Looking at the consistent 5s in the back, Sulin couldn't help but comment. Suddenly, a feeling of dread surged in Sulin's heart. Nothing had happened, but Sulin felt like if he kept wasting time here, something very bad would definitely happen. Preparation time has ended, please start the current task immediately. Has the preparation time ended? Alright, let me see what this dungeon is all about. The room was small, Su Lin had already checked and found nothing worth paying attention to. After moving around a bit and getting familiar with his current body, Su Lin opened the door and walked out. Outside the door was a wide corridor. At the door, there was a huge axe, with many dark red dried stains on the blade. Su Lin thought that those were probably blood stains. Looking at the massive axe in front of him, which was at least 3 meters long, Su Lin hesitated for a moment, but eventually picked it up. As soon as the axe was in his hands, related information automatically appeared in Su Lin's mind. Name, Butcher's Axe. Type, Weapon. Attack power, Excellent. Attributes, None. Traits, Tear, high probability of causing tear on the target when attacked, blocking the target's healing ability and continuously reducing their health. Trait 2, Fear, medium probability of causing fear on the target after hitting, higher probability for humanoid creatures. Equipment requirement, Strength 8. Remarks, the axe's dream is to become the best lumberjack in the world, but its owner thinks chopping people is more fun than chopping trees. With the huge axe in his hand, Su Lin felt a familiar sensation arise. Just holding this axe made Su Lin feel strangely more at ease. Of course, Su Lin knew that this was just the feeling from this current body. After picking up the axe, Su Lin noticed a small sign hanging in the center of the door, with a few lines of small text on it. Keep the corridor quiet, the doctor doesn't like noisy children. Keep the good habit of patrolling, the workers downstairs are very lazy. Keep the meat supply, this is the butcher's duty. It looked like this was the job content ahead. In addition to instructions about tasks. At the bottom, it kindly pointed out the directions for Su Lin. The left side of the corridor leads to the factory area, while the right side leads to the experimental area. Moreover, behind the experimental area, there was a red warning note in parentheses, do not enter unless notified by the doctor. Not allowed to enter? Hey, you've just triggered my rebellious instinct. Su Lin slung the butcher's axe over his shoulder with one hand. Then, he turned and looked towards the experimental area. Just as he was about to step forward, the sense of dread he had felt earlier surged again. This time, it was even stronger than before when he was in the room. Moreover, a line of prompts appeared before Su Lin's eyes. Warning, please do not perform actions that are inconsistent with your identity. Newbie tip, the player's actions will significantly affect the dungeon evaluation and rewards. This prompt will only appear in the current dungeon. The text that appeared before him and the palpitation in his heart made Su Lin immediately change direction. Hey, I don't have many good points, but I do listen to advice. Carrying the massive axe, Su Lin walked toward the factory area without changing his expression. Chapter 2, System? Start. Su Lin didn't waste much time in the passage. After advancing for a little while, a huge iron door appeared right ahead. Above the iron door hung a conspicuous sign. The sign had 3 large red characters written on it that marked the factory area. Before entering the factory area, Su Lin could already hear various noises coming from inside. It was a sharp, piercing cutting sound. Without thinking much, Su Lin directly reached out to push the large door in front of him. Since he was still carrying the butcher's axe, Su Lin only extended his left hand. With a slight push, the huge iron door was easily pushed open. This situation made Su Lin think of the attribute panel he had seen before. It looks like these attributes aren't simply multiplicative. The thick iron door was incredibly large. In Su Lin's view, even if 6 or 7 adults worked together, they might not be able to budge it. But with Su Lin's current body, he could open it with one hand easily. On the attribute panel, the strength value of this body was 3 times that of Su Lin's own. But after experiencing it himself, Su Lin realized that this couldn't simply be compared in such a straightforward manner. Before Su Lin could think further, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear without any emotion. At the same time, several lines of text suddenly appeared before Su Lin's eyes. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength +1. First time absorbing fear, unlocked special skill, True Eye. True Eye, see through illusions, peer into the truth. The sudden change caused Su Lin to pause for a moment. Then, a wave of joy surged in him. A system? I knew it, how could there be a crossing without a standard set of system features? In an instant, the gloom of the past 2 days was swept away. But Su Lin didn't stand in place for too long, stunned. Because it was just too noisy around him. The metal gate was pushed open, and Su Lin was now standing at the entrance of the factory area. Inside the factory area, there were neatly arranged processing tables and countless conveyor belts. The cutting sound Su Lin heard came from those processing tables. On the processing tables were assembled electric bone-cutting saws. At each processing table, there was a busy worker. These people all kept their heads down, continuously taking large chunks of meat off the conveyor belt. After cutting them into smaller pieces, they quickly placed them back onto the conveyor belt. Meat. So much meat. The scene before him made Su Lin swallow his saliva. There was nothing he could do, he was just too hungry. Su Lin had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. Even though the blood-red meat chunks in front of him looked very strange, Su Lin still wanted to try eating some. Don't even mention these things. At this moment, Su Lin actually wouldn't mind anything that looked edible. After standing there for a while, a sense of danger rose in his heart again. Looks like I've wasted too much time. Su Lin remembered the task he received when entering the dungeon, and the previous reminders. He realized he couldn't just stand there and daydream. Slightly tightening his grip on the massive axe on his shoulder, Su Lin stepped forward. As he walked, Su Lin thought about his task. So far, the task seems simple: keep the corridor quiet, patrol the factory, and maintain the supply chain. I just don't know if there are other tasks. Su Lin didn't think about what would happen if he didn't complete the tasks or acted in a way that didn't match his identity. After all, he had read quite a few dungeon novels. And the 2 previous times that sense of palpitations in his heart was no joke. If he didn't comply, the outcome would definitely not be pleasant. While thinking, Su Lin looked up at the nearest processing table. The worker beside the table still had his head down, ignoring Su Lin completely. Quickly and skillfully processing huge chunks of meat. His eyes swept across, and Su Lin continued to look at the next workstation. This time, Su Lin noticed that the person was clearly not as skilled as the previous one. Not only were their movements awkward, but the process of moving the meat seemed extremely difficult. Su Lin instinctively observed this person closely. Suddenly, a line of text reappeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. Hidden within this body is a soul from another world. Ha! With a hint of confusion, Su Lin glanced back at the first worker. However, no matter how Su Lin looked, no text appeared in front of the initial worker. Connecting this with his own situation, Su Lin quickly made a guess. Is this another player? How pathetic, they ended up as a worker. Wait, no, isn't it normal to start as a worker in the usual process? He had been too hungry earlier and suddenly arrived in this dungeon-like world, so Su Lin didn't react in time. Now that he thought about it carefully, this dungeon world was clearly not normal. At least, it was definitely not the kind of world people would happily enter to play. The terrifying butchers, the bloodthirsty axes, and the meat processing factory before him all made Su Lin think of certain horror games. Horror games? Where would players be the bosses? Chasing down NPCs to play? Would that even be called a horror game? Thinking about this, Su Lin remembered what he had heard before entering the dungeon. The process of loading Su Lin's player identity was obviously not normal. However, after a bit of thinking, Su Lin decided to put this aside for the moment. There was too little information at hand. No matter how much he thought about it, he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer. Lazy workers, looks like these must be other players. Su Lin raised his head and looked around the entire factory. There were a large number of workers in the factory, and the vast majority of them were just like the first worker Su Lin saw. Emotionless, never stopping, just like tireless machines. And mixed in with these workers were the souls from other worlds, easy to identify. Su Lin felt that even without the text reminder, with careful observation for a while, it would be clear who was different. Ordinary people could not make every movement identical. And even if someone could become proficient and imitate the motions of a machine, could they really keep working without getting tired? Speaking of which, how should I deal with these lazy people? Should I just chop them with my axe? That doesn't seem right. Though Su Lin had guessed some things about this dungeon world, it was still hard for him to bring himself to start swinging his axe and cutting people without any reason. I'll take it step by step. The workers Su Lin assumed were other players certainly didn't have the same efficiency as those machines. But at least they hadn't shown any obvious signs of slacking off yet. Before they started slacking off, Su Lin decided to stall for time. And so, Su Lin carried his axe and patrolled back and forth between different workstations. Su Lin's steps were slow. He split part of his attention to keep an eye on these workers. But most of his attention was focused on communicating with the system in his mind. Unfortunately, the earlier prompt felt like an illusion. No matter how Su Lin called out in his mind, the system did not respond. System? Golden finger? Cheats? Grandpa, it's time to wake up. There was no response. But Su Lin knew that the earlier prompt was definitely not an illusion. His panel had already changed, and his strength had indeed increased a little. The earlier prompt could not have been fake. Chapter 3, The Work Begins. Since the player attributes were activated, Su Lin could now check his status anytime. Su Lin had already confirmed that his strength had indeed increased a little. And the attribute increase was for Su Lin's own body, not for the butcher's body in front of him. Earlier it was said that fear is absorbed, so if these are really players like me, it's normal to be scared when seeing a butcher like me. Thinking about it this way, what I need to do next is clear. There's no doubt that Su Lin's current identity is that of a butcher. The giant size, the ferocious appearance, and the bloodstained giant axe resting on his shoulder. Such a figure suddenly pushing open the door and appearing before them is hard to not make people nervous, even terrified. Thinking of this, Su Lin slowly walked toward the nearest abnormal worker. As he slowly approached, Su Lin could clearly see the worker's body slightly trembling, even the actions of grabbing the meat chunks from the conveyor belt became awkward. Seeing this, Su Lin's steps grew more firm and resolute. To create enough of an oppressive feeling, Su Lin casually dragged the giant axe along the ground, making a loud scraping sound. Screech! 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 The giant axe scraping against the ground made a harsh sound. This sound was like a death knell. The worker who had been targeted by Su Lin froze in place. It looked like he was so scared that he couldn't move. This unfortunate guy's mind went blank, having no idea where he went wrong. As for Su Lin, all his attention was on the ground beneath his feet. This floor is pretty good, it didn't even leave a scratch? Su Lin maintained his silent appearance and slowly walked up to the lucky worker he had selected. Huff, huff. Heavy breathing could be heard continuously. Just standing there, Su Lin already gave off a heavy oppressive feeling. With the giant axe in his hand, it only made people more terrified. Su Lin could feel an invisible energy slowly gathering around him. But it didn't seem quite enough yet. After thinking for a moment, Su Lin raised the giant axe with one hand, then slammed it heavily on the ground. Boom! Su Lin felt the ground beneath his feet tremble slightly. At the same time, the previous sound and message appeared again. Ding! Enough fear absorbed, daily limit reached, no change to current attributes. There's a limit on how many times. The new message made Su Lin frown slightly. But this could be considered as some useful information about the external tool, not without any gain. Since he had stood still for too long thinking, the familiar feeling of palpitations came again. So, Su Lin picked up the giant axe again, and walked toward the next workstation. Since the task was to patrol the factory area, he had to check each workstation one by one. I actually didn't die. Out of the corner of his eye, the lucky worker selected by Su Lin couldn't believe it as he watched Su Lin's retreating back. Just as Su Lin had guessed. This lucky worker was also one of the players, and he had entered the instance through normal means. When Su Lin had locked his gaze on him, the guy had been so scared he almost peed his pants. The relief of surviving and the deep confusion filled his heart. However, soon, this lucky worker also received the same newbie message from the instance as Su Lin did. Realizing he couldn't keep dawdling and slacking off, the lucky worker returned to his work. On Su Lin's side, he quickly checked several workstations in a short period of time. Since most of the workers behind the workstations were normal, Su Lin's patrol work was quite easy. These normal workers were like machines with preset programs. Even when Su Lin stood right beside them, their actions didn't change at all, unaffected in the slightest. Su Lin only briefly checked these normal workers. The real focus, however, was on the workers whose bodies and souls were different. When Su Lin walked past these people, an intense, almost tangible fear seemed to pour into Su Lin's body. Unfortunately, Su Lin could only hear the message about reaching the limit on the number of times. And as Su Lin passed by these people multiple times, Su Lin could feel that the fear these people had towards him seemed to be slowly decreasing. This could not only be seen through their actions. At the same time, Su Lin could also clearly feel that the amount of fear he was absorbing was decreasing. Fear is just an emotion, formless and intangible. But after Su Lin entered the factory and received the prompt to enhance his attributes, Su Lin became able to sense fear. It was as if a whole new ability had been unlocked. When there is a lot of fear around, Su Lin even felt that he could reach out and grab the fear. The common peaceful patrol time lasted for a long time. Su Lin wasn't sure exactly how long it had lasted. There were no tools inside the factory to keep track of time. After the initial surprise faded away, Su Lin quickly began to feel bored. The workers inside the factory gave Su Lin the feeling that they were not alive. They wouldn't look up at Su Lin, nor would they talk to him. The normal ones wouldn't, and the abnormal ones even less so. During his patrols, Su Lin would occasionally go check the hallway. After all, besides the task of patrolling, keeping the hallway quiet was also one of Su Lin's responsibilities. The only thing that confused Su Lin a bit was the task of maintaining the supply chain. The task the system actually gave was just doing what a butcher should do. The rest was all analysis based on the existing information. But so far, Su Lin didn't know how to maintain the supply chain. After all, Su Lin didn't understand anything about this place. Click, click, click. Just as Su Lin was becoming more and more bored, a series of clicking sounds suddenly came from the hallway outside the factory. The sound was as if a metal rod was being struck against the ground. Even the sharp cutting meat sounds inside the factory couldn't completely cover this noise. And the sound even penetrated the thick iron doors. This shows just how loud the sound from the hallway was. The work is here. This voice made Su Lin's spirit lift. Keeping the hallway quiet was one of the responsibilities listed on the butcher's room door. Moreover, the monotonous patrol work had already been unbearable for Su Lin. Without hesitation, Su Lin rushed directly to the thick iron door. With an agility of 10, Su Lin's movements were as fast as the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed dozens of meters. Just as Su Lin arrived at the iron door, the large iron door of the factory was opened from the outside. "Butcher, why haven't you?" Before the person outside could finish speaking, Su Lin swung his axe down. If an ordinary person were standing outside, Su Lin might have hesitated a little. But when the iron door opened, what entered Su Lin's view was a super-large red centipede. When this monster stood in front of him, Su Lin's first reaction was, "What is this thing?" Before his brain could even make sense of it, his body had already moved into action. Chapter 4: The Correct Way to Complete the Task. "Butcher! Are you crazy?" An extremely sharp, piercing voice came from the centipede's body. Yes, the voice Su Lin heard earlier was exactly the one coming from the centipede in front of him. This thing could talk. Although Su Lin's attack could be considered a surprise attack, the giant centipede reacted very quickly. Just as the axe was about to strike its head, the giant centipede suddenly shrank back. With a loud bang, Su Lin's axe struck the ground. "Butcher!" The centipede's scream echoed again. This sound was sharp and ear-piercing, nothing like something a normal person could make. Unlike the emotional centipede, Su Lin's attention was still focused on the solid ground. Looking at the flawless ground, Su Lin once again marveled inside his heart. The quality of this floor is really excellent. Click, click, click. The sharp sound from earlier appeared again. Su Lin slightly raised his head and found that the giant centipede had already retreated some distance, now watching him warily. At this moment, Su Lin also realized what the harsh sound was. The limbs beneath the centipede's body were not ordinary insect legs, but sharp knives. From the appearance alone, they seemed to be surgical knives commonly used by doctors. Of course, due to the giant size of the centipede, its insect legs were also enormous, and these surgical knives were as long as an adult's arm. When the giant centipede moved, the collision of these knife-like legs with the ground produced that harsh sound. "Butcher! What do you want to do?" Seeing Su Lin remain silent, the giant centipede spoke again. At this moment, Su Lin swung his giant axe once again. "Bastard!" This time, the giant centipede did not retreat. After angrily cursing, it swung its front limbs. Clang! The knife-like insect legs collided with the giant axe. Su Lin stood still. But the giant centipede was instantly forced back. Clearly, in terms of strength, Su Lin had the absolute upper hand. And this was while Su Lin was wielding the axe with one hand. After the clash, Su Lin felt a sense of calm in his heart. Since his strength was greater than the opponent's, there was naturally nothing to fear. The giant centipede in front of him did indeed look terrifying, but Su Lin's current body wasn't exactly in great condition either. Not to mention that when Su Lin struck the first blow, the game system had given a prompt indicating an improvement in task evaluation. What Su Lin had analyzed earlier was absolutely correct. The information on the door was indeed related to the butcher's duties. Completing these tasks was key to passing the current dungeon. And if the task was done well, it could even improve the evaluation after clearing the dungeon. When the abnormal employees had slacked off earlier, Su Lin had hesitated whether to punish them. But now, the strength of this body was certainly not something those small frames could withstand. In the end, Su Lin didn't act. As for the giant centipede in front of him, it was clearly some kind of dungeon monster. Killing this guy didn't bother Su Lin at all. Since it could improve the dungeon evaluation, Su Lin immediately prepared to continue attacking. However, at this moment, the giant centipede seemed to have reacted. "I understand. I understand. Quiet, I will be quiet." Unlike the sharp and piercing sound before, this time, the giant centipede was speaking in a suppressed voice. The voice was so quiet, it was like the buzzing of mosquitoes or flies. Su Lin completely ignored the giant centipede's words and prepared to continue attacking it. However, just as Su Lin tightened his grip on the axe, the familiar feeling of heart palpitations struck again. Without a doubt, this was a sign for Su Lin to stop. TCH, what a pity. Su Lin sighed silently in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he still didn't continue the attack. Seeing that Su Lin had stopped, the giant centipede showed an expression of relief. God knows how Su Lin could tell the expression of a centipede's face. But the giant centipede in front of him really did resemble a human. "Butcher, I will tell the doctor, this matter won't end like this." The centipede gritted its teeth and threatened Su Lin. Su Lin felt nothing in his heart. On one hand, the centipede's voice was so quiet now that it was almost inaudible. This kind of threat, at this volume, would not scare anyone. Instead, it felt somewhat amusing. On the other hand, Su Lin only needed to act as the butcher for one day, and once the dungeon task was completed, he'd be done with it. What would happen next had nothing to do with Su Lin. Seeing that Su Lin was unmoved, the giant centipede grumbled a couple of times. Then, the giant centipede looked past Su Lin toward the factory behind him. "I'm here to collect materials, damn it. This should have been your job." Upon hearing the centipede's words, Su Lin finally realized how to complete the final task. "Looks like I need to deliver the materials from the factory to the experimental zone. Considering that the experimental zone is currently inaccessible, maybe I just need to deliver them to a certain location?" Su Lin made a guess in his heart. At the same time, Su Lin silently turned and walked toward the factory. Before the giant centipede arrived, the factory had already processed a large amount of blood-red meat chunks. Through the conveyor belts, these blood-red meat chunks were all transferred to the large iron boxes deep inside the factory. These iron boxes were enormous, and when filled, several adults might not be able to lift them. But for Su Lin, it was a piece of cake. With the giant axe in hand, Su Lin lifted the iron box with one hand. So easy. By the way, since so many conveyor belts have been set up, why not just send the cut materials directly to the needed places? Su Lin didn't understand why this place didn't simplify some unnecessary complicated steps. But he didn't think too much about it. This was probably a horror games dungeon world, no need to overthink. The most important thing was to focus on completing his task and leave this place. Su Lin arrived in front of the factory's gate. The giant centipede was anxiously waiting here. This creature kept lying on the ground, then standing up, looking extremely restless. But no matter how anxious it was, the giant centipede did not enter the factory. Clearly, the monsters in this place had to follow some rules. "Hurry up! Hurry up! The doctor is waiting impatiently. You damn creature, this time you'll get the harshest punishment," hissing, haha. Su Lin ignored the centipede's crazy words. He placed the iron box he was holding onto the giant centipede's back. The giant centipede was at least 10 meters long, like a small train. Moving an iron box was nothing to it. So Su Lin made several more trips, placing multiple iron boxes onto the centipede's back. Once its back was full, the giant centipede finally started to move again. "Butcher," hissing, "you'll be waiting for the doctor's punishment." After dropping a threatening remark that meant nothing to Su Lin, the giant centipede left with a load of blood-red meat chunks. Not long after the centipede left, Su Lin received another notification from the dungeon world about his evaluation improvement. After that, Su Lin returned to his boring patrol work, with the example of the centipede in front of him. So whenever Su Lin saw factory workers slacking off, he would chop down with his axe directly. But Su Lin guessed that the abnormal workers were other players, and he didn't kill them, just scared them a little. Of course, having the giant axe slammed down next to their bodies, with only a hair's breadth away, and even smelling the blood on the axe, was terrifying enough. The abnormal workers who had been scared like this by Su Lin all went into overdrive, working madly. Then Su Lin started receiving continuous evaluation improvement notifications. Chapter 5, New Dungeon. Current dungeon completed, the player will exit in 3 seconds. Ha! It's done already? So easy? The dungeon notification came suddenly. But not having to continue the boring patrol task was good news for Su Lin. "By the way, can I take this thing with me?" Su Lin stood still, his gaze focused on the giant axe tightly gripped in his hand. The exit countdown for the dungeon was only 3 seconds. Without time to think, Su Lin directly put the butcher's axe into his player inventory. The next second, Su Lin's vision went black. Whoosh! The sound of waves crashing on the shore echoed. A violent wave of weakness spread through his entire body. Water, thirsty, so thirsty. Back in his original body. The familiar feeling of weakness came again. Hunger, thirst, his body was completely drained of strength. Before Su Lin could fully feel this familiar weakness, the dungeon world once again refreshed a page of information in front of him. Congratulations, player has completed the butcher factory. Completion evaluation, excellent, you are an excellent employee, slacking off? There is nothing. Work. 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 All you see is work. Quest rewards, real world time, 10 days. Quest difficulty, newbie quest difficulty. Current quest rating allows for hidden rewards to be unlocked at this difficulty level. Hidden rewards, 1 free attribute point. Note, the butcher has lost his beloved little axe, and has been severely scolded by the doctor. The butcher, who doesn't understand the situation, is now very angry. Real world time, 10 days. Does this mean I don't have to enter the quest for 10 days? By the way, this axe can really be taken out? Su Lin thought for a moment. The next second, a huge axe suddenly appeared beside Su Lin. With a loud bang, the massive axe fell to the ground. Su Lin noticed that the axe had smashed a few stones on the ground. Without the butcher's body, Su Lin was unable to use the axe now. While looking at the butcher's axe, Su Lin once again saw the familiar information panel appear. Su Lin had already reviewed the butcher's axe details. But this time, Su Lin saw some new things added to the information panel of the butcher's axe. Current user, Su Lin. Note 2, you'd better not take this out in front of the butcher. What a good thing, normally, regular players would never be able to get this equipment, right? But now, I can only look at it. Su Lin sighed. Then, he put the butcher's axe back into his inventory. The player's inventory has 6 slots, and the butcher's axe occupies 1 slot. Accessing and storing equipment only requires a thought. Su Lin tried it briefly. As long as the item is not bound, even a small stone on the ground must be held in hand before it can be stored in the inventory. However, for equipment like the butcher's axe, which is already equipped, even if it is 1 or 2 meters away, Su Lin can store it directly. But 1 or 2 meters is the limit. If it is farther away, it cannot be stored remotely. Additionally, stones on the ground can be stacked together in one inventory slot, but even a stone the size of a fingernail cannot coexist with the butcher's axe. This is similar to how items in games cannot stack or coexist with different types of items. After a brief experiment, Su Lin refocused on the quest world. 10 days of interval. I wonder if I can enter early. Su Lin wanted to try bypassing the 10-day waiting period and enter the quest world immediately. Su Lin had already experienced one quest world. If Su Lin had been a normal player who had turned into a factory worker, facing the normal butcher would have been extremely dangerous. The butcher's face alone didn't look like someone to mess with. To be honest, because of Su Lin's intervention, the previous players who participated in the butcher factory had been incredibly lucky. This time, the quest ended with 0 casualties. Thinking about it, the normal butcher factory would likely have casualties. Also, what kind of game would reward real-world time as a prize? But now, Su Lin had no choice. Staying on this broken island would mean certain death for him. Right now, the quest world was his only chance, and he had to take the risk to seize it. Su Lin tried calling out to the quest world. Quest world, I want to enter the new quest immediately. Detected that the player has 10 days of real-world time left. No need to enter the quest before the real-world time runs out. Do you wish to ignore the remaining real-world time and enter the quest world directly? Yes. Su Lin's answer was firm, as he had no choice. The next second, a large amount of text suddenly appeared in front of Su Lin. Quest world loading. Quest name, Wind and Snow Castle. Quest type, survival. Quest difficulty, newbie quest difficulty. Quest rewards, real-world time, 7 days. Quest loading. Quest task, survive in the castle until the blizzard ends. Gizmo uploaded file with ID file 5xggpb5bm1uhg8vrBbt to /mn/data/ignore_this.png. This file is not accessible with the myfiles_browser tool. The journey through the snow-capped mountains to the rescue station. Loading the mission. Su Lin only felt darkness in front of him. When his vision returned again, the sea and the deserted island had all disappeared without a trace. The dim light made it hard for Su Lin to see the surroundings clearly. After adapting for a moment, Su Lin realized he was sitting at a rectangular dining table. Including Su Lin, there were 6 people sitting at the table, 4 men and 2 women. There was a bald uncle, a man in a suit with glasses, and a young man who seemed to be confused, about the same age as Su Lin. The 2 women looked very young, like college students. After a simple observation, Su Lin couldn't stand it any longer. Not caring much, he directly grabbed the utensils in front of him and began to attack the food on the table. There was plenty of food on the table. A whole turkey emitting a fragrant aroma, a lot of soft-looking bread that smelled amazing, a small amount of vegetables, fried fries, and finally, some fruits and cookies. If it weren't for the need to observe the surroundings, Su Lin would have started eating right away. Including the time spent entering the mission world for the first time. Su Lin had already gone over 2 days without eating anything and hadn't even drunk a drop of water. Surviving this long was really not easy. Under the surprised gazes of the others, Su Lin directly ripped off a whole turkey leg, grabbed some bread and vegetables, and started showing off. The moment the food entered his mouth, Su Lin felt like he had come back to life. Each person had a big bowl of tomato soup next to them. Su Lin, with the soup, ate a piece of meat and a piece of bread, quickly finishing off the whole turkey leg. I'm about half full, that's enough. After eating a bit, Su Lin finally stopped. Having been hungry for so long, Su Lin didn't dare to eat too much at once. After filling his stomach a little, he stopped. Seeing Su Lin stop, the girl sitting across from Su Lin cautiously spoke up to ask. Are you not afraid that these things are poisonous? Poisonous? That's still better than starving to death. Having stayed on the deserted island for such a long time, Su Lin would rather die full than die of hunger. Ahem, although the mission world is dangerous, the food and water here are generally safe, especially in survival-type missions. Before Su Lin could speak, an explanation came from beside him. Su Lin turned his head and saw it was the man in glasses sitting to his left. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, he smiled and nodded at Su Lin, then continued speaking. Everyone, have you understood the mission? I suggest we first explore this so-called castle together, how about it? Upon hearing the man in glasses, everyone looked at each other. Though the atmosphere was a bit silent, no one raised any objections. Seeing this, the man in glasses was the first to stand up from his seat. With someone leading, everyone subconsciously stood up. When Su Lin stood up from his seat, he also grabbed some bread. The group was clearly in a dining room. The space wasn't large, with a long table occupying nearly half the room. Large floor-standing candle holders surrounded the area, and blurry landscape paintings hung on the walls. Apart from that, there was nothing much worth noticing. Behind Su Lin's seat was the main door of the dining room. The wooden door, looking full of age, was slightly ajar. The man in glasses said he wanted to explore the castle. But after standing up, he didn't rush to walk to the door. Instead, he carefully observed the whole dining room. This guy was the closest to the door after Su Lin, yet it seemed like he was deliberately avoiding the door. The young man, about the same age as Su Lin, was the first to reach the door. The young man seemed to have no other thoughts and took the initiative to fully push open the wooden door. Creak. The wooden door, perhaps not maintained for a long time, let out a very sharp sound just from being pushed open. The sound of the door opening startled the young man. Everyone in the restaurant turned their attention toward him. The air around them fell into a brief silence. After about 3 or 4 seconds, confirming nothing had happened, the young man finally sighed in relief. Then, he took the initiative to walk out of the restaurant. Watching the figure leave, Su Lin silently gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This young man truly has courage. When Su Lin first entered the instance world, he knew this was not a good place. For the sake of his life's safety, he naturally had to be cautious everywhere. As for why Su Lin didn't care about these things in the previous instance, that was because the instance loading process clearly went wrong, and Su Lin directly experienced the boss's perspective. That couldn't be the same as a normal player's experience, right? Hey, there's nothing here, do you want to come out and take a look? The young man's voice came from outside the door. Perhaps it was the glasses-wearing man who suggested it first, still looking calm as ever. Everyone in the restaurant instinctively looked at the glasses-wearing man. Noticing the gazes from everyone, the glasses-wearing man's smile remained unchanged, and he gently nodded. The beginning of an instance is the safest time, the best time to explore. Let's all go out and have a look while we can. Hearing this, the others began to leave the restaurant. First was the balding uncle, then the two girls walking together, with Su Lin and the glasses-wearing man at the back. Leaving the restaurant, they found themselves on a wooden corridor. On the right were 2 rooms, and on the left was a direct path to the main hall. From where Su Lin stood, he could already see the situation in the castle's main hall. Everyone, let's first go check out the main hall. It seemed that, at some point, the glasses-wearing man had become the one issuing orders. And no one around them voiced any objections. The group quickly reached the castle's main hall. The castle's main door faced a trapezoidal staircase that led directly to the second floor. On the wall above the stairs hung a huge portrait. But this portrait only had a body, no head, making it look somewhat strange. Continuing forward was another identical wooden corridor, and there seemed to be 3 rooms of unclear purpose. Also, the hall had several sofas and an enormous fireplace. At this moment, flames were burning fiercely in the fireplace. When Su Lin entered the hall, he immediately felt a warm sensation, probably due to the fireplace. The hall's situation was clear at a glance. So, the group quickly gathered in front of the main door. Rather than carefully inspecting the interior of the castle, everyone was more eager to see what was outside. Once again, the young man volunteered and took the initiative to push open the castle's door. Su Lin noticed that, although the castle door was huge, the young man didn't seem to struggle at all in pushing it open, it was quite effortless. Whoosh! 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 As the door opened, a world of pure white snow entered everyone's view. The wind and snow outside were howling violently. Yet inside the door, there was no sign of any impact, not even a single snowflake had entered. It was as though the inside and outside were completely separate worlds. So cold! Su Lin heard the voices of the 2 girls behind him. Indeed, after the door opened, although the wind and snow didn't come inside, the temperature around them suddenly dropped. The biting cold kept invading the castle, and Su Lin even felt like his whole body was about to freeze. He turned his head to glance behind him and saw the uncle and the two girls already running to the fireplace. It was the glasses-wearing man, who had always been cautious, who now actively stepped outside the castle. Su Lin thought for a moment, then followed the man and stepped out. "Hey! You two, it's so cold out here, are you really?" Before the young man could finish his words, Su Lin had already stepped outside. The young man swallowed, looked around, not knowing what to think, and, for some reason, followed Su Lin out of the castle. Standing inside the castle, Su Lin didn't feel much. But once he stepped outside, he realized just how terrifying the surrounding environment was. The raging snowstorm seemed like it could swallow people at any moment. The extreme cold caused one's entire body to lose sensation. After just a few seconds outside, all three of them turned pale from the freezing cold. But even though the blizzard around them was so terrifying, Su Lin still forced himself to observe the surroundings. Standing outside, the castle was not large, which also matched the tightly packed arrangement of rooms inside. The area surrounding the castle was all pure white, the howling blizzard obscured their vision, and even a few meters away was completely unclear. Moreover, the further they moved from the castle, the deeper the snow on the ground became. While Su Lin was looking into the distance, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. "Even with enough food and water, this is a dead end for ordinary people." During the last instance, Su Lin had already gained some experience. So Su Lin knew that this was information observed through the eye of reality. Su Lin's expression remained unchanged as he followed behind the bespectacled man and the young man, quickly returning to the castle. "Quick! Close the door." The bespectacled man's voice sounded a bit hoarse, a stark contrast to his previously calm demeanor, clearly affected by the outside environment. Su Lin and the young man, who had fallen behind, quickly shut the castle door again. The moment the door closed, the howling wind and snow immediately vanished, and the biting cold no longer assaulted their bodies. Chapter 7: The team members who seem reliable. "The fireplace over there must be meant to deal with the cold, let's go over there and warm up. We can also discuss the current situation." The voice of the bespectacled man came through. Su Lin shifted his gaze from the castle door to the other person. This castle clearly had a big problem. A mere wooden door could completely block out the blizzard outside. But after Su Lin examined it for a moment, he couldn't find anything unusual. No matter how he looked at it, he still thought it was just an ordinary wooden door, at most it used high-end materials. Since there was nothing to find, he could only put it aside for now. The three of them then moved to the sofa by the fireplace. As soon as they arrived, someone by the fireplace immediately spoke up to ask, "Hey, what's the situation outside? Did you find anything? Where exactly are we now?" The one who spoke was the bald uncle. The two women also turned their gaze toward them. Clearly, everyone was concerned about the current situation. But as Su Lin looked at these people, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. It was really funny, they didn't want to take any risks but were waiting in the safe place to reap the benefits. Su Lin ignored these three people, sat down by the fireplace, and took out the bread he had stored in his backpack earlier. When leaving the restaurant, Su Lin had casually grabbed some bread. The main reason was to test whether food could be stored in the player's backpack. It turned out that it could, and the bread appeared to be exactly the same as when it was stored. This was undoubtedly good news for Su Lin. It meant Su Lin had a chance of survival. On the deserted island, there was nothing, no supplies, and being stuck there would only lead to death. But now, Su Lin could find some food and water through the instance world. Outside is a white blur, nothing can be seen, and the snow is falling heavily, a person could freeze to death. As for other discoveries, the young man's voice spoke, taking the initiative to explain everything he had seen outside. Halfway through, the guy even looked at Su Lin and the bespectacled man. Clearly, he was hoping Su Lin and the bespectacled man would add more to the story. Su Lin still didn't speak. His thoughts were simple. Want to take advantage of the situation? Not a chance. Although teammates in the game often share resources and help each other. That was because both sides were teammates with the same mission goals. At this moment, it is still hard to say whether these people are truly teammates. Just because players enter the instance together, does it mean they are all teammates? In the last instance, none of the strange employees stepped forward to help each other. On the contrary, whenever Su Lin focused his attention on one person, the others would, more or less, show signs of secretly rejoicing. Furthermore, this instance is mainly about survival. Thinking back to the situation in the castle, Su Lin felt that the outward harmony of these people would soon be shattered. The glasses-wearing man glanced at Su Lin, then pushed up his glasses. "We are probably in the castle from the mission. As for other details, like this friend said, I have no further discoveries." As soon as he finished speaking, the uncle immediately asked, "Can we go outside? Did you see any rescue station?" Su Lin glanced at the bald uncle. This guy seemed a bit agitated, as if he didn't want to just sit and wait for death in the castle. The glasses-wearing man shook his head. I don't recommend going outside under these circumstances. You felt it when the door opened, right? I can only say that if you were outside, the feeling would be 10 times worse. As for the rescue station, there's not a shadow of it. Also, the exact direction is unclear. Looking for it outside would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Hearing the glasses-wearing man, the uncle couldn't help but clench his fists. We can't go out. Does that mean we can only wait to die here? When the word die was mentioned, the faces of the people around changed, but no one spoke out against it. Noticing this, Su Lin thought to himself. It seems like what I thought is true. The instance world is dangerous, and death seems to be a very normal thing here. Clap. 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 The glasses-wearing man clapped his hands, bringing everyone's attention to him. Everyone, it's too early to talk about death. Although the path to find a rescue station seems unworkable, we still have a second option, don't we? As long as we can hold out in the castle until the blizzard ends, we can complete this instance. The situation inside the castle is still unclear. For the sake of the next mission, I suggest we immediately conduct a thorough search of the entire castle. The glasses-wearing man's words gained everyone's approval. Thus, everyone immediately began to act. According to the glasses-wearing man's plan, they split into several groups to check, and then gathered to share the information. However, the two girls didn't want to separate from the others, and the young man bluntly said that splitting up was a classic mistake in horror films. Additionally, since the uncle hadn't expressed his opinion, and Su Lin didn't trust the others much, in the end, they all decided to act together. This made their efficiency somewhat low, but if they encountered danger, at least they could watch out for each other probably. The first area to explore was the direction they had come from. There was nothing much to say about the restaurant, they had already observed it. Next to the restaurant was a food storage room. Inside, there were some fruits and vegetables that looked very fresh. Beside the food storage room was a small bedroom. The bedroom was not large, only a single bed, a wardrobe, a desk, a single sofa, and other furniture were present. Other than that, there were no extra decorations. On the other side of the first floor of the castle, there were also 3 rooms. The first room was the kitchen, where a lot of firewood was piled up in the corner. Besides cooking, this firewood was probably also used for the outdoor fireplace. The second room seemed to be a storage room, with cleaning tools and things like hammers and shovels. Moreover, in the storage room, there were winter clothing, thermos flasks, skis, ropes, and other equipment that might be needed for crossing snowy mountains. Su Lin even saw a small oxygen tank. But Su Lin noticed that all the equipment is one of a kind, meaning there is enough here for only one person to equip. Almost everyone's gaze lingered on the equipment for a moment. But everyone tacitly refrained from reaching out to take it, or even speaking about how the equipment should be distributed and used. The last room in the left corridor is still a single bedroom, with furniture and layout exactly the same as the previous bedroom. After some exploration, the situation on the first floor was fully understood. Then, without stopping, the man with glasses led the way, heading towards the second floor. Su Lin could sense that, compared to when they first started, the man with glasses seemed noticeably more eager now. Thinking back to what he had said at the beginning, Su Lin quickly followed in the footsteps of the man with glasses. Chapter 8, A Belly Full of Evil Intentions. The stairs on the first floor lead directly to the second floor. However, the trapezoidal stairs also split the entire second floor into 2 parts. On the left side of the second floor, the first room is a study, and the second room is a double bedroom. The bedroom is exquisitely decorated and luxurious, greatly differing from all the rooms seen before. Inside, there are all sorts of antique furniture, and the decorations on the tables and counters are clearly valuable at first glance. Obviously, this bedroom is most likely the castle owner's room. The space it occupies is also quite large. Therefore, besides the study in this bedroom, there is nothing else in the left area. On the right side of the second floor, there are 3 rooms, arranged as tightly as on the first floor. 2 unique single bedrooms, both in terms of decoration and the furniture inside, are far superior to the bedrooms on the first floor. The last room looks like a playroom for children, filled with many children's toys. At this point, the entire castle had been fully explored by Su Lin and the others. Following the suggestion of the man with glasses, everyone gathered in the study. The study's bookshelves are all packed with various books. During their exploration, in order to save time, everyone did not examine them in detail. So now, gathered in the study, they were both discussing the situation and further checking the books in the study. Su Lin randomly picked a few books from the bookshelf. But when Su Lin opened them, the text inside was all blurry, and he couldn't read a thing. Noticing this, Su Lin frowned and checked the other bookshelves. Without exception, the books Su Lin checked all had the same problem. Whether it was the text or the pictures, everything was indistinct, and not a single piece of content could be distinguished. The others were the same. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear that they hadn't found anything useful in these books. It looks like this instance doesn't want us to understand too much, or perhaps these things have nothing to do with this instance, so they were simply omitted? Su Lin thought while walking toward the only desk in the study. The desk had a few drawers, and Su Lin planned to check them. He opened the drawers, finding some notebooks inside. However, much to his disappointment, the content in the notebooks was just as unreadable as the books on the shelves. Until he opened the top drawer, where Su Lin found a newspaper. Most of the newspaper was blurry and unreadable, but a small portion was clear enough to view. What does it say? Su Lin turned his head and saw the young man staring at him. Of course, it wasn't just him. Now, everyone's gaze was fixed on Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin briefly summarized the contents of the newspaper and said it aloud. Snowstorm warning, specific date unknown. It says the snowstorm might last for 3 to 5 days. Also, there's another piece of news: a mountaineering team has gone missing in the snow mountain. More than a dozen people ran back, speaking like they were insane, saying they were attacked by a headless monster, and were later sent to a mental hospital. After finishing, Su Lin placed the newspaper on the desk, signaling others to look at it freely. Although Su Lin had already stated the contents, others still took a look at it one by one. Once everyone had finished reading, the glasses man spoke first. Alright everyone, we should summarize our discoveries so far. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze focused on the glasses man. The glasses man pushed up his glasses. I'll go first. Firstly, this side mission has 2 paths. If we don't consider leaving the castle to find a rescue station, we may need to stay in the castle for up to 5 days. Before the glasses man could continue, the bald uncle directly interrupted him. How can you be sure it's 5 days? Just based on the information in this newspaper? It doesn't even specify a location, and we don't know when this newspaper was printed. Su Lin noticed that the uncle became more emotional as he spoke. Ever since they left the dining room, he had appeared a bit impatient. But it had to be admitted that the uncle made a point. Hearing the uncle's words, the glasses man remained calm and continued with his analysis. Firstly, if we choose the castle route, then the area we can explore in this mission is quite small. So far, all the information sources we've found, such as books and notes, are unreachable. In this case, the only information source we can rely on has a very high credibility. This side mission is still a survival type, not a puzzle-solving type, and the likelihood of fabrication in texts is very low. Although the mission world is dangerous, it won't completely cut off our escape. Lastly, there's one more thing that can prove this assumption: the items in the storage room. Fresh fruits and vegetables cannot be preserved for long, there are no refrigerators or freezers in the castle, and the quantity of food is also limited. For 6 people, 4 or 5 days might be the limit. The mission world will not present a situation where death is certain. So overall, 3 to 5 days is the period we need to endure the blizzard, which isn't long and aligns with the difficulty for new missions. I believe if we all work together, there is a great chance for everyone to survive and complete the mission. After the glasses man finished, Su Lin clearly felt the atmosphere in the study relaxed a lot. Earlier there had been a subtle sense of oppression among everyone, and the bald uncle had showed signs of urgency. But now, with the glasses man's analysis, everyone felt a glimmer of hope. Yes, the difficulty of this mission isn't high. Outside, the blizzard raged, but inside the castle, it felt very safe. The food supply is sparse, but holding out for a few days should be enough. At worst, they could just eat once a day. Thinking like this, if they could push through for 3 to 5 days, perhaps they could safely get through this mission world. Phew, that's great. It seems this mission isn't too difficult, and we have you to guide us through. One of the 2 girls spoke up, her tone filled with relief, and her spirit had relaxed a lot compared to how she was at the start. There was even a hint of admiration in her glance at the glasses man. Others chimed in, as if this time's mission world was already within their grasp. However, Su Lin could not agree with their optimism at all. The glasses man's analysis was good, but this guy only mentioned the good points. It seemed he intentionally overlooked some other important aspects. The first is the warning information in the newspaper. Yes, the newspaper only mentioned a warning: the blizzard had not yet arrived. But the situation Su Lin and the others faced was that they were already stuck in the castle by the blizzard. Just based on this, most of what the glasses man said afterwards is no longer valid. Chapter 9, Win. Big win. Huge win. This guy has a lot of bad ideas. Su Lin glanced at the glasses man a few times, and decided to keep his distance from this guy in the future. The atmosphere in the study was very relaxed at the moment. After dropping their guard, everyone even started to talk about the situation in the real world. Almost all the conversation was dominated by the glasses man. Su Lin was too lazy to watch the performance of the other. After confirming that there was nothing left to discuss in the study, he prepared to leave. Hey, where are you going? The young man's voice came. To the restaurant. Su Lin replied without turning his head. Hearing this, the glasses man immediately spoke up. Well, there's still a lot of food in the restaurant. To get through the next few days, we better not waste any. So, everyone followed closely behind Su Lin, heading toward the restaurant on the first floor. Everyone looked pretty anxious. One by one, their steps were quick. Su Lin, the first to leave the study, was quickly left behind. Irritated, Su Lin shot a glance at the glasses man who was now leading the group. During the exploration of the castle, Su Lin had noted that the other was always subtly sizing him up. It was their first meeting, having only known each other for a few hours at most. The reason the glasses man was so focused on him, Su Lin guessed, was probably to see if he had been poisoned or if something was wrong with him. In the restaurant, the glasses man had already claimed the food was fine, but didn't seem to want to eat after saying that. Su Lin felt that the other was just pushing more people to pick up their forks, making it easier for him to observe further. After all, you only have one life, so you have to be careful. Now that so much time had passed without Su Lin showing any unusual signs, perhaps the food really was okay. Given the situation in the castle, food would become more and more important in the coming days. So of course, it was time to eat a little more. In other words, Su Lin was being treated like a test subject. In the state he was in when he first entered the game, even if he knew the food was a problem, he would probably still feast. It was inevitable to be treated like a test subject. But the way that guy acted so blatantly made Su Lin really annoyed. The group quickly returned to the restaurant where they first started. The food on the table remained the same. After a while, Su Lin felt that his body had recovered a lot. Once he entered the game world and unlocked the so-called player attributes, Su Lin felt as if his constitution had greatly improved. As soon as Su Lin sat down, an inappropriate voice came from across the table. "Hey, young man, you've already eaten before. Eating again now isn't really appropriate, right? For everyone's sake, you should stop a bit." Su Lin was seated opposite two girls, while the young man was at the end, facing an older man. It was the bald uncle who told Su Lin to stop. After the uncle spoke, everyone else turned their gaze to Su Lin. Before Su Lin could respond, the young man beside him spoke up for him. "Uncle Li, no, that's not necessary. Didn't Feng say that the food in the castle should be enough?" It seemed everyone had already introduced themselves while in the study. Su Lin didn't take part in that obviously guided topic and didn't pay attention to their conversation content. He mentally called them by their characteristics. Bang! The uncle slammed the table hard, startling the girl sitting opposite Su Lin. "The food is just barely enough. And if we're unlucky and really have to stay for 5 days, then it will be even less. In this situation, just barely getting by is good enough. There's no need for everyone to be full. And some people eat so much. A person has to eat enough for 3 people. If he doesn't exercise a little restraint, how can everyone survive and clear the level? The young have strong bodies, not eating for a few meals is not a big deal. This is also contributing to the team, isn't it?" Su Lin originally didn't want to pay attention to the other person. But the uncle became more and more animated, directly placing the blame on Su Lin, and before he knew it, he was under attack. On top of that, being treated like a landmine by the glasses guy made Su Lin upset. So, Su Lin also stopped being silent and directly fired back. "Some old folks have little time left, still barking like dogs. In my opinion, it's better to use some of that remaining energy to contribute to the team. Don't eat so much, anyway, it's a waste of food." Bang! The uncle slammed the table again, glaring fiercely at Su Lin. "What did you say, you brat? Say that again. What's wrong with the old man? You." The uncle suddenly stood up from his seat, seeming ready to confront Su Lin. Seeing this, the young man opposite quickly got up to pull him back. "Uncle Li, don't, we're all teammates, calm down." While holding the uncle, the young man also looked at Su Lin. "Stop talking, we all need to get through this instance together, right? The stuff on this table is enough for each of us to fill our stomachs." While the commotion continued, Su Lin's hands did not stop at all. The cookies and bread on the table rapidly decreased, and the huge turkey in the center was also being evenly distributed among everyone. If they only eat once, then the food on the table is indeed enough. But Su Lin and the others didn't know how long they would stay here. Even if they can't finish eating this time, the extra can be stored. Su Lin had already tried, this food can be stored in the player's backpack. Moreover, perhaps it's all in the food category, bread, vegetables, and turkey can all fit into one backpack slot. Just as the bald uncle stood up angrily, preparing to hit Su Lin. The food on the table had already decreased by 2/3. Most of it was not eaten but instead taken by Su Lin and a few others to store in their backpacks. Every second, the food on the table kept decreasing. Noise? Noise counts as time. You guys. Seeing the situation on the table, the uncle was incredibly angry. But he also knew he could not continue to waste time. Ignoring the young man holding him, the uncle began sweeping the food off the table. "Leave some for me. You all took so much already." The situation changed too quickly. The young man still appeared a bit dazed, standing there in confusion. Seeing him like this, Su Lin reminded him. Hey, if you don't make a move soon, you won't get anything at all. Ah. In just a few minutes, line end. The food on the table was completely gone, even the bowls used for soup were clean. You guys. The uncle was now extremely angry. Due to arguing with Su Lin earlier, he and the young man got the least amount of food. On the table, the two of them together had taken less than 1/10. Meanwhile, Su Lin seemed quite happy. He and the glasses guy took the most, but the two girls didn't lag far behind. During the food grab, Su Lin noticed the speed and strength of the two girls didn't seem to fall short of himself and the glasses guy. Of course, this could also be because everyone was quite restrained. But at the start of entering the instance, Su Lin had already eaten once. So overall, it was undeniable that Su Lin took the most. Plus, the bald uncle took the least. Win big. Chapter 10. We are teammates, we should get along. What are you laughing at? Perhaps provoked by Su Lin's smile. The uncle glared fiercely at Su Lin. Su Lin couldn't be bothered to respond, he had no intention of answering. But seeing Su Lin's indifferent attitude only made the uncle angrier, and he stood up from his seat again. The young man quickly got up, seeming to want to mediate again. Two girls were silent, and the bespectacled man also said nothing, showing no intention of getting involved. Su Lin twisted her neck and stood up directly. Just now, she held back because she wanted to eat, food was the priority, and Su Lin did not make a move. But now it was different. Since the other party was intent on causing trouble, let's see how it goes. This uncle looked to be at least in his 50s, and Su Lin did not think she would lose to him at all. Moreover, as she prepared to act, Su Lin used the points she earned from the last dungeon. In the last dungeon, Su Lin gained a bit of freedom attribute points, which could be added to any player attribute. Su Lin originally planned to save them for when she needed them, to enhance a certain ability based on the situation. But now, it was definitely going to be added to strength. Su Lin must show the other party her fist the size of a sandbag. Uncle Lee, calm down, we are all companions, you guys don't, hey? The young man was trying to persuade the uncle until he felt someone pat his shoulder and realized Su Lin had already come up behind him. You guys? Just watch on the side. Before the young man could finish speaking, Su Lin directly pushed him aside. At the same time Su Lin pushed the young man away, a fierce glint flashed in the bald uncle's eyes. In the next second, this guy took out a sharp knife and lunged it towards Su Lin. Su Lin indeed wanted to beat him up, but only just a beating. Su Lin was quite annoyed with this uncle, clearly, she had not provoked him, yet he insisted on putting the blame on her. However, from beginning to end, Su Lin never thought of taking someone's life. The uncle's thoughts were clearly different from Su Lin's. This guy had his eyes set on the opportunity, aiming to take Su Lin's life. The knife was aimed at Su Lin's heart, showing no intention of giving her any chance at all. In this situation, it was hard for Su Lin to dodge. Even if she avoided the vital points, getting hurt in the dungeon world would make it hard to hold on. At the critical moment, Su Lin took out the butcher's axe from her backpack. Ah! With a loud bang. The 3-meter-long bloody giant axe appeared out of nowhere and came crashing down on the bald uncle's head. The uncle let out a scream, followed by the sound of bones shattering and flesh being crushed. A large amount of warm, moist liquid flew toward Su Lin, splattering her halfway. This feeling was like stepping on a box of milk and exploding it right in front of you. Ah! Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength +1. Ding! Today's limit has been reached. The piercing scream and the system's notification sound came simultaneously. Words about attribute enhancement also appeared in front of Su Lin's eyes. But at that moment, there was no time to think about that. Su Lin glanced at the ground. It seems to have turned into a puddle, can't save him anymore, right? Cough, uncle, does it hurt? I really didn't mean it, do you believe me? Uncle? Su Lin had imagined this situation during her first dungeon experience. But seeing someone die in front of her was still quite powerful. Especially since she was the one who acted. Su Lin originally thought she would be quite unadapted or something like that. But the real situation was that Su Lin quickly accepted it, her emotions fluctuated quite a bit, but she did not lose her sense. Perhaps after crossing over and entering this dungeon world again, plus nearly starving to death before, she had walked through the gates of death once, Su Lin's psychological endurance was terrifyingly strong now. Moreover, it was the other party who first intended to kill and even acted on it. After truly resolving the uncle, Su Lin had little burden in her heart. This axe definitely needs to be cleaned properly. Su Lin bent down to pick up the giant axe from the ground. Before, she couldn't use this axe because her attributes weren't enough. Having just taken down the uncle, the scene was a bit bloody, which seemed to scare the people around. This also made Su Lin's system activate again. Her strength increased once more. It reached 8 o'clock, meeting the equipment requirement for the axe. However, the 3-meter giant axe is simply too difficult for an ordinary person to use. Even if one could easily lift it, swinging it would surely be quite uncomfortable. Although it was now possible to use this equipment, Su Lin did not try much. After lifting the giant axe, he stored it back in the player's backpack. Immediately, Su Lin turned to look at the others. The young man stood there in a daze, some unknown liquid splattered on him. It seemed he was completely shocked, standing frozen in place, not even blinking. The other 3 had gathered together, retreating to the wall a distance away. It was likely that if there were no wall behind them, they would continue to back away. Su Lin placed a hand on the young man's shoulder. The young man's entire body trembled violently, looking at Su Lin in terror. "BB brother, please, don't kill me." "Ahem, what nonsense are you talking? We are teammates, how could I harm you?" As he spoke, Su Lin also looked at the other 3. "Just now, some bad guys tried to harm our team member, so I had to fight back. Thankfully, no one was hurt. This is truly a fortunate outcome, right? Young man." The bespectacled man's face showed a smile that was more painful than crying. "Why yes, thank you for your timely action, or else someone could have been hurt." Seeing the other's deathly pale face, Su Lin suddenly felt the bespectacled man looked a bit more pleasant. "Alright, let's not waste time. We should divide the remaining food." "Huh? Isn't there still a lot of fruits and vegetables in the next room? Let's all take a share to prevent them from going bad in the next few days." Su Lin had just shown a bit of ability. At this moment, no one dared to voice any objections. In the silent atmosphere, everyone went together to the pantry next to the dining room. This place stored many fruits and vegetables, all with a short shelf life. But food stored in the player's backpack seemed to keep its state no matter how long it was there. So the best choice was to put all these things into the player's backpack. Under the pressure of the previous scene, once in the pantry, no one dared to make the first move. Su Lin was also unceremonious, actively dividing all the food into 6 portions. After dividing, Su Lin looked at the people behind him. "I'll take 2 portions, is that okay?" "And no problem." The one responding to Su Lin was the bespectacled man. At this moment, the bespectacled man looked quite surprised. Because he originally thought that after showing his strength, Su Lin would take most or even all of the food for himself. But Su Lin did not. Not only did he not, but the differences between the 6 portions were very small. Su Lin's 2 portions looked slightly more, but just a little, and there were no weighing tools, so this small error was completely acceptable. Even the 2 girls received equal amounts of food from Su Lin. Doesn't he want to stand against everyone? The bespectacled man guessed in his heart while forcing himself to smile and accepting the food Su Lin had divided. Chapter 11, next is analysis time. After dividing the items in the pantry, Su Lin looked at the young man beside him. "Let's go." "Huh? Where to? Don't you feel uncomfortable all over? Go wash up." Oh. The kitchen in the castle had a small sink, and the faucet there could produce water. Everyone had tried it during earlier explorations. Of course, with the heavy snow outside, everyone didn't need to worry about a lack of water. If water was really short, just bring in some snow to melt. Su Lin and the young man left the pantry together. The 3 behind them remained silent and did not follow. Su Lin didn't mind about it. As they passed through the hall, Su Lin paused for a moment, glancing at the portrait hanging on the stairs. Compared to the initial time, the colors of the portrait seemed much faded. Noticing Su Lin slowing down, the young man asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "It's nothing, let's go." The 2 went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet to wash up. The wardrobes in the castle were all empty. There were no clothes to change into on site. Su Lin could only wash up and wear what he had. "Big brother, are we going to meet up with them now?" After washing up, the young man stood respectfully beside Su Lin, asking about the next plan. "How long have we been inside?" "Huh? Didn't you all check the time before? How long have we been here?" Hearing Su Lin's question, the young man took out a phone from his pocket. Earlier, when exploring the castle, everyone had checked the time using their watches or phones. The time in the copy world may not align with reality. But by checking the time, at least they could know how long they had been here. Almost 7 hours. "It's getting late, we should probably cozy up in the room." "Huh?" The youth looked blank, not understanding what Su Lin meant. Su Lin didn't care much and turned to leave. "Big brother, wait for me." The 3 bespectacled men didn't follow, and seeing Su Lin leave alone, the young man suddenly felt the kitchen turning terrifying, quickly following Su Lin. Passing by a storage room, Su Lin pushed open the door to the innermost room and walked in. When the young man entered, Su Lin was already sitting on the bed. Big brother? Are we just staying here? Not going to look for them? Why would we go look for them? Huh? Aren't we all teammates? Plus, it would be safer together. Do you really think it's safe with that guy? You'd probably get sold out while helping him count money. Seeing the young man's naive expression, Su Lin helplessly shook his head. Fine, come here, let me analyze it for you. At Su Lin's invitation, the young man sat down on the floor beside him. As for why not sit on the bed, Su Lin guessed he had a bit of a psychological shadow from earlier events. In this copy, food isn't really the problem. No matter what, there should be enough to eat. Huh? Those things wouldn't last more than 5 days at most? The newspaper did say the heavy snow might last up to 5 days, and I think that information is quite credible, but the issue is, the newspaper wrote it as a warning. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man sitting across from Su Lin was stunned. Even if the newspaper was printed and distributed the same day, the longest time should be less 1 day. The firewood piled up in the kitchen is very little, if not used for cooking, just to supply the fireplace. I reckon it would last at most 2 or 3 days. If we can infer the duration of the snowstorm from the food quantity, then why can't we do the same with firewood? To take a step back, even if there's not enough food, a normal person wouldn't die after a few days without food. As long as there's water, they could hold on for a week. Outside the castle is all snow, so there's definitely no lack of water here. In short, it is completely unreasonable to infer the duration of the copy based on the remaining food. After Su Lin finished speaking, the young man was completely stunned, as if he hadn't thought of any of this before and was merely following the bespectacled man's words. Now, thinking carefully, indeed, the flaws in what the bespectacled man said were too many to stand up to scrutiny. The young man pondered for a moment and then asked, "So how long will the snowstorm last? 2 or 3 days?" Hearing the young man's question, Su Lin revealed a faint smile. "You're inferring that from the amount of firewood in the kitchen, right?" The young man nodded slightly. The remaining firewood in the kitchen indeed isn't much. If it continuously supplies the fireplace, 2 or 3 days should be the limit, but there are many things inside this castle that can be burned. Huh? There are so many books in the study, which can't be read, but can surely be burned, right? So much wooden furniture, even if all dismantled, who knows how long it can be burned. So this. I suspect the duration of the copy will be quite short. 2 days? It might even end in 1 day. The young man stared blankly at Su Lin. Clearly, he had no idea why such a conclusion was reached. If that's the case, then this mission is just too simple, right? Simple? The big stuff is still coming. Don't you remember what the newspaper said about the headless snow monster? When they summarized the information in the study earlier. The bespectacled man deliberately left out the second matter. Su Lin didn't know if these people did it intentionally or really didn't notice, but when the bespectacled man didn't mention it, they acted as if they hadn't seen it at all. From the young man's expression, it seemed he completely forgot about it. Headless snow monster. Why are you so surprised? If I said there's a headless ghost in this castle, wouldn't you be scared silly? No way? Is your tolerance that low? Bro, this is my first time entering a mission world. Then you were so brave before? I was just fearless because I didn't know, bro. What's that headless ghost you're talking about? When we passed through the hall earlier, the portrait on the stairs grew fainter, and each time it became lighter than before. I guess once the portrait disappears completely, whatever is in it will come looking for us. Isn't that how they usually portray it in movies? After Su Lin finished, the young man's face turned incredibly pale. Seeing him like this, Su Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Are you that scared? Bro, when a supernatural creature appears in a newbie mission, that basically means total wipeout. Hearing this, Su Lin frowned. Is it really that exaggerated? Didn't we say earlier that the mission world would definitely leave a way out? That's true, but mission types involving ghosts are usually the hardest. While the two were talking, the room's temperature kept dropping. As time passed, Su Lin felt increasingly cold. And the clothes he wore were all wet, making the cold feel even worse. Earlier, when they explored the castle, the fire in the fireplace was burning very fiercely. But so much time had passed. If no new fuel was added, it was only a matter of time before the fire went out. Chapter 12, Information from the Mission World. Bro, do you feel like it's getting colder? It's probably because the fireplace outside doesn't have enough fuel. Then should we go add some? Su Lin thought for a moment, then shook his head. If we don't go, the fire in the fireplace will eventually go out, and it'll be even colder then. Don't worry, someone is more anxious than we are. With that, Su Lin simply lay down on the bed. Even though he was completely soaked. Lying on the soft bed still made Su Lin feel quite cozy. When on the deserted island, he could only sleep on a pile of rocks, feeling pain all over his body. At first, he couldn't sleep at all, but later he was so tired that he passed out. The deserted island was truly torturous, to the point that even knowing the mission world was dangerous, Su Lin entered without hesitation. The young man sat awkwardly on the floor, moving around restlessly, as if he was uncomfortable all over. With this guy making noise, Su Lin couldn't help but speak up. "Can you please be a little quieter? Can't you take this time to rest? Bro, I can't sit still. What you just said, if this mission really has supernatural types of monsters, then it'll be very dangerous. If we stay in the room, aren't we just waiting to die? That's why we need to split up. When the mission creatures chase them, we can rest well, right? But what if the things in the mission come looking for us? Don't know, just rely on luck." After Su Lin said this, he noticed the young man suddenly fell silent. Turning his head to glance at the young man, Su Lin found him sitting there dumbfounded, mouth agape. Seeing this, Su Lin lightly coughed. "Cough, just kidding with you, survival can't be purely based on luck. Don't worry, I have a plan." Su Lin finished. The young man had a face full of disbelief. But the psychological shadow left by Su Lin in the restaurant was quite significant, so the young man didn't directly rebut him. Su Lin shrugged and didn't feel the need to explain anything. After thinking for a moment, Su Lin brought up a new topic. "Anyway, since we are just sitting here, tell me about this copy world." "Huh? I see that you all seem to know this place very well. You said it was your first time entering a copy, but why do I feel like it doesn't seem that way?" "Brother, there are guides online, and the official site has all sorts of information sharing." Upon hearing this, Su Lin immediately sat up from the bed. The young man was startled by Su Lin and cautiously asked, "Brother, what's wrong? Is the copy world known to many people?" "Yeah, it wouldn't be an overstatement to say it's widely known." Upon receiving the young man's answer, Su Lin couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. Because this copy world seemed different from Su Lin's initial imagination. Su Lin originally thought this thing circulated only among a few struggling survivors. Furthermore, since it is universally known, it shows that this world has already gotten used to the existence of the copy world. When Su Lin suddenly appeared on the deserted island, he guessed that he had crossed over. And now, he could finally be 100% sure of this matter. "Brother, look, I specifically downloaded a beginner's guide, and there's an official survival guide." While Su Lin was thinking, the young man was not idle. This guy took out his phone and then pulled out a bunch of documents. According to the young man, all of these were downloaded from the internet. Some of them were official information released to help newcomers survive various copies as much as possible and improve their survival rates. So far, everything Su Lin knew about the copy world was based on his own experiences, mostly guesses and speculations. And now, Su Lin finally could truly understand a small part of this place. Su Lin took the phone from the young man and started checking it carefully. First of all, the most important point, the copy world is extremely dangerous, and players who enter it can only struggle to survive. Just as Su Lin had guessed, the copy world is not a pleasant place for people to come and play. There are many types of copies, but no matter what kind, they are all extremely dangerous. Harsh environments that are hard to imagine, various terrifying monsters, and supernatural entities that only exist in stories. This is a place where one could easily lose their life if not careful. Even the lowest difficulty beginner's copy has a survival rate of less than half. Seeing this, Su Lin couldn't help but remember the butcher factory he experienced earlier. Speaking of which, I could say that everyone survived in my last copy, right? Those who cleared the level should give me some respect. Su Lin silently sighed in his heart and continued browsing. The more copies a player experiences, the higher the difficulty of future copies will become, making survival even harder. Thus, players can gain growth in different copies. Attribute points are one aspect, with power, physique, and agility being able to truly change a player's physical strength. In fact, first-time players entering the copy world will have all their attributes raised to an average value of 5 points. And a player with all attributes at 5 points would have combat power that even 2 or 3 people could not easily match. New players usually pass their first copy mostly by luck, and in this case, very few can improve their attributes. Most players entering the formal copy still have all their attributes at 5 points. Through this information, Su Lin also figured out why the uncle had dared to blow up. New players have the same attributes, whether young or old, with strength and speed both being ranks. Why should they not be able to fight? This also explains the earlier scramble for food at the table. Why can 2 girls not fall behind? Because everyone's attributes are the same. In the new instance dungeon, only those with excellent completion ratings can gain free attribute points. Players who obtain attribute points can instantly become stronger. However, the distribution of attribute points also requires attention. The most important are strength, constitution, and agility. The constitution cannot be too much lower than strength or agility. Otherwise, the body will not be able to withstand it. According to the official information, the difference between Constitution and any other attribute should ideally be kept within 5 points. Of course, most players don't have such worries. Those who can obtain free attribute points to grow are high-level players, and these people usually live longer. However, even for high-level players, even if they gain attribute points in every dungeon, they still have to be very careful in the dungeon world. No matter how much a player's attributes improve, they can never surpass the monsters in the dungeon. The information Su Lin browsed, including official advice, all urged players not to directly confront the beings in the dungeon. Being cautious, avoiding, and fleeing are the highest survival methods. From this information, Su Lin recalled the butcher from the last dungeon. If you don't consider charm and spirit, which are unrelated to direct combat power, then the butcher's strength, constitution, and agility are indeed far beyond ordinary players. If he also equips the 3-meter-long axe, Su Lin believes that no matter how many people come, the butcher can cut them all down. Su Lin has personally experienced the butcher's perspective. He knows just how terrifying the butcher's strength is. Chapter 13, next is the chase phase. Although players' attributes are no match for the monsters in the dungeon, improving attributes is still very important. Stronger strength, faster speed, and better endurance mean a higher chance of survival. Once you enter the dungeon world, you can never escape. Whether you want to or not, once real-world time runs out, you will be forcibly pulled into the dungeon world. To increase the probability of survival, you can only strive to perform better in the dungeon world. At the same time, completing the dungeon with a high rating also brings additional rewards. That's items and equipment. Various bizarre items with different effects, as well as equipment that directly enhances abilities, can greatly increase the chances of completing the dungeon. Su Lin's butcher axe is a very powerful piece of equipment. Just as Su Lin guessed. Under normal circumstances, players entering the butcher factory would never be able to obtain this equipment. Even if hundreds or thousands of players join forces, they would still not be able to defeat the butcher. Su Lin has exploited a bug. Moreover, players entering the butcher factory after Su Lin will face an even more enraged butcher. Aside from equipment, Su Lin has not yet seen any dungeon items. According to the strategy information, items may appear anywhere in the dungeon. However, there are clues. Usually, completing side quests or unlocking additional storylines can reward you with items. Bang! Ha! What's going on? Just as Su Lin was concentrating on checking the information on his phone, a loud noise came from outside. It sounded like someone was smashing the door with a large hammer. The noise scared the young man into standing up from the ground. It's almost time. Brother, what time? The monsters are coming, of course. The dungeon world can't just let us stay here peacefully, right? If that were the case, the difficulty would be too easy. The temperature in the room was clearly lower than outside. Additionally, his clothes were wet, so the young man's face already looked pale. Now, hearing that monsters are coming, the young man's face turned even whiter, and his whole body was trembling like a sieve. Seeing him like this, Su Lin spoke to comfort him. Why are you panicking? They haven't entered yet, have they? Moreover, it is useless for you to panic now. As he spoke, Su Lin concentrated and listened carefully to the sounds outside. Brother? What are you doing? Shh, listen, there's noise upstairs. Following Su Lin's reminder, the young man perked up his ears and focused. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he could vaguely hear footsteps running upstairs, and judging by the sounds, they seemed quite frantic. The young man looked at Su Lin with confusion. Brother, why are they running? The players in the castle had divided into 2 groups. Besides Su Lin and the young man, there were obviously 3 others still running around in the castle. Hearing the young man's question, Su Lin smiled. What else could they be running from but the warm welcome of the castle's owner? Su Lin was in a good mood now. He didn't mind explaining a bit more to the young man. I mentioned the portrait before, and I guess what was in it should have come to life by now. The instance won't let us be too comfortable, so the chase phase should be starting soon. Then why isn't that thing coming to chase us? If anything, we are closer on the first floor, right? Yeah, I guess most people would think that way, but the first floor has already been occupied. Su Lin pointed towards the door outside. Right now, something is hammering at the door, and I think it's most likely that snow monster. Newbie instances don't have too high a difficulty, sending 2 monsters to chase us would be too extreme. As Su Lin spoke to the young man, the banging on the door outside never stopped. Moreover, the sound grew louder and more urgent. Su Lin estimated that in a little while, whatever was outside would break in. Not only that, when a house is robbed, do you think the owner checks their own room first or the servant's room? As Su Lin said this, a look of realization appeared on the young man's face. When everyone was checking the castle, they had gotten a rough understanding of the situation here. The upstairs double room was obviously the owner's bedroom. The other two were probably the children's rooms. The two rooms on the first floor were very simple, calling them guest rooms seemed a bit forced, they looked more like servants' quarters. Thinking this way, it made sense that whatever came from the portrait would naturally go to the second floor first. Bang! Boom! Another loud bang on the door sounded. This time, there was an explosive noise from outside, making it feel as if the big door had been smashed to pieces. Woo! 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 As the door shattered, Su Lin heard the howling wind and snow outside. Of course, there was also the rapidly dropping temperature surrounding them. Hiss, brother, it's cold, so cold. The temperature in the hall should be higher, since the fireplace was outside. Moreover, Su Lin guessed that while he and the young man were in their room, the glasses-wearing man and others had probably already added more firewood. After all, the temperature on the second floor was obviously lower than on the first floor. Once the fire in the fireplace went out, those staying on the second floor would be the first to suffer. The glasses-wearing man had always acted very clever, as if he wanted to control the entire situation. After Su Lin took out his equipment and easily dealt with a teammate, it became impossible for the glasses-wearing man to stay with Su Lin, this unexpected factor. Su Lin intentionally gave him the opportunity to part ways. The owner's bedroom on the second floor was definitely worth a closer look, and the study was the only place providing useful information. So Su Lin believed that the others would steer clear of him and head upstairs, likely to settle in the study. The books in the study hadn't been fully checked, perhaps there was still some missing information in them? Now it seemed that the development of events was much like what Su Lin had thought. And soon, everyone would have to face two monsters separately. According to the young man's words and information from the guide, supernatural monsters posed far greater danger than physical ones. The snow monster, in Su Lin's mind, probably had a real form. This was also the reason Su Lin chose to stay on the first floor. As for whether the glasses-wearing man and others would return to the first floor, as long as they weren't afraid of a direct encounter with the snow monster, they were welcome to come down. Brother, what should we do now? The young man stood nervously next to Su Lin. Seeing Su Lin remain silent, he couldn't help but ask again. Just before Su Lin could answer him, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Thump, thump, thump. Each sound reverberated like a drum. Most importantly, this sound was getting closer to the room where Su Lin was. Just as the young man was about to be consumed by fear, a loud bang came from outside the bedroom door. Bang! That's right, this was the same door smashing sound as before. The difference was, the monster outside had just smashed the castle gate, and now it was smashing the door of the bedroom where the two were. Chapter 14, this teammate really means business. Brother! Brother! Hurry, come up with a way. The young man's voice had a hint of crying. Well, it was understandable, after all, no one wants to die for nothing, right? Looking at the various information and strategies saved on the young man's phone, it was clear that he had spent a lot of time preparing. He was trying hard to survive. Not just here for a round trip in the dungeon world. Considering that the young man had been very well behaved and was quite helpful to him, Su Lin thought for a moment and decided to comfort him. Don't panic, what's there to panic about? If that thing outside comes in, we both die together. At least we have company on the road to the underworld, right? Thinking about it, you're way better off than that uncle, even if he ends up down there, he's just a puddle. Young man. Thanks for the comfort, great comfort, but maybe next time, don't comfort teammates. Don't worry, the dungeon is already in the final stage, with some effort, it's still possible for us to make it through. The appearance of the monster meant they had officially entered the chase phase. New players had no ability to resist against dungeon monsters. The dungeon world wouldn't create a definite death situation, even if it was dangerous, there was always a glimmer of hope. Therefore, this dungeon was already nearing its end. This is what Su Lin inferred based on the information on his phone. Actually, according to Su Lin's original idea, those staying on the first floor would at least survive half of them. Because the first floor had two rooms, with a good distance in between. The snow monster could only go to one side at a time. As long as luck was on their side, they could remain stable until everyone on the other side was annihilated. As the dungeon neared its climax, perhaps they could evade the snow monster entirely and pass through without danger. However, Su Lin wanted to gather information from others in the dungeon world, and since he found this young man somewhat likable, he ultimately chose the riskier path. Bang! 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 The sound of pounding on the door grew more intense. Su Lin and the young man had piled everything in the room against the doorway, using all possible means to delay the inevitable. However, regrettably, the door was still being slowly smashed open. Through the crack in the door, Su Lin saw a huge white monster standing outside. Just looking at its shape, it resembled a gorilla somewhat, but it was much larger and completely snow-white. Su Lin estimated that the creature outside was at least 1.5 times the size of an adult gorilla. Most importantly, that thing had no head. From the neck up, it was entirely empty, which was terrifying just to look at. If it were in the snow, its pure white body could almost make it invisible. In a blizzard, this thing's threat would multiply. Su Lin finally understood why crossing through the snowstorm was a dead end for ordinary people. Even with gear to cross snowy mountains and cold weather clothing to withstand the snowstorm, ordinary people cannot fight against such a monster. Of course, the dungeon world does not present a path that guarantees death. For ordinary people, it is a dead end, but as long as one is not ordinary, it should be fine, right? Bang! The wooden door has held out long enough. After yet another violent impact, the fragile wooden door was finally completely destroyed. Roar! Seeing the two people in the room, the snow monster let out a deafening roar. The young man was almost stunned by the sound. In contrast, Su Lin stared in amazement at the monster not far away. This thing doesn't even have a head. It's one thing to see us, but how does it make a sound? Brother. Can we not worry about that now? What do we do? The young man was really about to cry. Fear and anxiety filled his heart, and he had no idea where the way to survive was. However, Su Lin still wanted to praise the other person. Even in such a situation, the young man did not do anything foolish. He was panicked, but he wasn't so scared that he lost his wits and became confused. Su Lin thought for a moment, then voluntarily distanced himself from the young man. We have two people, next, we'll see who is unlucky. Hearing Su Lin's words, the young man understood what to do next. After swallowing, the young man also moved to the other side of the room. Now Su Lin was on the left, and the young man was on the right, with the entire distance of the room in between. Just after the two completely parted, the last piece of furniture blocking the door was also completely destroyed. Roar! The snow monster that rushed into the room charged straight at Su Lin. Damn it! Su Lin cursed quietly, then immediately took out his axe from his player backpack. Butcher's axe. Thanks to good teammates, Su Lin could now use this equipment. Grasping the 3-meter-long giant axe with both hands, Su Lin swung it directly at the oncoming snow monster. Roar! The snow monster roared, did not dodge, and charged straight ahead. Clang! The axe struck the body of the snow monster, surprisingly making a sound like metal clashing. The impact made Su Lin's arms feel numb. But the snow monster also seemed to have sustained considerable damage. The big guy staggered back 2 steps from Su Lin's strike, its steps somewhat shaky. At this sight, Su Lin's eyes lit up. It seems there's a chance? From the outcome of the clash, taking advantage of his weapon, Su Lin had a little bit of power to resist. If he worked hard to evade, escaping from the snow monster was not impossible. Roar! A low growl emanated from the snow monster's body. After taking a solid hit from the axe, the creature did not charge again. Instead, it began to circle slowly around Su Lin. It created a sense of pressure for Su Lin while also blocking any escape routes from the room. Even the windows outside and the door of the room were completely blocked by the snow monster behind it. Seeing this situation, Su Lin frowned slightly. This guy doesn't even have a head, yet it can think? This big snow monster not only has terrifying strength, but it also seems capable of thinking. Su Lin covertly glanced at the wooden wall behind him. He pondered the possibility of chopping through the wall to escape outside the castle. This castle was very strange, entirely made of some kind of wood. Yet the strength of the castle itself was beyond imagination. Not only could it stand firm in the blizzard, but the seemingly fragile wooden door could also keep the big snow monster at bay for a long time. Su Lin estimated that the possibility of him being able to chop through the wall was very low. Moreover, once he turned to chop the wall, the snow monster would definitely charge at him immediately, and then Su Lin would have no chance to react. Roar! The snow monster continued to low growl while constantly searching for an opportunity to compress Su Lin's space for movement. The 3-meter-long giant axe should have been a lethal weapon. But once the space was compressed, Su Lin would not be able to fully wield the axe's power. Though Su Lin could keep swinging the axe to prevent the snow monster from getting closer. If this continued, Su Lin's stamina would soon be completely exhausted. Just when the situation became increasingly dangerous, a furious shout suddenly came from behind the snow monster. Brother! I'm here to help you. Accompanying the shout was a piece of firewood burning brightly in flames. The youth used the burning firewood as a throwing weapon, directly smashing it towards the snow monster. The big snow monster's attention was completely on Su Lin. It seemed unthinkable that the little bug that had run away earlier would actually dare to attack from behind. Chapter 15 Boss of the Instance? It's just this. Ow. The youth's attack was extremely effective. When the flaming firewood struck the snow monster's back, the big guy let out a howl that sounded pitiful. Though the attack appeared quite effective, It also made the big snow monster instantly change its target of hatred. This big guy no longer paid attention to Su Lin and immediately turned to charge at the youth in the back. This guy really has guts. Su Lin truly did not expect that the youth who fled during the chaos would actually dare to turn back. Besides admiring the other's bravery, Su Lin also felt a small sense of emotion. They had not known each other for long, and Su Lin had previously left a significant psychological shadow on the youth. But at this moment, the youth was willing to risk his life to come back and help, which was truly remarkable. Although there might also be a sense of shared honor and shared loss involved. The monsters on the second floor were probably of a more eerie type and more terrifying. Once Su Lin could not hold on, the youth would have to face the headless snow monster alone. But even so, Su Lin would not deny that the other person had taken great risks to come back and help. Furthermore, Su Lin thought that the youth probably hadn't overthought this. Su Lin tightened his grip on the giant axe. As the big snow monster turned around, he charged directly after it. While swinging his axe to strike the monster, Su Lin did not forget to remind the youth, who was frozen in place with fear. This guy is afraid of fire, go get more burning firewood from the fireplace. Okay. With Su Lin getting closer to the snow monster, and the doorway of the room in disarray from the snow monster's rampage. Before the snow monster could cross the door and grab the youth, Su Lin struck the big guy's back with a swing of his axe first. With a sizzling sound, the giant axe slashed through, leaving a noticeable wound on the snow monster's back. Ow. Ow ow. Previously, the snow monster had blocked Su Lin's axe with its arm. Su Lin had thought this big guy was made of iron and had thick skin. But now it was clear that this was not the case. This guy's back is quite weak. Su Lin understood this in his heart and did not hesitate in his movements, swinging the axe again for a second attack. Roar! The snow monster roared and turned around, swinging its large hand. Clang! Just like at the beginning. The big guy blocked Su Lin's attack. Not only that, but it also grabbed Su Lin's axe in the process. At this moment, Su Lin felt how strong the snow monster's power truly was. Su Lin's current strength attribute had already been raised to 8 points, which was considered superhuman according to the provided information in the strategy guide. But 8 points of strength seemed completely inadequate before the snow monster. Su Lin felt like his axe would be forcibly snatched away by the snow monster any second. This guy must have 10 points of strength? It feels like it's a bit lower than the butcher. Su Lin compared this with his past experiences. He then opened the player's backpack and quickly withdrew the giant axe. Players can access their own gear and items at any time, and if utilized, this feature can play a crucial role in many key moments. Just like how Su Lin had turned the tables on the uncle, and now again. Roar! The snow monster's voice carried a hint of obvious confusion. Due to excessive force, the big guy was unable to stop himself and fell backward. Su Lin thought quickly, and the butcher's axe appeared once again in his hand. Without saying a word, Su Lin raised the axe and slashed forward. Damn thing! Look at the axe! The situation flipped in an instant, as Su Lin ruthlessly swung his axe multiple times. Ah! After being hit repeatedly, the snow monster's body was covered in numerous bleeding wounds. As the attacks landed, the butcher's axe continued to unleash its effects. This excellent piece of equipment could rip open the target's wounds, causing ongoing damage. At the same time, the butcher's axe could instill fear in the target during its attack. In previous years, this time was when the snow monster feasted. This big guy would watch the ants flee in terror before him, enjoying the hunt while feasting himself. But this time was different. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. The prey, which was originally thought to be harmless, not only had a terrifying weapon but also truly made this giant feel the fear of death. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, today's limit reached, current attributes unchanged. Hearing the voice from the system and the words appearing before his eyes, Su Lin couldn't help but smile. Are you afraid? Su Lin's perception of fear was now incredibly sharp. He could almost see fear with his naked eyes. Su Lin could sense that the snow monster before him was indeed a bit flustered and scared. However, this time the true source of fear came from above. It seemed something very interesting was happening on the second floor. So strong was the scent of fear that even from this distance, Su Lin could smell it. Roar! The snow monster had already started to back off. Now, seeing Su Lin smiling and holding an axe, it dared not linger any longer. After howling, the snow monster turned and ran. Hey! You, don't come over. A voice from the front belonged to a young man. At the same time, Su Lin heard the sound of something being thrown. The young man who went to the fireplace returned, and it looked like he brought back a lot of weapons. Roar! Given the headless snow monster's previous performance, Su Lin guessed this big guy was afraid of fire. But at this moment, the giant effortlessly swatted away the burning wood coming at it. Moreover, its speed did not slow down at all. Seeing this, Su Lin quickly followed. Thus, the scene turned into a race, with the young man up front charging ahead. The snow monster appeared to be trailing behind the young man, but in reality, it was also fleeing. Su Lin had a smile on his face, carrying the 3-meter-long giant axe, covered in red stains, behind him. The wooden corridor was actually not long. But at this moment, it created a sense of competition between the three of them, 2 people and 1 monster. Arriving in the hall on the first floor, the young man rushed toward the fireplace, seemingly trying to grab more ammunition. The snow monster didn't even glance at the young man and ran straight for the door. Oh right, this big guy has no head, and probably can't even manage to look. Don't run! Su Lin's voice came from behind. Although it was unclear if the snow monster could understand, its footsteps didn't stop at all. Ha! Just as the snow monster crossed the threshold, Su Lin simply threw the axe as a projectile. Whoosh! 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 The giant axe spun through the air, making a sound as it tore through the wind, heading straight for the snow monster. Due to the numerous wounds and continuous bleeding, the snow monster's condition was already quite poor. By the time the giant realized something was off, it was already a bit too late. With a thud, the giant axe struck the snow monster, its sharp blade embedding itself in the creature's body. Ah! A piercing wail rang out. The giant fell directly to the ground. Seeing this scene, the young man standing by the fireplace was completely stunned. What? He had left earlier and did not witness the battle between Su Lin and the snow monster. When the snow monster turned around, he thought it was enraged and chasing him, never considering that it was preparing to flee. Seeing Su Lin take down this big guy directly, there were full of question marks in everyone's minds. It was at this moment that the young man noticed the many wounds on the snow monster's body. Wait, didn't they say that players can only run for their lives in front of dungeon monsters? Chapter 16, The Dungeon is My Home, Is It Too Much to Take Something? The snow monster's life force was extraordinary. Ordinary creatures being repeatedly struck by the butcher's axe would be cut into pieces, even if your defense was high. But this headless snow monster, even after being struck by Su Lin's full power, only had deep wounds left on its body. Now, when smashed by the axe, the blade completely sank into its body, yet the snow monster did not die, it was instead wailing on the ground. After throwing the axe, Su Lin continued running towards the snow monster's position. When he was close enough, Su Lin gripped the axe handle and once again stored this piece of equipment into his player backpack. Without the axe to plug the wound, the big hole in the snow monster's body began to spurt blood profusely. At this moment, Su Lin finally sensed that this big guy's breath was gradually weakening. Stop watching the show, quickly bring the torches. Huh? Oh, okay. While urging the young man from afar to fetch many torches from the fireplace, Su Lin took out the butcher's axe again. Ah! A voice of fear and pleading came from the snow monster's body. Su Lin couldn't understand the snow monster's words, but he could feel its emotions. This big guy was actually starting to beg for mercy from Su Lin. Su Lin looked at this so-called dungeon monster with great interest. Through personal experience, Su Lin gained a deeper understanding of the strategy he had previously seen. It seems the experts from the strategy group can also make mistakes. Who says newcomers can't resist monsters? As players continually pushed their limits in the dungeon world, some high-level players could indeed carry out slight resistance against dungeon monsters. However, according to the information provided in the guides, this situation couldn't occur in a novice dungeon. It's easy to understand that ordinary people who just arrived in this world would be too busy struggling to survive. How could they possibly resist these monsters? But now, Su Lin could use his own experience to refute this viewpoint. Brother? A voice came from behind. The young man arrived beside Su Lin holding several torches. On the young man's face, besides deep admiration for Su Lin, there was nothing but shock. What unfolded before him, he could never have imagined before arriving in the dungeon world. Even now that the headless snow monster lay on the ground, the young man still felt like he was dreaming. In this situation, having these torches didn't actually matter anymore. But Su Lin didn't waste them. Swinging the axe until the snow monster became completely silent, Su Lin threw all the torches onto this big guy's body. Not only that, Su Lin burned while swinging the axe to hack. After all, the butcher's axe was long enough. Even if the snow monster's body caught fire, it wouldn't burn Su Lin. The young man standing by witnessed Su Lin mercilessly thrashing the creature. Now, he even felt a bit of pity for this big guy. Brother, is it really necessary to continue? This thing isn't moving at all. Su Lin glanced back at the young man and found that he had unwittingly created a considerable distance from himself. It was understandable, anyone witnessing such a scene would instinctively want to distance themselves from Su Lin. Su Lin's movements didn't stop. He took the time to respond to the young man's words. It's a shame you prepared so much data and strategies, did you forget all the information on them? Monsters in the dungeon world possess all kinds of incomprehensible abilities. Coming back to life is a trivial matter for them. Some ghosts can't even be killed at all. Although those twisted beings shouldn't appear in novice dungeons if we don't chop this thing into pieces. My heart is restless. Upon hearing Su Lin say this, the young man standing behind fell silent. This guy had some insight. Seeing Su Lin so busy, he took the initiative to bring over a lot of torches for Su Lin. With the young man's help, the snow monster's body was not only chopped into pieces but was also completely set ablaze. The roaring flames seemed to swallow everything, making both Su Lin and the young man feel more at ease. Bro, what do we do next? Su Lin did not answer the young man's question right away, but instead carefully felt the movements upstairs. Although the noise upstairs was much quieter compared to the initial chaos, Su Lin could still hear faint sounds of running and the creaking of doors opening and closing. All the rooms in the castle were like the dining room. As long as the wooden doors opened and closed, they would make a sharp sound. Noticing the movement upstairs, Su Lin turned around to glance disdainfully at the empty frame on the stairs. This thing is useless. It hasn't achieved the KPI after such a long time? Huh? What did you say, bro? Nothing, right? Can I have this thing? Su Lin took out the phone he had casually stored in his backpack and waved it at the young man. The young man's face showed signs of obvious reluctance. But thinking that their survival this time depended on Su Lin, he ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. This phone was specially prepared by the young man for use in the dungeon world, containing various materials and information from different dungeon worlds. The young man didn't need to worry about his privacy being exposed. However, after leaving the dungeon, he would have to spend several nights collecting useful information again. Also, this phone was actually quite expensive. Su Lin put the phone away and led the young man to the fireplace. There was not much firewood left in the fireplace, and the flames looked like they could go out at any moment. But even so, after coming to the fireplace, Su Lin still felt warmth, and even his still wet clothes quickly dried. A lot of moisture evaporated, and both Su Lin and the young man looked like they were exhaling white steam. Bro, I'll go get some firewood. The young man was about to head to the kitchen to fetch some fuel. At that moment, a prompt from the dungeon suddenly echoed in the minds of all surviving players. Current dungeon has been completed. Players will exit in 3 seconds. We passed. The young man exclaimed in delight. However, Su Lin could not afford to think about that right now. Quick! Get all the food out. Huh? The young man felt puzzled. But his body complied very well with Su Lin's command. In 1 second, a lot of fruits and vegetables appeared in front of Su Lin, exactly what the young man had collected earlier. Only the 2 apples the young man had eaten during his rest were missing. In 2 seconds, Su Lin stretched out his hands, touching the sofa behind him and the food on the ground. In 3 seconds, the sofa in the hall and the fruits and vegetables on the ground all disappeared. Just as Su Lin felt a blackout in front of him, he recklessly pulled out a few burning logs from the fireplace. Crash! The familiar sound of ocean waves returned. Su Lin's vision quickly recovered. Looking around, Su Lin found that he was back on the deserted island again. Chapter 17, Rewards from the Dungeon. Sigh, I'm home. Looking at the familiar scenery around him, Su Lin silently sighed in his heart. Soon after, Su Lin began to check the gains from this dungeon world. Having gained experience once, Su Lin was now quite familiar with it. Congratulations player on completing the Snowstorm Castle. Completion evaluation, good excellent, you are the master of survival in the snowy mountains. Dungeon rewards, 7 days of real time. Dungeon difficulty, beginner dungeon difficulty. The current evaluation can unlock hidden rewards under the current difficulty. Hidden rewards, +1 free attribute points, +1 item/equipment draw chances. The complete heart of the snow monster, extra gain from killing the snow monster. Note, Mrs. Smith's vacation castle was burned down by a big fire, and even her little pets were brutally killed. Mrs. Smith is now extremely angry and has sworn to make those responsible pay the price. There was a lot of information to process, and Su Lin took some time to organize it. First, regarding the evaluation of the dungeon world. Su Lin fully exited, and the original evaluation was good. Su Lin estimated that as long as they could survive, they would receive such an evaluation. However, in the final stage, Su Lin managed to kill the headless snow monster that came to him. This was under the condition that the main quest was completed, and he also casually took down the dungeon boss that was originally just a backdrop. Such actions greatly improved the dungeon evaluation, directly jumping 2 levels. For new players, defeating the snow monster is practically impossible, so the increase in evaluation makes sense. Su Lin combined the various dungeon information and strategy tips he had, speculating that as long as he could severely injure the snow monster or the headless ghost, it would directly raise the evaluation by 1 level. And if he could defeat one of them, it would elevate the evaluation by 2 levels. Unfortunately, Su Lin was also very afraid of ghosts and similar things. because there were no means to fight against them. According to the information obtained from the young man's phone, as long as a player's mental attribute is high enough, they can sense or even see spiritual entities directly, and when the mental reaches a certain stage, they can fight against these spirits. In addition, there are many special items and equipment capable of fighting against spirit-type monsters. However, Su Lin had none of these conditions. In fact, defeating the snow monster was already quite a challenge. If it weren't for the bug in the first dungeon that led Su Lin to obtain the butcher's axe, even with sufficient attributes, Su Lin would have no means to combat the snow monster. After all, the monster's size is a big factor. During the fight with the snow monster, the young man's surprise attack to draw the snow monster's attention was also very important. Without that little coordination, Su Lin wouldn't have been able to severely injure the giant snow monster. To have come this far, Su Lin was already very grateful and wouldn't ask for more. There isn't much to say about the basic dungeon rewards. In fact, real time is what Su Lin needs the least. On this desolate island with nothing, Su Lin just wanted to say that anyone who wants to come, can come. Anyway, he doesn't want to stay here any longer. For this free attribute point, Su Lin chose not to save it and applied it directly to his constitution. With the information on his phone, Su Lin understood that his constitution should not fall far behind strength or agility. His strength was already quite high, not yet at a dangerous line, but what if he was suddenly raised by the system one day? It's not bad to prepare early. Moreover, improving constitution would make the player's body more resistant and better endure various abnormal states, including hunger. Su Lin brought a lot of food from the castle. If he saves it, he can last for over 10 days by himself. But this food is a non-renewable resource. On the deserted island, there is no source of food. Using a bit means less of it. To avoid the worst situation, it is also necessary to ensure his body can endure longer. Lastly, constitution also affects the player's endurance. The performance of strength and agility depends on constitution. It can be said that, regardless, constitution is one of the attributes that must be improved. After allocating the attributes, next up was the equipment and items. Su Lin didn't rush to use the randomly drawn items and equipment. Instead, he first took the snow monster's heart from his inventory. With a thought, a transparent blue ice block appeared in Su Lin's hand. The ice block was irregular, but roughly oval in shape, transparent inside, and he could vaguely see the color on the other side through the ice block. It was of considerable size, and Su Lin needed to hold it with both hands. Due to its similar appearance and the fact that it felt cold to the touch, Su Lin instinctively thought it was a block of ice. But after a careful observation, Su Lin realized it was some kind of unknown crystal, very hard, and wouldn't melt like ordinary ice. Could this thing be a heart? No matter how Su Lin looked at it, he felt that what he held had nothing to do with a heart, yet the game world made that determination. Name: complete heart of the headless snow monster. Type: material. Grade: excellent. Attribute: ice. Feature: can be used to create certain special items, can also be used to brew potions, or used as a basic ingredient. Feature 2, this item can be directly exchanged for 30 days of real-world time. Note: headless snow monsters are extremely rare, and their hearts are hard to hunt. A complete headless snow monster heart is an incredibly rare item, the value of which is immeasurable in the eyes of some. Note 2, it is filling and won't expire or rot. It can be perfectly preserved for a long time in any storage environment, making it an excellent reserve food. Su Lin. Can this thing be eaten? Looking at the item information provided by the game world, Su Lin felt speechless. Of course, having it is better than not having it. After observing it carefully, Su Lin still decided to toss it aside. On this deserted island, even the seagulls were too lazy to come by and drop droppings, so Su Lin didn't have to worry about the item being lost. The heart of the snow monster wouldn't rot and was extremely hard. So rather than letting it waste space in a player's backpack, it was better to just throw it on the deserted island. Game world: I want to draw equipment. Player chooses to draw equipment, and once confirmed it cannot be changed. Are you sure? Yes. Su Lin had already tasted the sweetness of the butcher's axe. Compared to items with bizarre effects that were uncertain, Su Lin thought that any equipment drawn should be useful. One more thing was that, according to the information provided on his phone, many items were consumable, used once and gone. In the long run, equipment was better. Su Lin put his hands together and silently prayed in his heart. In the next second, the drawing of equipment was complete, and Su Lin received another message from the game world. Equipment draw complete, player has obtained the item Hard Stone. Name: Hard Stone. Type: throwing weapon/junk. Grade: trash. Attack power: trash. Attribute: none. Feature: none. Note: this stone is really hard. Su Lin. Chapter 18, are you restocking again, bro? Damn. Su Lin stood frozen for a moment, then raised his middle finger to the sky. There was no way around it, the game world had no physical form, so Su Lin could only vent his frustration at the sky. Looking at the fist-sized stone in his hand, Su Lin knew he had probably drawn the worst reward possible. If he were in another place, this stone might have some use. But the problem was, on this deserted island, stones were the one thing in abundance. Damn it! Su Lin angrily threw the stone to the ground. With a loud bang, the stone collided with a rock on the ground. The rock on the ground instantly cracked, while the stone Su Lin threw remained unharmed. Just as the item information described, this stone was indeed very hard, but unfortunately, that was completely meaningless to Su Lin. Tisk, if I had known, I would rather have drawn equipment. Recalling how he first ended up on a deserted island and was then forcibly pulled into the game world, Su Lin now had a thorough understanding of his luck. With a sigh, he took out some items from his player backpack. First was a sofa over a meter long. This was the last thing Su Lin had casually brought from the old castle. The rocks on the deserted island made Su Lin uncomfortable all over. It seemed the bed in the old castle was too large to fit into the player's backpack, so Su Lin had to settle for a sofa. The sofa was soft, although it was a bit short for Su Lin, but lying on it was definitely better than lying directly on the ground. In addition to the sofa, there was also a sheet and a set of bedding, all of which Su Lin had pulled out from the room. Moreover, while washing himself completely in the kitchen at that time, Su Lin also grabbed 2 steaming pots, several vegetable washing basins, and some knives and cutting boards from the kitchen, all filled with water, stored in his player backpack. On the deserted island, Su Lin could hold on for a few days without food, but without water, he really couldn't last too long. And these pots and iron basins could also be used to distill seawater in desperate situations, which meant a lot to Su Lin. Compared to other players struggling to survive in the instance, Su Lin was more like someone who went shopping in the instance. Su Lin himself felt that the food, water, and daily necessities he had taken from the instance were the biggest gains from entering it. In contrast, things like the snow monster's heart and hard stones were all useless junk. After counting the gains from the instance, Su Lin lay directly on the soft sofa. Ah, so comfortable. With a sigh, Su Lin took out the phone he got from the young man. Sure enough, no signal. The young man's phone had a SIM card, but sadly, there was no signal on the deserted island, and Su Lin could not contact the outside world at all. Su Lin had suspected the situation for a long time, so he wasn't too disappointed. After trying a bit, Su Lin shifted his attention to the various materials stored on the phone. This time in the instance, aside from the food and water he got, the biggest gain was undoubtedly these materials. Even after experiencing 2 instance worlds, Su Lin still knew very little about them. Fortunately, this time he had good luck and met a kind person who gave him the phone. Young man? In the ancient castle, Su Lin had a detailed understanding of various basic information regarding the instance worlds. Now, Su Lin checked some advanced content. According to the official information provided, a rookie instance is the easiest difficulty and is meant to help players adapt to the instance world. After successfully passing 3 rookie instances, players will enter higher difficulty, more thrilling and terrifying instances. Overall, rookie instances are like the tutorial levels in games. Su Lin frowned as he looked at the information on the phone. If the tutorial is at this level, can the following difficulties even allow people to survive? Of course, for the selected players, there was no choice at all. Once the real-world time ran out, whether they wanted to or not, they would be forcibly pulled into the instance world. And for Su Lin, there was even less choice. Entering the instance world, he could at least gather some supplies. If he stayed on the deserted island, before the real-world time was up, Su Lin himself would be the first to die. After 3 rookie instances, he would face an advanced instance with soaring difficulty, and then he would enter various official instances. 3 rookie instances? If that's the case, I'll soon have to experience it. Su Lin had gone down twice in a row. Now, only the last chance for a rookie instance remained. After the snowy castle, Su Lin rare found leisure on the deserted island for a few days. These few days were mainly spent adapting to his enhanced body and mastering the use of the butcher's axe. Simply increasing strength and toughness wasn't enough. Adapting to the stronger body was also very important. In addition, Su Lin also drained the battery of the young man's phone completely, and while he couldn't say he memorized all the stored materials, he had understood quite a bit about the instance world. During the few days of rest, Su Lin was lucky enough to encounter a rain. This allowed him to fill the pot and basin that were about to run dry, avoiding the need to distill seawater. Su Lin only pulled out a few sticks of firewood from the ancient castle. In terms of fuel, it's best not to use it if you can avoid it. The weather is fine for now, but what if there is a sudden drop in temperature in a few days? On this deserted island, Su Lin must be prepared for all situations in advance. Copy world, I want to enter a new copy. Detecting that the player currently has 10 days of real-world time remaining, there is no need to enter the copy before the real time runs out. Do you want to ignore the remaining real time and directly enter the copy world? Yes. With half of his food already consumed, Su Lin chose to enter the copy world again. Compared to other players who avoid the copy world at all costs, Su Lin's frequency of entering copy worlds is simply jaw-dropping. However, this is unavoidable. During the relaxed days, Su Lin also tried to catch some sea fish. But with no equipment and no experience, each attempt was a waste of energy. If Su Lin doesn't enter the copy to gather more supplies, the grain store at home will soon be empty. Copy world loading. Copy name, Happy Apartment. Copy type, Survival. Copy difficulty, Novice copy difficulty. Copy reward, 15 days of real-world time. Copy loading. Copy mission, protect special guests until the intruder is captured, or protect special guests until the end of the copy. All players in this copy are divided into two factions, ordinary residents and special residents. Before the end of the copy, if the number of any faction falls below half, the entire faction will be judged as game failure. Special rule, all players only know their own resident identity. Special rule 2, special residents have one opportunity each day to open any locked door. Special rule 3, the landlord has no faction tendency. Copy loading completed. Chapter 19, the kind-hearted landlord who loves small animals. Copy loading completed. Player identity, ordinary resident. Current faction special rule, your room is absolutely safe at night. All faction special rule, besides special guests, intruders also harbor hostility towards residents. If no one dies that day, intruders will attack a random resident. Still a familiar feeling. Su Lin felt a darkness in front of him. Immediately, a lot of information about this copy world suddenly appeared in his mind. However, with two previous experiences, Su Lin was already quite accustomed to it. This time, though, the amount of information about the copy world far exceeded what he had experienced before, and Su Lin took a little more time to remember it. As his senses returned, Su Lin opened his eyes. Then Su Lin discovered that he was sitting on a single sofa. Around him were many people, some standing against the wall, some gathered around the dining table, and some sitting on the sofa like Su Lin. It seemed to be a living room. Before Su Lin could observe further, an ant sitting opposite him spoke first. Everyone, I'm sorry to summon you all here. Su Lin's gaze focused on the other person. Then information about the person's identity immediately appeared in his mind. Landlord, Ant Lee. Su Lin glanced around again and saw that no similar information appeared. It was clear that the landlord's identity was special, and it was revealed to everyone. People around showed different expressions, some were thoughtful, some were nervous, and some looked completely confused. But none of this affected Ant Lee. Ant Lee continued, as you all know, it's quite dangerous outside lately, they say there are wanted criminals, so this apartment will be temporarily closed for a few days. I apologize for the trouble caused. As soon as the landlord finished speaking, a young man sitting on Su Lin's right sofa spoke up. This person wore glasses and looked gentle and cultured. Perhaps influenced by the last copy. Su Lin felt a bit displeased looking at him. I wonder if the glasses guy survived from the castle? Ant Lee, you know that many of us need to go to work, and we can't just stay locked in the apartment all the time, right? Sealing off the apartment will be a headache for everyone. The landlord is clearly an important NPC in this scenario. Moreover, since this is the beginning of the story, it's a good opportunity to gather information. The young man with glasses acts as a voice for most players to collect intel. In an instant, no one stopped him, and after he spoke, everyone's attention turned to him. Ant Lee appears to be in her 50s, her demeanor friendly, and she looks like someone easy to talk to. Hearing the young man's words, Ant Lee showed a helpless expression on her face. Sigh, I know this will cause a lot of trouble for everyone, but there's nothing I can do. I can only open the apartment once the wanted criminal is caught and it's safe. I hope you all can understand. Ant Lee, we can't just stop working, and everyone needs to eat too. We can't even buy food, right? Why not open the apartment for a short period every day? That way, we can ensure safety and still take care of our own matters. From the name of this scenario, it's clear that the tasks will revolve around the so-called happy apartment. Ant Lee's initial words indicated that the apartment would be completely isolated from the outside world. But the young man with glasses seems eager to find a way out, whether to gather information or see the outside world. He just doesn't want to stay in the apartment all the time. I'm really sorry for any losses you might face. I will compensate you later by reducing the rent. Also, I have stored a lot of rice, flour, and cooking oil at home. If anyone needs it, feel free to come and ask me anytime. Ant Lee's attitude is very firm. In short, you can bring up any difficulties, and she is willing to help resolve them. But to open the apartment to the outside? Not a chance. When Su Lin heard that Ant Lee had plenty of food, his eyes lit up. What was the point of entering the dangerous scenario? Wasn't it for these supplies? After 2 unsuccessful attempts, the young man in glasses stopped pressing for the apartment to be opened and shifted to another topic. Ant Lee, how long will our apartment be closed? It would help if we had a specific time frame to understand better, wouldn't it? Well, at least a week, I suppose, but it's hard to say. Maybe the police will catch the wanted criminal tomorrow, and then everyone's life can return to normal. As Adley spoke, a smile appeared on her face, showing confidence in the local police. The young man also smiled and echoed her words. But Su Lin understood very well. Catching the wanted criminal and reopening the apartment in just one day seems absolutely impossible. Combining the various pieces of information obtained when entering the scenario, Su Lin speculated that the wanted criminal Adley mentioned might be the invader in the task. In other words, the wanted criminal was likely already in the apartment. Players probably need to identify the invader and then notify the police to end the scenario. Of course, if they are strong enough, they might take down the invader directly. In Su Lin's eyes, the week Adley casually mentioned is likely the real duration they will experience in this scenario. If the special guest isn't caught, the invader will attack random residents every day. If that's the case, this scenario is bound to claim at least 7 lives? I wonder how many players there will be. Su Lin pondered while looking around. Su Lin now has a relatively deep understanding of the scenario world. All basic information has been fully grasped. The number of players varies in each different scenario world. In addition to players, there will also be various NPCs, monsters, etc. in the scenario. Currently, in Adley's living room, including Su Lin, there are a total of 15 people. Su Lin does not think that everyone is a player. A few people's expressions are obviously different from those around them. New players who just entered the instance, even if they are newcomers, are generally quite alert. Of course, there are some with a poor mindset who appear rather flustered and nervous. In short, ordinary players and NPCs in the instance can be relatively easily distinguished. Simple observation can reveal it. Moreover, among the crowd, there is also a 6 or 7-year-old child. If someone so young has been dragged in as a player, that would be quite unfortunate. Next, Adley spoke a lot more. The main content was to advise that it is best to stay at home honestly for the next few days and not run around at night. Remember to lock the door when sleeping, and so on. While she was talking, Su Lin carefully examined the living room in front of him. The living room is not large, and the dining room is combined with the living room. Overall, it looks very tidy, well organized by Adley. What is particularly eye-catching is that there are quite a few small animals kept in the living room. On the small cabinet at the entrance, there is a large fish tank with several goldfish in it, and there are 2 small turtles on the coffee table surrounded by everyone. Next to the dining table, there is a birdcage with a parrot inside, and under the birdcage, there is a rather fat white rabbit. In addition, from Su Lin's position, he could also catch a glimpse of the kitchen. In the kitchen, there is a glass tank that seems to contain a few small lizards. Chapter 20, A happy apartment is not happy at all. Landlord Adley has many small animals at home. Not only did Su Lin notice this, other players also noticed it. Just as Adley finished saying what she wanted to say and stood up to see off her guests, a girl walking to the door seemingly casually said, "Adley, I see you seem to have many pets at home. Do you really like them?" Upon hearing this, Adley smiled. "Oh, I'm just taking care of them as instructed by my grandson. He loves these small animals very much, and every time he comes over on the weekends, he has to come and see them." When mentioning her grandson, Adley became especially happy. It's obvious that she really loves that little grandson. The matter of her grandson might also be an important piece of information that could impact this instance. However, it is not suitable to ask about it right now. Including Su Lin, the crowd was all prepared to come back and consult Adley when they had time later. After leaving Adley's house, Su Lin came to the outside hallway. This apartment looks like an old-style apartment building with years. The walls around have some peeling paint. There are only 2 households on each floor, with the doors facing each other. There is no elevator, only a staircase for going up and down. Moreover, the space in the hallway is not very spacious. Standing 3 or 4 people makes it feel a bit crowded. Everyone left one after another. Seemingly no player had the intention to talk to others. This time's instance is divided into 2 camps. From the information on the surface, it appears that the 2 camps are oppositional to each other. In the absence of clarity about each other's identities, it is quite normal for players to be full of vigilance. Landlord Adley's home is 301, and across from it is an empty room that is unoccupied. According to Adley, 302 has already been used by her as a storage room. Recalling Adley's previous words, Su Lin decided that he must go explore 302 whenever he gets the chance later. Taking out the keychain from his pocket, Su Lin walked toward the 4th floor. Previously, at Adley's house, Su Lin discovered that there were 3 keys on the keychain in his pocket, with the one in the middle labeled 401. 4th floor, an ominous floor, but Su Lin knows his luck well. Even if he is assigned to the 4th floor, he doesn't think it matters. Upon returning to 401, Su Lin noticed that the resident across the hall was also taking out their keys to prepare to open the door. Across from Su Lin lived 2 girls. One of them was taller, dressed in sportswear, and was using a key to open the door. The other one was dressed elegantly and seemed to deliberately avoid her roommate, looking around. When her eyes met Sulin's, she nodded at him. With a click, the sound of a door lock opening was heard, and Sulin pushed the door to enter the house, while the two girls across the hall also returned home and closed their door. Sulin's apartment shared many similarities with Aunt Lee's. Like Aunt Lee's, it had a combined living and dining area, with the kitchen on the left side after entering, the bathroom on the right, and deeper inside were two bedrooms. Sulin lived alone in room 401, so only one bedroom was in use, while the other seemed to be a storage room. The overall space of the house wasn't large, but it was more than enough for one person. Sulin's home was relatively tidy. Although the things on the living room table were somewhat scattered, at least there was no trash on the floor. Considering he would be living here for the next few days, or even longer, Sulin carefully checked the entire house. First were 3 keys, corresponding to the main door, the bedroom door, and the storage room door. In the kitchen, there was a small refrigerator, which contained some instant food and a few bottles of mineral water. The various kitchen utensils looked like they were hardly used, with visible dust even resting on the stovetop. The bathroom and living room had nothing worth noting. In the bedroom wardrobe, there were only a few sets of clothes that looked very cheap. The desk was cluttered with various job postings and dozens of identical resumes. After a thorough search, Sulin realized he was currently unemployed at home, with very poor financial conditions. This was quite in line with the condition of the apartment. If there were better options, who would choose to live in such an old, broken, and cramped little apartment? Happy apartment, but it doesn't seem very happy right now. After the inspection, Sulin went to the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and took out a pack of instant rice. Finding food in the fridge made Sulin happy. But the small amount of food made him quite unhappy. It's important to know that Sulin came here primarily to gather supplies. He added a bit of water to the heating pack at the kitchen faucet, then sat next to the sofa and waited. As he waited, Sulin glanced at the clock hanging above the living room. The current time was 8:15 in the evening. Aunt Lee's living room didn't have a clock, so Sulin felt like he had spent about 10 minutes there. Although the whole apartment was sealed off, Aunt Lee still seemed uneasy. When leaving Aunt Lee's, she had specifically warned everyone not to run around at night, more specifically, to avoid going out after 9. Sulin wasn't sure when nighttime in the instance world officially started. Based on Aunt Lee's information, it could temporarily be considered as starting at 9. This meant Sulin didn't have much time left for exploration. Once the rice was heated, Sulin quickly finished it off. The portion wasn't large and only contained a bit of vegetable scraps that amounted to almost 2 bites. Fortunately, the rice itself was seasoned, making it not too hard to swallow. He tossed the garbage from eating into the kitchen trash can, glanced at the time, and stepped out of the house. It was almost 8:30 now. After calculating in his mind, Sulin first headed upstairs. As he walked up the stairs, he could feel the decay of the apartment even more. Peeling paint was everywhere, some parts of the stairs even had unpleasant odors, and some houses had trash bags piled up outside that hadn't been discarded. Arriving at the 5th floor, Sulin found it was the top floor, and the stairs ended here, with no way to reach the roof. Confirming there was nothing noteworthy, Sulin quickly ran back down the stairs. The second and first floors looked just like the upper ones. When he reached the 1st floor, Sulin noticed some people gathered here. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman, and the glasses-wearing man from Aunt Lee's house was among them. The 5 also noticed Sulin coming down from upstairs. However, everyone just took a glance at Sulin. Approaching them, Sulin found these people frowning at a wall, where a door should have been, a door leading outside. Seeing the scene before him, Sulin understood what Aunt Lee meant by a closed apartment. What should have been the apartment's entrance was just a wall. And there were no windows installed in the apartment corridor. While searching the rooms, Sulin also noticed something: all the windows in the rooms were just for show and couldn't be opened at all. In other words, everyone in the apartment was essentially trapped in a completely sealed rectangular concrete box. Chapter 21, Young people have it good, they can just sleep. The space on the 1st floor was still quite large. Even though 5 people were already here, Sulin could still fit in with them. Sulin first stepped forward and knocked on the wall. It was definitely solid, and he couldn't tell how thick it was. The method of brute force would most likely not work. As Sulin was observing the wall, the glasses-wearing man spoke up. "Everyone, the situation in the instance is unclear. How about we share the information we've gathered?" Hearing this, Sulin turned around in surprise to look at the young man. Previously, when they were at the landlord's house, Sulin thought he was quite clever. Although he had been quite active at the beginning of the instance, which was somewhat noticeable, it could also be seen as a strong will to survive. But now, how could he say something so thoughtless? As expected, after the glasses-wearing youth spoke, no one present, including Sulin, said a word. Some looked at the young man with scrutinizing eyes, while others simply ignored him. Su Lin didn't find this surprising at all. Why? Because this instance had two different factions. In a situation where they were unclear about each other's identities, it was hard to trust one another. What if they provided useful information to the opposing faction, allowing them to survive? Wouldn't that increase pressure on their own side? Su Lin guessed that everyone would wish for the opposing faction to lose a member every day. This way, they could ensure their safety without facing the risk of failure in the game. It's getting late, everyone, I'm leaving. The tall young man on Su Lin's left said, breaking the quiet atmosphere, then turned directly towards room 101. Someone took the lead, and then two more people left. The two leaving were both residents of room 102, and they didn't even say a word as they departed. The two men's appearances were quite similar, looking around 70 to 80% alike, and they walked closely, seeming like two brothers. As everyone left, the first floor corridor instantly became empty. The remaining three, however, didn't rush to leave. Cooperation seems unlikely now, but I think we should get to know each other. The remaining girl, the tall one Su Lin had seen earlier, who lived in room 402, said first. Hello, I'm Chen Yi. After the two spoke, they all looked at Su Lin at the same time. Su Lin thought for a moment and felt there was no need to hide his name in the current situation. Su Lin. Upon learning the names of the two, Chang Yan took the lead and walked upstairs. Before, Anli said it's best not to go out before 9 o'clock. I think this is a warning. The apartment might be dangerous after 9. I suggest we hurry back. I agree. As the three of them talked, they continued to walk upstairs. Chenny lived on the second floor, room 202. Even if we are from different sides, we can still survive together. This dungeon is definitely not just about fighting each other. Before Su Lin and Chang Yan left, Chenny stood at the door of his rented room and reminded them. Su Lin was quite supportive of Chen Yi's words. After all, the warning given before entering the dungeon was clear. This time the dungeon was about survival, not confrontation. Unfortunately, most players didn't seem to think so. Soon, Su Lin returned to room 401. As soon as he got back to the living room, Su Lin glanced up at the clock. Having spent more than 10 minutes outside, it was now approaching 8:50, and soon it would be 9. Su Lin went to the kitchen to take out some bread and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. The instant rice he had eaten before was quite small in portion, and he felt hungry again now. Being hungry on a deserted island was unavoidable, but since there was food now, he should enjoy it. Even if the food at home was consumed, Su Lin could still go to find Aunt Landlady. Rustle. Just as Su Lin came out of the kitchen with the bread, he heard some faint scratching sounds from the ceiling above. Su Lin paused and looked up to listen carefully. Before long, there was another faint sound. The sound was like something crawling on the roof. Is it a rat? It wouldn't be surprising to find rats in this old apartment building. Su Lin stayed still for a while, and after confirming that nothing was wrong, he returned to the sofa with the bread and water. This little delay had already brought the time to 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock was the time Aunt Landlady had specifically mentioned. But Su Lin carefully sensed his surroundings and found nothing unusual. There were also no sounds coming from outside the house. However, soon Su Lin began to feel uneasy about this silence. At that moment, the whole house was eerily quiet. Besides the ticking of the clock, Su Lin couldn't hear a single sound. Sitting still, Su Lin could even hear his own heartbeat gradually quickening. In this profound silence, could it be that everyone in the entire apartment has gone to sleep at 9? Indeed, this apartment is very abnormal. The surrounding quietness seemed to swallow a person whole. To avoid any accidents, Su Lin hurriedly took the bread and water back to his bedroom. Standing at the bedroom door, Su Lin thought for a moment, then finally closed the bedroom door and locked it. Although the main door of the house was locked, and ordinary tenants' rooms were definitely safe, Su Lin felt it was necessary to add another layer of security. Just as Su Lin's gaze moved to the lock on the door, a line of information suddenly appeared before Su Lin's eyes. A room that isn't locked is not considered a complete room. Su Lin instantly realized that this was information provided by the real eye. He had experienced the previous dungeon twice, so he was not too surprised now. A room that isn't locked is not complete, so perhaps the rule of being safe at night might not apply? Thinking of this, Su Lin couldn't help but frown slightly. Right after entering the dungeon, Su Lin had received the hint that his room would be absolutely safe at night. It hadn't been long, and this rule was already broken. It couldn't be said that the rule was broken, it could only be said that the rule information given to players was incomplete. If someone didn't lock the door their first night, or if a kind person helped unlock it. So it means. The more Su Lin thought about it, the more he felt that something might happen tonight. Especially among the players in the new instance, their qualities vary so much that it is hard to say if there will be some careless ones, even those who don't take their safety seriously. Right now, Su Lin could only pray that no one in his own camp would get into trouble on the first night. What is this bread? It's really tasteless. Sitting on the bed, Su Lin took a bite of the bread he had taken out from the fridge. Compared to the soft and sweet bread he had in the ancient castle, Su Lin felt that what he had now was almost like sawdust. No, I can't waste food. Though it was tasteless, Su Lin still finished it all with water. As time slowly passed. Sitting on the bed deep in thought, Su Lin gradually felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. Isn't it still not even 10 o'clock? Why am I? Su Lin felt his eyelids getting heavier and the sleepiness was now at a level he couldn't resist. In the next second, everything went dark, and he lost all awareness. Chapter 22 The First Sacrifice. Su Lin felt a commotion outside. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying in bed. Getting up from the bed, Su Lin saw that it was already bright outside. He had checked the windows in the room yesterday, though they couldn't be opened or connect to the outside world. The windows in the room could still be used to observe the weather outside. The sun had risen, and Su Lin thought it was at least around 8 or 9 o'clock. The commotion he heard was coming from the street outside, and he could faintly hear cars driving on the road. Frowning, Su Lin stood by the window to observe the situation outside. The atmosphere outside was in stark contrast to the dead silence of last night, which made Su Lin very concerned. Unfortunately, the view through the window was quite blurry. It felt like the world outside was covered in a layer of mosaic. The time spent in the bedroom last night wasn't long, at most until 9:30, so is that to say players will be forced to sleep at this point? Not necessarily, perhaps only a few players would do that? Or maybe it's influenced by their camp? Currently, information was limited. Su Lin couldn't come to any conclusions. Gurgle. His stomach growled with hunger. Su Lin left the bedroom and grabbed some food from the fridge. After simply filling his stomach, Su Lin went to the door, planning to go out and take a look. He still had no idea about the invaders and special guests in the instance task. To collect more information, he couldn't just stay at home all the time. Just as Su Lin reached for the door lock, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. I was forced to sleep in the bedroom, so what if I stay in the hallway after 9 o'clock? It's very dangerous outside after 9 o'clock, but doesn't that mean I could gather more information? Later I'll find someone to help experiment with this. The hallway at night is most likely the most dangerous place. So of course, Su Lin would let others handle the experiment. Bang bang bang. Just as Su Lin was about to open the door, unexpectedly, there was a knock from the outside first. When he opened the door, the person standing there was taken aback, as if they didn't expect Su Lin to respond so quickly. It was one of the two brothers who had checked the first floor last night. Without waiting for Su Lin to speak, the other person took the initiative to state their purpose. Someone died last night, and the body is on the first floor. As soon as the words fell, the person did not give Su Lin a chance to ask anything and went directly to knock on the door of 402. From the other person's appearance, it seemed they had specifically come upstairs to inform the players. Didn't they say that the beginning of the instance is the safest time? Why did someone suffer last night? Su Lin pondered for a moment, locked the door, and then walked towards the first floor. When Su Lin reached the first floor, many people had already gathered there. The first floor hallway was completely filled, and due to the lack of space, the stairs were crowded with people. When Su Lin approached, the people on the stairs actively moved aside to make way for him. However, the few people squeezed in the corridor showed no intention of stepping aside. Su Lin had no choice but to push them aside to see the situation clearly. With his strength attribute now at 8 points, pushing through the crowd was incredibly easy. Those who were pushed aside were surprised, as they could feel a hint of Su Lin's power. Against the wall on the first floor, Su Lin saw the tall young man who had left first the night before. Unfortunately, this young man had now become a corpse. Su Lin didn't have much impression of this young man, only remembering that he lived in 101. In fact, Su Lin only had a rough idea of which floors the people in the apartment lived on. It had already been very late when he entered the instance yesterday. Returning to his room, he was forced into a deep sleep. Aside from the information he gathered upon entering the instance, he hadn't been able to collect much else. Su Lin carefully observed the tall young man. The state of his death was quite tragic, with a look of terror on his face indicating that he must have encountered something frightening in his final moments. Ordinary resident, Li Qi. As Su Lin closely examined him, detailed identity information suddenly appeared before his eyes. This situation caused Su Lin to pause slightly. Are eliminated players' identities announced? That saves me some trouble, but this seems a bit unfavorable for me. Su Lin was also an ordinary resident, and they belonged to the same camp. Once more than half of the same camp's people are eliminated, the entire camp will fail the game. It could be said that Su Lin had a bad start. Of course, this was the same for the other ordinary residents. Sighing silently in his heart, Su Lin thought of another matter. By the way, it seems I didn't receive a system prompt last night? Judging by his expression, he must have been very frightened in his last moments. Could it be because of the distance? Su Lin was still exploring more information about the system within him. This unfortunate young man was separated from Su Lin by 2 floors. So now Su Lin had roughly confirmed the range in which the system absorbed fear. Antley, you saw it too. The current situation indicates that the wanted criminal is very likely inside the apartment building. We cannot keep the building sealed any longer, we must report to the police immediately. No. If we unseal the apartment, won't that let the guy escape? We can call the police, but until they arrive, the apartment must remain sealed. But won't that put everyone in danger? Antley, do you really want to see everyone get hurt? This indeed poses a risk, but even so, we absolutely cannot let that guy escape. Voices of argument drifted in. Su Lin slightly raised his head and noticed a debate between Chen Yi and landlord Antley nearby. Around the body of the deceased young man were 4 people in total. Aside from Su Lin, there were also Chen Yi, the landlord, and a large man in a vest who looked somewhat sorrowful. Most of the other people were standing on the stairs at the back. As for the residents of 102, they had their doors open while observing from inside. Because of this, Su Lin discovered that there were actually 3 people living in 102. He had already seen the 2 men last night, they seemed to be brothers, and one of them had just gone upstairs to notify everyone. The last person was a girl who was currently showing significant fear. However, it was merely a superficial display of fear. Su Lin noticed that the corners of her mouth twitched uncontrollably like an AK-47, and her eyes held a glimmer of amusement. Seeing her like this, Su Lin felt a wave of speechlessness. Sister, even if you're happy inside, you don't need to show it so obviously, right? Afraid that others won't know you're a special resident? There is certainly no feeling among unfamiliar players. However, it is not that one would delight in the death of others. On the contrary, they are all struggling to survive in this instance world, and seeing others die inevitably brings a feeling of sorrow for the lost. In this instance, the only ones who could be pleased by another's death are likely players from the enemy camp. Su Lin silently labeled the identity of the other party in his heart. Then, Su Lin looked at the sad-faced man beside him. Chapter 23, Information Exchange. The man beside him was wearing a small vest. Su Lin had noticed him yesterday at the landlord's house. From the information he observed, Su Lin felt that the man didn't seem like a player. Chen Yi was still discussing with the landlord nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lin struck up a conversation with the man. Since they were both residents of the same apartment, the man seemed to have no guard up against Su Lin. After exchanging a few sentences, Su Lin cleared up the man's identity. The man's name was Gao Shuang, and like Li Qi, he lived in 101. According to him, he was renting with Li Qi. There were many shared tenants in the apartment, and having roommates eased the pressure of rent a lot. Because of this, Gao Shuang was very saddened by Li Qi's death, as it meant he would likely have to bear the rent alone from now on. At least, that was how it appeared on the surface. Upon learning that Gao Shuang was also a resident of 101, Su Lin paid even more attention to this man. Under the same roof, wouldn't there be more chances to act? Given the unclear situation, the invader in the task could be anyone. So, Gao Shuang became Su Lin's first suspect. Brother Gao Shuang, did you hear any noise last night? Did Li Qi make any sounds? Or call for help? Hearing Su Lin's inquiry, Gao Shuang thought for a moment and then shook his head slightly. No, I went to bed after coming back from the landlord's place, and it seems there was nothing during the night. No, I did hear a mouse at night, there seemed to be a door opening too. Well, to be honest, I'm not too sure, but there were definitely mice. Mice, huh? Su Lin remembered that he had also heard mouse sounds on the ceiling when he returned to the rental. It wasn't surprising to have mice in such an old apartment building. However, since the other party mentioned it, Su Lin felt he needed to check the ceiling when he had the time. Brother Gao Shuang, you slept quite early. When you left Aunt Li's place, it was barely before 9, right? I'm used to it. When it's time, I get sleepy naturally, and I have to get up early for work, so I can't risk losing sleep. Su Lin felt that even for someone who gets up early for work, sleeping before 9 was too early. More importantly, everyone had already received notice from the landlord that the apartment would be temporarily closed. With no need to go to work or buy groceries, it was even harder for Su Lin to understand why he would sleep so early. Recalling last night's situation, Su Lin thought that the rule of being forced to sleep after 9 might apply to all residents, including NPCs. Yes, through their brief conversation, Su Lin was already certain that the Gao Shuang in front of him was one of the NPCs in the apartment. Ordinary players wouldn't be so generous as to answer questions and provide so much information. Not to mention that in this instance, there are two camps, and players remain cautious of one another when they are unsure of identities. Alright, everyone disperse, don't just stand around. Hurry back. Su Lin had nearly finished his conversation with Gao Shuang, and it seemed that Chen Yi and the landlord were done too. At this time, the landlord began to kick people out. It really wasn't good for a large group of people to crowd around the body. Moreover, on the surface, it seemed that no useful information could be collected anymore. Everyone, after you go back, don't come out again, stay in your rooms until the police arrive, and make sure to behave. And definitely lock the door. Landlord Antley patiently reminded everyone. Many players seemed reluctant to leave so suddenly. Although Li Qi had died, everyone had not gained much information from his death. How the killer acted, why Gao Shuang heard no sound, whether anyone else was involved, etc. The more they knew, the more they might increase their chances of survival. When it comes to life and death, the players wouldn't give up so easily. Especially the two brothers from room 102. Su Lin noticed that their faces looked very bad. Considering that Li Qi lived next door to them, it wasn't surprising that they looked like this. While the landlord was driving people away, Su Lin directly squeezed into room 102. Hey! What are you doing? Who let you in? Get out! As soon as Su Lin entered, the girl beside him exploded. She glared at Su Lin warily, rudely telling him to get out. The other two brothers also had unwelcoming expressions, but they didn't speak directly. Su Lin smiled and motioned with his hand. Relax, all three of you, I'm here to exchange information with you. You don't want room 102 to be the next one to have a problem, right? Hearing this, the three of them changed their expressions. The only girl, with an even worse expression, spoke, I don't know what you're talking about. This time, they didn't directly ask him to leave. But Su Lin felt that her acting was too bad, and she couldn't hide anything on her face. In fact, most new players were like this. Ordinary people, unprepared, are directly thrown into this world of struggling for survival. It's good if they don't collapse, and you really can't ask for more. The woman in front of Su Lin at least knew to cover up a bit. Alright, we are all players, no need to play those games. Even if our camps are different, we can still exchange information within limits. Su Lin was so direct that it left the three of them a bit unsure of what to do. One of the brothers finally spoke, asking, what do you want to exchange? The situation from last night, you were on the first floor too, and so close to room 101, you didn't hear any sounds at all, did you? Before the two brothers could answer, the woman beside them retorted. Why should we tell you? Su Lin helplessly spread his hands. Exchange information, as I said, exchange information. You tell me, I'll give you some useful information in return. Isn't that good? What can you give us? How the killer chooses their target, how about that? Impossible. The dungeon task has already clearly stated that the invader randomly selects a resident to target. It is random, but before the killer acts, there must be some signs, right? Hearing this, the three of them all showed thoughtful expressions. Seeing this, Su Lin decided to press on. Alright, to show my sincerity, let me give you a little hint first. First, there are two residents in room 101. The one lying outside is just one of them. The big brother who was talking to me earlier also lives in 101. By the way, he's not a player. Hearing this, the three of them had different expressions on their faces. The woman's reaction was very obvious, and she looked eager to ask the NPC later. From that big brother's mouth, I learned something useful, which should help you. After Su Lin finished speaking, the woman spoke again, we can go ask the NPC later. If that's the case, there's no need to exchange information at all. Su Lin nodded. That's reasonable. So, what I have to offer isn't just from what I asked that big brother, but also from some other sources. During the conversation, Su Lin was also observing the three people in front of him. Although they lived under the same roof, they clearly weren't together. Whether it was the two brothers or the woman, there was mutual suspicion among them. Even when facing Su Lin, this outsider, they were all cautious. The three did not sit together. Among the two brothers, the one who knocked on Su Lin's door in the morning was more silent, while the other kept talking to Su Lin. The three of them did not say anything about asking Su Lin to leave again. After some conversation, Su Lin got to know the three of them. The girl was named Xian'a, and the other two were called Zhang Ping and Zhang'an, with Zhang'an being the one who knocked on Su Lin's door. Chapter 24, Real Intelligence Exchange. Concerning life and death, the three eventually agreed to Su Lin's suggestion for an information exchange. Since Xian'a was not together with the two brothers, she wisely let the brothers speak first. Zhang'an glanced at Xian'a, remaining silent, but his facial expression seemed somewhat unhappy. Zhang Ping first put on a thinking pose. After recalling the situation from last night, he finally spoke to Su Lin. After leaving the landlord's place, we returned to the first floor, checked the situation at the front door, and then went back to our room. Later, we casually ate something in the bedroom and then fell asleep. Didn't you hear any noise? No, this apartment became completely silent around 9 o'clock, and any small sound could be clearly heard. So I'm very sure that until we fell asleep, we didn't hear any noise. I see. Once it hit 9 o'clock, the entire apartment indeed fell into silence, and the sudden onset of drowsiness was hard to resist. Players would be forced to sleep. Su Lin felt that Zhang Ping was not lying, he just didn't know if he was hiding something. Seeing that Su Lin had no intention of continuing, Xiana immediately got anxious. Hey! We've said everything, it's your turn. What did you discover? Hurry up and tell us. Su Lin glanced at her and said, I learned from Gao Shuang that he heard some noises at night, possibly mice or something else. This apartment is obviously abnormal, especially after 9 o'clock, it was as quiet as if it had died, ha. In such a situation, I think any sound is worth noting. Gao Shuang heard those small movements, and today we found Li Qi dead, so I speculate that if any other sounds were heard after 9, it might mean someone was being targeted. After finishing, Su Lin noticed that the three in front of him fell into deep thought. In fact, if only looking at the information provided by Gao Shuang, it could not really prove Su Lin's speculation. Moreover, Su Lin himself had heard sounds from the ceiling while renting the room. If hearing sounds meant being selected as a target, then why was Su Lin safe? However, Su Lin didn't need to explain so much, anyway, the other party had not provided anything worth caring about, right? Furthermore, Su Lin had said it was just a speculation, whether to believe it was up to them. With that, Su Lin prepared to leave. Although he held no hope, he still asked Xiana before he left. Did you discover anything last night? No. As expected, Xiana also did not provide any valuable information, even appearing somewhat perfunctory. Fortunately, Su Lin had already guessed her identity while in the hallway earlier, which was a small gain. Bidding farewell to the three, Su Lin returned to the hallway, only to find that Li Qi's body had disappeared. Without thinking much, Su Lin walked up to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Lin saw Chenyi standing at his door. How is it? Did you gain anything? Looks like you were waiting for me here on purpose, I did find some things. What about you? I also have some speculations. Shall we exchange ideas? Sure. Seeing Su Lin agree, Chenyi actively opened the door behind him and invited Su Lin into room 202. Like Su Lin, Chenyi was also a single occupant. His room looked better than Su Lin's, with more types and quantities of furniture. Do you want some water? Is there tea? Drinks are fine too. Chenyi looked at Su Lin in surprise, you're really not being polite. Didn't you start the conversation? Besides, I'm your guest here, right? Alright, there is still some hot water. Chenyi went to the kitchen to brew tea for Su Lin. Su Lin added, I prefer it strong, please add more tea leaves. Su Lin noticed that Chenyi's actions seemed to pause slightly. 2 minutes later, Chenyi and Su Lin sat beside the coffee table in the living room, with a cup of strong tea in front of Su Lin. Right in front of Chenyi, Su Lin picked up the teacup and took a sip. You really aren't afraid this tea has a problem? Ha, how could there be a problem? You don't seem like a mindless person at all. Alright, I'll take it as a compliment. Let's talk serious, what have you found out? Hearing Chenyi's question, Su Lin generally shared the things he talked about with Gao Shuang and the players from room 102. After Su Lin finished speaking, Chenyi lightly pushed his glasses, is that all? Chenyi's face showed no expression, not even any surprise when hearing about Gao Shuang. This was not surprising at all. Given Chenyi's performance so far, he must have already spoken with everyone he could before Su Lin reached the first floor. Li Qi, who also lived in 101, would definitely not have been spared. Without a doubt, Chenyi was one of the most proactive players in this instance. I can't always be the one talking, right? Su Lin shrugged, indicating it was Chenyi's turn. Okay, then let me share what I know. First, about the landlord, I suspect she isn't human. Put. Chenyi's first sentence surprised Su Lin a bit. However, Chenyi paid no attention to the expression on Su Lin's face and continued speaking. Firstly, her attitude is very abnormal. It's like she has this attitude of never wanting to open the apartment, even after a death occurred. The initial closure of the apartment was supposed to protect the residents, yet her current behavior goes against this principle. Do you think it's possible this is just the setup for the instance world? Chenyi nodded slightly, of course, there are various setups in the instance world, like a framework. Players cannot jump out of this framework while completing tasks, but it doesn't stop the people in this world from having their own ability to think. Seeing Su Lin look confused, Chenyi patiently explained. The people we encounter in the instance world, let's call them NPCs, are different from those in our impression of games. Game NPCs have fixed behaviors, their dialogues are rigid, unable to break free from preset frameworks. But these NPCs in the instance world are different. They are like real living people. Once you become familiar enough with them, you can even date them or something. I once discussed the truths of the universe with an NPC in an instance, but sadly we didn't find an answer. Su Lin, ? Shinny ignored the complex expression on Su Lin's face and continued speaking. In short, these NPCs in the instance world act just like normal people. They also decide how to act based on the situation and their judgment. If they were normal, they would call the police as soon as they discovered the victim, and then open the apartment to wait for the police to arrive. Our landlord keeps saying she will notify the police, but have you seen her make a call? I have never seen the landlord use a phone, and there are no phones in her living room. Chapter 25, Whose luck is worse now? Su Lin quickly understood what Chen Yi meant. In simple terms, in the current situation, the landlord's performance does not resemble that of a normal person. The other party seemed to be intent on keeping the residents in the apartment for some purpose, regardless of everything. Since she's not a normal person, then what is she? I don't know, probably some kind of monster from the replica world. Su Lin took a sip from the teacup again. Immediately after, Su Lin brought up another matter. Speaking of phones, I noticed you don't have one in your place either, right? The first thing Su Lin did when he returned to his rental last night was to check the entire house. He didn't find a single phone or anything like it. Su Lin originally thought this was due to his financial difficulties. But now it seemed that was not the case. Noticing the expression on Su Lin's face, Chen Yi said, "My rental doesn't have a phone, or more accurately, anything that can communicate with the outside world. I checked the 2 rooms on the first floor, and they're the same. Yours is probably the same as well, right?" Su Lin nodded slightly, confirming Chen Yi's statement. Chen Yi continued, "This replica doesn't want us to connect with the outside world. The entire apartment is in a state of absolute isolation, and the landlord's home also has no communication tools. So I think the key to ending the replica lies in catching the intruder or the duration of time we spend here. Catching the intruder is easy to understand, it is one of the tasks of the replica, and accomplishing it will naturally lead to clearance. Moreover, if they catch the intruder, Su Lin and the other players would also be safe. As for the second option, Su Lin felt it was a bit cruel. According to Su Lin's initial guess, this replica might last a week. If, like last night, there's one victim every night, then the players would be in big trouble." Su Lin thought for a moment and then pointed at the floor beneath his feet. "Since the landlord isn't normal, what about the other NPCs? I think the guy on the first floor, Gao Shuang, also has issues." I've noticed that too. Not just him, I suspect the grandfather and grandson living across from me aren't ordinary people either. I feel that the NPCs in this apartment, or rather, the residents who are not players, should all be non-human." "Well, you're really lucky." "What?" "Ahem, it's nothing." Su Lin's rental had 2 players across from him, and both were beautiful women. In comparison, Chen Yi had 2 residents across from him, but they were likely 2 monsters. Whoever had the better luck was obvious. At this moment, Su Lin felt confident about his luck again. Chen Yi looked at Su Lin in confusion. He did not understand why Su Lin suddenly appeared to be in a good mood. Chen Yi did not ask but continued with his thoughts. There's almost no explanation for the intruder in the replica task. Anyone in the apartment could be one, but I believe that the original residents have a higher probability. Su Lin nodded, agreeing with Chen Yi's idea. After sipping some more tea, Su Lin saw that Chen Yi seemed to have no intention of continuing. So Su Lin brought up his experience from last night. "Did you hear any noises when you returned last night?" Can you be more specific?" "I mean sounds of mice or other small animals, on the ceiling or in the corners. Did you hear anything?" Chen Yi pushed his glasses. After 9 o'clock, the entire apartment was unusually quiet. "I didn't hear a single sound before falling asleep. The guy on the first floor, Gao Shuang, mentioned that he heard some noises at night, but that shouldn't be the reason you brought it up, right?" Su Lin nodded. "I heard it too, like the sound of little mice crawling on the ceiling, around 9 o'clock. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Chen Yi fell into deep thought. What Gao Shuang said was at night, meaning it was after you. Do you think this relates to Li Qi's death? Su Lin shrugged. I don't know, there are too few examples to draw any conclusions. I just think it needs attention. I'll keep an eye on it. Only one night had passed since the replica started. The information collected was indeed quite limited. Su Lin and Gao Shuang were able to exchange so many things, which was already quite good. The hot tea was finished, and everything that needed to be said had been said. Su Lin stood up, preparing to leave. Before Su Lin left, Chen Yi spoke about one last thing. The information provided to us at the beginning of the instance seems to encourage players to slaughter each other. Finishing the instance is definitely not that simple. If one relies solely on killing others to ensure their own safety every day, they might not last until the end. I agree with you, but the daily attacks from the invaders are an inevitable event. Unless there are sacrifices that day, the outcome of the factions affects the game's success. It's about the game's success or failure, not the success or failure of the tasks. If the main storyline mission in the instance world cannot be completed, there are only two results, either death or something even worse than death. However, some side quests in the instance world are not like that. Most side quests have very light penalties, far from causing player deaths. If one is lucky, they might even encounter side quests with no penalties at all. The information provided by the instance has been very clear. The victory or defeat between factions is a kind of game, not a main storyline task. In other words, even if the game fails, as long as the main storyline is completed, one can still leave here. Su Lin learned all this from the information on his phone. It seemed that Chen Yi in front of him also understood these things. Su Lin thought for a moment, then spoke up, since it's a game, the winner will definitely receive rewards, maybe some precious items or equipment? Even a lot of real-world time? If it's just for these things to kill players from the opposing faction, how is that any different from the monsters in the instance? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Su Lin smiled. Ah, young man, you are still too young. Some people can kill without hesitation even for a piece of bread. Besides, items and equipment can also save one's life in the instance world, can't they? You. Don't get excited. I'm different, and didn't I just say I agree with your thoughts? Killing people from the opposing faction is definitely not the way to clear this instance. Hearing Su Lin say this, Chen Yi's expression became a bit better. Although the time spent together wasn't long, Su Lin had a rough understanding of Chen Yi in front of him. Overall, he was very different from the bespectacled man met in the castle. Chen Yi seemed much more sincere and wasn't the kind of person who would sacrifice others to survive. Of course, it was also possible that this guy was just pretending. However, Su Lin found Chen Yi to be relatively pleasant so far. So, when he reached the door, Su Lin turned around and asked, "By the way, do you lock the door when you sleep at night?" Lock the door? The front door will be locked, as the landlord has reminded me, but as for the bedroom? For the bedroom, I suggest you lock it as well. Chen Yi stared at Su Lin for a few seconds before slightly nodding. Chapter 26, Unusual Time. After leaving Chen Yi's room, Su Lin glanced at room 201. According to Chen Yi, there lived a grandfather and his grandson in 201, these two were most likely also monsters. Considering that Chen Yi may have communicated with the grandfather and grandson not long ago, Su Lin did not knock on room 201 but followed the original plan to the landlord's house. Arriving at the door of room 301, Su Lin simply knocked twice, and Adley opened the door from inside. Seeing Su Lin, the landlord smiled. "It's little Su. Did you come to find Auntie for something?" Su Lin also smiled. "Well, Adley, it seems there is a bit of a problem with the ceiling in my room. I wanted to see if you have a ladder or something, I want to check it out." "A ladder? Oh, yes, we have that. Come with me." While speaking, Antley walked out of her house. She went to the opposite door. Antley searched her waist pocket and pulled out a slightly rusty key. Antley had a large bunch of keys in her pocket, but only this one was not on the keyring, it was kept separately. Antley stood at the door, fiddling around, and opened the door to room 302. "Xiao Su, come in, the ladder is inside. Auntie's back isn't well, so you'll have to move it yourself." "No problem, no problem." Su Lin replied with a smile from the back. The moment Su Lin stepped through the door into 302, the scene in front of him changed abruptly. The dark, dilapidated room hit him with a stench, and Antley's figure vanished into thin air. A strong malice enveloped Su Lin, almost tangible in its intensity. "Where is this? Xiao Su? Xiao Su? What's wrong with you?" Antley's voice rang in his ears. The scene before Su Lin changed again in an instant. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. Antley stood before him, looking at him with concern. Su Lin raised his head slightly. The dark, peeling walls, the rotten smell, and the unseen malice all disappeared, everything just now felt like an illusion. "Sorry, Antley, I was a bit distracted. You know how hard it is to find work lately, maybe I haven't had enough rest the past few days." Hearing Su Lin's words, Antley had no doubts at all, as the landlord, she knew every tenant well, and she understood Su Lin's situation. Antley gently patted Su Lin's shoulder. "Xiao Su, it's okay. You will definitely find a job, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it really gets tough, Antley will waive your rent next month." "Thank you, Antley. It's nothing, nothing at all. Don't take it to heart." It was clear that Antley was indeed a good person, assuming she was truly human. Since it was used as a storage room, 302 was filled with all sorts of boxes, large and small. Su Lin glanced simply, noting that 2 rooms inside were stocked with various rice, flour, oil, cured meat, and salted fish. Aunt Lee's earlier words were not mere consolation. With the supplies she had stored, it seemed there would be no problem feeding everyone in the apartment for a month. Su Lin found a dusty ladder in the corner of the room. After thanking the landlord, Su Lin carried the ladder up to the 3rd floor. On his way back, Su Lin noticed Chang Yan coming down from the 5th floor. When Su Lin went downstairs earlier, Chang Yan's room 402 had just been notified by Zhang Yan. This meant that Su Lin had started to examine the situation of Li Qi's corpse, while Chang Yan and her roommate were still stuck in the stairwell. After the landlord urged people to leave, Su Lin ran to find Zheng Ping and the others. Now it seemed that during the time Su Lin was moving, Chang Yan was also acting according to her own ideas. It was not surprising, as could be seen from last night's situation. She and Su Lin, as well as Chen Yi, were all proactive players. Chang Yan glanced curiously at the ladder Su Lin was carrying. Su Lin didn't explain anything. After a brief greeting between the two, Su Lin returned to his rented room. The closed door blocked the prying eyes from outside. After getting ready, Su Lin placed the ladder in the center of the living room. The ceilings of this apartment building were made of wooden boards, making them relatively easy to remove. Su Lin fetched a screwdriver and wrench, then climbed the ladder to the ceiling. After some busy work, he removed 2 wooden panels and saw what was above the ceiling. There was a thick floor above the ceiling, which should be the ground of room 501 above Su Lin. Between the upstairs floor and Su Lin's room ceiling was a small gap, about the size of a fist. Su Lin certainly couldn't crawl into such a small space, so he could only observe the situation with his eyes. The gap was covered with thick dust, and there were spider webs everywhere. However, thanks to this dust, Su Lin clearly saw a row of tiny footprints. A delicate path was clearly visible in the dust, extending forward to a place Su Lin could not see. Su Lin could now confirm his guess. Last night, some small creature definitely passed over his head. But the problem was that the information stopped here. The space inside the layers was simply too small for Su Lin to explore. I wonder if that little guy will pass by here again tonight? Su Lin thought for a moment and returned the wooden board on the ceiling to its original state. Since Adley was not in a hurry to use the ladder and hadn't agreed with Su Lin on a return time. So even if Su Lin used it now, he did not plan to return it immediately. Su Lin put the ladder away and placed it in the corner of the living room. Guliolu. After a simple check of the situation on the ceiling, Su Lin's stomach grumbled again. I seem to be getting hungry a bit fast today? Su Lin glanced at the clock in the living room, preparing to have lunch. However, just with that simple glance, Su Lin was frozen in place. Wait a minute, 8 o'clock? Is this clock broken? Su Lin looked at the clock on the living room wall in disbelief. The clock was now showing the time as 8:27, it was evening 8 o'clock, not morning 8 o'clock. Su Lin remembered that when he left in the morning, it wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. This means that checking on Li Qi, talking to other players, and examining the ceiling combined took Su Lin almost 10 hours. No wonder I'm feeling so hungry now, but how is this possible? Su Lin felt that the time he spent talking to Chen Yi should be the longest. But even with Chen Yi, Su Lin estimated it was only about an hour. How could it have turned dark in the blink of an eye? Su Lin looked out the window of the living room to check the situation outside. Sure enough, the sky outside had completely darkened without him noticing, and the streets that were noisy during the day were becoming quieter and quieter. All signs proved that the clock on the wall was indeed not wrong. It was really already evening. Is the time here abnormal, or did my time jump somehow? Was it during 302? Su Lin could no longer afford to think any further. Time was tight, it was soon going to be 9 o'clock. Su Lin immediately ran to the kitchen and took a pile of food from the refrigerator. Chapter 27 Why do you want to trouble me? Su Lin grabbed a pile of bread from the fridge and also took 2 bottles of water. After doing all this, Su Lin immediately prepared to return to the bedroom. But just as he reached the living room, a sudden loud noise came from the direction of the bathroom. Bang! 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 Su Lin was very familiar with this noise. It was the same sound when the snow monster smashed the door in the castle. What puzzled Su Lin was that he remembered the bathroom door should have been unlocked. Z. The overhead light emitted a harsh electric sound, and the light began to flicker. The whole hall was flickering, and plus the entire apartment building started to fall into silence. The commotion in the bathroom became even more eerie. Playing this trick on me? Su Lin looked up at the flickering lights in the living room. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed toward the nearby bedroom. Unfortunately, just before Su Lin entered the bedroom, the bathroom door was directly burst open. With a bang, a figure rushed out from the bathroom, swiftly blocking the space between Su Lin and the bedroom. Cough, wow. Li Qi? Su Lin had just seen this person not long ago, and naturally recognized him at a glance. Li Qi was unchanged from the morning. His entire body was still in that terrible state, even his tongue was hanging out, looking just like a hanged ghost. This guy's throat constantly let out a series of unclear shouts and roars, as if his vocal cords had been torn apart. Li Qi blocked Su Lin at the same time. The lights in the living room struggled no more. With a crack, they completely broke down. The entire living room instantly fell into darkness. Who? A wave of foul, fishy wind rushed towards him. In an instant, Su Lin used the player's backpack to complete the item conversion. Although the bread he was holding was hard to eat, Su Lin would not waste food. All these breads were stored in Su Lin's backpack. And the butcher's axe that had been stored in the backpack was taken out by Su Lin at this moment. Ding! Absorbing enough fear, agility +1. The system appropriately brushed a wave of presence. But Su Lin did not have time to think too much now. The increased agility helped Su Lin a lot, his whole body felt much lighter. Su Lin raised the axe and chopped down directly. Crack! The axe seemed to hit something hard. Su Lin felt a huge force coming from directly in front. With his current strength attribute of 8, he could barely match this force. A brief moment had allowed Su Lin to somewhat adapt to the darkness in front of him. Looking at Li Qi, who was blocked by the axe ahead, Su Lin changed his position while pushing the axe forward a bit. Li Qi's roar came. In the next second, Su Lin directly put the butcher's axe back into the backpack, just like in the battle at the castle. Without the obstruction of the axe, Li Qi rushed towards the position where Su Lin had originally been at lightning speed. With a bang, Li Qi did not pounce on Su Lin but rather crashed directly into the coffee table. Now is the time. Su Lin took the axe out of the backpack again. Then he chopped down fiercely at Li Qi in front of him. Bang! You've chosen the wrong target, kid. Bang! What age is it, still relying on these traditional scare tactics? Bang! Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're dead. Bang! Is it unhappy to be a ghost? Why come to bother me? In fact, Su Lin was a bit panicked at first. But once he discovered that he could touch Li Qi in front of him, the tension in his heart completely dissipated. Come on, he had already chopped down the headless snow monster in the snow mountain, how could he still be afraid of a moving corpse now? Su Lin gripped the butcher's axe tightly, feeling smoother with every chop. Crack, thud. After a series of chops, Su Lin heard the sound of glass shattering in his ears. The coffee table in the living room had reached its end and turned into a pile of shards on the ground. The light above suddenly brightened again. Su Lin's vision instantly restored. Su Lin looked ahead. Li Qi's figure had already disappeared, leaving only the completely chopped up coffee table and some obvious bloodstains. Gone? Su Lin looked around, finding nothing unusual. If there was one thing to catch Su Lin's attention, it was the very noticeable foul smell in the air. This smell was like something had rotted for a long time. A sense of drowsiness gradually crept in. Su Lin glanced at the wall clock in the living room. Just this little time of fighting had already made the clock's hands reach 9:11. The surge of sleepiness made Su Lin realize that even in the living room, he would be forced to sleep. Without wasting any more time, Su Lin hurried back to the bedroom and locked the bedroom door. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Su Lin put away the axe and took out the bread he had stored in the backpack earlier. Su Lin tore open the packaging, enjoying his late dinner while recalling the recent experience. When I left the first floor in the morning, Li Qi's body had disappeared. I thought it had been collected by them, but now it seems that's not the case. Do the dead turn into monsters to attack players? If that's true, wouldn't it be more dangerous the further one goes? Just now my attributes grew again. Considering that only the landlord is on the 3rd floor, does this mean something happened on the 5th floor? The one who attacked me was Li Qi, so the person on the 5th floor must be the intruder, right? By the way, why did this guy choose me as his target? It can't just be because I checked on him during the day, right? I'm not the only one who checked the corpse. What about the guy in room 202? During the day, Su Lin thought at least his luck was better than Shen Yi's. But now, Su Lin was attacked, and the intruder was most likely on the 5th floor. This means that at least tonight, other players should be safe. As for luck, it seems that Su Lin's situation was still the same as always. The last piece of bread in his hand was eaten. His mind was becoming less and less clear. The drowsiness in his body was also becoming more and more apparent. Su Lin felt like his thoughts had completely come to a stop. When the time reached 9:30, even though Su Lin tried to fight it, he still couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness. Just like the previous night, Su Lin's vision went black, and then he knew nothing. Half an hour ago, when Su Lin was confronting Li Qi in the living room, there was also a battle on the 5th floor. No, it couldn't be called a battle. It would be more accurate to call it a one-sided devastation. The bedroom door, which was originally locked, was directly opened. The female player living in room 501 was forcibly dragged out of her room by a blurry shadow. Although this player screamed for her life, the door of the neighboring bedroom showed no sign of opening. At that moment, the female player knew it was over. As a newcomer, she, like Su Lin, had passed through 2 instance worlds. Unfortunately, she had only barely managed to survive. In the 2 instance worlds, not only had her stats not improved, but she also had no useful items or equipment. Facing the monster in front of her, she had no strength to resist. Before death came, she saw the monster that was dragging her appear very agitated. Not here. Not here either. Where did that little thing go? Damn it. I will find you. With every roar, the female player was completely torn apart by the monster in front of her. Chapter 28, Intelligence Gathering Expert. Su Lin, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Realizing that it was already daybreak, Su Lin immediately climbed out of bed. Due to his poor sleeping posture, the first thing Su Lin did was rub his sore neck. Next, Su Lin, as usual, quickly washed up and had a casual breakfast. Considering that the time in the apartment building was abnormal, the daytime might pass faster. This time, Su Lin intentionally ate a little more. When leaving the kitchen, there was almost nothing left to eat in Su Lin's fridge. Su Lin planned to ask the landlord for some food when he had time. Click, Su Lin opened the door and stepped into the hallway. By coincidence, the door of room 402 across the hallway also opened at this moment. Seeing the person walking out from inside, Su Lin smiled. Yo, Chang Yan, good morning. Chang Yan also smiled and nodded at Su Lin. Good morning, Su Lin. Where are you heading? I want to go find Aunt Li and talk. Oh really? Su Lin grinned as he watched Chang Yan. When Su Lin came out, he noticed that Chang Yan subconsciously glanced towards the 5th floor after checking behind the door. Su Lin felt that Chang Yan's original plan was probably to go to the 5th floor. This meant that Chang Yan had not told Su Lin the truth. Of course, it could also be said that Chang Yan just casually glanced at the 5th floor after stepping out, with no real intention. But Su Lin already knew something had happened on the 5th floor last night. This morning, Su Lin had spent even more time in his rental room than yesterday. But now, there was no movement at all on the 5th floor. This situation made Su Lin think even more. Su Lin, is there anything else? The voice of Chang Yan's inquiry came. Su Lin waved his hand. No, please go ahead. Chang Yan glanced at Su Lin, then turned to go downstairs. After the other party left, Su Lin went straight to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Su Lin first knocked on the door of room 501. After a moment, the door in front of him opened slightly, and a somewhat sturdy-looking man appeared before Su Lin. The door of 501 did not open fully, leaving only a gap the size of a head. The man stood inside, looking at Su Lin with a wary expression. What's the matter? Through the man's body, Su Lin looked inside the room. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, the man immediately shifted his body to completely block Su Lin's view. What's the matter? The other party asked again, clearly showing a hint of impatience in his voice. Su Lin was not angry, he still wore a cheerful smile. Actually, it's nothing much. I thought I heard some noise from upstairs last night, so I came to see if you were okay. By the way, I believe there's also a girl living with you, right? Where is she? Su Lin noticed. When he mentioned the noise from last night, the man's expression clearly froze for a moment. This is one of the common weaknesses of new players, their experiences are too few to hide their emotions. Nothing happened last night. The man perfunctorily replied to Su Lin. After thinking for a moment, he added. I have nothing going on here. As for her, I don't know her. As soon as the words fell, the man no longer gave Su Lin a chance to speak. With a bang, the door of 501 was directly slammed shut. TSK, you are clearly telling me that you have a problem. Su Lin gave the other party a temporary label in his mind. Then, Su Lin turned to look at room 502 behind him. Knock. Su Lin gently knocked on the door. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the door of 502 finally opened. When the door opened, a tall man appeared in Su Lin's view. He was one of the few people Su Lin had paid close attention to when he first entered the instance in the landlord's living room. There were also Gao Shuang on the 1st floor and the grandfather-grandson duo on the 2nd floor. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Lin guessed these were probably all the locals in the instance. They were also the ones that Chen Yi reminded to pay special attention to. Who are you? Even though they lived in the same apartment, not everyone knew each other. Su Lin looked at the man in front of him, who appeared puzzled, and took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Li Bing. After Su Lin introduced himself, Li Bing also gave a brief introduction. Compared to the guy in 501, Li Bing in front of him was much more polite and asked about the purpose of Su Lin's visit. Well, didn't someone get killed yesterday? So we discussed with Auntie Lee to patrol the floor every day to ensure everyone's safety. Oh, I see, thank you for your hard work. No trouble at all. While chatting with Li Bing, Su Lin's gaze was scanning the living room behind Li Bing. Li Bing's home furnishings were very simple, the living room seemed even more basic than Su Lin's place. However, Li Bing's place was exceptionally clean. Even from a short distance, Su Lin could feel this clearly. Not far away, the floor was even polished to a slight shine. Li Bing was very polite towards Su Lin, but he had no intention of inviting Su Lin inside. After a brief chat, Su Lin took his leave. Currently, it seems that the NPCs in this apartment have some strange aspects. I wonder about that grandfather-grandson duo. Su Lin pondered as he walked down the stairs. Su Lin initially planned to enter 501 for a thorough check. Unfortunately, this purpose was not achieved. Of course, even without seeing with his own eyes, Su Lin still felt that the other player in 501 was likely meeting with misfortune. Unwittingly, Su Lin arrived at the second floor. Before Su Lin knocked on the door of room 201, room 202 suddenly opened behind him. Su Lin? Are you looking for Uncle Lin and his grandson? Hearing Chen Yi's voice, Su Lin turned around. Without waiting for Su Lin to speak, Chen Yi continued, they are both with me, come in first. I'll go find the landlord to borrow something. By the way, even though it's daytime, still be careful. Chen Yi stepped aside to let Su Lin in, then headed straight to the third floor. Without hesitation, Su Lin walked directly into Chen Yi's rental apartment. Once inside, Su Lin saw Uncle Lin sitting on the sofa, and beside him, his little grandson was playing by himself. Hello, Uncle Lin. Hearing the greeting, Uncle Lin, who had been lost in thought, looked up. Seeing Su Lin, Uncle Lin smiled slightly. Ah, it's little Su. Are you here to find Chen Yi? He just went to the landlord and should be back soon. Sit down and wait. Su Lin then sat down on a nearby armchair. Uncle Lin, did you come to find Chen Yi too? Is there something going on? Ah, Chen Yi asked us to come over. Something happened in the apartment yesterday, and he said it wasn't very safe, so we should try to stay together. Just like Gao Shuang whom he met yesterday. Uncle Lin showed no guard against Su Lin. Basically, Uncle Lin answered whatever Su Lin asked. The conversation quickly took pace as Su Lin grasped it fully. Unknowingly, Su Lin gathered a lot of information from Uncle Lin. Chapter 29, this instance starts with a trap. Su Lin learned many things about the apartment from Uncle Lin. His original purpose had been achieved. So, he casually found an excuse to take his leave. Outside the hallway, Su Lin noticed that Chen Yi was actually standing at the door. And judging by his appearance, he seemed to have been waiting here for quite a while. Seeing Su Lin come out, Chen Yi gently pushed up his glasses, finished chatting. Su Lin nodded slightly, now he found Chen Yi more and more agreeable. Clearly, Chen Yi had intentionally waited outside. Just to give Su Lin the chance to gather information alone. If Chen Yi were there too, it wouldn't have been so easy to speak. So far, Chen Yi's performance indeed made Su Lin feel good. Thus, Su Lin took the initiative to ask. In the evening, will you stay in your bedroom? Of course. After all, my own room is the safest, isn't it? In just 2 simple sentences, Su Lin and Chen Yi quickly confirmed each other's identities. This instance world isn't really that complicated. Since the camp of ordinary residents where Su Lin belonged had its own unique rules. From this perspective, it was easy to ascertain who the teammates in the camp were. At first, players were too guarded with each other, and Su Lin felt it unnecessary, so he let it be. But after what happened yesterday evening, Su Lin realized that this instance world must be resolved quickly. Because each additional day increases the player's danger by 1 part. In the end, it might even lead to a situation where a dozen monsters surround 1 or 2 players. Once that happens, it's almost a guaranteed death. The instance world won't leave players with no escape, given that players can manage it. After confirming each other's identities, Su Lin saw Chen Yi take a set of keys from his pocket and directly opened the door to room 201. So, those two trust you so much? They actually gave you the keys to their apartment? Just holding on to them for now, they will be returned tonight, I worked hard for it too. As Chen Yi spoke, he opened the door and led Su Lin into room 201. At the moment, the 2 NPCs on the second floor were in Chen Yi's place. So the most suitable place for conversation was naturally the place they originally occupied. Once inside the room, Su Lin didn't have much to say, and he directly revealed his discoveries from last night. This dungeon can't be delayed too long, and players absolutely must not kill each other, because the dead will also turn into monsters and attack those who are still alive. I ran into Li Qi last night. Li Qi was the tall young man who died on the first night. Chen Yi had also talked with Gao Shuang, who rented with Li Qi, so he naturally knew who Su Lin was talking about. After hearing Su Lin's words, Chen Yi's face also darkened. No wonder the dungeon specifically divided us into two camps. I always thought this division had nothing to do with the main storyline, it was originally to trap all of us here. Chen Yi didn't ask Su Lin how he survived Li Qi's attack. After a brief thought, Chen Yi seriously looked at Su Lin. We need to inform all players about this. Yes, I was thinking the same. If more people are killed, the situation will become very ugly. In yesterday's confrontation, Su Lin estimated that the dead Li Qi was about equal in strength to him but significantly less agile. However, this was also because Su Lin temporarily increased his agility a bit. Considering this was a newbie dungeon, Li Qi had at most gone through the dungeon world twice. As a newbie, Li Qi couldn't possibly enhance his strength to be the same as Su Lin's through normal means. So Su Lin speculated that the dead person's strength would greatly increase, far beyond that of newbie players. As for physical condition, it was even less in doubt. Su Lin's axe couldn't even take down Li Qi despite several strikes. The only weakness was his slightly lower agility, but that was compared to strength and agility. In reality, Su Lin felt Li Qi's speed was probably equal to that of an ordinary newbie. If such a monster were to ambush newbies in the dark, Su Lin felt there would be at least a 70 to 80% chance of success. If there was more than one, the newbies would basically be waiting to die right there. Su Lin could handle one, but not a group. Especially since there was still an intruder in this apartment. The intruder was undoubtedly the dungeon boss. Having not yet faced them, Su Lin didn't know if he could resist even a little against that person. This was also the reason why this dungeon was a survival type. As time passed, it would become increasingly difficult to survive in this apartment. The two exchanged details. When Su Lin looked up at the clock in the room, he found it was already past 8. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, Chen Yi also looked at the wall clock in the room. Upon seeing the time on the clock, Chen Yi's expression became even more grim. Only players who experienced yesterday can understand that the time in this apartment is not normal. It was already night, and the thing Su Lin and Chen Yi had decided earlier could no longer proceed. After all, the apartment becomes very unsafe after 9 o'clock. Su Lin and Chen Yi couldn't just ignore their safety to notify others. There's no other choice, we can only hold on for one more night. Chen Yi stood up from his chair, ready to leave. Su Lin followed closely behind. Be careful tonight, I estimate at least 3 people will be attacked. Before leaving, Su Lin reminded Chen Yi. 3 people? Yes, there are 2 players on the 5th floor, I guess one of them has already been taken away by the other. What? But there was no. Did they cover it up? The 2 players on my floor, and the one left on the 5th floor, should all be special residents. By the way, what about the woman on the 1st floor? You should already know about her? Chen Yi nodded. If that's the case, the members of both camps can roughly be determined, but unfortunately, our time is too short. Chen Yi's face showed a trace of unwillingness. Just as he said. Players were on guard against each other, even hostile, simply because of different factions. Moreover, the information provided at the beginning of the dungeon was clearly meant to make players backstab each other. The failure of one faction would lead to the failure of the game, and each day someone died, the others could be safe. In such circumstances, people from different factions would surely find ways to make the other side die. However, Su Lin's information broke this understanding. Internal consumption among players would only accelerate everyone's death. Dividing factions was just a pretense. In reality, if the players in the dungeon could unite, it would be very easy to pass this dungeon. They just needed to focus on those obviously abnormal natives. After all, this was a survival-type dungeon, not a puzzle-solving type. Collecting clues and deducing the truth was not the theme of this dungeon world. Unfortunately, the daytime was too short. Even if Su Lin and Chen Yi figured everything out now, there was no time to notify others. Tonight, everyone could only seek their own blessings. Chapter 30. My axe is already thirsting. Su Lin said goodbye to Chen Yi and then quickly ran to the 4th floor. When he returned to the 4th floor, Su Lin encountered Chang Yan once again. And this time, the other party came down from the 5th floor. Wow, we really have a fate here, meeting each time. Seeing Su Lin, Chang Yan paused. After hearing Su Lin's words, he smiled superficially and greeted him. Then, claiming it was getting late, Chang Yan directly returned to his rented room, not giving Su Lin a chance to continue speaking. Tisk. If talking to Chen Yi gave Su Lin a 70% certainty, then now, Su Lin could almost be 100% sure that Chang Yan was definitely a special resident. Last night, Su Lin had increased his attributes by absorbing fear. Considering the distance factor, the incident must have happened on the 4th or 5th floor. Su Lin originally leaned more toward the 5th floor. And after seeing Chang Yan early, he was even more certain of this idea. In Su Lin's view, last night, Chang Yan and that male player from the 5th floor definitely caused another person's death together. The way Su Lin and Chen Yi confirmed each other's factions was very simple. Similarly, it was also easy for special residents to determine each other's identities. Because one of the rules for special residents had already been laid bare. Ordinary residents would likely not risk going out at night. If they wanted to act, they could only choose daytime. Special residents were different. The ability to unlock once a day allowed them to freely choose targets at night, though it involved some risk. In this situation, as long as both parties had matching thoughts, they could directly meet each other. If they caught sight of each other in the hallway late at night, they could basically confirm each other's factions. Su Lin did not waste any more time in the hallway. Seeing Chang Yan enter his room, Su Lin also quickly returned to his own rental room. Like the previous 2 nights, upon returning, Su Lin headed straight to his bedroom. For ordinary residents, staying in a locked room at night was the only way to ensure safety. Sitting by the bed, Su Lin took out a large number of breads from the player's backpack. Unlike the cheap stuff in Su Lin's fridge at home, the breads Su Lin took out at this moment were varied and looked exquisite. These were taken from the NPC's house while exchanging information with Chen Yi earlier. Although Chen Yi advised Su Lin not to do this, Su Lin did not accept his advice. How could ordinary people understand how Su Lin survived on the deserted island? At present, Su Lin had almost collected all the information he needed. The only thing Su Lin was slightly concerned about was the uninhabited room 302. But Su Lin felt that this place should involve the truth of this apartment, and maybe it could trigger side quests or background stories. Su Lin didn't really want to know. After all, the task in this instance was only to capture the intruders or just stay alive. In Su Lin's view, this instance could end by tomorrow, as long as he safely got through tonight. Click. Just when Su Lin thought he could pass the night safely, a sound of unlocking came from the incredibly quiet room. Su Lin raised his head in confusion toward the doorway. Click. Another sound of unlocking came. At night, all sounds in the apartment would disappear, leaving only the ticking of the clock. So in this situation, any sound seemed to be amplified countless times. Normally unnoticed, the sound of unlocking now seemed as loud as an alarm clock to Su Lin. Am I being targeted? Realizing what was happening, Su Lin's face immediately darkened. He stuffed the unfinished bread into his backpack. Then Su Lin quickly ran to the bedroom door. He tried the door lock, and Su Lin discovered that the bedroom door lock was already unusable. Clearly, the locks opened by the special tenants would become ineffective that same night, or they might remain ineffective. But Su Lin couldn't care about that anymore. With a bang, Su Lin directly opened the bedroom door. Then Su Lin saw Chang Yan standing in the living room, preparing to leave, along with another male player. As expected, it was the one from the 5th floor. The situation before him was already very clear. The two of them had worked together to open the main door of Su Lin's rented room and the bedroom door. Back when Su Lin entered the instance, he had gotten an important piece of information through the Eye of Truth. So Su Lin knew very well that with the locks gone, there was no safety in his room anymore. Ah, you actually dare to come out. I thought you would shrink in your room like that stupid woman until death, praying that the rules would still protect you. Chang Yan looked like a different person. Her face smiled slyly like a fox whose scheme had succeeded. Her eyes were full of mockery. Compared to how she appeared 2 days ago, the person before him seemed to be her true self. Su Lin guessed that the stupid woman Chang Yan mentioned was the one from the 5th floor. Actually, in Su Lin's view, there was nothing stupid about it, it was just a different choice. After all, ordinary players couldn't possibly know all the rules of room safety. The information provided at the beginning of the instance was incomplete. Even if ordinary players knew their door locks were opened, what could they do? Would they rush out to fight the special faction players? Especially when the chosen target was a girl. It was obviously safer to stay in a totally safe room than to venture outside, wasn't it? I'm not surprised you are special tenants, just didn't expect you to act so quickly. Perhaps achieving her goal, and with her side having 2 people. Chang Yan appeared completely fearless, even having the leisure to chat with Su Lin during the last moments. Chang Yan held a small knife in her hand. While grooming her nails, she responded to Su Lin. Actually, I didn't want to, but who made all of you so restless? Clearly, you just need to stay in your room and obediently die, one person's life for everyone's life, such a simple math problem, can't you understand? Chang Yan was not bad looking and was quite tall, definitely eye-catching in a crowd. However, Su Lin now felt that she was utterly ugly. In comparison, Su Lin even thought the bespectacled guy looked much better. You really make people feel disgusted. Hearing Su Lin's words, Chang Yan's expression turned cold. Heh, I won't bother with a dead person. As the words fell, the lights in the living room became unstable again. Just like last night, the lights flickered, and the entire living room became dim and bright. Time's up, hee hee, goodbye. Chang Yan waved to Su Lin and turned to leave with another male player. Seeing this, Su Lin immediately wanted to chase after them. Although Su Lin didn't know where the other party got their confidence. He believed that once he pulled out the 3-meter-long axe, Chang Yan would definitely talk to him properly. Unfortunately, before Su Lin could catch up, two shadows blocked his way. One of them was an old acquaintance of Su Lin. "Yo, Li Qi, long time no see, you look pretty good, not a bit like someone who's been chopped." Li Qi. While speaking, Su Lin had already taken out the axe from the player's backpack. "Actually, I have a little confusion. There are 2 targets outside, why do you have to come find me? Can you explain it to me?" As he spoke, Su Lin tightened his grip on the axe and walked straight towards Li Qi. Compared to the 2 dead people suddenly appearing in the living room, Su Lin felt a much stronger sense of pressure instead. Chapter 31, Chopping Vegetables. Having faced off once, Su Lin didn't feel scared of the moving corpses at all. With the giant axe in hand, Su Lin didn't retreat, instead, he took the initiative to attack. Ugh! The 2 people blocking the door also roared and charged at Su Lin. Before the lights in the living room completely went out, Su Lin saw another enemy's figure. Just as he had guessed before, it was indeed the female player living on the 5th floor. Compared to Li Qi, this female player looked much worse. Her body was severely damaged, barely resembling a human anymore. The lower half was completely severed. The upper body lay on the ground, while the lower half was suspended by something behind her. As the upper body crawled, the lower half dragged behind, making a rustling sound against the ground. If the entire living room wasn't dark right now, just the sight of her crawling would probably scare many new players to death. However, it was precisely her appearance, like a zombie cut in half, that gave Su Lin the courage to charge forward. Compared to the agile Li Qi, the other monster posed no threat. Su Lin moved faster, and before Li Qi could pounce, he swung the axe down directly. It's unknown whether it was because he couldn't think after dying, but Li Qi actually blocked Su Lin's attack with both arms. This guy had already experienced the power of this axe last night. Crack! The sound of the axe cutting through bone clearly reached their ears. Su Lin exerted force, taking advantage of the giant axe's edge, and actually chopped off both of Li Qi's arms. Ugh! Roar! Li Qi let out a meaningless roar. Su Lin kicked him aside. In terms of strength, both sides might not have a gap. But the advantage brought by Su Lin's giant axe was simply too great. This was still in a living room where he couldn't fully unleash his power. If it were in a more open environment, the battle might be even more one-sided. As he sent Li Qi flying, Su Lin raised the giant axe before the other monster. Such a little time was enough for Su Lin to adapt to the darkness. Su Lin noticed that the monster before him was actually slowly retreating. Especially when Su Lin raised the axe, this thing even trembled intensely. Are you afraid? With no response, the female monster seemed to speed up her retreat slightly. But her body had already been chopped into 2 pieces. It's only possible to crawl, no matter how much you want to go faster, you can't. Interesting, even in this state, you still have emotions. But you really are in a bad situation, that Li Qi just had his guts pulled out, and at least he still looks human. You, on the other hand, have been cut in half directly. As if that wasn't enough, you have to come out to work at night. Let's finish the good deed, I'll help you find release. As Su Lin spoke, he swung his axe down. Ah! The monster in front emitted an incredibly piercing and mournful scream. In that instant, Su Lin felt as if his ears would burst. The impact was too strong. Su Lin had to plant the giant axe in the ground to keep himself from falling. Earlier, when he saw this half-monster, it hadn't made a sound at all. Su Lin thought it might be too severely damaged to make any noise. But now, it looked completely different. This monster clearly followed the mage route. Li Qi fought in close combat, while this thing waited for the right opportunity to cast the wail of the banshee. The good news was that after being screamed at so closely, Su Lin was now wide awake. After 9 o'clock, players would gradually be overcome by increasing drowsiness until they fell asleep by 9:30. This was information Su Lin had learned a couple of days ago. Right now, Su Lin felt incredibly alert, though his head buzzed as if 800 mosquitoes were flying around him. The bad news was that after being screamed at, Su Lin found himself unable to act for a short time. He glanced toward the direction where Li Qi had been kicked away. To his surprise, Li Qi had not seized the opportunity to attack him. Not just Li Qi, even the half-monster in front of him did not pursue him, but instead quickly retreated while Su Lin was immobilized. Su Lin instantly understood that these 2 monsters were scared out of their wits. If they were just at a disadvantage, these monsters might not be this cowardly. However, the equipment in Su Lin's hands was not simple. The butcher's axe had a built-in fear property. After Su Lin attacked, there was a chance to instill fear in the target, and this chance would be greatly increased for humanoid creatures. With both hands of Li Qi chopped off, he felt he couldn't compete and was further frightened by the butcher's axe's effect. So, just like last night, he retreated directly. As for the female monster in front of him, it didn't appear capable of fighting head-on. Su Lin could already smell the palpable aura of fear coming from it. Huff huff. Standing still for a moment to calm himself down, Su Lin adjusted himself, then carried the axe and chased outside the hallway. At this moment, the half-monster was crawling towards the 5th floor. Ah! Seeing Su Lin chase after it, the monster screamed again. But the power of this scream was nothing compared to before. It sounded like an ordinary little girl's scream, completely harmless to Su Lin. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Su Lin's face. Hee hee, that's not sufficient, just one scream and you're already weak? Now it's my turn? As he spoke, Su Lin raised the axe and chopped down at the connection point of the monster's body. With a loud bang, the axe struck the ground. It completely separated the monster's upper half from its lower half. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength +1. After a day had passed, Su Lin once again received an attribute boost. Just as Su Lin had thought earlier, these monsters were indeed afraid. But Su Lin didn't have much time to think about his attributes right now. The 3-meter-long giant axe was lifted by Su Lin and chopped down again. The monster before him quickly fell silent. Once the threat was completely dealt with, Su Lin turned to face room 402. Time to settle the score. Holding the axe, Su Lin arrived at the door of 402. Su Lin liked to take revenge on the spot. It was like that in the castle, and it was the same now. If the other party hadn't provoked him, then everything could be discussed. But tonight, they had come to take his life, so of course it was a fight to the death. It didn't matter whether the door of 402 was locked or not. Su Lin directly swung his axe at it. Bang! Crack boom! The wooden door was quickly chopped into pieces by Su Lin, one blow after another. Carrying the axe, he entered 402, heading straight for the bedroom. Through the crack in the bedroom door, Su Lin could see light seeping out. There was no attack here, so the lights were still working. To Su Lin's surprise, the bedroom door was not locked. Su Lin just pushed a little, and the bedroom door opened by itself. Inside the bedroom, Chang Yan was sitting on the edge of the bed, while another girl was kneeling in front of her with her hands tied behind her back. It seemed that Chang Yan was saying something to her. When the bedroom door opened, Chang Yan looked over with a dazed expression. Chapter 32, Laugh, why aren't you laughing? Seeing Chang Yan looking over, Su Lin raised the corners of his mouth. Hello, we meet again. In the past 2 days, Su Lin had greeted Chang Yan like this many times. But this time, when hearing Su Lin's greeting, Chang Yan only felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Su Lin was covered in blood, with a huge blood-stained axe resting on his shoulder, standing at the door with a menacing smile. Who wouldn't be scared looking at him like this? Especially since just a few minutes ago, Chang Yan had angered Su Lin. You aren't dead. Chang Yan's voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. Su Lin asked in return, why should I be dead? As he spoke, Su Lin walked toward Chang Yan. Don't come over. Chang Yan's state vividly illustrated the meaning of a dramatic contrast. Before, she had been so confident and in control with Su Lin. Now, she was terrified and flustered. Heh, why aren't you laughing anymore? You seemed so happy before. What's with this face now? Am I that scary to you? Su Lin wore a smiling expression, slowly approaching Chang Yan with the axe. Once fully inside the bedroom, Su Lin casually placed the axe on the ground and dragged it forward. Screech, screech, screech. The axe blade scraped against the floor, making a piercing sound. As Su Lin came closer, the pressure felt by Chang Yan grew stronger. Although Su Lin didn't look as terrifying as the butcher now, he had splashed a lot of blood while hacking at that half-monster. Moreover, Chang Yan knew that Su Lin had come to settle the score with her. To say she was scared, she was far more terrified than those players in the butcher's factory before. Ding! Absorbing enough fear, the daily limit has been reached, current attributes unchanged. The familiar prompt sounded. Su Lin immediately felt a wave of boredom. Given Chang Yan's previous performance, Su Lin thought she might still have some tricks up her sleeve, and her terrified expression was just an act. Su Lin deliberately slowed his pace to guard against her sudden attack. But now Su Lin understood. She was genuinely terrified, completely panicking, scared to death. After all, she is still a rookie player, so she doesn't have any trump cards to turn the tables. Su Lin no longer wasted time and walked directly in front of Chang Yan, then gave her a slap to send her into a peaceful sleep. According to the data on his phone, an ordinary person's physical strength is about 3 to 4 points. Newbie players, after being selected to enter the instance world, would have their physique uniformly strengthened to 5 points. However, no matter what the value, they were all weaklings in front of Su Lin's astounding 9 points of strength. Su Lin estimated that even if Chang Yan woke up, she would be greeted with a nice concussion package. Of course, Su Lin had no psychological burden, this was all her own doing, wasn't it? Su Lin dragged the sleeping Chang Yan up. Then he brought the other person into the hallway outside. At the end of the first day, Su Lin wanted to test just how dangerous the hallway was at night. Unfortunately, he never found the chance. Now that there was a volunteer for the experiment, Su Lin was definitely going to take advantage of it. Chang Yen. Good luck. If you can survive this, then I will give in, and I'll forgive you. He didn't care whether Chang Yen could still hear him. Su Lin said this to Chang Yen and then tossed him into the hallway outside. After doing all this, Su Lin went back to Chang Yen's bedroom. At this moment, the girl with her hands tied behind her back had already stood up from the ground. From her appearance, it seemed she was preparing to run away. She clearly didn't expect that Su Lin would come back in the blink of an eye. As soon as she saw Su Lin, her whole body shivered. The next second, to Su Lin's surprise, this girl actually knelt down in front of him. And she slid over on her knees. The movement looked incredibly skilled. It was unclear how many times she had done something like this before. Please spare me. I am Jiang Ruanwan, the daughter of the Jiang Corporation. If you spare my life, you can name any condition. I'll have my parents give you a building, no, 10 buildings. Please don't kill me, While saying this, she started to cry. It seemed she felt this wasn't enough to show her sincerity. Halfway through her tears, Jiang Ruanwan hugged Su Lin's thigh. Su Lin. Su Lin shook a little. She was holding on very tightly, and surprisingly, he couldn't shake her off. Let go. No, if you promise not to kill me, I'll let go. You let go first. No. You promise me first. If you don't let go, I'll start chopping people. Su Lin said this while pretending to raise an axe. Seeing this, Jiang Ruanwan screamed and backed away instantly. After retreating a distance, Jiang Ruanwan realized that Su Lin really had no intention of attacking her. Hero? You're not going to kill me, right? Jiang Ruanwan blinked her big eyes, looking quite cute. In terms of looks, she was several levels higher than Chang Yen. However, after she slid over like this, Su Lin found it hard to look at this girl directly. When did I say I was going to kill you? It seems like you didn't. Misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Oh dear, look at this mess. Okay, I'll leave now, I won't bother you. You stand right there. Su Lin stomped the ground with the giant axe in his hand. Jiang Ruanwan immediately stood still, her eyes straight ahead without glancing sideways. Seeing her like this, Su Lin was reminded of when he learned to stand in military posture at school. He had to say, the little girl really stood very properly. Let's talk about the situation now. What exactly is going on with you? Su Lin originally thought the two players on the same floor were special tenants, one and the same. But after entering the bedroom and seeing their conditions, Su Lin knew he had thought wrong. This was also the reason Su Lin hadn't paid much attention to Jiang Ruanwan before. Of course, such a live person, Su Lin could not really ignore. After taking care of Chang Yen, he naturally needed to gather some information. Hearing Su Lin's question, Jiang Ruanwan detailed her experiences over the past 2 days. Her cooperative attitude even made Su Lin wonder if she was using some kind of mental attack. Jiang Ruanwan, true to her name, if you provoke her, you'd be kicking cotton. However, unfortunately, she was indeed chosen by the instance world. Like Su Lin, this was also Jiang Ruanwan's third newbie instance. Shortly after entering the instance, Jiang Ruanwan was controlled by her roommate. In fact, newbie players likely had the same attributes. Even if there were differences, they were within 1 point. If it really came down to a fight, no one would be afraid of anyone. Anyway, Su Lin didn't understand why Jiang Ruanwan could be tightly controlled by Chang Yen. Chang Yan's idea was very simple. That was to use Jiang Ruanwan as a substitute. As long as the invaders showed up, then Jiang Ruanwan would be killed. After 9 o'clock, it was nighttime, and the whole apartment building would become very dangerous. But it would only count as the next day after midnight. This meant that as long as a new victim appeared before 12 o'clock, the other players would be safe. Without a doubt, Chang Yen had made a life-saving charm for himself based on the rules. Chapter 33, Talk to my 3-meter-long axe. As a substitute, you seem to be living pretty well? Su Lin noticed that Jiang Ruanwan was hardly restricted at all. Before, when her hands were tied behind her back, it was more for show than anything else. Jiang Ruanwan could easily free herself. Unless it's absolutely necessary, they don't really want to kill me, right? After all, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely repay her when I get out. Su Lin. Sister, you are already being treated as a substitute, ready to be cut any time, and you still want to repay them when you get out? Su Lin now somewhat understood why Jiang Ruanwan couldn't beat Chang Yen. First of all, the mindset is different. Su Lin had traveled here, and even after leaving the instance world and returning to reality, he still didn't quite understand the situation outside, so he curiously asked, "Is your family very wealthy?" Jiang Ruanwan nodded quickly. "We are wealthy. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Wanwan added seriously, really very wealthy. While the two talked, time had unknowingly arrived at the sleeping point. Su Lin noticed that Jiang Wanwan's drowsiness was becoming more and more obvious. This girl was answering Su Lin's questions while rubbing her eyes with her hands and yawning continuously. It made one feel like she would fall asleep any second. As for Su Lin, he also felt waves of drowsiness constantly striking him. The wail of the female demon was effective. But if it wasn't kept up continuously, it seemed that one would still be forced to fall asleep. Su Lin couldn't possibly reassemble that unfortunate monster now. Taking advantage of the time left, Su Lin inquired about Jiang Wanwan's identity. If I'm not mistaken, you are an ordinary resident, right? Hearing Su Lin's question, Jiang Wanwan immediately nodded. Of course, for safety's sake, Su Lin still asked Jiang Wanwan about the special rules for ordinary residents. After that, Su Lin brought Jiang Wanwan to the next room, which was originally her bedroom. Su Lin's bedroom had been unlocked by Chang Yan and the others. At least tonight, safety could not be guaranteed. Su Lin could only crash for a night at Jiang Wanwan's place. After entering the bedroom, Su Lin looked at Jiang Wanwan, who could hardly keep her eyes open. I'll sleep on the bed, you can rest on the table for a night, is that okay? Jiang Wanwan felt her brain was almost a mush and only wanted to sleep. Where she slept was completely irrelevant. After Jiang Wanwan agreed, Su Lin improvised, using the bedsheet to make a rope, and firmly tied her to the chair. On the surface, it seemed Jiang Wanwan was really not in danger. But since the contact time between them was so short, Su Lin couldn't be 100% sure this wasn't the other party's disguise. For safety, it was better to control her. Hero, is that really necessary? I'm just a weakling, and how can I sleep like this? Su Lin ignored Jiang Wanwan's protests. He continued to tie the rope as if nothing had happened. Seeing Su Lin not responding, Jiang Wanwan immediately puffed up her cheeks. After a moment, Jiang Wanwan seemed to think of something and quickly spoke up. Hey. Hero, I thought of something. We don't need to go through all this trouble. Su Lin looked up with a hint of confusion at Jiang Wanwan. The next second, Jiang Wanwan suddenly pulled a small box out of the player's backpack. Seeing Jiang Wanwan's movement, Su Lin cautiously stepped back. However, after taking out this item, Jiang Wanwan directly handed it over to him. Su Lin took it. This is indeed an item without a doubt. Name, Gummy Bear. Type, food. Grade, ordinary. Attribute, food. Feature, vintage tin box, contains 5 candies. When fewer than 5 candies remain, 1 candy will be replenished every minute. Consuming it can restore a little stamina and slightly heal physical injuries. Feature 2, when given to any non-hostile unit, a friendship relationship is established. When either party shows hostility or intends to cause any harm, the other party will immediately receive a reminder and sense the direction of hostility, regardless of whether they are awake or not. After this effect takes place, the friendship relationship will be dissolved. Note, you don't expect a candy to have healing effects, do you? Note 2, here's a gummy bear for you, let's be friends from now on. Good friends shouldn't fight. The player's backpack only has 6 slots, which are very limited. Ordinary players would only use it to store items or equipment, while new players often bring some things that can serve as weapons. No one would stuff a backpack full of food like Su Lin did. Of course, Jiang Wanwan being able to take out an item surprised Su Lin quite a bit. Items and equipment are usually only obtained after completing dungeons with high ratings or finishing some side quests. As for Jiang Wanwan, it wasn't that Su Lin looked down on her. It's just that her performance so far really didn't seem like that of a skilled player. Moreover, while this item's grade isn't high, its effects are quite good. Especially the second effect, which is basically equivalent to a forced wake-up call. If used well, it can even help someone out of certain predicaments. As for sensing the other party's hostility, Su Lin thought it was just a bonus. Where did you get this? Huh? I'm asking where this item came from? I bought it. Bought it? Yeah, my sister helped me buy it from other players. Jiang Wanwan was nearly at her limit. She was now completely in a state of answering one question at a time from Su Lin. Seeing her like this, Su Lin felt that her brain might have stopped thinking, merely responding subconsciously. Su Lin shook his head, took out 2 candies from the tin box, and shared one with Jiang Wanwan. After eating 1 gummy bear, Su Lin noticeably felt some strength returning to his body. This effect is simply immediate, restoring stamina seems to be the main purpose. While Su Lin was deep in thought, a loud bang came from Jiang Wanwan's side. Su Lin looked over and found that this girl had bumped her head into the table in front of her and had completely fallen asleep. Su Lin was also struggling to hold on and quickly climbed onto the bed. Once in the bedroom, Su Lin had already asked Jiang Wanwan to lock the door. Chang Yan had also been dealt with. Tonight was probably safe. Thinking of this, Su Lin finally relaxed a bit. Once he relaxed his mind, sleepiness rushed in like a tide. Soon, Su Lin also fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Su Lin woke up just like the previous days. Opening his eyes, Su Lin quickly scrambled out of bed. Turning to see Jiang Wanwan's direction, the girl was sleeping soundly, with some glistening liquid even accumulating on the table. Who knows what Jiang Wanwan was dreaming about? She looked so happy, just like a fool from afar. Su Lin. Seeing Jiang Wanwan like this, Su Lin silently sighed in his heart. Thankfully, I had some vigilance last night. How could I treat Aquila like this? With Aquila's brain, how could she think of a strategy to show weakness to the enemy and then strike with strength? Su Lin walked over to Jiang Wanwan and patted her. He. Jiang Wanwan let out a series of incomprehensible laughter. It seemed she had no intention of waking up. Su Lin helplessly patted Jiang Wanwan again. This time, Jiang Wanwan directly swatted Su Lin's hand away in annoyance. Standing there, Su Lin thought for a moment and directly took the axe out from the player's backpack. Chapter 34, My sidekick is very rich. Let's try the effect of this gummy bear. Su Lin raised his axe, pretending to chop at Jiang Wanwan. Just as Su Lin was about to swing the axe down, Jiang Wanwan was suddenly jolted awake, jumping up from her chair. Seeing this scene, Su Lin's eyes lit up. This waking effect is impressive. Once Jiang Wanwan realized what was happening, she quickly assessed the situation. Noticing that Su Lin was holding that terrifying giant axe from last night, looking like he was going to chop her, Jiang Wanwan kneeled down to Su Lin again. Whoa, brave man. Weren't you supposed to not kill me? You're lying. Please don't. I can do anything, just spare my little life. Su Lin. Jiang Wanwan's sliding kneel was so practiced. She was so quick that Su Lin didn't have time to react. After a moment, Su Lin finally explained to Jiang Wanwan that he indeed did not want to hurt her, but just wanted to wake her up and test the effect of the gummy bear. Speaking of gummy bears, Su Lin took this item out of the player inventory. Can this thing be traded to me? Su Lin had already tested the effects of this item. Although in terms of grade it could not compare to Su Lin's axe, not even the snow monster heart was better. But this thing was much more useful to Su Lin than any snow monster heart. Not to mention, just the ability to automatically replenish made it dozens of streets ahead of the snow monster heart. What Su Lin needed most on the deserted island was food. This item was essentially unlimited food. The effect on stamina recovery was also quite good. Of course, Su Lin couldn't rely on eating candy forever. But if he encountered any extreme situations, this item could at least help him last much longer. Trade? Oh my, brave man, just say you want it, it's yours. Su Lin thought Jiang Wanwan might hesitate for a moment. Who knew this girl didn't even pause for a second and directly gave it to Su Lin generously. Are you sure? This is a sub-item. Pfft, it can't even change real time. I bought it just for healing, but its healing effect is barely useful, and I have alternatives. While speaking, Jiang Wanwan took out a band-aid from her inventory. It was clear this was not an ordinary band-aid, it was another sub-item. Did you buy this from other players too? Yes. Can I ask how many items you have? I don't know, there are some at home, but unfortunately, we can only bring 6 items each time we enter the dungeon world. Su Lin. Hearing Jiang Wanwan's reply, Su Lin fell silent. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly remembered a saying that had circulated long ago. It seemed Jiang Wanwan in front of him also had a superpower. Her superpower was money ability. No matter what kind of equipment or items, it all had to be obtained at risk. Most items either enhanced abilities or helped players gain more chances of survival. So one could imagine, to buy these things must require many sacrifices. However, looking at Jiang Wanwan's attitude, one could tell. Buying some items from other players was nothing for her family. Su Lin now had a deeper understanding of Jiang Wanwan's family's wealth. Su Lin put away his axe and gummy bears, heading towards the bedroom door. Hey! Brave man, where are you going? Going outside to see the situation. I'm going to check if Chang Yan is dead. Last night, Su Lin had knocked Chang Yan unconscious and just tossed her in the hallway. Su Lin needed to see what was going on with that woman. Hey, brave man, take me with you. Without a second thought, Jiang Wanwan followed right after. Su Lin glanced at the excited Jiang Wanwan following him. Last night was unavoidable, now the crisis is over, I won't restrict you anymore, you don't have to follow me now. Hey! How can you say that, good man? We have a bond that could last a lifetime, you can't just abandon me. Being with you is definitely safer than being alone. Do as you wish. By the way, my name is Su Lin, don't keep calling me good man. Hey! Alright, Su Gu. Jiang Wanwan now looked like a very obedient follower. Su Lin sighed inwardly again, what a waste of such a good appearance. The two of them arrived outside the hallway. Then Su Lin saw the tragic body of Chang Yan. Unfortunately, Chang Yan didn't make it through last night. This woman became a victim. At first, when she was in her rented room, Chang Yan and the players on the 5th floor acted as if they were invincible. Later, Li Qi and another monster indeed did not attack them. Su Lin guessed that special residents might have a camp rule that protected them. However, lying alone in the hallway at night was akin to seeking death. Even a camp rule couldn't protect Chang Yan's safety all night. Wow, that's so tragic, it really makes people feel sick. Zhang Ruanruan was now hiding behind Su Lin, her hands gripping his shoulders, only half her head showing. Before them, Chang Yan was worse off than that half a monster, with only half her head left, half her face gone, as if something had forcibly bitten it off. Her jaw was exposed, bloodied, and gruesome. On the remaining half of her head, the eyeballs in her eye sockets were pried out, completely stuck there. As for her limbs, they were even more unbearable. Su Lin could only say it was far worse than that half a monster. Su Lin directly swatted away Zhang Ruanruan's hands, speaking without courtesy. You still look when it makes you sick? Weren't you scared before? Now seeing this scene, you're not afraid at all? Zhang Ruanruan immediately retorted, how can a corpse talk? Can she stand up and hit me? Are you mimicking Mikasa? Also, let me give you a friendly reminder, players who die in this apartment turn into monsters at night. If you're not afraid of her coming for you, then keep talking. After that, Su Lin walked down the stairs. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Ruanruan turned pale, shaking like a leaf. Zhang Ruanruan clasped her hands together, her expression extremely serious. Sister Chang Yan, I was just joking, I respect you greatly. Even if you rise from the dead at night, please don't come beat me, I'm afraid of pain, really. Chang Yan. After doing this, Zhang Ruanruan felt much more at ease, then immediately chased after Su Lin. Su Ge, what shall we do next? This instance is mostly figured out, it's time to gather the players and lay everything on the table. Hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Ruanruan's eyes lit up. Oh. As expected of Su Gu. Are we almost finished? Chapter 35, Split Up and Act. As they passed the 3rd floor, Su Lin suddenly stopped. Su Gu, what's wrong? Zhang Ruanruan's voice came from behind. Su Lin pointed to room 301 next to them. He could vaguely hear voices inside the landlord's apartment, and they weren't quiet. Su Lin stepped forward and knocked on the door. What Su Lin didn't expect was that as soon as his hand touched the door, it opened on its own. Turns out it wasn't locked. Upon entering the landlord's house, Su Lin found that quite a few people were gathered here. Chen Yi and the landlord were sitting on the sofa beside the coffee table in the living room, seemingly engaged in conversation. Noticing someone entering, Chen Yi paused. When he saw it was Su Lin, he nodded slightly. Good, now everyone is here. Upon hearing this, Su Lin scanned the living room. At that moment, there were a total of 11 people in the landlord's living room. Except for the resident of room 502, everyone else had gathered here. Su Lin and Zhang Ruanruan walked over, and Chen Yi briefly informed the two of them about the current situation. In short, Chen Yi had summoned all the people downstairs to the landlord early in the morning. As for the residents above the 3rd floor, since Su Lin had reached a consensus with Chen Yi the night before, Chen Yi subconsciously handed the matter over to Su Lin. After understanding the situation, Su Lin glanced at Zheng Qiu, who was standing in the corner at that moment. This guy was the resident of room 501, and if everything went as expected, he was also the one who took away his teammates the next night. Last night, he should have reached an agreement with Chang Yan to work together to eliminate Su Lin. Unexpectedly, not only did they fail to deal with Su Lin, but Chang Yan also ended up being killed. When their eyes met, this guy instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin slightly curved his lips. Although Su Lin was fine last night and even took Chang Yan away later, this guy was one of the attackers, and Su Lin definitely wanted to repay that later. At Chen Yi's side, he had gathered all the residents downstairs to report to the landlord that the resident of room 502 was the wanted criminal. Uncle Lin and his grandson seemed to trust Chen Yi very much, completely standing on his side. As for the few people on the 1st floor, Gao Shuang looked a bit hesitant, while the other 3 players expressed considerable support for Chen Yi. Su Lin guessed that Chen Yi had probably informed them about the dead players turning into monsters. For all players, the longer this dungeon world continued, the more dangerous it became for the remaining people. Ending the dungeon as early as possible was the best for everyone. After Chen Yi's persuasion, Su Lin also spoke up. Aunt Li, you should know who the residents in the apartment are. We have been neighbors for so long and are all quite familiar with each other, but the resident on the 5th floor is the only one we hardly know. If we're talking about suspicion, he must be the biggest. After Su Lin finished speaking, the landlord first showed a bewildered expression, then seemed to remember something. Ah. Right, the resident on the 5th floor seems to have moved in recently, but is he really the wanted criminal from outside? Aunt Li, it's simple, isn't it? We just need to compare the information on the wanted notice. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Aunt Li clapped her hands. Yes, we need to check. I have the list of residents in the apartment and the wanted notice. Little Sue, could you please go get it for me? Perhaps because Su Lin spoke up, this task fell onto him. While the landlord spoke, she took out the rusty key that Su Lin had seen before. Su Lin took the key and exchanged a glance with Chun-Yi, who was sitting beside him. Chen-Yi immediately stood up from the sofa. Then let's split up, everyone. We should go invite the resident on the 5th floor over. As Chen-Yi spoke, he scanned the people present with his eyes. These past few days, it seemed very safe during the day. However, going to confront the intruder now was certainly still somewhat dangerous. So, the players who locked eyes with Chun-Yi showed varied expressions. Sienna on the 1st floor seemed to act as though she had not seen anything, actively turning her head away. The Zhang brothers, Zheng Ping and Zhang An, obviously hesitated, appearing to wait for someone to step forward first. As for the resident on the 5th floor, it went without saying, he kept shrinking into the corner, as if wanting to merge himself into the wall. Seeing this, Chen-Yi spoke again. If everyone acts together, it will definitely be much safer, and we can support each other. If we keep letting it go unchecked, it will become increasingly dangerous later. Chen-Yi had already explained to the people downstairs, and the players on the 1st floor understood what Chen-Yi meant. Finally, the Zhang brothers stepped up, while the other two players still acted as if they hadn't heard anything. Chen-Yi didn't bother with them and took the Zhang brothers towards the 5th floor. Su Lin took Zhang Wan to the door of room 302. Just picking something up, and it's right next door. Logically, Su Lin could handle it alone. But when Su Lin borrowed the ladder, he had already been in 302 and knew the situation inside. For safety's sake, Su Lin still brought Zhang Wan along. This girl had a lot of backup props. If something happened, she might be able to help a little. Zhang Wan didn't think too much about it. When Su Lin called her, she just followed right away. In the few days since entering the instance world, Zhang Wan had been confined and knew nothing about this instance. However, Zhang Wan understood clearly that as long as she followed a skilled person, her chances of survival would greatly increase. So even if Su Lin didn't say anything, Zhang Wan would find ways to stay near him. As for whether Su Lin would use her as cannon fodder, she hadn't thought about that at all. Click. Su Lin used the key to unlock the door, then gently pushed the door open. The door fully opened, and the scene inside was just as Su Lin had seen before. Various miscellaneous items were piled in every corner of the room. Looking around, Su Lin didn't find anything wrong. Su Go, what's wrong? The voice of Zhang Wan came from behind, and Su Lin shook his head, then stepped inside the room. Creak bang. The sound of the door shutting behind him made Su Lin immediately turn around. Su Lin's sudden move startled Zhang Wan. Before she could ask, Su Lin directly pushed Zhang Wan aside, then stepped forward to unlock the door. For safety, don't close the door. If there is any situation, we can run away. While saying this, Su Lin opened the door to 302. However, the door seemed to have some issues. After Su Lin pushed it fully open, it swung back on its own. Helpless, Su Lin could only leave the door ajar. Oh, Su Gu, you were so thoughtful. Zhang Wan gave Su Lin a thumbs up from the side. Su Lin didn't respond, continuing to lead Zhang Wan further inside. The layout inside 302 was similar to the other rooms. Only the original living room and kitchen had been turned into storage rooms. Inside, one room was used to stack various grains and oils. The other room had some important items stored. The last time Su Lin came here, he had seen some newspapers and paper documents inside. Not wanting to waste time, Su Lin directly walked towards the innermost room. Chapter 36, let me show you a quick turnaround trick. Entering the innermost room this time. Zhang Wan promptly learned to adapt on sight, not closing the door this time. She didn't know where she found a broom and directly propped the door open. Let's search together, hurry up. Okay. Su Lin and Zhang Wan searched on either side, digging through the piles of junk for anything with writing on it. The search process went smoothly. In just a few minutes, Zhang Wan made a discovery. Su Gu. I found it. Su Lin walked over and saw that Zhang Wan was holding a stack of registration information. It wasn't much, only a dozen or so sheets of paper that recorded the resident information of Happiness Apartment in detail. Not sure if it was because it had been left in the corner for too long. Almost every sheet of paper showed obvious damage, and there were many stains, with the cover and the last sheet covered in a lot of dust that couldn't be wiped away. Fortunately, the resident's information was mostly still legible. Su Lin took the registration form from Zhang Wan's hand. The first page was about the apartment's occupancy. The residents on the 1st floor were the same as what Su Lin had learned. On the 1st floor was Gao Shuang, who had just moved in over a month ago, along with the Zhang brothers and Sienna. On the 2nd floor were Uncle Lin and his little grandson. There is also Chen-Yi. There is no need to say much about the landlord's floor. The 2 floors above are also completely in line with what Su Lin has learned. In the end, the only problematic one is 502. The registration form did not show Li Bing's check-in time. The last few pages of the registration form detail the monthly rent payment status. Aunt Li collects the rent for the month on the last day of each month. So Su Lin can see the check-in times of the residents from the number of rent payments. Gao Shuang's over a month of stay was also deduced this way. But for 502's Li Bing, there are no records of rent payment at all. This means this guy checked in less than a month ago. This basically fits Su Lin's speculation. The shorter the stay in the apartment, the more likely the resident is an intruder. Of course, all of this presumes that the intruder indeed comes from the original residence, rather than a player or something else. The difficulty of the new instance won't be too high. The fact that dead players turn into monsters is enough to create enormous survival pressure for the remaining players. Su Lin feels that the intruder is highly likely one of the original residents. Otherwise, the difficulty of this instance world would be too high. Facing enormous survival pressure, consuming each other among players, and lastly not knowing where to find that intruder, it's practically a dead end. Sugu, how's it going? Any discoveries? Zhang Wanwan's voice interrupted Su Lin's thoughts. Su Lin nodded, preparing to respond. Suddenly, a chilling voice came from behind the two. What are you doing? The voice was eerie and seemed to contain no emotion. The moment Zhang Wanwan heard this voice, she trembled and grabbed Su Lin's arm. The two instinctively turned around to look behind them. Su Lin discovered that the landlord from room 301 had suddenly appeared in front of them. Crack, crack, crack. A faint vibrating sound kept ringing in Su Lin's ears. It was Zhang Wanwan shivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering like drums. If it were a normal landlord, Zhang Wanwan would never act this way. But the problem is, the landlord in front of them was clearly abnormal. Landlord Aunt Li had a pale face, lacking any color, like the skin of a drowned pig, expressionless, staring at Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan with unblinking eyes. Additionally, Su Lin noticed that the landlord was now standing on tiptoe, appearing a bit taller than usual. This look resembled a zombie from a story. What are you doing? Perhaps it was because of the lack of response. The landlord repeated the question once more. Su Lin felt that this time Aunt Li's voice clearly carried a hint of emotion, sounding a bit urgent. As Aunt Li spoke, Zhang Wanwan hugged Su Lin's arm tighter. Su Lin felt a bit of pain in his arm from the grip. The air around them grew colder, and not answering the landlord's question might lead to some bad consequences. Caring little about Zhang Wanwan beside him, Su Lin directly replied, Aunt Li, did you forget? We came to get the registration form as per your instructions. As he spoke, Su Lin distinctly felt the temperature around them rise. The landlord's face revealed a hint of contemplation. The surrounding air once again fell into silence. A few minutes later, the landlord seemed to remember something and nodded at Su Lin. Oh, right, if you've gotten it, then hurry up and leave. As soon as the words fell, the landlord turned to leave. As the landlord turned, Su Lin felt the grip on his arm tighten further. At that moment, Zhang Wanwan's face was also pale with fright. If just now she could manage to hold on. Then now seeing the landlord turn around 180 degrees. It's really a bit hard to hold on. Yes, the landlord, Aunt Li, showed the two how to do a hardcore turn, her body motionless, her head spinning 180 degrees. Su Lin didn't feel scared at all, he almost laughed out loud. But it was tough for Zhang Wanwan beside him, this girl almost cried from such a performance at close range. However, what surprised Su Lin was that Zhang Wanwan, although terrified, managed to keep herself from moving or making a sound. The only slight downside was that her teeth kept chattering, clicking away like typing on a keyboard. With the landlord finally gone, both Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Su Lin finally had time to pull Zhang Wanwan's claws off him. Su Lin looked at Zhang Wanwan with an unfriendly expression, pointing at his clothes, look what you did, pay for it. Su Lin's sleeve was completely torn apart. Just now, Zhang Wanwan had been too strong, normal clothes just couldn't withstand her power. Even a newbie entering the dungeon world for the first time would have their strength attribute boosted to 5 points. And 5 points of strength was already equivalent to the theoretical limit that an ordinary person could reach. Sorry, I was just too scared just now. Don't worry, Sugu, when we get out, I'll have my parents send you to a clothing factory, and then you can have as many as you want. Su Lin. Su Lin was already used to Zhang Wanwan's extravagance, so he wasn't surprised at her words. In fact, one piece of clothing didn't matter at all. The main concern for Su Lin was that he was on a deserted island, and he really had no alternatives. Whatever he had on was basically one less with each piece that got damaged. As for Zhang Wanwan's promise of compensation when they got out, it was basically impossible. Who knows where Su Lin would be in the outside world? Once out of the dungeon world, meeting each other again was nearly impossible. Enough with that, let's quickly find the wanted notice and get out of here. Okay. Due to the landlord's interruption, Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan wasted some extra time. Fortunately, they finally found the wanted notice without further issues. As expected, the image on it was undoubtedly that of Li Bing, the resident from the 5th floor, the native called Li Bing. Chapter 37, The Dungeon Boss Appears. The person on the wanted notice was undoubtedly Li Bing from the 5th floor. After obtaining 2 key pieces of information, Su Lin immediately prepared to go back. However, when he arrived at the door to the inner room, Su Lin noticed that the door, which had previously been pushed open by the broom, was closed again without him noticing. After twisting the doorknob, when he saw what was in front of him, Su Lin frowned. A wave of rotten and stinky air assaulted him. What unfolded before Su Lin's eyes was not the bright room used as a storage room, 302. Instead, it was a dilapidated room that looked like it had been abandoned for who knows how long. The walls around were almost completely stained black. In various places, there were large patches of peeling wall skin. On the wall with the peeling skin, there were also many disgusting spots of mold visible. There were some obvious dark red stains on the wall in the corner. Su Go, where is this? Zhang Wanwan's voice came from behind Su Lin. Perhaps she was too nervous, Zhang Wanwan was stuttering. Su Lin had seen this scene once before, and he was even prepared before coming to 302, so he appeared quite calm now. It's 302, where else could it be? But why has the room turned into this? Perhaps we have entered the inner world? Though he was answering Zhang Wanwan's question, Su Lin's tone was also somewhat uncertain. After all, this was just Su Lin's speculation. Inner world? Have you seen Silent Hill? It's something like that. Oh, Zhang Wanwan drew out a long sound, then continued to ask, so what do we do now? Su Lin thought for a moment, then turned his attention to the door lock. Perhaps we are opening the door the wrong way. As he spoke, Su Lin closed the big door. After taking a deep breath, Su Lin twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open again. As expected, the scene outside was still the same broken landscape. Brother Su, it seems to be useless. You try. Oh, okay. Zhang Wanwan also learned from Su Lin, first closing the door and then opening it, trying repeatedly, even using some mantras, but in the end, all attempts ended in failure. The last time Su Lin was here, he was awakened by the landlord. If the landlord hadn't called out to him then, Su Lin guessed he would also be stuck here like now, unable to escape. At the moment, there was no better way. Su Lin felt helpless. He could only explore this place first and gather some information before making plans. Hey! Brother Su, where are you going? Zhang Wanwan hurriedly asked, her tone full of anxiety when she saw Su Lin leave the room. Without turning back, Su Lin answered, going outside to take a look, we can't be stuck here forever. Seeing Su Lin walking farther away, Zhang Wanwan glanced around and immediately felt a chilling wind around her. Without hesitation, Zhang Wanwan immediately followed in Su Lin's footsteps. Arriving in front of room 302, after a slight pause, Su Lin prepared himself mentally to push open the door. Creak. Perhaps due to the long time, the door lock had completely rusted. As Su Lin turned the lock, it emitted a very sharp sound. Fortunately, after the door fully opened, they did not encounter anything. But the bad news was that the scene outside was just as shabby as inside 302. The outside was the corridor, but the sights in the corridor were as dilapidated as in the room. If Su Lin's previous happy apartment had been an old building that had been around for a long time, then what Su Lin saw now was a building that had been abandoned for decades or even longer. The door opposite room 302 was 301, where the landlord was located. Su Lin guessed that the unusual landlord who had just approached them was likely in 301 now. To go back, perhaps I still need to rely on the landlord. Now I understand what the landlord has no camp inclination in the copy information means. Brother Su, what are you saying? Are you talking to me? Su Lin's voice was very low, and Zhang Wanwan behind couldn't hear it clearly. Su Lin shook his head, it's nothing, just thought of some information related to the copy. Oh. Although Su Lin did not explain to Zhang Wanwan, she seemed to not care much. In Su Lin's view, the unusual landlord should also be some kind of monster, maybe even a ghost. However, unlike ordinary ghosts who cannot see living people, the unusual landlord is a neutral entity. As long as one does not actively seek trouble, there is a high probability of not being attacked. So after a brief thought, Su Lin still planned to go talk to the unusual landlord. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Following Su Lin, Zhang Wanwan suddenly twitched her nose. Brother Su, do you smell that the odor around us seems to be getting worse? Upon hearing Zhang Wanwan's reminder, Su Lin also carefully sensed it. Indeed, just as Zhang Wanwan said, the rotten smell in the air was getting stronger, and this odor was faintly coming from one direction. Realizing what was happening, Su Lin immediately looked up towards the 5th floor. A long shadow, all in pitch black, was clinging to the stair railing like a gecko. The long shadow barely resembled a human shape, but its length must be at least 3 to 4 meters. Its body curled around the stair railing, stretching from the 3rd floor all the way to the 4th floor. The head area was also pitch black, but 2 crimson dots resembling eyes could be seen. At this moment, this thing was staring intensely at Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan with those eye-like red points. Indeed, the rotten smell was emanating from this thing's body. Suddenly seeing this thing, even Su Lin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. God knows how long this thing had been watching Su Lin and them from above. If that thing had just launched an attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jiang Wanwan turned her gaze to the direction of the 4th floor after noticing Su Lin's movement. In the next second, Jiang Wanwan once again grabbed Su Lin like a pillow. Su. Ding. Absorbed enough fear, mental power +1. On this new day, Su Lin's system also refreshed. Jiang Wanwan's fear successfully helped Su Lin raise a little attribute. But there was no time to pay attention to this now. Just as both of their gazes focused on the tall, thin shadow, this thing seemed to have unlocked some shackles, immediately lunging towards Su Lin in Jiang Wanwan's direction. Get back! Su Lin pushed Jiang Wanwan behind him while pulling out an axe from his backpack. The shadow was incredibly fast. By the time Su Lin took out the axe, it was already right in front of him. The shadow's arms were long and thin, only as wide as 2 fingers of an ordinary person, yet nearly 2 meters long, with fingers that looked like pitch-black claws. The shadow swung its claws at Su Lin. Clang! The butcher's axe temporarily served as a shield for Su Lin. The shadow's claws struck the axe, creating a deafening metallic crash. This thing was clearly much faster than Su Lin. Before Su Lin could respond, the shadow swept over with its other hand. Su Good, be careful. Chapter 38, must have tools for watching the show. Suddenly, Jiang Wanwan's voice came from behind Su Lin. In the next second, an incredibly bright light exploded behind Su Lin. Although Su Lin was facing away, he still felt as if the world before him instantly became extremely bright. The strong light shone. The shadow immediately emitted a hoarse sound that seemed to pierce through eardrums. The shadow blocked with both hands, using its long claws to cover the 2 red dots on its head. Then, the shadow quickly retreated, wrapping itself around the handrail of the stairs just as it had appeared. The shadow stayed coiled on the stair railing. Su Lin couldn't see the shadow's lower body and wasn't sure if it even had feet. However, its speed sliding on the handrail was not any slower than a person running. In the blink of an eye, the shadow disappeared at the end of the 4th floor, and it seemed like it had hidden on the 5th floor. Room 502 on the 5th floor was where Li Bing was located, the so-called boss room, so it was no surprise that the shadow would retreat there. With the enemy completely retreating, Su Lin finally sighed in relief. Just now, he only blocked that one time. Su Lin felt as if his hands had been shaken numb. He sensed that the power difference between them was relatively small, and he could certainly fight with the axe. However, in terms of physical fitness and agility, they were simply not on the same level. The odds of winning in a direct confrontation were very, very low. Su Lin estimated that so far, among the monsters encountered in the copy world, only the butcher was slightly stronger than this shadow. The shadow seemed to be an agile assassin type. Su Gu, are you okay? Jiang Wanwan's concerned voice came. Su Lin looked at her and found that Jiang Wanwan was holding a fragment in her hand. I'm fine, just now it was thanks to you. By the way, what do you have there? What thanks, Su Gu? If you hadn't pulled me back, I don't know what would have happened to me. Besides, if you died, wouldn't I have no way out either? While talking, Jiang Wanwan handed the thing in her hand to Su Lin. This is a replica of the Holy Light Grenade, a one-time consumable. When Su Lin took the fragment, he had already learned about this item from the copy world. Name, Holy Light Grenade Fragment, Replica. Type, Material. Quality, Ordinary. Attribute, Holy Light. Feature, fragments of the Holy Light Grenade after explosion, can be used to make new Holy Light Grenades if you have the complete technique and other materials. Note, even for a paladin. It is also necessary to keep up with the times. The remnants after the explosion are of common quality. In other words, a complete item is at least of good quality. Su Lin now knows that in the instance world, the items and equipment are divided into different levels, such as ruined, common, good, excellent, and outstanding. Good items are already considered quite nice. And the one in Jiang Wanwan's hand is even a one-time consumable, its value goes without saying. Unfortunately, according to Jiang Wanwan, this item is a counterfeit and not the real Holy Light Grenade. It basically has no lethal effect on monsters, only capable of temporarily shocking or pushing them back. It's not a weapon, but a tool for saving life. After hearing this, Su Lin instantly dismissed the idea of pursuing. Just now, when Su Lin saw that shadow crying out in pain, he originally planned to rush up to land a finishing blow. After all, if he didn't strike down a weakened target, it would be like not attacking at all, right? But since the shadow wouldn't suffer multiple wounds, that plan could only be put on hold. After a simple adjustment, Su Lin still followed his original plan and knocked on the door of room 301. Knock, knock, knock. After Su Lin knocked, the door of room 301 quickly opened. An exceptionally pale, tiptoeing landlord appeared in front of Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan. Although there had been one experience already, Zhang Wanwan was still terribly afraid, completely shrinking behind Su Lin, her hands tightly gripping Su Lin's clothes. Sometimes Zhang Wanwan acted boldly, but when danger truly came, she would be scared stiff. However, considering she had just helped out a lot, this time, Su Lin decided not to hold it against her. After the unusual landlord opened the door, she just stood there staring straight at Su Lin without saying anything. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became excessively quiet. Therefore, Su Lin took the initiative to speak. "Antly, we've brought you the things you wanted." "The things I wanted?" A hint of confusion appeared on the unusual landlord's face. Seeing this, Su Lin directly handed over the wanted notice and the residence registration information he had previously found to the landlord. The landlord did not take them. But upon seeing these two items, some changes instantly occurred in the landlord before him. "It's him! It's him! It's definitely him!" The familiar lines made Su Lin almost sing along, but he still silently added in his heart, "I guess your next line is our friend." The landlord suddenly appeared to be frenzied, her face full of resentment and hatred, her eyes turning increasingly bloodshot. Moreover, spots of decay began to appear all over the landlord's body, and a foul smell emanated from her. Su Lin quietly pulled Zhang Wanwan back slowly. Although the landlord had no faction inclination, and Su Lin also speculated this meant neutrality, even as a ghost, she probably wouldn't actively attack players. But a guess is still a guess. Considering the way the landlord was behaving right now, Su Lin didn't believe she was someone, or rather, a ghost who could be easily talked to. The situation with the tall, thin ghostly figure was still fresh in his memory. The monsters in this instance were not simple. If they could avoid conflict, Su Lin thought it best not to engage in conflict. "Where is he?" the unusual landlord roared as she asked Su Lin. The murderous intent in her voice was undisguised. Su Lin had a feeling that perhaps in the next second, the landlord would rush up and tear him and Zhang Wanwan into pieces. So Su Lin wasted no time and directly told the landlord where Li Bing was. Immediately, the unusual landlord floated towards the 5th floor. She truly floated, as Su Lin noticed the landlord's feet didn't touch the ground at all. But even while floating, the landlord's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the unusual landlord had vanished from view. Su Lin compared his current agility attribute. The landlord's agility is probably greater than 10. The monsters in this copy seem to rely on agility attributes. Su Lin was deep in thought. Beside him, Zhang Wanwan asked Su Lin what to do next. "Su Gu, what should we do next?" Su Lin glanced up at the ceiling. "If possible, I really want to see how the two monsters fight, but for safety's sake, let's stay here." "No problem, Su Gu. Let's go take a look. We'll stand a bit further away and watch, there won't be any issues." As she spoke, Zhang Wanwan pulled out two items from her player backpack. A thick quilt and a long incense stick. Seeing the two items Zhang Wanwan took out, Su Lin's face was filled with confusion. "Su Gu, these are great items, essential for watching." Chapter 39, Who would refuse to open a treasure chest in a boss room? Zhang Wanwan was also carefree. Without any hesitation, she handed the two items to Su Lin for inspection, truly not afraid of Su Lin taking the treasures. Su Lin briefly checked the information about the two items. The quilt and the incense were both consumable items, not high in grade, but their effects were very practical. The long incense could only be used once lit, it could cover one's presence, needing to be held, and couldn't be extinguished by choice, it would burn out completely. The quilt could be draped over oneself to conceal one's form. However, each use of the quilt would make it more worn. After 3 uses, it would lose its effectiveness completely. Currently, this quilt could only be used one last time. The usual use of these two items should be to infiltrate dangerous places to gather key information or items. At worst, they could be used to save one's life when in dire straits. It goes without saying how valuable life-saving items are. However, Zhang Wanwan wanted to use the two items for watching. One could only say she was too extravagant. "Are you sure you want to use these two items here? Their value is quite high, they might save your life at a critical moment." "Oh, I have similar items at home, it's no problem." Su Lin. Su Lin had already tried to overestimate this girl's wealth level. But it seemed that she constantly broke Su Lin's expectations. Such life-saving items, under normal circumstances, wouldn't even sell at a high price to others. To have collected such a large number of these items, one could only say that Zhang Wanwan's family offered prices that were impossible to refuse. "Alright, then let's go upstairs and take a look. By the way, don't just take out these items to show others in the future." Although they hadn't known each other for long, Su Lin had a good impression of Jiang Wanwan. This girl sometimes was just too carefree. So Su Lin still reminded her. Oh, I got it, don't worry, Suga, I won't show them to just anyone. As long as you're aware. Next, the two lit the long incense. Then they draped the thick quilt over themselves. After preparing, they cautiously made their way to the 5th floor. As soon as they reached the 5th floor, they heard the sound of fierce collisions coming from room 502. Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan exchanged glances and slowly entered the room. The door to 502 was completely destroyed, saving Su Lin some trouble. Once inside the room, Su Lin saw two monsters engaged in battle. Initially, Su Lin thought the scene of these monsters fighting would be brutal and beyond imagination. But upon witnessing it for himself, Su Lin found that even these monsters in the copy world, when fighting, seemed no different from ordinary people. The two monsters were locked together, claws and fists wildly striking at each other, almost like a clash of primitive forces. The slender black shadow moved nimbly, shifting positions in the living room. Each time, the sharp claws left deep cuts on the landlord's body. But the landlord seemed completely numb to pain. Even when hit, he didn't wrinkle his brow at all. The torn places on his body didn't bleed at all. On the contrary, with every punch and kick, the skinny ghost emitted a cry of anguish. This scene looked like an assassin fighting a warrior, and it was a low-level assassin battling a high-level warrior, with the fighting space even restricted. When Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan arrived here, the skinny ghost had already been completely cornered by the landlord. Given the current situation, in just a few minutes, the landlord should be able to deal with this guy. While the two monsters were fighting, Su Lin nudged Jiang Wanwan, who was watching the battle with wide eyes. Jiang Wanwan turned her head and gave Su Lin a puzzled look. Su Lin pointed to the bedroom behind the two monsters. Since they arrived here, the strong stench in the air almost made both of them want to vomit. Fortunately, they had been in this strange apartment for a bit of time and had adapted somewhat. Su Lin could feel that the source of the foul smell was in the bedroom at the end of the living room. With the boss restrained, it was a rare opportunity. Su Lin wanted to take a look inside the boss's room. Generally speaking, boss rooms in games always have big treasure chests. Now that they had a chance to search without fighting, Su Lin naturally couldn't miss it. After all, not every player could be like Jiang Wanwan, who could just throw money at whatever item or equipment she needed. Understanding Su Lin's hint, Jiang Wanwan nodded. The two of them then moved towards the bedroom. Whether it was the long incense or the blanket, the hidden effects were quite good. The two monsters seemed completely unaware of Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan. Of course, Su Lin guessed it might also be because they were fully engaged in battle and had no time to spare. When they reached the bedroom door, Su Lin noticed that it was not completely closed, just slightly ajar. As they approached, the rotting stench became even stronger. Su Lin gently pushed open the bedroom door. Upon seeing the scene before him, Jiang Wanwan next to Su Lin instantly vomited. No way, even Su Lin almost couldn't hold it back, the sight was just too horrifying. Dead rats were hanging from the ceiling, piled up in the corners, and scattered all over the floor. These rats were either disemboweled or torn into several pieces and hung up with ropes. Anyone who saw the scene would feel extreme discomfort. Su Lin noticed that even though the room was filled with dead rats, there wasn't a single fly or mosquito, and no maggots to be found. Some corpses clearly had been dead for a long time but had only partially rotted, as if the rest had completely stopped decaying. Ugh. Su bro, are you okay? Ugh, can you close the door? For Jiang Wanwan, facing this scene was indeed a challenge for her. Su Lin pointed to a spot in the center of the bedroom. Hang in there, let's go over there, grab what we need and get out. Although Jiang Wanwan felt extremely uncomfortable, her curiosity drove her to glance in the direction Su Lin was pointing. There seemed to be something emitting a red glow at that spot. The room was very dark, and even a small amount of light stood out significantly. As long as one observed the whole room, they would not miss it. Jiang Wanwan really didn't want to step into this nauseating room. But since Su Lin said so, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. Next, the two of them quickly entered the room, and Su Lin retrieved a red orb from the pile of corpses in the center of the room. After finishing this, they swiftly exited the room. Once outside, Su Lin casually closed the door behind them. However, the foul smell in the air seemed to not have diminished at all. After going in for a while, both of them were covered in that unpleasant smell. Su Lin estimated that unless he took 7 or 8 baths, it would be impossible to get rid of this odor. Chapter 40, Reasonable Exchange of Resources. After leaving the room, Jiang Wanwan seemed to instantly forget the unpleasantness from earlier. At this moment, she was staring curiously at the red bead in Su Lin's hand. Su-gu, did you find something good? Let me take a look. Without hesitation, Su Lin directly handed the bead to Jiang Wanwan. As she held the bead, detailed information about the item immediately appeared. Name, shadow bead. Type, accessory. Grade, excellent. Attribute, shadow. Trait, can blend into any position on clothing. Once integrated, it grants a brief shadow stealth effect, allowing movement within uninterrupted shadow areas for 10 seconds. After use must wait 60 minutes for it to be used again. Trait 2, even without using the active effect, it significantly lowers one's presence and slightly conceals one's aura when worn. Note, mousies always move in the shadows. Note 2, this equipment carries a lot of mousies' resentment. Wow, so good, this is actually excellent grade equipment. Zhang Ruanwan played with the small bead in her hand, whispering in awe, and then returned the bead to Su Lin. Su Lin thought for a moment and said, "This item was obtained together by us, and if it weren't for your help, we wouldn't have made it here. To be honest, this thing should be yours." Hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Ruanwan waved her hand. "Sugo, if you weren't here, I wouldn't have even gone into that bedroom." "Alright, then I'll use another item to compensate you." Su Lin also had some items in hand. Among them, the butcher's axe and the snow monster's heart were also of excellent grade. The axe was Su Lin's main weapon, so it was naturally out of the question to give that away. That left only the complete heart of the snow monster. Although the heart of the snow monster was also excellent grade, its effects couldn't be compared to the shadow bead at all. The effect of exchanging for real time was completely useless to Su Lin. As for using it as a crafting material, Su Lin had no clue at all. He didn't have any crafting recipes nor the skills. And there was nothing on the deserted island, not even basic crafting tools. But this was only true for Su Lin. If it were in Jiang Wanwan's hands, it might be completely different. With her family's financial resources, she should have a way to utilize the snow monster's heart. As a crafting material of excellent grade, the finished equipment or items would likely be of higher quality. In terms of potential, the snow monster's heart was clearly higher. If we were to talk about market value, the snow monster's heart would probably sell for more. However, Zhang Ruanwan had previously given Su Lin gummy bears, and now Su Lin took the shadow bead. Zhang Ruanwan had helped a lot in this dungeon world. Rather than let the snow monster's heart waste in his hands, Su Lin felt it was better to give it to Zhang Ruanwan. After saying that, Su Lin took out the snow monster's heart. Zhang Ruanwan curiously took the heart from Su Lin's hand. After seeing the detailed information of this item, Zhang Ruanwan's mouth dropped wide open. Wow! A whole 30 days of real time. That means I could just lay flat for a whole month. Su Lin. Hearing Zhang Ruanwan's words, Su Lin almost couldn't help but slap this girl. Excellent grade materials, with immeasurable potential. Is this what it's for? Ah. That 30 days is a trap, the real use of this thing is as crafting material. Ha! An excellent grade material, if it's made into life-saving gear, the effects would be incredible, I don't need to explain. Oh. After hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Wanwan's eyes lit up. But soon, some hesitation appeared in Zhang Wanwan's expression. Sugu, if that's the case, aren't you at a loss? Let it be, or maybe it's better to just give up. Zhang Wanwan said as she closed her eyes and handed the snow monster's heart to Su Lin. Su Lin noticed that Zhang Wanwan's lips were moving. From her lip movements, she seemed to be saying, "My 30 days, just like that, gone." A whole 30 days. Su Lin sighed silently. Now he was unsure if giving this item to Zhang Wanwan was actually the right choice. "Take it, it's a gift for you, but I have one request. You can't just exchange it for real days, it must be used for crafting, preferably into finished equipment." "Oh, okay. Thank you, Brother Su." Just as the two were finishing their conversation, Su Lin suddenly felt a cold breeze in front of him. He looked up slightly and saw the abnormal landlord walking back and forth not far from him and Zhang Wanwan. The landlord's face clearly showed a hint of confusion, scanning the living room in all directions. Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan had wasted quite some time, and the battle on the landlord's side had already concluded. Just as Su Lin had seen at the beginning. The abnormal landlord's combat power was far superior to the thin black shadow. At this moment, that strange thin black shadow had completely disappeared. Su Lin saw several irregular black marks on the living room floor. Those might be the remnants of the thin black shadow. Su Lin was previously puzzled about the two items Zhang Wanwan had taken out. But now it seemed, both the long incense and the quilt were indeed excellent for hiding oneself. Unfortunately, both of them were consumables, and once used, they were gone. Su Lin actively put away the quilt that was covering him. The next second, the landlord's head spun 180 degrees again, immediately looking toward Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan. The landlord quickly floated in front of Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan. Without any chit-chat or inquiries about what they had just been doing, the landlord got straight to the point. "Thank you both. I have been blinded for too long, and now, my wish is finally about to be fulfilled." About to be fulfilled? Su Lin keenly caught the key point in the landlord's words. About to be fulfilled meant it hadn't been fully completed yet? Before Su Lin could ask, the landlord began to explain proactively. Simply put, Su Lin's earlier guesses were indeed correct. This apartment building was divided into two parts. No, more accurately, it was a division of illusion and reality. The apartment building that players entered was actually a false world constructed by bizarre powers. And precisely because it was false, the flow of time was extraordinarily abnormal. Also, to maintain the stability of the false apartment building, every night, everyone in the building would be forced into a deep sleep. The monsters inside the apartment were the same. However, they were much stronger than ordinary people, so they were forced to sleep a little later than the players. And this also gave the monsters a chance to attack the players. The intruder in the apartment had already been killed in the real world. But the intruder in the false apartment building had not yet been eliminated. To fully accomplish the abnormal landlord's wish, the intruder in the false apartment building needed to be killed, or capturing them and sending them to the police would also work. According to the abnormal landlord, as long as the intruder could be completely controlled, her avatar would immediately call the police. After hearing the abnormal landlord's words, Su Lin nodded slightly. No problem, we will help you, but how do we get back? Just at the moment Su Lin asked this question, the abnormal landlord suddenly revealed an extremely eerie smile at the two of them. Chapter 41, You have no idea how precious food is. Su Lin felt darkness envelop him. When he came back to his senses, he found himself once again in the storage room of 302. Su Lin held an axe taken from his backpack. Just now, the landlord's sudden behavior had been shocking. Su Lin almost swung the axe directly at him. Su Lin shook his head, silently sighing in his heart, do these things really have to act like this? If I hadn't come back quickly, perhaps I would have already been choked. Hey! Su Gu. It seems like we teleported. Just now, I almost thought that thing was going to attack us. A voice beside Su Lin belonged to Jiang Wanwan. Perhaps experiencing teleportation for the first time, Jiang Wanwan had a hint of excitement on her face. Su Lin surveyed the surroundings. This was the place where Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan had previously found the wanted poster and the apartment resident registration form. Everything looked the same as before. If nothing unexpected happened, Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan should have returned to the false apartment building. This shouldn't be considered teleportation, it just sent us back to the false world. Alright, let's go out and take a look, I don't know how things are here. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, the two immediately walked towards the door. This time, when they opened the big door, it was finally not the dilapidated scene, everything was normal. Arriving at the door of 302, Su Lin directly pushed the door and walked out. Ah! As soon as they entered the hallway, Jiang Wanwan couldn't help but gasp softly. Su Lin also frowned. Because right in front of them, there was a player's corpse. Su Lin recognized this person, it was Sienna, who lived on the first floor. As expected, as their eyes focused on Sienna, information popped up in their minds. Sienna, special resident. As Su Lin suspected, Sienna was indeed a player from another faction. However, what puzzled Su Lin was why Sienna died here, and her death seemed very tragic. While they were examining Sienna on the ground, footsteps came from downstairs. Chen Yi, looking exhausted, walked up from downstairs. Su Lin. You didn't die? The moment he saw Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan, Chen Yi was incredibly surprised, followed by wild joy. Huh? Why did you think we died? Wait, how long have we been gone? Hearing Su Lin's question, Chen Yi replied, a day and a night. You guys entered 302 and never came back until night fell. Ah? At Chen Yi's words, Jiang Wanwan's mouth dropped open in shock, and even Su Lin was a bit taken aback. After entering 302, searching for two key items probably took only 6 or 7 minutes in total. Later, Su Lin and Wanwan entered the real apartment building, encountering the strange landlord, watching two monsters fight, and exploring the boss room for loot. All of these actions probably didn't even take half an hour. However, according to Chen Yi, a day and a night had already passed in the false apartment building. Of course, at this point, it made no sense to dwell on time. What mattered was dealing with the task in front of them quickly. How about the intruder on the 5th floor? After we subdued him, we've kept him tied up here. He's put up a fierce struggle, but his strength is about the same as ours players. As they spoke, they knocked on the landlord's door. Soon, the landlord, still appearing a bit drowsy, opened the door. Last night, including the 3 players who died, there were a total of 4 monsters that attacked. Since the Zhang brothers lived in the same room, this meant that, in the worst-case scenario, all players might have been attacked. That night they left was destined to be a night of slaughter. However, the landlord seemed completely normal. Su Lin didn't give the landlord a chance to ask questions, but directly took out the 2 key items. Previously, when he showed the wanted poster and resident registration to the strange landlord, the landlord hadn't taken them. These two important task tools were always carried by Su Lin. "Aunt Li, we've found it." Just as we suspected, Li Bing on the 5th floor is the criminal on the wanted poster. What? Hearing Su Lin's words, the landlord suddenly became alert. After taking the wanted poster and resident registration information from Su Lin, Aunt Li carefully checked and compared them. Such an important matter really shouldn't be forgotten. But the landlord only recalled after seeing the image on the wanted poster. After confirming Li Bing's identity, the landlord suddenly pulled out a mobile phone from her body. In the next second, all three players heard the message from the instance world at the same time. The current instance has been completed, players will exit the instance in 10 minutes. The three people's attention was briefly attracted by the message from the instance world. When Su Lin came to his senses, the landlord in front of him had already disappeared. Not just the landlord, even the body of Sienna in the corridor behind had vanished. Vaguely, Su Lin could hear the sound of police sirens coming from outside the apartment building. Chenny seemed a bit confused about the situation before him. But Su Lin had some guesses. After all, this was a fake world, a hiding place constructed by the invaders using strange powers. Now that both the main body of the invader and the avatar parasitic in this fake world had been destroyed, then the things in this apartment building would naturally not continue to exist. Su Lin estimated that, including the landlord, all deceased players should have been transferred to the real apartment building outside. As for this place, it would probably completely disappear once Su Lin and the others left. This is fine, it saves the time waiting for the handover, but this time the exit time given is really long. Is it because it's completely safe now? By the way, taking this chance. Su Lin suddenly thought of something and turned to run towards room 302 behind him. "Hey! Su Ge, where are you going?" When Zhang Wanwan asked, her body had already followed automatically. Though Zhang Wanwan hadn't followed Su Lin for long, she had already developed a habit. She always felt that as long as she could stay by Su Lin's side, she would be safe. Now, stumbling through the instance world was the best proof of that, right? After arriving at this instance, she had directly snuggled in the house and slept for a few nights, then followed Su Lin on an exciting adventure. When she came to her senses, they had actually cleared the level. This was much more interesting and relaxing than her last two experiences in the instance. Even Zhang Wanwan felt that this instance was simply not difficult at all, and there was no danger. Even the instance boss had another monster to deal with. The many deceased players? Hey! What are you two doing? Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan both ran towards 302, and the following Chen Yi thought there might still be something to pay attention to, so he hurriedly followed. Who knew that after Chen Yi came over, Su Lin answered without looking back, "Of course, I'm going to get something." Don't you know players' backpacks can store anything? The landlord's home has a lot of rice, flour, and oil. These are good things. Chapter 42, Instance Task Summary. Su Lin's words caused Zhang Wanwan and Chen Yi to stop in their tracks. The two exchanged glances, both able to see the thick confusion in each other's eyes. Su Lin had now arrived at the food storage room. Currently, 3 slots in Su Lin's backpack had already been used. The axe and gummy bear each took up 1 slot, and the other slot contained the little bit of fruits and vegetables he had brought from the castle. The shadow pearl had already been merged into Su Lin's jacket, so there was no need to waste a slot storing it in the backpack. 3 slots of space were enough for Su Lin to take away a lot of food and water. When Chen Yi and Zhang Wanwan came over, seeing Su Lin busy with a happy face, looking at Su Lin's back, Zhang Ruan hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Brother Su, is it really necessary? These things aren't worth much. If you are going to move, you should choose some valuable appliances or something." Chen Yi didn't speak, but looking at his approving face, he clearly thought Zhang Ruan was right. After Su Lin moved several bags of rice, flour, and oil, he finally stopped after completely filling the player's backpack. After doing all this, Su Lin turned around with a satisfied look at the two. "TSK, you really don't know the value of food, right? You've only had a few years of full meals and you look down on these things?" No, Brother Su. That's not what I meant. I never waste food in my daily life. I just think it's unnecessary." After Zhang Ruan finished speaking, she thought for a moment and added, "Brother Su, if you are really short on money, you can tell me. There's no need to move things from the dungeon world. At worst, I can give you a few buildings, and you'll have no worries about food from then on." Hearing Zhang Ruan say she would give him a few buildings, Chen Yi looked at her in surprise. Focused on the tasks in the dungeon world before, Chen Yi hadn't paid much attention to it. Now looking closely, Chen Yi realized he seemed to have some impression of Zhang Ruan. He might have seen her on the news before. However, Chen Yi was somewhat uncertain, standing still lost in thought and memory. On Su Lin's side, after hearing Zhang Ruan's words, he pouted in displeasure. It wasn't that Su Lin looked down on the buildings Zhang Ruan offered. The main reason was that even if she was willing to give, Su Lin wouldn't be able to get his hands on them. What's the use of meat you can't eat, no matter how fragrant it is? By the way, Ruin, your family's business must be quite extensive, right? Yes. My family's enterprises are all over the country, and even many places overseas. When talking about family matters, Jiang Ruin had a proud face. Oh. Do you have any sea business or something? Do you understand the uninhabited islands in different regions? Sea transport is also a major part of my family's trade, Brother Su. Why are you asking this? Jiang Ruin's answer excited Su Lin a lot. Su Lin already saw a little hope. That's right, Su Lin wanted to use Jiang Ruin's family's power to get himself off the uninhabited island. As for what would happen after getting off, that would be discussed later. Anyway, no matter how bad the situation is, it wouldn't be worse than staying on the uninhabited island. However, before Su Lin had a chance to speak, Chen Yi exclaimed nearby. Oh my god, Jiang Ruin. You are the young lady of the Jiang group? Su Lin shot a displeased glance at Chen Yi. What's so surprising about this? Su Lin knew it a long time ago, okay. Su Lin directly shoved Chen Yi aside. Then he told Jiang Ruin about the uninhabited island at sea. Su Lin didn't directly say he was trapped on the uninhabited island. Instead, he told Jiang Ruin that there were some important things on that all-stone island that must be obtained. Jiang Ruin believed him without suspicion and readily agreed. Although Jiang Ruin had nothing to do with various businesses at home. But saying that, she was still the young lady of the family, wanting to use family power was completely easy. Of course, Jiang Ruin also told Su Lin not to have too many expectations. After all, the ocean is vast. Human power cannot control all the areas of the ocean. Not to mention, Jiang Ruin's family is just a private commercial group, and the power they can use is limited. In addition, while Jiang Ruin's status at home is not low, she certainly couldn't just say a simple word to send all the family's ships to search for uninhabited islands. It's okay, just do your best. If it really can't be found, then forget it. Since it was completely impossible to determine where the uninhabited island might be. Su Lin couldn't provide any useful information. He could only let Jiang Wanwan try with a hopeful attitude. After the two finished their conversation, there was still plenty of time left in the instance world. Anyway, the task was already completed. The three simply found a place to sit down and discussed various information about this instance world. When they learned that the apartment building was actually divided into 2 layers, many of Chen Yi's troubling problems were solved. This time, the instance mission was not difficult. Or rather, if the players could cooperate from the very beginning, they could absolutely clear it with the fastest speed and minimal casualties. There were 10 players on their side, while there were only 4 locals besides the landlord, including 1 old and 1 young. According to Chen Yi, Li Bing's strength was about the same as an ordinary player, and even if he fought back desperately, the players could still subdue him. The only difficulty was the potential attacks from the slender black shadow after reaching the real apartment building. Su Lin almost couldn't handle it, and the other players needn't be mentioned. However, as long as they could find the abnormal landlord immediately and use the warrant to lift the landlord's obscured state, then the task could basically be declared complete. Unfortunately, among strangers meeting for the first time, how could they immediately trust each other? Let alone the fact that the instance world insidiously split the players into 2 factions. Once entering the instance world, the players' hearts were already planted with thoughts of confrontation. This led to a terrifyingly low survival rate in the end. The 3 searched the apartment building after completing their task. Aside from the 3 of them, all the other players had perished. Just as Su Lin had thought, the night he and Jiang Wanwan left was a pure night of slaughter. Fortunately, the task ended completely today. Otherwise, it would be a 3 against 8 situation next. As for how Chen Yi survived, it was still due to sheer luck. Because he was an ordinary resident. And as long as the ordinary residence room was locked, it would be absolutely safe at night. Special residents did not enjoy this special rules protection, and to ensure safety, they could only betray others. When Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan left, Zheng Qiu on the 5th floor and Xianao on the 1st floor must have wanted to harm others. They just didn't expect that in the end, it would be them who were unlucky. Brother Su, if we meet again in the future, you have to continue to take me with you. In the last few seconds before the instance world ended, Jiang Wanwan, with tears in her eyes, clung to Su Lin's sleeve. Chen Yi looked at Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan with a complicated expression. He always felt that the relationship between them was a bit unusual. 2 players who met for the first time in the instance world could build such a good relationship in such a short time? A bond like that must be something extraordinary, right? Actually, Chen Yi wasn't wrong. Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan had saved each other before. Su Lin patted Jiang Wanwan's shoulder. Don't worry, if we meet, I will take care of you. Also, don't forget what I told you. Jiang Wanwan immediately saluted Su Lin. I promise to complete the task. Chapter 43, adding one more mouth, is this a reward or a punishment? We're back again, sigh. Returning from the instance world and seeing the unchanged sea view before him, Su Lin silently sighed. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the happy apartment. Clear rating, excellent, you are the model tenant everyone praises. Instance reward, 15 days of real time. Instance difficulty, newcomer instance difficulty. The rating for this instance can unlock hidden rewards at the current difficulty. Hidden reward, plus 1 free attribute point, plus 1 happy apartment item draw times, victory in faction game additional gain. Note, the nightmare of the happy apartment has ended. But the next nightmare will come as expected. Another lottery? Recalling the hard stone drawn before, Su Lin now feels a headache when he sees the lottery. However, since it is an additional reward for the camp's victory, it feels like a free gift to Su Lin. In the end, only 3 ordinary residents were left in the dungeon world, all special residents were dead. Su Lin never thought about relying on harming another camp to clear the game. Unexpectedly, the winner of the game turned out to be his side. With the thought of taking a shot since it's free, Su Lin quickly proceeded with the draw. Item drawn, obtained a little hamster candy. Little hamster candy? There's actually candy with this name? Su Lin looked puzzled. Soon, Su Lin felt something moving in the pocket of his clothes. He reached in and pulled out a little hamster. Wow, so it's called candy, huh? Squeak. Su Lin had just said it casually, but unexpectedly, the little hamster in his hand actually nodded human-like. Huh? You can understand what I'm saying? Squeak. Su Lin thought for a moment, then placed the little hamster on the ground. If you really can understand, spin around in place twice and then jump on my hand. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, the little hamster actually spun around twice and then jumped right into Su Lin's palm. Are the mice in the dungeon world this amazing? Su Lin felt very bored staying alone on the deserted island. Now he has a chubby little hamster to keep him company, which helps ease the loneliness. Moreover, this hamster actually has other uses. The dungeon world provided Su Lin with more related information. Name, Candy. Identity, special guest of happy apartment. Related attributes, cannot be viewed. Traits, agile, the chubby appearance is just a disguise, this little guy is actually nimble and swift. Trait 2, perception, can sense everything around it, instantly aware of any hostile targets. Note, Candy is an important friend of the landlord's grandson, temporarily staying in happy apartment. If you can return Candy intact to its owner, you will receive a generous reward. Note 2, although it is very small, it eats a lot. This hamster is not only a pet. Since it can understand Su Lin's words, it can even provide some help in certain situations. Besides, judging by the appearance of this hamster, it seems that there's more to happy apartment. Returning this little guy to the landlord's grandson will yield extra rewards. I was guessing who the special guest in the apartment was, but I didn't expect it to be a hamster in the end. There were so many mouse corpses in the boss room, thinking about it now, it makes some sense. While Su Lin was checking Candy's information, this little guy had already climbed up his clothes to the collar position. Standing on Su Lin's shoulder, the little guy nuzzled his collar and let out a few sad squeaks. Su Lin clearly felt a wave of sadness. However, Su Lin found it quite hard to break down. On one hand, he couldn't believe he was feeling such human-like emotions from a hamster. On the other hand, those are just mice, unrelated to you, so why be sad? Su Lin wore the shadow pearl at his collar position, where Candy was snuggling. The shadow pearl contained many grievances from the mice, probably from those mice slaughtered by the dungeon boss. But the problem is, those are just rats. And Candy is a hamster. Squeak? Triggered by Su Lin's remark, Candy tilted its head in confusion, and Su Lin could obviously feel the little guy's sad emotions dissipating significantly. So you were crying without even recognizing the grave? Su Lin speculated that the item lottery was able to draw out this special guest. It is probably also related to the shadow pearl. Su Lin put the milk candy on the ground, letting it play by itself. Then Su Lin focused his eyes on his attributes. After some hesitation, Su Lin finally added the new free attribute point to strength. Strength is currently Su Lin's strongest aspect. But 9 points of strength still seemed insufficient against those dungeon bosses. The moment he fought against the tall, thin black shadow in the real apartment building left a deep impression on Su Lin. Since his strongest point still has shortcomings, then he should continue to strengthen it. As for whether to distribute points evenly, after careful consideration, Su Lin rejected that idea. Free attribute points are very precious. After 3 newbie dungeons, he had only gained 3 points, and this was because of his high clearance rating. The growth speed of player attributes is quite slow. Adding a bit here and a bit there is basically useless. It's better to concentrate strength in 1 point, 1 force can overcome 10. Of course, Su Lin also considered the excellent weapon in his hand before making this choice. After allocating his attribute points, Su Lin took out the last stored rice, flour, and oil from his player backpack. These items were all obtained from the fake apartment building. Before taking them out of the backpack, Su Lin was a bit worried. Fortunately, the rice, flour, and oil in the backpack were all real and posed no problem. There were also a small amount of firewood brought back from the castle. This time, Su Lin took back some sheets, blankets, and a few pieces of clothing from his rental house. Besides the clothes he used to change, the rest could be used for firewood. After a busy period, Su Lin cooked a pot of fragrant white rice and stir-fried some vegetables with oil. I never thought I would have such a day. I actually got to eat rice on this broken island. The meal in front of him was simple. But Su Lin was already very satisfied. At the beginning, Su Lin never imagined he could cook on a deserted island. And he even had a dish to go with it. Squeak squeak. While eating, the milk candy ran back. Now that the supplies were abundant, Su Lin didn't hesitate at all and served some rice in an iron pot for the milk candy. However, Su Lin quickly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated this little creature's appetite. Due to limited firewood, Su Lin cooked a large pot of rice at once. About 6 or 7 people's worth. In just a short moment, all the rice disappeared into the chubby hamster's stomach, and the key was that this little thing showed no signs of change in size. I miscalculated, this little thing can actually eat so much? Chapter 44, I am Escalation, how can I help you? Su Lin only rested on the deserted island for a few days. Then he prepared to enter the next dungeon world. There's no way, the rewarding hamster he got back from clearing dungeons eats way too much. A palm-sized creature, yet its appetite is comparable to that of 5 or 6 adult men. After returning from the happy apartment, Su Lin brought back several bags of rice and flour. But even so, he couldn't withstand how much this little thing could eat. For the ethereal and generous rewards, Su Lin ultimately didn't throw this little guy into the sea. Of course, another reason is that this little thing can actually swim. Dungeon World, I want to enter a new dungeon. Detected that the player currently has 21 days of real-world time remaining, there is no need to enter the dungeon before the real-world time is used up. Do you want to ignore the remaining real-world time and directly enter the dungeon world? Yes. Su Lin is probably the most diligent player in entering the dungeon world. But still, it's a helpless move for Su Lin. Detected that the player has completed 3 newbie dungeons. This time, the dungeon world will open an advanced dungeon. Dungeon world is loading. Dungeon name, Zombie City. Dungeon type, comprehensive. Dungeon difficulty, advanced dungeon difficulty. Dungeon rewards, none. Dungeon tasks, this advanced dungeon has no fixed task objectives, players can move freely according to their own will. After surviving for 30 days, players will be immediately teleported away from the dungeon world. Special rule, in this dungeon, players cannot die. Before receiving any fatal damage, they will be instantly teleported away from the dungeon world. Special rule 2, if players are teleported away from the dungeon world before 30 days have passed, they will immediately enter the next dungeon world. Special rule 3, in this dungeon, actions like the number of days survived, zombies killed, and exploring special areas can all improve the dungeon completion evaluation. A flood of information related to this dungeon world rushed into Su Lin's mind. The next moment, a familiar feeling hit him, and Su Lin's vision went black. A city has completely fallen, it has become a city of zombies. Survivors still here, please be careful and protect yourselves, strive to survive. The A City Research Center may have a vaccine, and the underground shelter stores a lot of survival supplies. The police did not take away all the weapons from the police station before evacuating. I hope this information can help you. Su Lin did not expect that entering the dungeon world this time would actually provide some background information and world setting. When Su Lin regained his sight, he found himself in a huge warehouse. Around him were 7 other people, dressed differently, some men, some women, all 8 stood in a circle in the center of the warehouse. These people were different from the players Su Lin saw in the newbie dungeon before. Each person had a wary look on their face and cautiously observed their surroundings the moment they woke up. It was clear that after going through 3 newbie dungeons, the surviving players all possessed certain strengths. Everyone, since we are all gathered together, why not introduce ourselves to each other? Su Lin looked at the speaker. It was an old man, appearing to be at least 50 or 60 years old. He held a cane in his hand, but he stood tall and didn't look like he really needed it. Su Lin silently observed him for a moment and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This dungeon world really doesn't discriminate, even an old grandpa like him has been brought in. The old man, unaware of Su Lin's thoughts, to boost everyone's enthusiasm, introduced himself after making the suggestion. Hello everyone, I am Lin Xiangyang, and although I am old, I am still confident in my strength, and I shouldn't lose to you young folks. After speaking, Lin Xiangyang smiled and looked at a player on his left. With someone taking the lead, and since it wasn't something that had to be refused, the male player to Lin's left hesitated for a moment before finally introducing himself. Influenced by Grandpa Lin, this male player also mentioned his area of expertise, saying he specialized in speed. Upon hearing this, Su Lin glanced at Grandpa Lin again. Although on the surface the old man seemed quite amiable and actively broke the silence among the players. However, his words had some issues. While introducing himself, he also revealed his strengths. Unbeknownst to him, he had already set a template for introductions, causing the following people to instinctively mention their strengths as well. This was like quickly uncovering everyone's weaknesses in just 2 simple sentences. In this dungeon world, it seemed that players should not need to be hostile towards each other. In fact, to survive longer, forming groups would have a higher chance of survival. But who knows what will happen next? After all, players would have to spend an entire month here. After the male player, it was a female player's turn. This time, not only did she say her name and area of expertise, even the professions in reality were mentioned. According to her, she is a working doctor. After hearing this, almost everyone's gaze lingered on this female player. The dungeon world is quite dangerous, the value of a medical worker goes without saying. Of course, the premise is that this female player is indeed a doctor. One by one, everyone started to introduce themselves. Moreover, the later people in line shared more and more information and details. Soon, it was Su Lin's turn, just as he was about to speak. However, the person behind Su Lin spoke up first. Su Lin. Everyone seemed to have overlooked him, their eyes glancing past Su Lin. Su Lin remembered that he was carrying a shadow pearl. Even if he did not activate its active ability, the shadow pearl could greatly reduce his presence. Without him proactively speaking, these 7 people completely ignored the living person standing right in front of them. Considering there were still 30 days to go, there might be times when they would need to act together. Su Lin decided to speak up before the last player could. As soon as Su Lin opened his mouth, the surrounding people immediately noticed him. Hey! This young brother, didn't you introduce yourself just now? Old Lin looked over with confusion. The players sitting on both sides of Su Lin were also full of surprise, they hadn't even noticed someone was next to them before he spoke. Su Lin smiled at the people around him. Sorry, everyone, I have a low presence since I was young, so my family named me Aka Lin. Aka Lin? What kind of name is that? It even has the surname A? Surprising but common, the surname A really exists, just that we rarely encounter it in daily life. The two next to him engaged in a friendly and warm exchange about surnames. After their lengthy discussion, Su Lin's presence was once again overshadowed, and his self-introduction was interrupted. However, Su Lin thought this was quite good, he didn't need to fabricate abilities or real identity information. Yes, Su Lin felt this so-called self-introduction was full of fluff. Every person ahead, one by one, surely wasn't speaking the truth, or they weren't revealing the whole truth. From Su Lin's observation, the player who claimed to be a doctor was particularly suspicious. Chapter 45, The Beginning, Teammate Sacrifice. After the self-introduction session ended, the players began to discuss what to do next. At first, everyone was still alert and nervous. However, at this moment, almost everyone relaxed. The conversation was quite easy and pleasant. Su Lin guessed that it was probably because of the special rules of this dungeon world. This was the first time Su Lin saw a special note in a dungeon world stating that players wouldn't die. This meant that players could take more risks without worry, even if it meant sometimes pushing boundaries. The worst outcome would only be leaving the dungeon world early, and the completion rating would decrease. Of course, there were still punishments. Players who left early would immediately enter the next dungeon world. Considering this was already an advanced dungeon, the subsequent worlds would be formal dungeons, with difficulty increasing dramatically compared to the beginner phase. So, it was better to avoid triggering this punishment if possible. While the players discussed, Su Lin was also observing each person. Carrying the Shadow Pearl, his presence was as low as Aka Lin's. As long as he remained silent, he could observe these people at will. After a moment, the players decided to first go outside to take a look. Just by hearing the name of this dungeon, one could tell what kind of world it was. However, there are countless movies and novels about zombies. The differences in zombies across various works are also vast. To smoothly get through the next 30 days, everyone needs to carefully observe the zombies in this world. After leaving the large warehouse, a group of people came to the outside world. It seemed that they were on a commercial street. There were many different kinds of shops on both sides of the street. In the distance, there was a huge department store that stood out. Of course, besides these shops, what caught the most attention were the zombies wandering all over the street. These zombies looked just like the classic images from movies. Their bodies were rotten and mangled, moving very slowly, shuffling back and forth. The area near their starting point was relatively safe, and there weren't many zombies in front of the warehouse door. After a brief observation, under the sign of Old Lin, everyone cautiously retreated back inside the warehouse. Everyone, you have all seen the situation outside, and so far it looks pretty good. Those zombies seem to move slowly, and we appeared in this commercial street. I suggest we check out that department store first. The department store had a variety of supplies. There, not only could they find the most important food and water, but also various equipment. It was definitely one of the places that apocalypse survivors needed to explore. However, according to the setting of this scenario, the city had fallen for some time, and it was uncertain how many useful items were left in the department store. Many people present thought of this point. But after some contemplation, everyone ultimately agreed with Old Lynn's suggestion. The players had to live here for 30 days. Gathering supplies was the top priority. In addition, it was best to also find a suitable place to build a shelter. The distant department store was definitely worth checking out. Moreover, the scenario world had just begun, and no one wanted to be the one to leave the team voluntarily. With 8 people acting together, it was certainly safer than being alone. After making a decision, everyone immediately prepared to set off. The large warehouse where Su Lin and others were located had already been explored. The wide-open warehouse couldn't hide anything, and Su Lin didn't find any noteworthy places. So when leaving, everyone didn't waste any time at all. Upon reaching the street outside, everyone cautiously made their way towards their destination. According to the original plan, even if they encountered scattered zombies, everyone would avoid them, trying not to cause any trouble. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. As Su Lin and the others got closer to the department store, more and more zombies were wandering nearby. Most importantly, Su Lin discovered that these zombies had very strong senses. Even from dozens of meters away, they could detect the sounds made by the group moving forward. So predictably, careful sneaking soon turned into a mad dash by a group of people. Wow! The sounds of zombies' roars and growls filled the air around Su Lin. Once the first zombie spotted them, it meant that all the zombies nearby would receive the signal. Thus, 1 alerted 10, 10 alerted 100. In just a few seconds, Su Lin felt the ground beneath his feet trembling slightly. On the distant horizon, a dense mass of dark shadows was rushing towards them. That's right, rushing. Although at first, they saw those zombies meandering slowly around the streets, this didn't mean that these zombies could only move at such a speed. Unluckily, what the group encountered were not the classic old zombies from traditional works, but running zombies. No, these zombies not only could run, but they could also jump and climb. Su Lin clearly saw many zombies quickly climbing up the outer walls of the distant buildings. Run! No one knew who shouted. Everyone could no longer hide themselves, and they all ran towards the distant department store. As they ran, the gap between them immediately became apparent. The male player who claimed to be good at speed during self-introductions was indeed not bragging. This guy took the lead and was running at the front, ahead of the second person by at least a dozen positions. In the second tier were Su Lin, Old Man Lin, the quiet girl who always said little, and the bald young man around Su Lin's age who worked in programming. The last 3 players were lagging behind the group. The players' agility attributes were clearly divided into 3 levels. The one taking the lead certainly had 7 points in agility, which meant he had performed well in at least 2 of the 3 newbie dungeons. Su Lin's agility had only been increased once and was currently at 6 points. The speed of the 3 people beside him was almost the same as Su Lin's, suggesting their agility attributes were likely identical. The 3 players at the end were clearly ones whose agility attributes had not grown at all. This was not surprising, very few players could earn free attribute points in the newbie dungeon. Strength, constitution, and agility were all very useful attributes, and even if they earned free points, not everyone would choose to strengthen their speed. Su Lin's constitution had also been enhanced, making him slightly stronger than ordinary players. At this moment, he seemed to be at ease and could take time to observe the surrounding zombies. Su Lin turned his head and compared. These ordinary zombies were clearly much slower than the newbie players. This meant that as long as they were not blocked, newbie players could still escape from the chase of the zombies. But I wonder how strong these zombies are? Just as Su Lin was pondering this, a scream suddenly came from the front of the group. Ah! Chapter 46, Mouse makes a great contribution. A scream broke the player's march. The speedster at the front was suddenly knocked down by a zombie that charged out from an alley. In the rush, he fell hard and his face was covered in injuries. But that was not the most important part. The deadliest thing was that as he fell, the surrounding zombies instantly swarmed in like hyenas smelling blood. Su Lin and the others behind him slightly slowed down, but it was just for a moment. The next second, the 4 in the second tier, including Su Lin, surpassed the speedster and continued running towards the department store. Help! Help me! The speedster's cries for help reached Su Lin and the others' ears. But no one turned back to pay him any attention. At this point, there were at least hundreds of zombies appearing around them, with more and more crawling out from buildings and alleys. Stopping now to save someone would mean seeking death. Because if they got blocked, it would mean fighting their way out from a sea of hundreds or thousands of zombies. What was most terrifying about zombies was not their numbers, nor their fearless savagery, but that horrible infectiousness. As soon as they were scratched or bitten by these things, it basically meant game over. Although the information provided in the dungeon world mentioned something about a research center, and even a vaccine existed. But right now, no one knew where that research center was, so how could they take that risk? You guys? Watching everyone continuously moving away, even the last 3 players showed no sign of stopping. A surge of anger immediately welled up in the speedster's heart. At the same time, he also felt a bit regretful. Regretful that he had run so fast without paying attention to his surroundings. If he had been a bit more careful, perhaps these things wouldn't have happened. Soon, the thoughts in the speedster's heart transformed into fear and pain. He watched with his own eyes as his body was devoured by the zombies that surged around him. Unbearable pain and fear completely drowned him. Although in this instance, one would be directly teleported away before receiving fatal damage. But the zombies' bites would not lead to immediate death. Before completely dying, Speedster still experienced this unforgettable ordeal. Ding! Absorb enough fear, agility +1. The news of attribute enhancement appeared in his mind and before his eyes at the same time. Su Lin only felt his body suddenly become more agile. Glancing back, Su Lin noticed that Speedster had already been almost completely devoured. Just thinking about the feeling of watching himself being nibbled away before dying is chilling. It's no surprise that such a scene would emit immense fear. In the final moments of death, Su Lin saw a large amount of white light suddenly emanate from Speedster's body. The next second, Speedster's body vanished completely. Is he being directly teleported away? Once outside, he will immediately face a more difficult official instance, and in this mindset, won't that lead to a quicker death? Thinking of this, Su Lin immediately felt the protection mechanism of this instance world seemed not to be true protection. It felt more like an even more extreme and cruel punishment. After the advanced instance, it is the official instance, and the difficulty of the official world far surpasses that of newcomers. One can imagine that Speedster just witnessed himself being eaten alive by countless zombies. The mental shock is immense. It's lucky if he doesn't go insane. In this state, even if he has immense ability, it is likely that he would be affected and unable to perform. Just calming his emotions would take an unknown amount of time. Yet the instance world gives no chance. Immediately entering the next official instance, is there even a way out? While Su Lin pondered, his feet didn't slow down at all. However, taking a lesson from Speedster's previous fate, Su Lin did not stick his neck out and maintain distance from the 3 around him. Moreover, now all players knew to run while carefully guarding against the situations on both sides. So, until they reached the front of the department store, no players had been eliminated. The main entrance of the department store was completely sealed, without even a crack, and the surrounding windows were the same. Upon seeing this situation, someone in the team couldn't help but start cursing loudly. The hundreds of zombies behind were closing in closer and closer. Weren't they all cornered here with no way out? Be quiet. The instance world cannot give no hope of survival. This place is the first special location players see, with the highest chance of being explored first. There must be a way in, search separately. The silent girl who had been following Su Lin was surprisingly calm at this moment. After reprimanding the player who was cursing, she hurriedly began looking for possible entrances around. With her reminder, all the players sprang into action. No one wanted to be eliminated, nor did anyone want to witness themselves surrounded and devoured by a horde of zombies like Speedster. I must say, the teammate sacrifice at the beginning was quite powerful. At least now all players united, striving hard to survive. As Su Lin searched around, he pulled out a candy from his pocket. Su Lin had already tried on the deserted island that candy couldn't be stored in a player's backpack, likely due to it being a living item. Keeping it in his pocket was also an attempt. After all, the candy was meant to be returned to the landlord's grandson later. It couldn't be that Su Lin wasn't allowed to bring it into the instance world. Now it seems that Su Lin's guess was correct. Although players cannot store it in their backpacks, milk candy can indeed enter the dungeon world with Su Lin. Squeak? Milk Candy looked a bit confused, as if just waking up. Milk Candy, help me find if there are any hidden passages nearby, quickly. Squeak. Hearing Su Lin's words, the little hamster affectionately rubbed against Su Lin's palm, then leaped off and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In this short moment, the army of zombies behind the group closed in again. Previously, the speedster had bought them some time by holding off the zombies with his life. The zombies that were originally chasing Su Lin and the others had all stopped, turning their attention to the speedster instead. Now that the speedster had vanished, these zombies shifted their focus back to Su Lin's group. Looking at the zombies getting closer and closer, the players began to panic again. Damn it, there's no hidden entrance at all. What now? Who said to come here? I think they just want to get everyone killed. What's the use of saying this now? We might as well split up and run, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Everyone expressed their opinions, and of course, it could also be said that they were just desperately trying to find a solution. One person even scolded the nearby old Lin, who was left fuming. Squeak. Just as Su Lin was preparing to leave, Milk Candy finally returned after scouting. Chapter 47, The Strange Survivor Camp. Following Milk Candy, Su Lin circled around behind the department store. In the narrow alley, there were several large square garbage bins. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Milk Candy indicated for Su Lin to pay attention to the garbage bins in the distance. Su Lin immediately guessed Milk Candy's intention. Behind those? Squeak. Milk Candy nodded happily, confirming Su Lin's guess. So, Su Lin stepped forward and shifted a few garbage bins around. There was hardly any trash in these bins, making them not very heavy. After moving the garbage bins, Su Lin noticed a ventilation duct behind them on the wall. This way. Finding the way into the department store, Su Lin immediately reminded the people around him. Then, Su Lin was the first to open the vent's shutters and climbed in. Once Su Lin spoke, the other players also noticed the situation here. Thus, one by one, the players rushed over excitedly. With the army of zombies closing in, plus some players were already eliminated right from the start. Now these players were no longer at ease, they all crowded toward the vent. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened this time. All the players successfully entered the ventilation duct. The last player even put the vent shutter back in place at the entrance. Su Lin followed behind Milk Candy, crawling through the ventilation duct. To Su Lin's surprise, this ventilation duct was just a straight line, with no branches whatsoever. Soon, Su Lin reached the first floor of the department store through this duct. Climbing out of the vent, Su Lin saw that the area was filled with empty shelves, along with many shopping carts piled together. These items formed a semicircle, completely sealing off the entire vent. Squeak? Milk Candy, well done. Squeak. Su Lin picked up Milk Candy and tucked this little creature into his pocket. Finally made it in, phew, let's call this a great escape. But the danger isn't over yet, whether it's a real escape is still uncertain. A voice came from behind Su Lin. Players climbed out one after another from the vent. Su Lin stepped aside a little, making room for those behind him. Here there are others? When all the players crawled out, they... Looking at the situation in front of them, everyone quickly realized something. The situation was easy to understand. There are other survivors in the department store, otherwise the ventilation shaft connecting to the outside wouldn't have been blocked. The reason this place is surrounded must be to guard against zombies rushing in from outside. Moreover, the front door of the department store is completely sealed. It is very likely that some survivors have turned this place into a base for survival. Su Lin calmly stood in place, quietly waiting. While climbing out, Su Lin had already noticed a camera above that was still working. If there really were other survivors in this building, they would probably be coming soon. Tat tat tat. Sure enough, it wasn't long before. Just when the players were about to open a passage, a group of people came down from the second floor. There were men and women, but mainly adult men. The leader was wearing a police uniform and held a handgun, pointing it at the players. It is worth mentioning that all these people had Western features. Once they got close enough, the leading officer asked Su Lin and the others about their identities. Although the languages were different, Su Lin could easily understand what the other party meant. Su Lin had reviewed most of the information regarding the instance world. So, he knew this was help provided by the instance world. No matter what kind of instance world players entered, communication with locals would almost always be smooth. After the officer finished asking his question, the players naturally split to both sides, allowing the older Lin to step forward. Old Lin, I damn. Old Lin really wanted to curse right now. Just now, a group of players scrambled to enter the vent but didn't show any intention of yielding to this elderly man. When they were blocked outside earlier, the players in the team even rudely blamed him, saying his suggestion almost got everyone killed. But now, when trouble came, everyone wanted to push him out again. After a moment's hesitation, Old Lin still stepped forward to prepare for negotiations. Talking to these NPCs might pose certain risks, but that was still better than facing the zombie horde outside. Furthermore, taking this opportunity to establish the player's leader identity in the NPCs' minds was beneficial. After a simple exchange, both sides roughly understood each other's information. Just as Su Lin observed, these were people who had survived after the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Under the organization of the officer and a few capable individuals, the survivors had established a shelter in the department store. Relying on the supplies in the building and occasionally forming search teams to go out, the survivors living here could barely survive. After asking a few questions, the survivors showed signs of accepting Su Lin and the others. They voluntarily cleared away the items blocking the ventilation shaft, opening up a passage. Then they prepared to take the group of players to see the shelter. Of course, this was just a surface show. In reality, these survivors remained vigilant towards Su Lin and the others. During the ascent, the players were surrounded in the middle, with the male members of the survivors forming a circle. The officer frequently placed his hand on his gun holster, clearly ready to draw his weapon at any moment. Taking advantage of the ascent, Su Lin roughly observed the surroundings. The first floor had many fast food restaurants and clothing stores. The second floor mainly featured various electronic stores, while the third floor had jewelry stores, liquor, and watches. The fourth floor was mainly various gyms, which was also where these survivors set up their shelter. There were still at least 5 or 6 more floors above. Unfortunately, Su Lin has no opportunity to check now. Arriving at the survivor camp. Surprisingly, there are still quite a few survivors here. This camp is not small, roughly estimated to have at least 30 or 40 people. However, what confuses Su Lin is that there isn't a single child or elderly person here. The atmosphere in the camp is also quite strange. When the survivors saw the newcomers, they showed neither welcome nor rejection, just looking at Su Lin and the others with cold indifference. The leading officer designated an activity area for Su Lin and his group, and set up a few tents to simply arrange their stay. After that, the officer left 2 survivors named to help, but in reality, they were there to monitor, and then hurriedly left. Chapter 48, Monsters in the Apocalypse. Why do I have to go again? Sigh, this is called the capable working harder. While Su Lin was observing the surroundings, he heard the silent woman and the programmer talking behind him. He did not know what the silent woman and the programmer were saying. The guy walked up to the 2 survivors left behind to monitor with a face full of helplessness, and then started chatting with them. At this moment, the silent woman signaled all the players to crawl into the tent. This survivor camp is not right. Su Lin was the last one to enter the tent, and the first thing he heard after entering was this. Su Lin looked at the speaker, who was the silent woman who had gathered everyone. Old Man Lin was the first to nod in response. Yes, it's very strange that in a camp of dozens of people, there isn't a single elderly person or child. After a slight pause, Old Man Lin continued, moreover, these people are full of vigilance and suspicion towards us. If they are so guarded, why not just drive us away directly? Why bring us to expose the camp's location? The female doctor next to Old Man Lin immediately added her thoughts, bringing us here must have a purpose. The most terrifying thing in the apocalypse is often not natural disasters, but man-made disasters. We need to plan early. The players whispered among themselves about the various possible scenarios. Seeing this, Su Lin nodded slightly. None of these people were first-time newcomers to the instance world. Additionally, they had just witnessed someone being eliminated from the team not long ago. Now, although no one was raising alarms, at least everyone was on high alert. In such a cautious situation, it wouldn't be hard to see the issues with this camp. However, unfortunately, although the players noticed some problems, the survivors in the camp did not provide any opportunities. A sound of footsteps came from outside the tent. Su Lin and the others immediately grew alert and came outside the tent. The officer who had left returned, and this time, he was followed by more strong men. The officer wore a smile, but that smile felt so creepy. Everyone, you must be quite exhausted and hungry after escaping from the zombies, right? We have prepared a lot of food for you, please come with us. Looking at the other party, Su Lin didn't feel like they were inviting everyone to a meal at all. It was undoubtedly a trap, a banquet of doom. Regrettably, the players had no right to refuse. In terms of strength, even the weakest-looking player, Old Man Lin, was confident he wouldn't lose to those indigenous people around him. After all, the players' attributes were raised to an average of 5 points upon first entering the instance world. But the problem is, these survivors not only outnumbered them but were also armed. The leading officer had a handgun at his waist. Besides him, at least 4 or 5 others scattered around the crowd were holding handguns or shotguns. The small caliber pistol is not a big deal, with the resilience of the players, as long as it's not a vital spot, taking a hit wouldn't be fatal. But getting hit by a shotgun at close range, even a deity couldn't save you. Thus, even knowing these survivors had ill intentions, the players forced themselves to smile and follow behind them. The programmer walked beside Su Lin, a miserable look on his face. Why is our luck so bad? This is probably like escaping from the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Su Lin looked at the programmer with interest. They hadn't known each other long, but Su Lin noticed that the other seemed to like quoting literature. The group continued to move through the camp. Most of the survivors nearby focused their attention on Su Lin and his group. Su Lin noticed that many people had excitement glowing in their eyes. A hint of suppressed madness seemed to spread in these people's gazes. As they proceeded, they followed the stairs to the 5th floor. There was actually a survivor camp here too. However, both the scale and the environment were much better than the one below. A rough estimate suggested that nearly 100 survivors lived on the 5th floor. Of course, like what they saw before, there were still no old or young people here. The 5th floor was still not the destination for the group. The leading officer continued to guide, or rather escort everyone, to higher floors. At this point, the expressions on the players' faces grew darker. Unease began to spread in everyone's hearts. Even a fool could tell that there was something wrong with the survivors in this building. However, the power gap between the two sides was too great, the players couldn't think of a good way out. Before completely tearing the mask off, Sulin and his group could only follow behind these survivors and watch what they wanted to do. They climbed the stairs to the 6th floor. Perhaps thinking the situation was settled. The leading officer surprisingly spoke to the players again. "You're really lucky, the few people we caught a while back were just used up yesterday, so it's perfect timing for your arrival. Next, I will take you to a place where you will duel with zombies. As long as you can win, you will receive food, water, and even a chance to survive. Don't think about resisting, you should know you can't fight back against us. All right, the women in the group don't have to go through this if they're willing to offer something." As he spoke, the officer smiled. The dozen-strong men escorting Sulin and others behind him also showed sinister smiles. The words from the other side were easy to understand. Now it seemed they didn't even plan to pretend anymore. Soon, everyone was led into a huge hall. This place used to be a cinema, but now it had been transformed into a fighting arena. In the center of the hall was a huge iron cage, locked with chains and filled with several zombies. Surrounding the cage were some well-dressed people, either sitting or standing. These people held wine glasses or nibbled on snacks, comfortably watching the bloody slaughter inside the cage. Inside the cage, besides the locked zombies, there were 3 zombies free to move. These 3 zombies were attacking an old man. No, calling it an attack was an exaggeration, it was clearly like a buffet. Faced with 3 fierce zombies, with almost no space to maneuver and no weapons, the old man had no power to fight back. When Sulin and his group entered, they saw the old man already lying on the ground. And the 3 zombies pounced on the old man. Just like what was seen outside the department store before. The 3 zombies desperately bit and gnawed at the old man's body. At first, everyone could still hear some screams. But later, the old man couldn't even make a sound anymore. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, daily limit reached, current attributes unchanged. Sulin frowned and scanned the people around him. These people, no, these beasts, really deserve to die. Chapter 49, Let the chaos come even stronger. My god, aren't these people inhumane? This is simply madness. The players beside Sulin looked very pale. Some even muttered a few words quietly. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. The survivors in front of them may have initially worked together to build a shelter. But as time passed and the city fell, the law completely disappeared. The beasts in some people's hearts could no longer be contained. The players had seen similar situations before. Various post-apocalyptic movies, games, and novels have similar plots. Players didn't necessarily sympathize with or hate these survivors. In fact, most players still treated the natives in the instance world as game NPCs. Compared to these natives, players cared more about their own safety. Including the 7-person team with Sulin. Most were indifferent to how dark and cruel the survivor camp was. Players only wanted to know what to do to survive better. The old man, almost reduced to a skeleton in the iron cage, quickly got back up. This time, the surrounding zombies no longer attacked him, for he had also become one of them. Alright, it's your turn now, hee. Do well, as long as you can walk out of that cage, you can temporarily become a member of the camp. The officer escorting Sulin and the others spoke up to give a hint. Then, this guy casually picked a target from among Sulin and the others. Not surprisingly, the one he picked was the oldest, Old Man Lin. When chosen, Old Man Lin's entire face turned green. But with 2 people behind him holding shotguns, Old Man Lin could not resist at all. Perhaps it was due to the appearance of new prey. The audience in the hall couldn't help but get excited. To heat the atmosphere even more, the zombies in the iron cage were all released. Originally, there were only 4 zombies that could move freely, but now there were as many as 11. Old Man Lin couldn't help but say several F-word phrases. Unfortunately, in this situation, no matter how he cursed, it was useless. In a critical moment, the silent woman stepped forward. What's the point of such one-sided slaughter? Since you all want to see an exciting performance, why not let us all in and have a good fight for you to see? The silent woman's words caught everyone's attention. The players who weren't selected looked at the outspoken silent woman with grim faces, while Old Man Lin looked moved. The officer looked at the silent woman in surprise. Since the zombie arena was established, it was the first time he had seen someone actively asked to go in. The officer's gaze swept around. A few people in the audience subtly nodded at the officer. Then, the officer showed a cruel smile to the players. Good, since you people are so emotionally connected that you want to go together on the road, then I'll give you this chance. As soon as these words came out, the players immediately became restless. Damn it, if you're going to die, can't you just go by yourself? Why drag us into it? Are you crazy? Fighting so close with so many zombies in such a small cage. Isn't this looking for death? If you like being a hero, then go do it yourself. Why drag us into it? The officer had no intention of stopping the player's argument. Instead, he watched the scene in front of him with great interest. However, what this guy didn't know was the 7 people he escorted had, without him realizing it, already lost one. The effect of the presence reduction brought by the Shadow Pearl was simply too strong. Once no one focused their attention on Su Lin, he could easily be ignored. The player's explosive internal conflict seemed like a good show to the camp survivors. But this good show attracted everyone's attention. Even those who were escorting Su Lin briefly shifted their gaze away from him. This gave Su Lin an opportunity. The active ability of the Shadow Pearl could be used once every hour, allowing Su Lin to completely blend into the shadows. After using the Shadow Stealth effect, Su Lin realized how remarkable this ability was. Su Lin completely merged into the darkness beneath his feet. Entering the shadow world, Su Lin felt like a fish swimming in the sea. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin could move a dozen meters away. Su Lin's movement within the shadow area was like instantaneous teleportation. 10 seconds? That's more than enough. Only a small part of the department store was lit, the entire building was incredibly dark. This instead gave Su Lin an opportunity. Because the shadow stealth of the Shadow Pearl could only be conducted in uninterrupted shadow areas. In just a few seconds, Su Lin had moved from the zombie arena to the first floor of the department store. In the shadows behind the collapsed shelf, Su Lin reappeared. He slightly moved his wrist and took out a massive butcher's axe from the player's backpack. Then, Su Lin walked towards the front door on the first floor. The front door of the department store and the windows were completely sealed with cement. The only passage connecting the outside was the ventilation duct that Su Lin had entered through. The vent entrance was covered by a garbage can, and various shelves completely blocked the inside of the department store. This ensured the maximum safety for the survivors inside the store. It was likely because they were completely isolated from the outside that these survivors could indulge in their dreams inside the building. But soon, this situation would be completely shattered. Su Lin arrived at the cement wall at the front door. I wanted to do this back at the happy apartment, but unfortunately there wasn't an opportunity. As Su Lin thought, he raised the massive axe high. Since you want chaos, let's make the chaos even fiercer. Want to experience a one-on-one PK with zombies? Want to fight happily? Then I'll give you that chance. Bang! Without hesitation, Su Lin swung the axe down on the cement wall in front of him. With a staggering 10 points of power attributes, beyond human limits, plus the excellent 3-meter giant axe. With just one strike, Su Lin carved a huge crack into the cement wall in front of him. Light streamed in through the crack, and one could see the remaining horde of zombies outside. These zombies had been drawn during Su Lin and his group's escape. This cement wall isn't that strong, it's like a tofu project, time for a rebuild. As he spoke, Su Lin swung the giant axe once more. Bang! With another vigorous strike. This time, the cement wall before Su Lin completely collapsed. Crack! Boom! As the cement wall fell, Su Lin faced the horde of zombies outside. These zombies seemed momentarily stunned by Su Lin's sudden action, standing there blankly, staring at him. Until Su Lin shouted, "Still standing there? It's time to eat." The zombies immediately reacted, each roaring and howling, like a pack of crazy wolves rushing towards the entrance of the department store. Chapter 50, I am the embodiment of fear. At the same time that Su Lin was moving on the first floor, the remaining players were also forcibly pushed into the iron cage. When it comes to physical fitness, even old Lin was definitely much stronger than the big men around him. The reason he had been cooperating so much was that these natives had a lot of firearms in their hands. Now that these natives wanted to send the players to their deaths, the players would definitely not agree. Besides having physical qualities far beyond ordinary people, the players also had an unpredictable advantage, which was their player backpack. Each player could carry up to 6 different items and equipment. And what items and equipment a player had could not be detected until he took them out of the backpack. Everything in the player's backpack could be accessed instantly, without any action, just a thought would do. Besides items and equipment obtained in the dungeon world, some items from the real world could also be brought into the dungeon world through the backpack. As long as the player can use the backpack well, it could definitely create surprising victories. Bang! It was unknown who suddenly threw a smoke bomb out of the player's backpack. In the blink of an eye, a thick smoke filled the entire hall. The 2 players at the back quickly sprang into action, taking out the guards at the cage door and snatching their weapons. Then, seizing the chaos, the players quickly fled from this perilous place. The last to come out was Silent Girl, who kindly fully opened the iron cage door. Roar! The zombies that had been imprisoned for a long time burst out like unleashed beasts, immediately starting an all-you-can-eat chaos in the hall. Seeing the situation behind, the programmer boy shook his head. Those who bully others get bullied. This is called reaping what you sow. The players made their way to the hallway outside the cinema. Silent Girl promptly shut the back door and pulled out a steel pipe, wedging it across the door handle to completely seal it. However, even with the door completely closed, the players could still hear the screams and the howls of zombies coming from behind. Old Lynn spat on the ground and said, "Tisk, serves them right. These damn things don't know how many people they've harmed, now let them taste the power of these zombies." Old Lynn was the first to be pushed into the iron cage. At that time, he truly thought he was done for. Fortunately, Silent Girl took action bravely, and the players quickly communicated and coordinated efficiently. The chaos was sufficient for everyone to escape. With vengeance served on the spot, one can imagine how good Old Lynn felt in his heart. Just as the players were discussing among themselves, Silent Girl suddenly raised her finger. "Shoo! You guys listen, it sounds like something is going on downstairs." The recent actions had almost been directed by Silent Girl. At this time, she spoke up, and the players immediately quieted down. Focusing their attention, the players quickly heard screams and the sounds of gunfire coming from downstairs. Downstairs seems even more chaotic than here? The players looked up at each other, each appearing confused. Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge noise from the back door. Old Lynn turned back to take a look. The cinema was now full of zombies. The zombies in the room had noticed the players standing outside and were now starting to ram the door. "No matter what, we need to leave here quickly." Agreed. The players quickly moved, running towards the outer hall. Once outside, without the walls of the cinema surrounding them, the sounds from downstairs became even clearer. Through the stairs connecting each floor, the players clearly saw the tragedy unfolding below. A large number of zombies roared, attacking the survivors in the building. The survivor camp was in chaos, and no one knew how many survivors had suffered. Many survivors in the camp took out weapons to organize a resistance, but it was of little use. The number of zombies was almost endless, surging in from below like a tide. Moreover, more survivors continued to turn into new zombies within the camp. Many people in the survivor camp had weapons, but their firepower could not withstand the zombie attacks at all. The complete collapse of the camp was only a matter of time. What is going on? Why can the zombies from outside surge in? Instead of this, I think we should hurry and leave now. Wait, are we missing someone? The players glanced around at each other, and soon someone spoke up. "I know. It's that guy named Escalation." When no one noticed Sulin, and Sulin didn't make his presence known, the effect of Shadow Pearl's presence reduction was strongest. But once someone actively looked at Sulin, the effect of Shadow Pearl's presence reduction would greatly diminish. Shadow Pearl could indeed help Sulin save a lot of trouble and provide convenience for his actions, but it couldn't really make Sulin invisible. Could this be Escalation's doing? I don't know, but he's the only one missing here. I bet it's him. That bastard. We're still here. Does he want to kill us all? Is this the time to think about that? We need to quickly find a way to get out of here. The player team was in disarray. The silent woman at the outer edge shot a glance at the programmer. The two quietly left the seemingly hopeless team. Noticing their actions, Old Lynn, the female doctor, and others also left from different directions one after another. The dungeon world had just begun, and the 8-player team completely fell apart. At this moment, Sulin was comfortably sitting in the first-floor lobby's monitoring room. Though called a monitoring room, it was just a few simple cameras and 2 remote-controlled phones. The department store had long lost power, and these cameras were installed later by the survivors, using whatever materials they could find. The main monitoring area of the cameras was the passageway when Sulin and the others entered. There were originally 2 survivors monitoring the first floor in this room. When they saw Sulin breaking the wall, they ran out to stop him. Unfortunately, they only had steel rods as weapons, which were completely insufficient against Sulin. They were taken out after just one encounter. Sulin wasted no time, throwing the 2 survivors into the horde of zombies. Sulin originally planned to leave as soon as he let the zombie army into the building. But Sulin did not expect that something he did carelessly would lead to unexpected gains. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, today's usage has reached the limit, current attributes unchanged. Ding! Absorbed a large amount of fear value, current accumulated fear value has exceeded the limit. For the first time exceeding the fear value accumulation limit, unlocking special skill, Fear Incarnation. Fear Incarnation, transform into the most terrifying thing in the target's heart, bringing unimaginable mental shock to the target. This ability can be used only once per day. New ability? Sulin did not expect that something he did carelessly would actually yield unexpected rewards. Fear Incarnation? Interesting, I will find a target to try it later. Although the external effects on Sulin have always focused on boosting attributes, the skills provided by the system are also very practical. The true eye can almost only be used once per dungeon, but it has always been quite helpful to Sulin. The newly acquired ability seems to be a mental type attack just from its description. Sulin planned to try it out whenever he got the chance in the future. Squeak? Squeak. Little hamster milk candy popped out from Sulin's pocket, its small head peeking out, as if trying to say something to Sulin. After a few days together, Sulin had some understanding of milk candy, so he lowered his head to ask, "Are you hungry again?" Squeak. As expected, hearing Sulin's question, milk candy immediately nodded. Sulin stood up from his seat and carefully listened to the sounds outside. Previously, the outside was filled with the roar of zombies, gunfire, the wails of survivors, and curses. Now, it was almost silent outside. Sulin cautiously pushed open the door of the monitoring room and stepped outside with milk candy. It seemed that all the survivors in the department store had been wiped out. Sulin saw many zombies aimlessly wandering in the hall outside. After observing a little, Sulin retreated with milk candy. In this department store, besides the stairs and elevators in the hall, there was also an emergency passage behind the shops. Arriving at the emergency passage, Sulin quickly climbed up the stairs. First floor, second floor, third floor, Sulin soon reached the floor he had left earlier, which was near the sixth floor. When he arrived here, Sulin heard faint voices in the corridor. Squeak? Milk candy poked its little head out from Sulin's pocket. Sulin reached out and pressed this little guy down. Then he looked up towards the sound. A familiar figure entered Sulin's line of sight. The officer in uniform looked exhausted, leaning against the handrail and sitting on the ground. There were also a few survivors beside him, each looking very hopeless. Sulin didn't understand how these people had survived the attack of the zombie horde. But that didn't matter, since he had encountered them, he would repay the earlier troubles. Sulin always liked to take revenge on the spot. If these people had died during the zombie attack, then it would be fine. But since they had survived by luck, Sulin had no choice but to take action himself. Let's test the new ability I just got. Sulin walked up the stairs while activating the new power he had just acquired. Originally, the shadow orb had the effect of concealing his shape and reducing his presence. But with Sulin demonstrating the capability of fear incarnation, the few survivors in the corridor immediately noticed Sulin's presence. On the surface, it seemed that Sulin had not changed at all. However, in the eyes of the survivors, it seemed otherwise. As Sulin walked step by step from below, they saw him as some kind of indescribable monster. The darkness appeared tangible, gradually swallowing their vision, and emotions of fear and despair quickly grew in their hearts. Just having miraculously survived countless zombies, they were suddenly confronted with such a terrifying scene. These survivors instantly couldn't handle it. The survivor at the front was so scared that he couldn't even make a sound, his entire face twisted in terror, his complexion pale as he stared in Sulin's direction. As Sulin approached to a certain extent, this person directly knelt on the ground, losing all vitality. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, daily limit reached, current attributes unchanged. Did he scare himself to death? Is it that exaggerated? Not just this person, the other survivors fared no better. Some were scared to the point of incontinence, while others recklessly climbed over the railing and jumped down from the sixth floor. Sulin had no idea what kind of image he projected to these survivors at that moment. But it was undeniable that the fear he brought them was absolutely beyond imagination. No! Don't come closer. Some people were so scared that they broke down. Others disregarded everything and desperately tried to get away from Sulin. The officer who had been sitting on the ground now stood up. His face was filled with fear too. But unlike the others, the officer gripped a handgun tightly, pointing it towards Sulin's direction. From his trembling hands, even if Sulin stood still, he might not be able to hit him. But Sulin did not want to give him any chance. So, in an instant, Sulin took out a prop and threw it out. Whoosh! With a force of 10, a stone in Sulin's hand could unleash a bullet-like effect. Bang! The hard stone shot directly into the officer's forehead. With immense power behind it, the hard stone embedded deeply into the officer's head. In his final moments, the guy's face twisted in fear and panic. Seeing his expression, Sulin nodded silently. This could be considered revenge for his brief captivity. Sulin hesitated but ultimately did not pry the hard stone from the man's head. It was embedded too deep, covered in some unknown liquid, and Sulin felt a bit disgusted. This thing was what Sulin had drawn from the equipment lottery after passing through the replica world. Keeping it on him felt wasteful in terms of equipment space, and now it had finally proven useful, shining brilliantly for once. Sulin bent down and picked up a few handguns lying on the ground. Every survivor here had a gun, and now that he had dealt with them, the guns on the ground naturally belonged to Sulin. Holding the handgun, Sulin toyed with it for a moment. Afterward, he stored all these handguns into his player backpack. Those who frequently traversed the zombie apocalypse knew that unless your firepower was strong enough to take down thousands of enemies. Otherwise, guns in the zombie world basically had only two purposes. One was to intimidate other survivors, and the other was to notify nearby zombies that it was mealtime. Overall, the practicality of a gun might far less than that of a crossbow or similar weapon. Squeak? Alright, hold on a little longer, soon you'll get to eat to your heart's content. Squeak. After resolving the trouble in front of him, Lai knew. Su Lin continued to walk upstairs with milk candy. Previously, Su Lin had stopped at the zombie arena on the 6th floor. Now that the survivor camp in the department store had been completely wiped out, Su Lin could move freely. Upon reaching a higher floor, Su Lin observed the safety passage for a moment. Confirming that there was nothing unusual outside, Su Lin returned to the interior of the department store. The 7th floor was originally meant for hotel rooms. Su Lin glanced around and found that it seemed to have been converted into a place for survivors to store supplies. Chapter 52, Exploring Special Locations. Ah! A series of zombie howls echoed in his ears. Su Lin noticed several scattered zombies staggering back and forth in the hotel corridor. These zombies wandered aimlessly, merely patrolling a designated area. Of course, Su Lin had witnessed how formidable these zombies could be. Knowing that this sluggish state was just a facade. Once they detected a target, these zombies would turn into terrifying runners. Taking out the butcher's axe from his player backpack, Su Lin approached directly. If there were hundreds or thousands of zombies, Su Lin would definitely turn and run without hesitation. But if it was only a few stragglers, Su Lin had nothing to fear. In this replica world, killing zombies could enhance the evaluation of the replica completion. If there was a chance, he would definitely want to take down more zombies. Wow! As Su Lin got closer, the few zombies finally noticed him. Immediately, these creatures rushed toward Su Lin like a pack of wolves who had spotted fresh meat, howling loudly. In terms of speed, these zombies were not much faster than ordinary people. Mainly their horrific appearances could easily incite panic in people. In fact, as long as one remained calm, with the strength of players, dealing with these zombies was actually quite easy. Su Lin's expression remained unchanged. As the zombies approached to a sufficient distance, he swung the giant axe in his hand with all his might. Puff! The blade was sharp, and with Su Lin's full force, the zombie at the front was directly cut in half. Blood and flesh splattered, covering the two nearby zombies completely. However, this did not frighten the zombies, instead, it excited them even more. Su Lin swung the giant axe in a circular motion, doing it again just like that. With the aid of his powerful strength, Su Lin became more and more skilled at swinging the axe. In just a few breaths, several zombies at the scene were chopped into various sizes and pieces. These zombies had a strong life force. Even when their bodies were cut into several sections, they could still stubbornly live on, and some even wriggled on the ground. Su Lin imitated the method he saw in movies, using the axe to smash the zombies' heads directly. After that, these zombies immediately lost all signs of life. Although the zombies mainly attacked the floors where survivors were, from the 4th to the 6th floor, there were still some scattered zombies on other floors. If they were caught off guard, even players who had a strong physique could fall if they got infected by the zombie virus. So Su Lin did not put away the axe, instead, he held it firmly in his hand. Not only that, Su Lin also let out Nitang. This little hamster was very alert. As soon as there was any danger nearby, Nitang could spot it immediately. After a round of exploration, Su Lin indeed found a large amount of survival supplies in the hotel on the 7th floor. It seemed all the precious items in the department store were gathered here. Various kinds of food, snacks, and drinks, etc. There were also many luxury goods and expensive clothes, etc. Some rooms in the hotel seemed to be in use, looking like a small portion of higher status survivors were living there. Standing before the mountain of goods, Su Lin couldn't help but exclaim, even in the end of the world, these people still have clear hierarchies. Gee! Nitang did not sigh as much, instead, it looked up with its little head eagerly at Su Lin. Although Nitang indeed had a big appetite and could eat a lot, this little guy understood the limits very well. It seemed to know it was currently under Su Lin's care. So every time before a meal, Nitang would seek Su Lin's consent. Only after Su Lin nodded would Nitang start eating, just like that on the deserted island. Now facing the pile of food, it was the same. Alright, let's eat. Gee! Upon receiving Su Lin's consent, Nitang dived into the mountain of food. It didn't care what it grabbed, it just bit down after opening its mouth. Su Lin also walked over to the pile of food, casually selecting some beautifully packaged cakes and biscuits, then started to eat. In the food storage room, there were also some freezers that were still working. The freezers were filled with a large amount of meat, which looked like some high-quality goods from the outside. However, unfortunately, all of this was frozen meat now. Of course, in the end of the world, even frozen meat was quite a rarity. Su Lin's backpack space was limited. And he had to survive for 30 days in this world. It was hard to say whether he would find more good items in the following time. After eating his fill and quenching his thirst, Su Lin did not blindly stuff his player backpack full. Instead, he selected some high-calorie chocolate, candies, and filling compressed biscuits. Su Lin cleared 3 spaces in his backpack to store these more practical foods in large quantities. It was no exaggeration to say that what Su Lin took could only be considered a tiny fraction. However, since he had discovered the supply storage location in the department store, then Su Lin didn't have to worry too much. After all, the zombies were not interested in these things. If necessary, Su Lin could come back here during the last few days before leaving the dungeon world. Alright, let's go check out the higher floors. Creak. Full and satisfied, Su Lin led the way to the higher floors with milk candy in hand. The department store had a total of 12 floors. So far, Su Lin had only explored the 7th floor. Su Lin felt that this place could likely be considered a special location in the dungeon world, with enough exploration value. Normally, players would need to find a way to deal with the survivors occupying the building to fully explore here. But now, Su Lin had none of those troubles. The hard-working zombies had cleared away all obstacles for Su Lin. As he moved upward, the 8th floor seemed to have been turned into a prison. Apart from zombies locked up tightly with iron chains, there were also human corpses, almost all female and children. Seeing the various tragic conditions of the corpses on the ground, Su Lin felt even more grateful for having attracted the zombie army to clear the building. On the surface, the glamorous department store appeared to be a survivor camp in Doomsday, a hope in Zombie City. But in reality, it harbored filth and hidden evil lurking beneath greed, probably more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. As for whether there were any innocent people among the hundreds of survivors, Su Lin thought there might indeed be a few unaware innocent individuals. However, since these people enjoyed the various resources in the survivor camp, there was no absolute innocence, so dealing with them was just part of it. Continuing upward, the 9th floor had a similar scene. However, unlike the lower floors, it seemed to be holding younger males. No exception, here too were only corpses, not a single living person. Chapter 53, Liquor? Did you go to the wrong set? Pat, pat. A sticky, wet sensation was felt underfoot. Walking in a passage full of unknown liquids, Su Lin had a look of disgust. TSK, I just changed into new shoes. Earlier on the lower floor, Su Lin had seen a mountain of various resources. So while eating and taking, Su Lin also changed into a new set of gear for himself. Comfortable athletic wear and sneakers replaced the cheap clothes he had gotten in the apartment. However, the brand new shoes hadn't been worn long before being dirted by the surrounding environment. Su Lin walked carefully, remaining alert to his surroundings. The 8th and 9th floors had been turned into prisons by the survivors. These 2 floors also had sporadic zombies present. These zombies posed no threat to Su Lin, but he feared they might suddenly rush out from some corner or behind a door. Starting from the 10th floor, the scene before Su Lin changed once again. Thick iron bars completely sealed off the stairway, and the hallway was filled with a large number of stacked sandbags. Along the way, there were some traps set up to block the zombies. Clearly, the survivors had turned the 10th floor into a last resort hideout. However, regrettably, Su Lin had completely destroyed the front door on the 1st floor. A large number of zombies surged into the department store like a tide. The unsuspecting survivors caught off guard had no time to react. All those defensive structures had turned into mere decorations. The 11th floor was also piled up with plenty of resources, while the top floor was equipped with some machinery and generators. If following the normal process, players would need to fight their way up floor by floor, or sneak in to evade the survivors. But Su Lin completely skipped these steps, leisurely exploring the entire department store as if on a field trip. In the top-level storage room, Su Lin found an item of considerable value. Name, Map of City A. Type, Miscellaneous. Grade, Ruined. Attribute, None. Feature, a detailed map of City A, marking all important locations in the city. Feature 2, this item can be exchanged for 1 full day of real lifetime. Remark, with the survivors' efforts, many useful pieces of information have been recorded additionally on the map, but they no longer need this item now. As Su Lin took the map, he found that the area he was currently in was the northern part of the city. On this map, there are 5 noteworthy places in total. Apart from the department store where Su Lin is, there is also the police station in the northern district, the research center in the southern district, the underground shelter at the city's edge, and the city hall in the central location. Among them, both the department store and the city hall are places not mentioned in the information provided by the quest. Su Lin has already fully explored the department store. It holds sufficient supplies and equipment, and if a shelter is established on the top floor, one could even survive there for 30 days peacefully. The value of the department store goes without saying. As for the city hall, it is a place highlighted on the map with a red circle by Su Lin. Su Lin has no idea what is there. But since it has been marked by the survivors here, it must be worth a visit. Squeak! While Su Lin was looking at the map, his candy, which had been quietly resting in his pocket, suddenly poked its head out and called out. The candy's voice was tense and urgent, as if it wanted to warn Su Lin about something. Having spent several days together, Su Lin instantly guessed the candy's meaning. Without thinking, Su Lin instinctively raised his axe and swept it back. Hiss! In the dim light, a swift shadow quickly retreated. The speed was so fast that Su Lin didn't even catch a glimpse of its full appearance. This thing moved like a gecko, rapidly crawling on the surrounding walls. Liquor? Su Lin guessed in his heart. The next moment, this creature launched another surprise attack from above. With a loud slap, a long, blood-red monster landed where Su Lin had stood, but Su Lin had already vanished. Hiss? The monster let out a puzzled hiss from its throat. Suddenly, Su Lin emerged from the shadows beside the monster. Whoosh! The giant axe swung, and Su Lin's powerful swing even created a whistling sound in the air. Hiss? The monster completely did not expect this sudden turn of events. Before it could react, Su Lin cleaved it in half with a single swing of his axe. Treating it like a zombie, Su Lin did not stop after cutting the monster in half. He approached its corpse and completely smashed its head before he sighed in relief. Candy, well done. Squeak! Su Lin reached out to pat the little candy's head. After receiving praise, the candy shrank back into Su Lin's pocket. At this moment, Su Lin finally had time to carefully observe the monster in front of him. The previous ambush and the creature's displayed agility had instinctively led Su Lin to think of the liquor. Now, looking from the outside, this thing did resemble a liquor in some ways. It had no skin, with its red flesh directly exposed to the air. Its limbs were long, with claws and feet similar to webbed aquatic animals, and the surface of its limbs was covered in a lot of gooey slime. Presumably, this slime was the key to this monster's wall-climbing ability. As for its head, it had already been completely smashed by Su Lin. Su Lin was unsure if this creature could attack with a long tongue like the liquor. He saw the agility of the liquor in this creature. If it weren't for the candy's advance warning and Su Lin's own agility surpassing that of ordinary players, he would have truly been in danger. This thing should be considered a special zombie, right? It seems the city is even more dangerous than I imagined. Looking at the body of the special zombie in front of him, Su Lin frowned slightly. If it were just basic zombies, Su Lin felt the threat would not be high. But if there are special zombies like lickers and screamers, the difficulty of surviving in this city would greatly increase. From the fight just now, Su Lin estimated that the agility of this thing should be about the same as his own, maybe just a bit slower. Then its agility attribute should be between 6 and 7 points. Among the 8 players who entered the dungeon this time, less than half could have such agility. If caught off guard by this thing, it might be very dangerous. Nai-Tang, is there any danger around? Gee. Getting Nai-Tang's response, Su Lin took out the map of City A again and observed it carefully. His gaze moved back and forth between a few special locations. After some thought, Su Lin's gaze finally settled on the location of the police station. The city hall is probably very special, better to explore it later. The top priority is to arm myself. Let's go check the police station first. The department store also leaned towards the northern district. Among the special locations, the police station was the closest to Su Lin. Just right, Su Lin urgently needed some usable weapons. The police station was undeniably the best choice. Chapter 54, He was like a god of war. Su Lin rested in the department store for half the day. It was not until close to evening that Su Lin set off towards the police station. The reason for waiting a while was, on one hand, to recover his strength. On the other hand, it was to wait for the zombies gathered in the department store to disperse. Although Su Lin enjoyed pushing the zombies from outside into the store all at once, it was not fun anymore. After eliminating the survivors, these zombies did not leave immediately. The aimless zombies wandered around in a certain area. As time passed, the horde slowly left the department store, moving towards the outside streets. However, not all the zombies left. There were still quite a few zombies lurking inside the department store. As night fell, Su Lin couldn't wait any longer. Using the safe passage, Su Lin avoided most of the zombies. Any few that he encountered head-on were dealt with by his axe. With Su Lin's current strength, a single swing could split a zombie in half, and the zombie wouldn't make a sound. After leaving the department store, Su Lin swiftly moved through the gaps between tall buildings. While moving forward, Su Lin also observed the surroundings. These zombies seem less active at night? Su Lin noticed that the zombies, which roamed constantly during the day, became quiet as evening approached. The zombies no longer wandered aimlessly, which undoubtedly made it easier for the survivors venturing out. But Su Lin was not a survivor in this city, he was a player challenging the dungeon world. Upon noticing the zombies change at night, Su Lin immediately felt an ominous sensation. The dungeon world was very dangerous, a place where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. Fast-paced players who had survived 3 rounds in the dungeon world could be eliminated right at the start due to a moment's neglect. In such a dungeon world, how could there possibly be a safe period for the players? The dungeon world might give players a little breathing room, but it would never allow for an entire night of peace. Common zombies might enter a sort of sleep state at night. This could only mean that at night, even more ferocious and brutal monsters would appear. Thinking of this, Su Lin couldn't help but quicken his pace. While on the road, Su Lin took out a small iron box from his backpack. As Su Lin moved forward, he would take a gummy candy out of the iron box and eat it. Gummy bears, which he got from Jiang Ruoro as a medical tool. But saying it's a medical tool, it actually has little healing effect, at most restoring some stamina. The recovery effect of one candy is roughly equivalent to lying in bed for 5 minutes. The effect isn't very strong, but it comes continuously. One gummy candy automatically replenishes every minute from the iron box, endless and flowing. With the stamina recovery effect of gummy candy and a high agility attribute of 7 points. Su Lin arrived at the police station marked on the map before the sky turned completely dark. Ordinary players, without the guidance of the map, would either have to rely on luck or spend a lot of time finding this place in the huge city. But Su Lin arrived at this special location on the first day of entering the instance world. Nai Tang, it's time to work. Ji. Su Lin reached into his pocket and pulled out the little hamster. The little guy looked dazed, as if he had been sleeping in the pocket. Ji. Nai Tang yawned, stretched lazily, and rubbed his eyes before reluctantly squeaking at Su Lin. Su Lin grabbed Nai Tang's tail and lifted the little creature into the air and shook it. Using physical means to completely wake Nai Tang up. Stop dawdling, help me explore this building, and then I'll get you some tasty food, I promise you'll eat your fill. Ji. At first, Nai Tang was a bit angry, his cheeks puffed up completely. But upon hearing Su Lin's promised reward, he immediately jumped from Su Lin's palm to the ground. Then he scampered happily towards the police station ahead. As long as there's food, he'll do anything. Nai Tang's abilities would be of great help in exploring, just like before in the department store, the little hamster could help Su Lin spot hidden enemies early. Su Lin held the giant axe, following Nai Tang slowly behind. The front door of the police station was completely sealed, and Su Lin and Nai Tang found a broken window and entered the police station. Ah! Wow! As soon as they entered the police station, Su Lin was warmly welcomed. 2 zombies in police uniforms roared as they lunged towards Su Lin. With the axe in hand, Su Lin was not at all flustered. Before coming here, Su Lin had already chopped plenty of zombies, and now he was quite familiar with it. He swung the giant axe with a circular motion. In just one hit, Su Lin severed the 2 zombies in half. Splat, a lot of blood and organs fell to the ground. Gee. Nai Tang nearly got splattered all over. Su Lin saw the little guy retreating in fear. While retreating, he kept using his little paws to scratch his body, seemingly afraid of being hit by these disgusting things. Su Lin dealt with the zombie that was still stubbornly crawling on the ground with just its upper half left, then walked over to Nai Tang's side. Alright, you didn't get splattered. Gee. Nai Tang was picked up by Su Lin, wearing a pitiful expression. I promise, after this, you'll eat your heart out, don't be sad. Gee. Okay, lead the way, this is the police station's restroom, we will go deeper. Gee. Su Lin bent down and placed Nai Tang back on the ground, letting the little guy continue to lead the way. Inside the police station, there were many officers who had completely turned into zombies. There were a lot of them, and many were hiding beneath desks, behind filing cabinets, and behind doors in different rooms. If someone came to explore alone, they would most likely be ambushed. Even the most vigilant player would find it difficult to avoid a door ambush, especially when encountering one every time a door was opened. Fortunately, Su Lin had Nai Tang's help, and his own attributes far exceeded those of players of the same level, plus he wielded an exaggerated giant axe that ordinary players definitely could not obtain. As he advanced, Su Lin felt incredibly relaxed. Zombies came one after another, just like leveling up in a training room, it was that easy. When he arrived at the deep weapon storage of the police station, Su Lin even felt a bit slow to react. Is this it? So easy? Su Lin subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. The long corridor was filled with the bodies of zombies. Not a single zombie was intact, the best condition was being split in half. Some unfortunate ones had been smashed into mush by a giant axe. Looking back at his masterpiece, Su Lin realized that unknowingly he had already taken down close to 100 zombies. In just a short moment, he had completed the task of slaying 100 corpses, truly a battle god. Chapter 55, Are we playing the same instance? The entire police station had been completely cleared. After confirming there were no dangers, Su Lin entered the weapon storage of the police station. His gaze swept around the room. Su Lin was astounded. Wow, are these the weapons that a regular police station can have? The storage wasn't large, but it was filled with all kinds of weapons. There were guns stored in cabinets, hanging on walls, and placed beside ammunition boxes, etc. A rough estimate showed that there were at least hundreds of guns here. Moreover, handguns, automatic rifles, and machine guns were all available. Su Lin even saw a few light sniper rifles and a rocket launcher. As for the ammunition, various types of boxes were piled up, nearly filling half the room. Just seeing the firepower here made people feel excited. After a round of inspection, a hint of worry arose in Su Lin's heart. Because the cost and reward were completely disproportionate. Su Lin single-handedly took down the police station with almost no difficulty, clearing the entire place in less than an hour. And what did he gain from clearing the police station? These guns and ammunition were enough to arm a small unit. The instance world surely wouldn't be this kind. So Su Lin felt that there must be something fishy going on. With a skeptical attitude, Su Lin checked the weapons and ammunition again carefully. Unfortunately, he did not find any problems. Noticing that time was running out, Su Lin pulled some candy out of his pocket. Squeak? Nitang, help me keep watch, I need to rest for a while. Squeak. Here, this is for you, just like I promised before. Squeak. Su Lin took out a large amount of candy, chocolate, and cookies from the player's backpack. With food, Nitang happily accepted the task assigned by Su Lin. To be safe, Su Lin closed the door of the weapon storage and piled up a bunch of ammunition boxes to block the door. With Nitang keeping watch, Su Lin fell into a deep sleep, feeling very secure. All night long, nothing happened. The next morning, Su Lin jumped up from the ground, full of energy. Squeak? Nitang, you worked hard. Squeak squeak. The little hamster yawned and looked quite tired. Around Nitang were piles of candy and chocolate wrappers, along with a lot of cookie crumbs. The food Su Lin took out had been completely devoured by Nitang. However, Su Lin didn't feel any regret. A little bit of loot in exchange for a good night's sleep was a sure win. Su Lin put Nitang back into his pocket, letting the little guy rest well. Then, Su Lin began to prepare for the upcoming plan. A large amount of ammunition boxes were stored in the player's backpack by Su Lin. Immediately, Su Lin referred to the internal map of the police station and took the fire escape to the roof of the police station. The roof was flat and spacious, and it was quite high, about 3 stories tall. Standing on the roof and observing the surroundings, Su Lin found that there were very few zombies lurking on the streets around the police station, only a scattered few. Yesterday, when Su Lin cleaned up the inside of the police station, he had made quite a noise. He had attracted the wandering zombies nearby. It was precisely because of Su Lin's cleaning that there were so few zombies in the surrounding area. After a round of observation, Su Lin took out a large number of ammunition boxes from the players' backpacks. For a period of time afterwards, Su Lin kept going back and forth between the police station's interior and the roof. All the guns and ammunition from the arsenal were moved by Su Lin to the roof. In addition, there were still some food and water left in the police station, which Su Lin also transported to the roof. With the players' backpacks, the moving process went very smoothly. Half a day's time passed. Su Lin set up a small trench on the roof of the police station. Everything was ready, and Su Lin casually picked up a rifle with a scope. Alright, next is the scoring phase. While speaking, Su Lin aimed the rifle at a slowly wandering zombie in the distance. Bang! The target in the scope was still lively. Tisk, missed it. Su Lin was not surprised by this result. After all, this was Su Lin's first time using a gun, and he was aiming at a moving target hundreds of meters away right from the start. With the gunshot, the scattered zombies on the surrounding streets all focused their attention on the police station. Upon discovering the target on the roof of the police station, these zombies went wild. They roared and charged towards the police station. Su Lin was not anxious at all and directly set up several light machine guns with loaded ammunition. The firepower of the machine guns was fierce, but ordinary people could not withstand their powerful recoil. However, after becoming a player, Su Lin's physique and strength had greatly increased. Su Lin could even hold 2 or 3 machine guns in one hand and fire freely. Come on, my instance evaluations. As the zombies gradually drew closer, Su Lin unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Day. In an instant, the sound of machine guns echoed around the police station. Compared to single-shot rifles, the fierce firepower of the machine guns didn't require much aiming. Su Lin only needed to roughly aim in the direction of the zombies and pull the trigger. Su Lin held 5 or 6 light machine guns, with their formidable firepower forming an impenetrable net in front of him. Friends who often shoot zombies know that in a zombie apocalypse, the effect of a few guns is minimal, only serving to intimidate other humans, and firing carries the risk of attracting a horde. However, when your firepower is enough to flatten everything in front of you, these worries disappear. After seeing the guns and ammunition in the police station's arsenal, Su Lin devised the current plan. Shoot out all the ammunition and exchange it for instance evaluations. In this instance world, besides survival time, the number of zombies killed also contributes to the final completion rating. While ensuring survival, it is essential to kill more zombies. With the firepower Su Lin currently possessed, he could even hold off a horde of thousands. Moreover, even if he couldn't stop the approaching horde, Su Lin could escape using the Shadow Pearl. Whether to fight or to escape was entirely within Su Lin's control. Duh-did-day. Duh-did-day. In the dense firepower, the surrounding attacking zombies were all turned into sieves. However, as the sound of gunfire gradually spread, more and more zombies began to converge towards the police station. Even though Su Lin's firepower was fierce, the number of zombies was not decreasing but increasing. Of course, with the assistance of grenades and RPGs, Su Lin had already formed a line of absolute safety around him. No approaching zombies could cross this line. The intense gunfire not only attracted large numbers of zombies but also drew the attention of surviving players. The silent woman and the programmer, who had slipped away during the chaos in the department store, were now cautiously observing the situation from the rooftop of a building. Both of their faces were filled with fatigue. They had spent the entire night yesterday, exhausted. They were all exhausted and almost lost their lives in the mouths of terrifying monsters. Until dawn, the two finally got a chance to catch their breath. However, before the two could rest, the gunshots from Su Lin's side drew their attention. When they saw the situation at the police station, both of them were stunned. Chapter 56, There are differences between players, some are secretly cheating. Sister Chiao, I must be seeing things, otherwise, how could there be an illusion? This must be dizziness. Hearing her companion's words beside her, the silent woman shook her head. No, you aren't seeing things, nor is it an illusion. The programmer pointed incredulously at Su Lin's direction. Sister Chiao, tell me that scene down there is real? How is this possible? We must be dreaming. Otherwise, why on earth did he cheat? This is absolutely unbelievable. The silent woman truly fell silent this time, because she also couldn't understand how Su Lin managed to achieve this level. In just one day, he set up hundreds of guns, as well as a mountain of ammunition, food, and water. He looked radiant, completely unlike the person who was frantically fleeing for his life last night. Instead, it seemed like he had a peaceful night's rest. After entering the dungeon, the players had been acting together for a while, and then they went to the department store. In the silent woman's impression, it was only after the chaos broke out that the players scattered. If Su Lin really rested all night last night, then the time he spent acting was only half a day. Thinking of this, the silent woman also wore a complex expression. In just half a day, to collect so much food and water is one thing. And he also luckily found this special location of the police station, and got so many guns and ammunition to use at will. It even looks like he wasn't attacked at all during the night. Did we enter the same dungeon? The silent woman initially thought her team was lucky enough. They were fast enough to escape before the zombie tide completely submerged the department store. Before leaving, she had seen a player who hadn't managed to escape and witnessed him being swallowed by the tide of zombies. After fleeing the department store, she also found a small amount of supplies around. Although they were chased by terrifying monsters at night, they worked hard to flee all night, and in the end, they just had some close calls. However, all of this seemed incredibly ridiculous in front of the person on the rooftop of the police station. Look at the mountain of supplies around him, and the guns and ammunition that made others envious. It's truly infuriating. The more she thought about it, the more the silent woman felt her companion's words might be right. That person in the distance, could it be that he really was cheating? Tat tat tat. The gunfire had not stopped, while the silent woman and her companion observed. There were new changes on the rooftop of the police station. Su Lin didn't know where he got two huge speakers, and during a score-boosting break, he connected the speakers to the police station's backup generator. Next, the atmosphere on the police station became even more insane. Su Lin stood on top of the police station, holding a row of machine guns, freely firing down below. The frantically rushing zombies fell one after another like chives, unable to get close at all. Behind Su Lin, two giant speakers continuously played music, attracting even more zombies from further away. The silent woman and the programmer were completely dumbfounded on the rooftop. Sister Chiao, can this dungeon really be played like this? At this rate, he might really kill off all the zombies in the city. This is simply invincible. Invincible, but not quite. These are just ordinary zombies for now, and last night's things might not even be affected by ordinary firearms. The silent woman looked down from a high place at the situation in the distance, then continued, moreover, it is impossible to kill all the zombies. I don't know how big this city is, but it certainly has no less than 100,000 people, which means there are hundreds of thousands of zombies. With such a number, even if we fired all the guns until they were unusable, we still couldn't kill them all. What about down there? The situation down there should calm down after a while. The sound of gunfire and noise has a limit to its spread. No matter how hard he tries, he can't attract all the zombies in the city. At most, he can only clear out these zombies around. As the two talked, the number of zombies coming from all directions had greatly decreased. Although the zombies in front of Su Lin were still densely packed, it looked like a tide from a distance. However, it was foreseeable that they would eventually be able to kill them all. Just like the silent woman said. The sound could at most reach 1 or 2 streets away. Zombies further away couldn't be attracted. Gunfire from the police station roof echoed for an entire day. It was only when evening approached that Su Lin finally got a little time to rest. The result of a day's effort was that the entire police station was surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood. There were so many zombie bodies that they piled up into mountains of corpses. Even with Su Lin's current physical condition, he felt extremely exhausted, and his fingers were almost too stiff to straighten. Su Lin felt a little regret now. Regret for making such a hasty plan that left him so exhausted. Of course, this kind of exhaustion was something that other players envied but couldn't obtain. Killing zombies in this dungeon could improve the clearance rating. How many had Su Lin killed? It was simply countless. So how much could this increase the dungeon rating? One could only say that the silent woman and the programmer, who had spent the day eating melons, were almost crying with envy. From being stunned at first, to doubting life, then to feeling envy, jealousy, and hatred after realizing the dungeon rating mechanism, and finally falling into numbness. Xiao, Sister Xiao. The gunfire has stopped, and there don't seem to be any zombies around. With her companion's reminder, the silent woman slightly raised her head to look in the direction of the police station. At that moment, Su Lin was using a telescope to search for any fish that had slipped through the net. Noticing this scene, the silent woman immediately took out her phone and a mirror. Light refracted, and the floor where the silent woman and the programmer stood was filled with flashes. This sight was quickly noticed by Su Lin. Through the telescope, Su Lin saw the two people far away on the tall building. They were too far apart to communicate, but the silent woman signaled her desire to communicate through gestures. Su Lin thought for a moment and then waved to the two. Seeing Su Lin's action, the two's eyes brightened. Sister Qiao. He seems to agree. We can go over and take a look now, this is probably our turn of luck. The silent woman glanced at her companion and unhesitatingly poured a bucket of cold water. Don't celebrate too early, whether he is friend or foe is still uncertain. Perhaps we are walking into a tiger's den. Ah. In this dungeon, the benefits of players grouping together were clearly greater than being adversarial. However, this didn't mean players could trust each other. With the firepower Su Lin had, if the two approached, they could easily be taken out. Yet even with such risks, the silent woman ultimately decided to go talk to Su Lin. There was no other reason, the benefits after cooperating were just too great. Watching Su Lin score points for an entire day made the silent woman feel as if a cat were scratching her heart. Moreover, after venting all day, the piled-up ammunition had only decreased by 1/3. If Su Lin were willing to share some with them, then they could also change their status from hiding to openly communicating with the zombies in the city. Chapter 57 Cooperation. All the zombies around the police station had basically been cleared away. The silent girl and the programmer smoothly arrived in front of Su Lin. After reaching the rooftop of the police station, they stood a dozen meters away from Su Lin. I say, do you really need to stand so far away? As Su Lin spoke, he loaded bullets into the rifle and machine gun beside him. The two exchanged a glance, hesitated for a moment, then finally came closer to Su Lin. Su Lin didn't waste any time and directly asked them the purpose of their visit. We want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Ha! Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Su Lin slightly turned to point at the mountain of zombie bodies below. Look at this situation. Do you think I need to cooperate with you? A person's efficiency is always limited. If we work together, the efficiency of clearing zombies will definitely increase a lot. Besides, you need to rest, right? If there are 3 of us, we can take turns. What's the difference between this and freeloading? How can you say that? We can help you, just let us tag along and get a little reward. Also, if you're willing to take us in, we can provide you with some intel. When it came to intel, Su Lin showed a bit of interest. It had been almost 2 days since entering the instance. Besides gathering supplies, Su Lin had been fighting zombies and hadn't really explored the city. What intel? Tell me. You just said we were freeloaders, now you want to get something for nothing? Tisk, if you're unwilling, forget it. Alright, can we just tell you? The silent girl looked displeased. But she had no choice now. Su Lin could completely ignore the two of them. And if Su Lin didn't accept them, they would have to hide and run around again tonight. Soon, under the detailed narrative of the Silent Girl, Su Lin gained a deeper understanding of this instance world. The intel provided by the two was all related to the monsters in the city. When night fell, the zombies in this city would enter a state of sluggishness. Su Lin had already observed this yesterday. The threat of zombies decreased significantly at night. Of course, if players got too close, the zombies would still frantically charge over. The instance world wouldn't allow players to be too comfortable. So when the zombies went quiet, new threats would emerge. The knights in this city belonged to other monsters. Su Lin originally thought they were talking about lickers. However, the description given by the two was far from that of lickers. According to their statements, there was a pale humanoid monster with long arms and sharp claws at the fingertips. A membrane connected the arms to the body, and when the arms were fully spread, they resembled wings. This unique body structure allowed the monster to glide for a short time. In terms of physical attributes, it could be summed up as immensely strong and agile as a leopard. Most importantly, this creature did not act alone. Wherever it appeared, there would be at least a dozen of them. If players faced them head-on, it was basically certain death. They couldn't fight back or even run. After the Silent Girl finished speaking, Su Lin furrowed his brow and stared at her. Since this thing is so troublesome, how did you two survive last night? Hearing Su Lin's question, the Silent Girl hadn't opened her mouth yet, and the programmer immediately replied, "What else? Other players helped us fend off danger. This is what you call benefiting from others." The Silent Girl. The Silent Girl directly gave her companion an eye roll. "If you can't use idioms, you don't have to. This is called, while others perish, I survive." Hey, same meaning. This is called, slightly different. Su Lin interrupted their conversation and continued to ask about the monster they mentioned. According to the Silent Girl, the only possible weakness of that troublesome white monster was its relatively poor perception. Once, the two of them successfully escaped just one door away from that white monster. As long as they held their breath and made not a single sound, perhaps they could evade such a monster's pursuit. Besides this white monster, they also encountered a couple of lickers and a special zombie covered in pus that spat corrosive liquid last night. They had also explained the information about the lickers and the spitting zombies in detail to Su Lin. After hearing their descriptions, Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. "You two really had a hard time. It's only the first night, and you're already in such a mess." This simple sentence from Su Lin directly left the two of them in silence. Indeed, it really makes one feel inferior. Some players ran for their lives the whole night, barely getting a moment to catch their breath. While some other players, on the first day in the dungeon, had already gathered piles of supplies and firearms, turning the dangerous world into a score-boosting game. Noticing that the expressions on their faces were getting worse and worse, Su Lin took out some gummy bears from his backpack. "Alright, you don't have to keep that expression. Luck always comes with ups and downs, and about cooperating, I've agreed." Really? When Su Lin agreed to cooperate, both of their eyes brightened up quite a bit. Su Lin nodded, "Of course, but before that, you need to eat these." While saying this, Su Lin took out 2 gummies from the tin box. Without waiting for them to ask, Su Lin displayed the item information. "Don't worry, it's not a poison to control you, just a safety guarantee." Seeing the information about the gummy bears, both of them felt relieved. Building enough trust between unfamiliar players is very difficult. After all, you can know someone's face but not their heart. For some benefits in the dungeon world, backstabbing each other is not uncommon. The gummy bears couldn't make Su Lin and the two fully trust each other. However, the trait of good friends could dispel any thoughts of sneaking attacks. This item could at least help the three of them establish a certain foundation of trust. Besides the gummy bears, Su Lin also had shadow pearls. If either of them had any ill intentions, Su Lin was confident he could take them down in an instant. Having this confidence was one reason why Su Lin agreed to cooperate. As for other reasons, just as they said, Su Lin couldn't clear the entire city by himself. To continue enjoying the fun of scoring, reliable helpers were a must. In the end, the information provided by the two of them truly helped Su Lin as well, so this could be considered reciprocation. The three of them each ate a gummy bear. After that, the atmosphere between them became much more relaxed. "By the way, since we're going to cooperate next, could you reintroduce yourselves?" At the beginning of the dungeon, the players had introduced themselves at the initial warehouse. At that time, Su Lin didn't pay much attention, referring to the other players only by their respective characteristics. The Silent Girl and the programmer seemed a bit odd. But this wasn't too big of a problem. The two reintroduced themselves. Chapter 58, My Dio Can Never Go Out of Style. "Brother Lin, my name is Meng Nan." "Meng Nan? Are you sure?" Su Lin had a complex expression as he looked over the programmer from head to toe, feeling that he just didn't match the name at all. Su Lin already knew his profession. If he wasn't lying, then he was indeed a programmer. He also had some characteristics of a programmer. Worrisome hair and a weak body, clearly someone who often stayed up late and was malnourished. Meng Nan knew Su Lin misunderstood and immediately started to explain. Brother Lin, Meng Nan, it's Meng, like the Meng from Meng Mu's 3 relocations. Not a macho man. Oh. Su Lin stretched his tone and turned to look at the silent girl next to him. My name is Xiao Xiao. Ah? Xiao Xiao? Then do you know Dio? Dio? Who is that? A handsome and charming high-quality man, a king walking in the darkness, the savior of bad guys. I really don't know, but from your description it sounds like he is. Before Xiao Xiao could finish her sentence, Meng Nan interrupted. Hey, enough. Sister Xiao may not know, but I have watched JoJo. After a simple self-introduction, Su Lin began to distribute the weapons and ammunition at hand to the two. All the weapons in the police station were moved out by Su Lin. Even if the 3 of them shared, the guns each person got could still pile up like a small mountain. Since he promised to cooperate, Su Lin wouldn't do anything sneaky. Moreover, Su Lin actually found these guns and ammunition very troublesome and hoped other players could share the burden with him. Su Lin's generous distribution of weapons greatly improved the two's impression of him. However, before they could rejoice, Su Lin poured cold water on them. These weapons might have problems. Problems? What problems? The way I got them was just too easy. This is not in line with the usual style of the dungeon world. Hearing Su Lin's words, the two immediately took it seriously. Indeed, they had been so preoccupied with admiring the charming firepower that they forgot to ask about the process of acquiring it. In the dungeon world, there is never something good that falls from the sky. To gain benefits, one must pay some price, and in most cases, one must risk their life. In this zombie dungeon, acquiring these weapons would greatly improve their survival rate. So getting these weapons must have been very difficult. But now, Su Lin said he got them very easily. This means these weapons likely have a problem, a big problem. Either they would cause some big trouble later, or they might trigger unexpected dangers during use. Thinking of their own lives, the two hurriedly asked Su Lin for the details of how he got these weapons. Actually, there's not much to say. I went into the police station, encountered some zombie resistance, then I cleared the zombies all the way, and finally got these things in the weapon cache deep within the police station. Were there many zombies in the police station? Not many, just a couple of hundred or so. By the way, taking out those zombies attracted quite a few zombies from the street outside, so the actual number I took down is definitely more. Meng Nan and Xiao Xiao. Just a couple of hundred? Let me help you summarize. What you mean is that you faced hundreds of zombies in a complex indoor environment, and there was no electricity, fighting in the dark. Not only that, you also had to face corner attacks, door attacks, cabinet attacks, overhead attacks, and so on, plus there were constantly zombies coming from the street outside behind you. Hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Su Lin nodded. Yeah, pretty much like that. Oh, let me add one more thing. There were also some zombies in bomb suits and some zombie dogs in the police station. It was kind of troublesome, taking me a bit more effort. Xiao Xiao. Seeing the always calm Xiao Jia falling silent, Meng Nan cautiously spoke up. Lingo, let's just say, is there a possibility that it's not that the process of obtaining these weapons was not difficult, but what? Looking at Su Lin's puzzled expression, Meng Nan felt a lump in his throat. If it weren't for seeing Su Lin's sincere face, Meng Nan would really suspect that Su Lin was purposely fishing for them, showing off his skills. Just from Su Lin's description, it seemed. Meng Nan and Xiao Xiao felt their scalps tingle just thinking about it. Let alone entering the police station alone. In their view, even if other players teamed up to explore the police station, the hope of success was still slim. Even if they did manage to obtain equipment from the weapons cache in the end, the exploring team would likely lose more than half of its members. But looking at Su Lin's expression, he seemed to accomplish it effortlessly. I didn't believe it before, but now I know that the gap between players can be this vast. This must be the difference between heaven and earth. Meng Nan sighed silently in his heart and then looked at Su Lin. Brother Lin, can I ask about your ability attributes? Just to satisfy my curiosity, this is called a thirst for knowledge. Su Lin glanced at Meng Nan and replied bluntly, not convenient. Ah, I knew I would be rejected. This must be being kept out. Su Lin looked at Xiao Xiao beside him. I always wanted to ask, does he always talk like this? He's been like this since I met him. You really have it hard. Xiao Xiao shrugged. Actually, it's not much, just that it's easy to attract extra attention when there are many people around. While they were talking, Su Lin finally finished distributing the weapons, and the ammunition was basically split into equal thirds. Of course, he kept the big weapon, the rocket launcher, for himself. After finishing the weapon distribution, Su Lin led the way towards the fire escape that led to the ground. Let's go, we need to leave here first. According to you, the nights will be very dangerous, so finding a safe place to rest is very important. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao and Mang Nan immediately followed. The two of them had endured a whole night of torment yesterday and only found some rest during the day. If they could find a safe place to rest at night, it would be a blessing for them. As they descended into the interior of the police station, Mang Nan seemed to have recovered from the previous blow and actively approached Su Lin. Brother Lin, how many zombies did you take down during the day? Can you give me a rough estimate? Your instance evaluation must be explosive after this. This is a fruitful return. How could I possibly count? I don't even have a rough estimate. Would you count how many pieces of bread you've eaten? Another JoJo reference. Hey, Brother Lin, these are already outdated. The young people these days don't like these anymore. This is called the passage of time. Chapter 59 New Actions. Su Lin brought the two down to the interior of the police station. They advanced in darkness and finally returned to the deep weapons cache. After exchanging information and confirming cooperation, the sky had completely darkened. Since the nights in this city are much more dangerous, it was natural to find a good place to rest at night. The weapons cache was located deep in the police station, and the heavy alloy door gave a sense of security. Moreover, the zombies around the police station had basically been cleared out by Su Lin. This was a very good resting spot. If one had to be picky, the only downside was that there was only one entrance. Once the main door was blocked, there would be no way for Su Lin and the others to escape. However, compared to outside, this was already the best choice. Xiao Xiao and Mang Nan didn't want to spend another entire night running for their lives. The three of them worked together to bring in a large number of tables, chairs, and cabinets to block the door. Then, the three of them arranged the rotation schedule for keeping watch. Although the room was completely sealed, for safety's sake, someone still needed to keep watch at night. Su Lin leaned against the corner. Before sleeping, he poked the milk candy hidden in his clothes. Milk candy, keep an eye on things for me. Wake me up immediately if anything happens. Squeak. Su Lin whispered a command. A faint response sound came from his clothes. Su Lin hadn't known the two for long. He felt that he could trust them, but he wouldn't completely entrust his safety to that feeling. The posture of leaning against the wall was also to prevent himself from sleeping too deeply. In any case, it's always right to be vigilant in the copy world. A night went by without a word. The next morning, Su Lin woke up as usual. On the deserted island, there was nothing to do, so Su Lin had developed the habit of sleeping early and waking up early. Are you awake? A voice from the door called out. It was Xiao Xiao. Su Lin slightly raised his head and found her looking at him. Xiao Xiao was on the last shift of the night watch and looked a bit tired. Su Lin stood up from the ground. You should take a rest, it should be fine now. Hearing Su Lin's words, Xiao Xiao did not refuse and nodded, going to rest nearby. Xiao Xiao did not rest for too long. In a short while, she stood up from the ground again. At this time, Mang Nan had already finished sleeping. Both of them turned their attention to Su Lin. Yesterday, the three of them had already discussed a plan to go to other districts to earn points today. But they had not yet decided where to go specifically. Su Lin's mind moved, and a map of City A appeared in his hand. Noticing the item in Su Lin's hand, Xiao Xiao's eyes sharpened. A map? She and Mang Nan had also searched before. Unfortunately, they had not found anything. Su Lin fully spread out the map for both of them to see. I plan to head south, clearing zombies along the way. Seeing Su Lin's finger moving on the map, Xiao Xiao's gaze fixed on the underground shelter at the city's edge. Are you planning to explore the research center and the shelter? Although a few special locations were in different areas, they could connect in a line. Starting from the police station and walking directly south, Su Lin could reach the research center and the shelter at the city's edge one after another. These were special places provided in the copy information, naturally worth checking out. Su Lin nodded, affirming Xiao Xiao's guess. However, at this moment, a hint of hesitation appeared on Xiao Xiao's face. Noticing this, Su Lin asked, "What's wrong?" Maybe feeling that Su Lin could be trusted, Xiao Xiao expressed her thoughts and concerns. Simply put, she didn't want to take risks. If this copy world only had zombies, that would be fine. With the firepower the three had, they could just shoot through directly. But the problem was that there were many stronger monsters in this city. According to the nature of the copy world, those mentioned special locations must have rewards worth the risk, just like the guns and ammunition in the police station. But now that they could ensure safety, why take the risk? Especially for places like the research center and the underground shelter, just by their names, they sounded like nests for monsters. Seeing Xiao Xiao's expression, Su Lin could tell she was clearly scared by those white monsters on the first night. What a pity. What a pity. It's nothing, I was just lamenting that I wasn't there when you were being chased by those monsters. You must have been very scared at that time. Hearing Su Lin's words, Xiao Xiao shook her head. Even if you were there, you wouldn't be able to help us, it would just be one more person fleeing together, but thank you for your kindness. No, I just want to earn attributes. Su Lin looked at the expression on Xiao Xiao's face, thought for a moment, and finally didn't speak his mind. In any case, let's follow this route first. If you really don't want to explore those special places, I can go alone. After a brief discussion, the three made the decision to head south. There were quite a few vehicles parked on the streets around them. The three found a vehicle that was in relatively good condition, and after preparing, they drove towards the agreed direction. In the beginning, the surroundings were quiet to an uncomfortable extent. However, after moving away from the streets around the police station, a few wandering zombies began to slowly appear within sight. Upon seeing the three people's car, the surrounding zombies went wild, charging towards the trio. Day. Dense gunfire erupted. Su Lin and the other two worked together, taking turns driving while the other two unleashed their firepower. After getting these two temporary teammates, Su Lin found that the consumption of ammunition increased significantly. Yesterday, Su Lin had enjoyed a whole day alone, using less than 1/3 of his ammunition. But today, after just half a day, the ammunition left in Su Lin's hands was already quite little. Mainly because Su Lin had shared a lot of ammunition with Xiao Xiao and Mang Nan yesterday. Now, with reckless shooting, the ammunition naturally ran out quickly. Lin Ge, if we keep shooting like this, the ammunition in our hands won't last long before it's all gone. Then we can only use these things as firewood. That would be called running out of supplies. Hearing Mang Nan's words, Su Lin was not worried at all. Don't worry, it's fine. Along the way, we will pass by several gun shops. Gun shops? Su Lin's words brightened Mang Nan's eyes. Yes, the setting of this instance is a western city, which is different from our side. It's normal for everyone to carry guns. It's strange if a city doesn't have a gun shop. So there's no need to worry about bullets. Su Lin had thoroughly studied the map of City A. On this journey, the three would pass by 3 gun shops. Considering that gun shops were not mentioned in the information provided by the instance, they might not be special locations. However, just to restock some bullets, Su Lin felt it shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 60, What's wrong with sacrificing a bit for teammates? Just as Su Lin expected. The so-called gun shop had no usable firearms at all. After reaching the first gun shop, it looked completely ransacked. The three searched carefully but only found a few Glocks and a pitiful amount of bullets in the gun shop. This situation also indirectly explained why the information about the instance didn't mention the gun shop's locations. Because there was no need at all. An empty gun shop had little value for the apocalypse survivors. Unfortunately, it wasn't just the first gun shop that was like this, the next 2 gun shops were in the same condition. After gathering what little ammunition they could, the three found a safe place to rest briefly. It looks like we need to change our plan a bit. Right now, the ammunition in our hands is already limited, and continuing to hunt zombies might not be feasible. In fact, the 3 of them had no shortage of weapons. It could almost be said that they had all kinds of firearms readily available. But the bullets were indeed too few. At first, when raiding the armory, Su Lin thought that the mountain of ammunition would be enough until the end of the instance. But now it seemed that Su Lin had been too naive. Bullets, once used recklessly, could be consumed too quickly. Especially since Su Lin was not alone now, with 2 more temporary teammates added. The rate of ammunition consumption had effectively increased to 3 times the original. Su Lin even felt a bit regretful about agreeing to the cooperation. Wasn't it better to clear zombies alone to raise the instance rating? Why insist on letting others share in the spoils? We've already cleared for a whole day, that's enough, Lin Ge. We were planning to lay low until the end of the instance, and now with this many zombie kills, the rating after completing the instance must be extremely high. Free attribute points, equipment, everything is possible. That's called an unexpected joy. Mang Nan seemed quite happy. The 3 had been driving non-stop throughout the day. Along the way, they had cleared out a large number of zombies. Together, they definitely reached 4 figures. It's worth noting that now was only the 3rd day since the instance started. Xiao Xiao was the same, although she didn't speak, her face was full of agreement with Mang Nan's words. Seeing their expressions, Su Lin shrugged, alright, as long as you're satisfied. By the way, it's time for us to split up. Su Lin and the others had already approached the location of the research center on the map. According to their discussion before setting out, it was indeed time to part ways. Akaring, thank you very, very much for your help. Our gains far surpass our expectations, but we haven't brought you anything in return. If possible, please accept this. Xiao Xiao's face was serious as she spoke, handing something to Su Lin. What is this? Su Lin looked at the item Xiao Xiao handed over. It was a piece of white paper. Of course, it wasn't just an ordinary piece of white paper, it was an item. Name, face covering white paper. Type, consumable. Grade, decayed. Attribute, none. Feature, throw it at the target to perfectly cover their face, causing them to temporarily lose sight. Note, please use this item within 5 steps, or you will regret it. Note 2, face. My face is covered. I can't see anything. This is an item I got from a previous dungeon world. I know this thing doesn't have much value, but I really can't come up with anything more useful. Chow Chow's face showed a hint of embarrassment. It was clear she wanted to thank Su Lin, but she truly couldn't produce anything better. This was also a common trait among most new players. Actually, Xiao Qiao was considered good. Many players, let alone obtaining items or equipment, are lucky to get free attribute points after clearing dungeons. This item truly wasn't particularly great. However, it could still be somewhat useful against certain enemies. Su Lin thanked her and accepted it. Brother Lin, I'm not like Sister Qiao, I really don't have any items to offer. How about this, you can assign me any task, and rest assured, I will do my best. This is called repaying kindness. Su Lin glanced at Meng Nan. Speaking of help, I actually have something I'd like to bother you with, but it might cause some mental stress, and it also comes with a certain level of danger. Before Su Lin finished speaking, Meng Nan replied, no problem, Brother Lin. I am a person who repays kindness, and a little bit of danger is nothing to me, this is called being fearless. Since Meng Nan said that, Su Lin no longer hesitated. He took Meng Nan to a hidden alley. For Su Lin, although it was quite exciting to fight zombies, the best thing was still raising attributes. Unfortunately, zombies have no emotions and do not experience fear. Xiao Qiao and her partner were considered temporary teammates, so Su Lin naturally wouldn't target them. But since Meng Nan wanted to repay Su Lin, it felt unreasonable not to let him have a chance to show his courage. Meng Nan, next, you might see some things that are extremely terrifying to you. However, those are all fake, and your mind may experience significant shock, but I can guarantee your safety is absolutely fine. Before starting, Su Lin still explained the dangers to Meng Nan in detail. Su Lin's serious demeanor made Meng Nan nervously beat in his chest. But having already agreed, Meng Nan couldn't back down now and could only brace himself for it. Seeing Meng Nan was ready, Su Lin didn't waste any more time and directly unleashed his special ability, the fear embodiment. From Meng Nan's perspective, suddenly, Su Lin disappeared before him, and then he saw the most frightening thing he had ever encountered in his life. Even from overwhelming fright, Meng Nan's body instinctively protected itself, and he fainted. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, Constitution +1. It's done! Su Lin couldn't help but clench his fist in triumph at the successful attribute increase. The embodiment of fear was a power that Su Lin felt was simply created to enhance attributes. It could only be used once a day, but whenever it was used, it would surely yield results. Wasn't this tailor-made for absorbing fear? Meng Nan seemed to have fallen into a deep coma. To wake him up, Su Lin spent some effort. After that, the two returned to Xiao Qiao's side. However, it seemed like Meng Nan still had some aftereffects, his facial expression dazed and his whole being somewhat disoriented. Seeing Meng Nan like this, Xiao Qiao frowned and asked, Meng Nan, what's wrong? Sister Qiao, I think I just saw my great-grandma, she almost took me away. Luckily, I passed out fast enough, that must be what they call a narrow escape. Xiao Qiao, question mark. Not knowing what was happening, Xiao Qiao felt that Meng Nan was talking nonsense. Su Lin stood by, silently deciding to let Meng Nan cooperate with him more often if there was a chance in the future. This time, the dungeon world lasted for a full 30 days. Even though 3 days had already passed, there were still 27 days left. Even if only half of the time was spent on grinding attributes, Su Lin couldn't imagine how strong he would become after the dungeon ended. As for the psychological damage caused to Meng Nan? We're all good teammates, what's the harm in sacrificing a little for a teammate? Meng Nan? Chapter 61, Research Center. There was still some time before dark. The three of them took this opportunity to find a place nearby to set up a temporary camp. Given their sincere attitude and the fact that they could indeed help him, Su Lin decided to continue their cooperation. The two were ready to assist Su Lin at any moment. Meanwhile, Su Lin set off alone to explore the research center. If he found something valuable in the end, he would consider sharing a little with them depending on the situation. At the cost of almost running out of ammunition, the nearby streets were now almost cleared of wandering zombies. Thus, Su Lin confidently walked to the main entrance of the research center. It was a tall building, probably over 30 stories high. The main entrance was originally a glass revolving door, but now it had been shattered into a pile of fragments. The first floor lobby was silent, with no sound coming from the entire building. Just getting close to this place, Su Lin had a faint feeling of danger. The feel here is completely different from the police station. If there really is a vaccine, it must be a prop. All the weapons obtained from the police station were ordinary firearms. These were unrecognized equipment in the dungeon world, not even worthy of a broken level. If measured by the standards of the dungeon world, even the rocket launcher from the police station couldn't compare to the hard stone Su Lin threw away. Don't underestimate that hard stone. Although it's trash, it's still recognized by the dungeon world as an equipped item with information. The research center in front of him felt dangerous just in terms of atmosphere. And in the dungeon world, opportunities and risks coexist. With a hint of vigilance, Su Lin slowly entered the research center. As soon as he entered the first floor lobby, he had an eerie cold feeling. The lobby was in disarray, with dried blood everywhere. Even though it was still daytime, it was quite dim, as if light couldn't penetrate inside. The reception desk that was originally meant for welcoming guests was ruined beyond recognition. Su Lin carefully walked over and saw two already decomposed corpses behind the desk. Since the bodies were already in pieces, with even their heads missing, Su Lin didn't have to worry about these two suddenly getting up. On the side of the lobby, there were a row of turnstiles, dividing the entire lobby into two parts. It seemed that only internal personnel were allowed to pass through here. Of course, it didn't matter now, these half-person high turnstiles couldn't stop Su Lin. Su Lin crossed the barrier, walking towards the stairs. Not to mention whether this building has electricity or not. Even if it does, Su Lin cannot take the elevator. Going down the stairs is the best choice. As he carefully explored forward, Su Lin took out the sleeping candy, milk candy, from his pocket. Squeak? Milk candy looked a little dazed, only waking up after Su Lin shook him. Last night, he had milk candy help keep watch for most of the night. Milk candy only got a chance to rest after Su Lin woke up. So during the day while clearing zombies, Su Lin kept milk candy tucked inside his clothes to rest well. Now, exploring a special place, where many unknown dangers may be hidden, milk candy's strong perception is necessary. Milk candy, help me keep an eye on the surroundings. Squeak. While giving orders, Su Lin took out a few chocolate bars from the player backpack. As long as there's food, the little guy is very happy. Milk candy's little paws hugged a chocolate bar. Happily munching it, he accepted the task Su Lin gave him. Before long, Su Lin brought milk candy to the stairway entrance. The first floor is not the bottom level. In addition to going up, the stairs can also go down. If he goes up, Su Lin may need to explore 30 floors. After a slight consideration, Su Lin decided to check the underground first. He went down the stairs to the negative first floor, where the corridor door was already locked. Su Lin could vaguely hear hissing sounds from behind the door, along with scratching and scraping noises. Squeak. Milk candy, perched on Su Lin's shoulder, raised his head and reminded Su Lin. Actually, there was no need for milk candy to remind him. Just from the noise, Su Lin knew there must be zombies behind the door. With a thought, Su Lin took out the butcher's axe from his backpack. The Shadow Pearl's active ability can be used at any time. Even if he encountered any danger, Su Lin could retreat unharmed. Therefore, Su Lin didn't hesitate at all and swung the axe directly at the door in front of him. Bang! With a loud noise, Su Lin swung down, and the seemingly solid door was split in half. Su Lin's current strength attribute was as high as 10. Even uprooting a willow tree was a piece of cake. With an excellent grade weapon, splitting a door was incredibly easy. Hiss! Roar! The sound of Su Lin chopping the door immediately attracted the attention of the zombies behind it. A series of roars echoed from ahead. Su Lin saw several zombies in white lab coats charging wildly towards him. Behind the door was a wide corridor. On both sides of the corridor, there were many rooms, and through the huge transparent glass on the walls, the conditions inside the rooms could be seen. Unlike typical basements used for parking, this negative first floor seemed to have been transformed into many laboratories. While Su Lin was observing, several zombies had already rushed before him. Squeak! Milk Candy was frightened by the terrifying appearance of these zombies. His little paws covered his eyes and he burrowed behind Su Lin's collar. Su Lin appeared very calm. After killing many zombies, he had lost all feelings about it. Not to mention just a few, even if dozens came at him, Su Lin could easily chop them all down. It was precisely because he didn't feel any danger that he had the leisure to carefully observe the situation behind the door. Whoosh! The huge axe swung and made a whooshing sound. The fastest charging zombie was split in half by Su Lin at the waist. Due to inertia, the two halves of the body continued to rush forward. As Su Lin dodged to the side, he swung the axe from bottom to top with one hand. The second zombie was also instantly cut in half. The difference was that it was cut into left and right halves. There were still two zombies behind, and upon seeing the fate of their companion, they weren't afraid at all and continued to charge at Su Lin, roaring. Su Lin followed the same method, chopping each one in half. Wow! A whoa! Roaring sounds came from behind. Su Lin turned around and took a glance at the first zombie, whose vitality was extremely tenacious. Although it was split in half, the upper body of this zombie was still alive, tirelessly crawling towards Su Lin with its arms. Seeing this, Su Lin frowned slightly. In the future, I should avoid dealing with these zombies using the 2.5 method. Having to land a final blow is really a hassle. While saying this, Su Lin walked over and smashed the zombie's head. At that moment, everything around finally fell silent. Nai Tang, is there still danger? Ji. After receiving a negative answer, Su Lin felt a little more at ease. Then, Su Lin picked up the axe and began to check the rooms around him. Just as Su Lin had observed when he entered. These rooms were all laboratories. In these laboratories, Su Lin found a lot of information related to biology, pharmaceuticals, and medical fields. Chapter 62 Tyrant? Dude, you've come to the wrong scene, right? Medical drugs, biological research, and even some involvement in national defense and weapon manufacturing. This company is not simple. Could this place be the origin of the zombies? Su Lin compiled information found in different laboratories. The more he delved into this information, the more he felt that this so-called research center was like the mastermind behind everything. Of course, this could also be Su Lin's stereotype. So Su Lin didn't rush to conclusions. Instead, he planned to continue exploring before making a judgment. On the surface, the negative first floor appeared to be the lowest level of the research center. But Su Lin knew this was just an illusion. On one hand, Su Lin hadn't found anything useful here at all, not even a shadow of a vaccine. On the other hand, Nai Tang had made a new discovery. This little guy had very keen senses. In the deepest research room, he had found a clue. Su Lin and Nai Tang stood in front of the wall in the deep research room. At Nai Tang's reminder, Su Lin stepped up and knocked on the wall. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of knocking on the wall wasn't very loud, it seemed solid. Nai Tang, are you sure it's here? Ji. After receiving an affirmative answer, Su Lin raised the axe. After all, it wasn't his own home, so he didn't mind chopping it down. Without hesitation, Su Lin swung the axe down, and the wall in front of him immediately let out a loud rumble. Boom! The wall in front was indeed thick. Su Lin swung again, but didn't achieve very good results. Seeing this, Su Lin continued to lift the axe and strike. Bang! 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 After a series of more than 10 chops, the wall finally couldn't hold up and collapsed. As the obstructive wall fell, an elevator shaft appeared behind it. Su Lin stood at the edge and looked down. The elevator shaft was very deep, and the bottom could not be seen. Without a doubt, this should be a hidden area. Perhaps only core personnel knew how to access the hidden elevator, allowing them to reach deeper underground. Su Lin was observing the situation inside the elevator shaft while thinking about how to descend. Suddenly, Nai Tang, who was crouching on Su Lin's shoulder, stood up, eyes wide and whiskers twitching violently, like it was startled. At the same time, there were also buzzing sounds coming from below the elevator shaft. Before Su Lin could think, several swift black shadows surged up from below. Su Lin immediately swung the axe while quickly retreating. Whoosh! Whoosh! The swinging giant axe forced back the incoming shadows. After retreating a distance, Su Lin could see the attacking enemies clearly. Lickers? The monsters attacking were exactly the things Su Lin had encountered in the department store. However, this time there were not 1, but 5. These creatures were distinctly different from the lickers Su Lin remembered. They lacked the lickers' signature tongues. Instead, they had mouths full of sharp teeth. The sharp teeth glimmered like metal and were numerous, making one's scalp tingle just by looking at them. Hiss! These creatures moved extremely quickly. After the first one was forced back by Su Lin, a few creatures immediately flew swiftly from the wall towards Su Lin. Su Lin now somewhat understood what the sound he had heard earlier was. It was the noise made by these things rapidly crawling on the wall. When Su Lin faced these creatures, he felt there was no significant difference in speed, these monsters might be slightly faster. From this, Su Lin could roughly judge the attributes of these things. They were highly agile, had slightly weaker strength, and while their physique was certainly stronger than an average zombie, it was not as strong as a player's. The space inside the research lab was limited. These creatures' agility could not be fully unleashed. Plus, with the 3-meter-long giant axe in Su Lin's hands, when he swung it with all his might, these things couldn't even get close. In just a few minutes, Su Lin chopped the leading one into several chunks of flesh. Hiss! With their companion defeated, the surrounding lickers immediately emitted a series of piercing hisses. If an ordinary person heard this sound, it would surely feel like their eardrums would burst. But who is Su Lin? He was the one who had faced the Banshee's wail up close in the apartment building. Such a little noise felt like a gentle spring breeze to Su Lin. To be more specific, with Su Lin's current physique, he was completely unafraid of this level of sound wave impact. Before entering the research center, Su Lin's physique had already been enhanced. A player's physique is a very important attribute. It can affect stamina, body resistance, and self-recovery ability, among other things. Thus, many players prioritize adding points to physique first and then agility. Taking advantage of these monsters' howls, Su Lin seized the opportunity and swung his axe at the nearest licker to him. Bang! With incredible strength plus the weight of the giant axe, Su Lin smashed this creature before him into a pile of meat paste. Various unknown liquids and crimson blood splattered everywhere. Fortunately, Su Lin had some experience, and as he brought down the giant axe, he dodged to the side. He didn't get splattered like he did back in the castle. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, another companion fell. One licker, seeming extremely furious, jumped up recklessly and lunged straight at Su Lin. Seeing this situation, Su Lin almost couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this just handing over points? Su Lin swung his giant axe. The licker lunging towards him was chopped into 2 pieces. Another companion fell, and the remaining 2 lickers howled and quickly retreated, disappearing into the elevator shaft in the blink of an eye. Su Lin carefully approached the elevator shaft to check, confirming that the last 2 monsters had indeed left. Truly troublesome, and this thing clearly has self-awareness. If there were a few more, it would be difficult to handle. Su Lin thought while taking out 2 pieces of candy to replenish his strength. Seeing Su Lin eating, the candy on Su Lin's shoulder affectionately nudged his collar. Squeak! You didn't help at all, and you still want to eat? Squeak! Alright, I'll give you one. Su Lin rested for a moment in the lab with the candy. Once the candies in the iron box were replenished, Su Lin got up and walked towards the elevator shaft. When he reached the edge, Su Lin suddenly melted into the shadows of the ground. Shadow stealth ignores terrain and height. As long as the shadow area is completely connected without interruption, it works. In other words, the dozens of meters deep elevator shaft was like flat ground for Su Lin. The speed of shadow stealth was very fast. In a few breaths, Su Lin had arrived deeper in the research center. The elevator seemed to have stopped on a high floor, and the elevator door had been completely destroyed. Su Lin easily left the elevator shaft and came outside. However, before Su Lin could carefully observe the environment around him, a roar came from his right. Ow! Boom! 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 The ground beneath him appeared to tremble slightly. Su Lin turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. A humanoid monster, over 2 meters tall and as solid as a city wall, was rushing towards him rapidly. This guy was dressed all in heavy black leather, and his face was completely covered by a metal mesh, giving off a feeling of oppression. This image felt incredibly familiar to Su Lin, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, the tyrant." Chapter 63, is this it? Is this all your fighting power? The active effect of the Shadow Pearl lasted for 10 seconds. Su Lin took only 2 seconds to descend. As long as Su Lin wanted, he could still retreat calmly at this moment. However, when Su Lin saw the tyrant charging towards him, he took out his axe again. If it were an ordinary player encountering this thing, they would definitely turn around and flee. But Su Lin was different. With a power level of 10, he had long surpassed the limits of a human. The tyrant before him was clearly a special dungeon monster. Su Lin wanted to see if his current self could confront such a creature head-on. The 2-meter-tall small giant lunged at him, with fists the size of sandbags aimed straight at Su Lin's face. Not faster than me. In Su Lin's perception, the tyrant was nowhere near as nimble as the previous devourer. Su Lin dodged to the side. At the same time, he swung his axe mercilessly, slashing at the tyrant's midsection. Bang! Su Lin felt like he had struck something hard like metal. While the sharp axe blade sliced through the tyrant's leather, embedding itself into the tyrant's body. Su Lin was unable to sever the tyrant in half like the ordinary zombies before. The axe blade only sank a little into the tyrant's body, about half a finger's depth. Roar! The tyrant was completely enraged by Su Lin. Without caring for the axe embedded in its body, its iron-like arm swung down directly at Su Lin. Su Lin exerted strength with both hands and swiftly moved the axe to the left. The axe pulled the tyrant's body sideways along with it. However, unfortunately, this still could not disrupt the tyrant's movements. Like the zombies outside, the tyrant in front of him was unafraid of pain. With no other choice, Su Lin quickly withdrew the axe and dodged back. Boom! After Su Lin dodged, the tyrant's arm slammed down onto the ground. The sturdy floor was smashed into a small pit. Seeing this, Su Lin couldn't help but frown. Such power, if it smashed down on an ordinary person, it would probably crush their body flat. After a brief exchange, Su Lin realized that this monster was very strong in both physique and strength. In terms of power, it was slightly weaker than Su Lin, probably at around a level of 9. Its agility was also weaker than Su Lin's, likely only at the level of newbie players' basic agility attributes. Having assessed the tyrant's strength, Su Lin felt reassured. If it was only at this level, Su Lin could completely deal with it. With a thought, the butcher's axe appeared in Su Lin's hand again. Taking advantage of the tyrant's moment of rising, Su Lin swung the giant axe, aiming for the tyrant's head. The weak points of zombies are always the head. Su Lin didn't believe this thing's head could withstand damage like its body. Squee! Just as the axe was about to strike the tyrant, the milk candy that had been hiding in the collar of Su Lin's clothes fluffed up again. The little fellow frantically tugged at Su Lin's collar with its tiny claws. Su Lin's body spun around, swinging the axe in a wide arc. The axe that was originally aimed at the tyrant veered off and struck behind him. Hiss! When Su Lin turned around, a small devourer pounced in front of him. With the proximity so close, Su Lin could even smell the blood on it. Swoosh! The sound of the blade slicing into flesh came through. With one swing of the axe, the ambushing devourer was split in two. After dealing with the ambusher, Su Lin quickly turned to look ahead. At this moment, the tyrant was already several meters away. Unable to fight back, this guy directly fled. When Su Lin glanced over, the tyrant had already run around the corner of the passage, and all he saw was the tyrant's back. Su Lin raised his hand and touched the milk candy on his shoulder. Well done, milk candy. Squee! If it weren't for milk candy's reminder just now, Su Lin would definitely be successfully ambushed by this liquor. Su Lin took a brief look and found that the liquor in front of him was very different from the previous ones he had encountered. First of all, in terms of size, it was obviously much smaller, almost like the difference between an adult and a teenager. Then there were the limbs. The liquor had strong limbs, and its claws were incredibly sharp. So when it ran or climbed, it made quite a bit of noise. However, the one in front of Su Lin had long and slender limbs, and its claws resembled human fingers. It was probably this unique body structure that allowed it to sneak up on Su Lin silently. The time wasted had already caused the Shadow Pearl to enter cooldown. Su Lin didn't really mind, because none of the monsters down here were his match. Whether it was the liquor or the tyrant, no one could withstand Su Lin in a head-on fight. Milk Candy, keep an eye on the movements around us. Squeak! After instructing Milk Candy, Su Lin gripped his axe and carefully explored ahead. The passage had no forks, and Su Lin moved forward in the direction the tyrant had fled. After turning a corner, a massive experimental area much larger than the above ground appeared before Su Lin. On both sides were several different rooms, and the walls were all made of transparent glass. Standing in the corridor, one could clearly see the situations inside the different rooms. At the end of the corridor was a huge metal door. The tyrant that had just fought Su Lin had now vanished. Bang! The glass wall on Su Lin's left made a dull sound. Su Lin glanced over. Several lickers in the room were baring their teeth at Su Lin. These monsters kept banging against the glass wall, their sharp claws continuously attacking the barrier. But no matter how hard they tried, the glass remained completely undamaged. It was clear that the surrounding walls were all specially made. In addition to the lickers, various kinds of special zombies were also locked up in the surrounding rooms. Of course, there were no ordinary types, all those locked up here were special zombies. Su Lin saw the pus-filled zombie that Jojo and Mang Nan had mentioned, which could spray corrosive liquid. Moreover, several of the doors in the rooms on either side of the corridor had been opened, and the insides were in complete disarray. The two different kinds of lickers that Su Lin had previously encountered had probably escaped from these rooms. Arriving at the large door at the end of the corridor, Su Lin noticed a recognition device on the wall. After studying it for a bit, Su Lin was somewhat puzzled. I need a pass, but where do I get one? Never mind, let's use the old method. Perhaps finding a pass was also part of exploring this dungeon world. But Su Lin had enough strength and a durable axe. So why bother with all that? Stepping back 2 paces, Su Lin raised his axe and struck at the massive door in front of him. Bang! With a loud noise, the sharp axe left a deep mark on the door. The commotion Su Lin caused sent the zombies in the surrounding rooms into a frenzy. As soon as these zombies saw Su Lin, they became exceptionally excited, and now they were even more violent. Su Lin observed the surrounding glass walls for a moment. After confirming that the zombies couldn't break out, he continued to swing his axe, smashing again and again on the door in front of him. Bang! 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 The entire underground space echoed with the sound of Su Lin smashing the door. Su Lin inexplicably recalled his experience in the ancient castle. The difference was, this time Su Lin was the one outside smashing the door. He just wondered if there were any weak, pitiful, and helpless people trembling behind the door. Chapter 64, Cheese Sandwich. Su Lin had no idea how much time he had spent. However, Su Lin had probably eaten dozens of gummy bears from the iron box to replenish his strength. Even if we only calculate based on the rate of candy consumption, at least an hour had passed. The door in front of Su Lin was really exceptionally hard. Su Lin spent so much time. Yet he barely knocked out a hole that was half the height of a person in the door. It was unlikely to completely destroy the door in front of him. However, it was definitely okay to pass through the hole in the door. Nai Tang, help me scout the way. Su Lin grabbed Nai Tang on his shoulder. Then aimed at the hole in front, and directly tossed the little thing inside. Eek! Nai Tang's scream came from the other side. Su Lin waited a moment, confirming nothing was wrong, then crossed the hole to the other side. Eek! As soon as Su Lin arrived, Nai Tang climbed angrily onto Su Lin's shoulder. Then locked onto Su Lin's collar with a firm bite, shaking its head left and right. Don't be mad, here, this is for you. Su Lin took out a chocolate bar from the player's backpack. Nai Tang instantly went from cloudy to sunny. The space behind the door was huge and empty, like a football field. And this place was purely empty, with almost nothing noteworthy. It was precisely because there was no danger that Su Lin had the time to play with Nai Tang. In the center of the hall, there was a group of experimental tables, several huge electronic screens, and various dizzying control panels. Next to the control panel, there was a table with some test tubes filled with unknown liquids. In front of the control panel stood a zombie wearing a lab coat, staring blankly at the screen in front of him. Even though Su Lin made such a big noise outside, the zombie didn't turn its head to look. In fact, even as Su Lin stood right in front of the zombie showed no signs of aggression at all. Su Lin observed for a while. This zombie occasionally stiffly lifted its arm, seemingly wanting to do something at the control panel. However, after a brief arm lift, this guy quickly lowered his arm again, continuing to stare blankly at the screen. Looking at the zombie's appearance, Su Lin couldn't help but shake his head. TSK, born to be a workhorse. The zombie's clothes had a name and title. The name isn't important, but as for the title, it's just a lab assistant. It's easy to imagine, in such a huge research center, the higher-ups must hold a significant position. Perhaps before the zombie virus completely erupted, the core personnel had already evacuated from here. Those who remained, without a doubt, were just the struggling workers at the bottom. Su Lin actually admired the other party. Having been a workhorse in life was one thing, but to remain at the post as a zombie was quite remarkable. Su Lin even felt that maybe this zombie virus was created by those capitalists. The goal was to produce such workhorse employees who do not need wages, do not need rest, and do not need food or water. Walking past the dazed zombie researcher, Su Lin arrived at the table next to him. The test tubes on the table were all filled with liquids of the same color. 15 in a group, a total of 3 groups, all neatly arranged in the box. What surprised Su Lin was that these were all items. As soon as Su Lin shifted his gaze to these liquids, the instance world immediately provided the relevant information. Name, Zombie Virus Serum Type 2. Type, Medicine. Grade, Ruined. Attributes, None. Feature, 30% chance of curing the zombie virus in the body after injection, 50% chance of nothing happening, 20% chance of accelerating the mutation and evolution of the virus in the body. Feature 2, this item can be used to directly exchange for 12 hours of real time. Note, as the name suggests, this is used to treat the zombie virus. Note 2, can only be injected, not taken orally, and is ineffective against creatures that have already undergone zombie transformation. Upon discovering that these test tubes were all items, Su Lin's eyes lit up brightly. However, after understanding the specific information about these items, Su Lin made a face of disgust again. It was one thing to have a low grade. The key point was that these things were really of no use to Su Lin. Su Lin was not infected by the zombie virus. And real time was the most useless thing for Su Lin. Other players might avoid entering the copy world. But Su Lin felt that the scenery here was beautiful, the food delicious, and there were thrilling experiences from time to time. Moreover, the players encountered were all talented, and their words were pleasant to hear. Su Lin loved this place immensely. Even encountering an apocalypse-type copy world, Su Lin still felt it was better than getting moldy on that broken island. Forget it, after all, it's an item, might as well bring it along. Su Lin hesitated for a moment but decided to take all the serums. An ordinary item takes up 1 space in a player's backpack. These serums were a bit special, a set took up 1 space. Yet even so, Su Lin's backpack became quite tight. Currently, Su Lin's backpack had an axe, gummy bears, and a mask paper each occupying 1 space. A large amount of food brought from the department store occupied 1 space. The weapons and ammunition obtained from the police station occupied the last 2 spaces. This meant that Su Lin's backpack was essentially full. Considering that there wasn't much ammunition left on him, Su Lin simply discarded all the loot from the police station. Then, Su Lin took out the mask paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Players' items and equipment can also be placed on their bodies as needed, so there's no need to waste limited backpack space. For example, Su Lin's Shadow Pearl was directly equipped on him. The mask paper was small enough to fit into a pocket, finally freeing up some space. Su Lin stuffed all the serums into his backpack in one breath. However, this action triggered the alarms in the entire laboratory. Woo! 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 The shrill alarm sounded. The entire laboratory was flooded with red light. Boom! Boom! The walls on both sides suddenly began to rise slowly. Ha! Noticing the sound of the walls rising, Su Lin immediately looked over. This room had spaces on both left and right sides. Only after the blocking walls rose did they fully expose themselves to Su Lin's eyes. Seeing what was behind the walls made Su Lin feel a little dizzy. Damn. The tyrant he had encountered earlier was behind the left wall. And on the right, there was another tyrant, and it was the combat form Su Lin was familiar with. Tall in stature, barely resembling a human shape, its height far exceeded the one on the left. Su Lin even felt it was taller than the butcher he had faced before, definitely over 3 meters tall. Its arms were completely deformed, with claws sharper and more terrifying than the licker's. Surrounded, with a tyrant on the left and another on the right, what should he do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Su Lin really didn't expect. Just for taking a few items, it triggered 2 tyrants. No, perhaps this was normal. For all players, a total of 45 items that could be directly exchanged for real-time had extremely huge value. If Su Lin could easily take these serums, then it would be an issue in the copy world. Chapter 65 Tactical Retreat. Roar! The moment the walls fully rose, both tyrants charged at Su Lin at the same time. Thud! 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 The combat type on the right made the ground shake with its running. Su Lin felt as if a small mountain was rushing towards him. The situation was urgent. Su Lin picked up the rocket launcher on the ground. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at the tyrant on the right and fired. Whoosh! The rocket emitted a piercing sound as it flew through the air. In the blink of an eye, it hit the target. Boom! A massive shockwave hit him. The tyrant's upper body was completely engulfed by the flames and smoke created by the explosion. Roar! A furious roar echoed. The tyrant's claws swung wildly. The surrounding smoke was completely swept away. Seeing the tyrant's appearance, Su Lin couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not of any use? Roar! There was no time to be surprised. The tyrant on the left had already charged right in front of him. Su Lin did not hesitate and swung his axe down. Bang! The axe collided with the tyrant's arms, and with the advantage of strength and weapon, Su Lin successfully pushed the left side tyrant back. This guy's fighting ability was clearly not as good as the fighting type. If he hadn't run away halfway before, Su Lin probably would have taken him down directly. After one swing, Su Lin followed up with another axe strike. The humanoid tyrant immediately took a step back. At the same time, the fighting type tyrant leaped high into the air. This guy's size was like a small mountain, but his jumping ability was incredibly astonishing. With this jump, he reached at least 5 or 6 meters high, crashing down directly towards Su Lin. Eek! Su Lin hadn't even done anything yet, but the candy in his collar let out a sharp scream. For him, a mere hamster, to face such a terrifying biological weapon was indeed a bit daunting. The fighting type's speed was much faster than the humanoid tyrant's. However, Su Lin was not at a loss against him. As the tyrant came crashing down, Su Lin hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The tyrant landed. Su Lin felt the ground beneath him shake violently. Then, the tyrant swung its claws. Considering that the humanoid tyrant's strength was nowhere near his own, Su Lin stood firm and met it with an axe strike. Boom! The claws collided with the giant axe, and Su Lin couldn't help but take a step back. Ha! Just as Su Lin expected, their strengths were about equal. But the tyrant's size advantage was too great, making it seem like the tyrant had the upper hand. Roar! A roar came from the side, and the humanoid tyrant also charged in. You creatures, yelling before attacking, don't you realize you're just telling others to be careful? Su Lin swung his giant axe in a wide arc, turning 180 degrees to face the humanoid tyrant. Bang! The powerful strength combined with the excellent axe struck the humanoid tyrant back several steps. Whoosh! Whoosh! A whistling wind came from behind. Without looking, Su Lin knew it must be the fighting-type tyrant charging in. Su Lin quickly took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. Then, he suddenly threw it behind him. With a slap, the white paper fully adhered to the fighting-type tyrant's face. Roar! Losing its vision, Su Lin easily dodged the fighting-type tyrant's attack. Immediately, Su Lin swung the axe again to strike. Slash! The sharp axe left a crimson wound several meters long on the tyrant's body. But the wound wasn't very deep. The defensive abilities of the two tyrants seemed to be on the same level. The axe could easily breach defenses, but it couldn't land a heavy blow. As the attack hit, the axe's effects triggered. A large amount of crimson liquid poured out from the fighting-type tyrant's wound. The tyrant roared in anger, swinging its claws and trying to claw off the white paper from its head. However, although the paper looked soft, the tyrant's claws couldn't completely tear it apart. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Lin swung the axe again to attack. Eek! The candy desperately tugged at Su Lin's collar. Su Lin understood and quickly rolled to the side to dodge. Bang! The humanoid tyrant's arms smashed down at the exact spot where Su Lin had just stood. The immense force caused the floor to collapse beneath it. If Su Lin had been just a moment slower, he would have been the one crushed. Rip, rip! Taking advantage of Su Lin being pushed back, the fighting-type tyrant finally got rid of the white paper on its head. This disposable item had indeed given Su Lin a slight advantage. But it lost its effectiveness very quickly. Seeing the two tyrants charging at him again, Su Lin wasted no words and turned to run. He was confident he could take down either of the two tyrants alone. But facing both at once, the pressure was just too great. The entire battle process had lasted less than 10 seconds. However, Su Lin was like walking on a tightrope. If he was a bit careless, he would be torn apart by the two tyrants. In terms of agility, Su Lin was nearly on par with the combat type, while the humanoid tyrant was the slowest. So it was easy for Su Lin to run back to the entrance of the laboratory. Fortunately, I didn't completely destroy this door. At this moment, Su Lin felt the benefit of the solid laboratory door. The hole he made on the door was very small. Su Lin could pass through it without any difficulty. However, with the size of the two tyrants, it was impossible for them to squeeze through this hole. Su Lin slipped through the hole with ease. Without stopping, he continued running towards the elevator shaft he came from. Bang! A deafening sound of banging on the door came from behind. Bang! Bang! The humanoid tyrant must have entered the laboratory normally before. But after Su Lin's destruction, it seemed that he had also damaged the system inside the door. Thus, the two tyrants could not open the door, and could only violently destroy the laboratory door. Ah! Hiss! Ha ha! Su Lin quickly ran through the corridor. The zombies in the rooms on both sides pounced against the glass walls like they were seeing idols, their gazes fixed on Su Lin. Su Lin ignored those specially imprisoned zombies, and within a few breaths, he was back at the elevator shaft. Phew! After catching his breath, Su Lin took out 2 pieces of candy to quickly replenish his stamina. He turned around to take a glance behind him. The two tyrants hadn't chased over yet. That laboratory door, even with Su Lin's strength and an axe, it took half a day just to make a small hole. The two tyrants were not far off in strength compared to Su Lin. So it was very difficult for them to destroy the laboratory door. Su Lin even felt that the laboratory was like a special cage holding the two tyrants. Only when the experiment staff needed it would they let them out. As for why the walls of the laboratory rose up just now and released the two tyrants, wasn't it because Su Lin had taken all the treasures from the laboratory? With Su Lin's current strength and physique, climbing in the elevator shaft was completely without issue. This was also why Su Lin dared to come down directly. However, when he was up above before, Su Lin missed seeing the two devourers. And when he just came down to fight the humanoid tyrant, he encountered a sneak attack from a special form of devourer. It was hard to say whether there were other monsters still lurking in the elevator shaft. Su Lin wouldn't take risks climbing unless absolutely necessary. Now that the two tyrants hadn't caught up, Su Lin decided to simply wait in place, waiting for the Shadow Pearl's active skill to cool down. Chapter 66, Since I can't beat the boss, of course, I go level up. While waiting for the Shadow Pearl to cool down, a deafening sound of banging on the door echoed in the underground corridor. The two tyrants were quite persistent. Even though Su Lin had left a long time ago, they showed no signs of giving up. It seemed they wouldn't stop until they had caught Su Lin. Amidst this noisy environment, Su Lin kept waiting, and finally managed to let the Shadow Pearl cool down safely. Using the Shadow Pearl's active ability again, Su Lin melted into the shadow on the ground, then moved swiftly in the dark elevator shaft. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin was back on the first underground level. Not wasting any more time, Su Lin quickly retraced his steps. He ran back to the first floor of the research center, and found that outside, the sky was dim, it was already evening. As Su Lin exited the research center, a car not far away honked immediately. Escalation. Over here. Hearing this name, Su Lin paused for a moment before realizing it. He nodded at Jojo in the driver's seat and hurried over. After getting into the car, Jojo immediately started the car. Su Lin's collaboration with Jojo and Mengnan had developed into an alliance in the current copy world. Although both were reluctant to venture into special locations for adventure, they would do their best to support Su Lin. Mengnan was guarding the temporary camp on the other side, while Jojo was here waiting for Su Lin. How is it? Did you find anything? Jojo asked without turning her head as she drove. Suluan nodded. I found a bit, but I'm not done yet. I'll be back in a few days. Hearing this, Jojo didn't ask further. The camp chosen by the three was in an office building on a street near the research center. Although the ordinary zombies on the surrounding streets were almost cleared out, the three still chose a higher floor to set up camp. This was to avoid being targeted by the monsters that came out at night. When Suluan and Jojo returned to the temporary camp, Mengnan was standing by the window, carefully observing the situation outside. Lin Gu. Jojo. You're back. As I thought, you guys are perfectly fine, that's called unscathed. Mengnan, I need your help with something. Suluan looked at Mengnan, and before he could respond, Suluan took out the serums he had scavenged from his player backpack. Of course, Suluan didn't take out all the serums at once. He only took out 10 of them. Jojo looked curiously at the vials in Suluan's hand. What is this? After Suluan showed the detailed information about the serums, both of them started to breathe a little heavier. Suluan didn't care much about real-time. But the other players were different. Ordinary players who entered the copy world were basically struggling to survive. One mistake could lead to death at any moment. In such circumstances, who would want to enter the copy world? Playing other games might just lead to a bit of stress or high blood pressure. But playing the copy world games could truly be deadly. The vast majority of players usually enter a new copy world after their real time runs out. Every 2 serums could exchange for a day of real time, 10 would mean 5 days. It's not long, but considering the average reward time for novice tasks was around 10 days, 5 days was quite good. What do you need us to do? Jojo asked directly, staring at the vials in Suluan's hand. This thing was something Suluan had brought out from the research center by himself. So how to distribute it was naturally up to Suluan. Jojo didn't mention splitting it evenly or anything like that, but instead asked for Suluan's conditions. From the eyes of both, Suluan could sense their eagerness. But the friendship effect of gummy bears still existed and had not been broken. This meant that neither Jojo nor Mengnan felt even the slightest hostility towards Suluan. By the way, when Suluan manifested the fear avatar earlier, the gummy bear effect on Mengnan was broken, but Suluan had restored it afterwards, confirming that the two were eager but had no thoughts of seizing it. Suluan couldn't help but secretly nod. Good luck, every time I can meet reliable teammates. Suluan silently thought to himself. Then, Suluan looked at Mengnan beside him. Actually, you two don't need to come together. Mengnan can handle it alone, and he has experience. Hearing Suluan's words, Jojo nodded. Alright, in that case, Mengnan, you cooperate well with Escalation. At first, Mengnan didn't react. But when Suluan mentioned he had experience, he immediately recalled that not-so-pleasant experience before. No, it can't be, Lin Gu, do we really have to do it again? Do you know how torturous that feeling was? I almost couldn't hold on. I was almost a goner. Is this even an idiom? Did you make this up yourself? Anyway, I still need you to cooperate with me. If you agree, I'll give you all these serums. Guldong. Su Lin seemed to faintly hear the sound of someone swallowing. Compared to experiencing unimaginable fear, the 5 days of real time seemed more attractive? After all, Su Lin had said that feeling this fear wouldn't actually bring any danger. As long as one's willpower is strong enough, there would be no problems. Thinking of this, Mengnan gritted his teeth and said, okay. Brother Lin, I agree with you. A real man faces difficulties head-on, this is called confronting fear. Mengnan quickly built himself a psychological defense. Then he was going to pull Su Lin aside to get things done. Su Lin naturally refused. After all, the ability to become a manifestation of fear could only be used once a day. Moreover, today's attribute enhancement had already been used up. Speaking of fear manifestation, I wonder if it would work on those 2 tyrants. The 3 of them, just like last night, agreed on their night watch schedule. Then they went to bed early. In the following days, Su Lin worked with Mengnan every day, using the fear manifestation ability to enhance his own attributes. It's worth mentioning that during this process, Mengnan's attributes surprisingly also increased. Xiao. Sister Xiao. Oh my mental attribute has increased, it went up a bit. Does it mean that I can increase my mental power without free attributes? Is this a turn of fortune? Perhaps due to being scared by Su Lin too many times, Mengnan actually developed a bit of resistance. After Su Lin scared him again, this guy's mental attributes surprisingly increased a bit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was also in shock. Although attributes like physique and strength can be enhanced through intense training, mental and charm attributes are exceptions. These 2 attributes cannot be improved through acquired training. Furthermore, the enhancement of physique and strength also has its limits. Ordinary people can only enhance their attributes up to 6 points, no matter how they train. Chapter 67, Laughing to Death, Am I Avoiding Their Brilliance? The player's attributes like physique, strength, agility, etc., can all be enhanced through training. Su Lin had already learned this from the official information and various strategies he received. An attribute level of 6 points is the maximum that humans can achieve. When new players enter the dungeon world for the first time, all their attributes will be raised to 5 points. This means that the best choice for new players is to use the remaining real time to enhance their attributes to 6 points, the human limit, after their first dungeon. This way, they can save several precious free attribute points. However, this is almost impossible. The average real-time reward for a new dungeon is about 10 days. This is equivalent to requiring players to reach world-class standards within 10 days through training. No, it should be stronger than world-class because the 6 points attribute is the theoretical human limit. Apart from cheating, new players cannot enhance their various attributes when entering the second dungeon world. If enhancing physical strength and speed is this difficult, it goes without saying how much more challenging it is for mental attributes. Mental attributes are equally important to players. In simple terms, they refer to perception and mental resistance. Unfortunately, apart from free attribute points, there are almost no methods to enhance mental power. However, in the dungeon world, pure strength and speed are more promising, and to ensure survival, very few players focus on enhancing their mental power. But Meng Nan had been scared by Su Lin's fear manifestation so much that his mental attribute actually increased. This shocked both Xiao Xiao and Meng Nan greatly. The efforts of this past week had finally brought some rewards. Today marks the 10th day since Su Lin arrived in Zombie City, and 1/3 of the dungeon time has passed. Compared to the last time when battling the two tyrants, Su Lin's various attributes increased by a total of 6 points. Today's attribute increase has not yet been used. Su Lin wanted to keep the ability to transform fear, to use it in future battles against the tyrants. It's a pity. The attributes gained from absorbing fear cannot be decided by oneself. The improvement of abilities is entirely random. Considering a one-on-one fight, none of the tyrants are a match for Su Lin. After a clear improvement in abilities, Su Lin felt it was time to return to the underground research facility. Both tyrants can be viewed as special zombies. In this instance world, killing zombies can improve the clearance evaluation of the instance. Since there was a chance to deal with the tyrants, Su Lin definitely could not miss it. There have been sporadic zombies wandering near the research center street this week. These zombies could not hinder Su Lin at all. Just like last time, Su Lin entered the research center alone. Then he climbed the stairs again to reach the innermost room on the lower level. The destroyed walls here still looked the same as when Su Lin left. Unlike last time. This time, Su Lin had prepared some equipment. It was rope and fixed locks specifically found from a nearby hardware store. With these tools, Su Lin could safely descend into the underground without wasting the active ability of the Shadow Pearl. Following the familiar passage all the way forward. This time, Su Lin did not encounter any surprise zombie attacks. A week's improvement allowed Su Lin's spirit to soar directly to 8 points. With the increase in spirit, his sensory ability to the surroundings also significantly rose. This greatly reduced Su Lin's chances of being ambushed. Ha! Roar! Wah! Still the familiar feeling, as Su Lin entered the experimental area. The zombies in the rooms on both sides once again gave Su Lin a grand welcome. A zombie ran out? While moving forward, Su Lin noticed that many doors of the side rooms were opened, and the special zombies were nowhere to be found. There were far fewer zombies here than when Su Lin came last time. But all the way down, Su Lin did not encounter any zombies at all. The changes in the surroundings made Su Lin more vigilant. He arrived at the door of the deepest laboratory. The huge metal door now had many protrusions of different sizes, as well as many small holes the size of arms. The door hole that Su Lin had opened last time had also become larger. Su Lin guessed this might be the work of the two tyrants. This door is indeed sturdy, it hasn't been broken despite this, but this is good news. The two tyrants should not have been able to get out. Eek! Nitang poked its head out from Su Lin's pocket. Back in the familiar place, Nitang was very reluctant. The last time, those two terrifying monsters left it with no good memories. Su Lin reached out to pat Nitang and comforted, "Okay, no need to worry. This time, we can definitely solve them easily." Eek! Although Nitang was a fat hamster, its face could express various human emotions. At this moment, Su Lin saw distrust on the little guy's face. Seeing this, Su Lin directly pressed Nitang back into his pocket. "You just watch." As the words fell, Su Lin once again slipped through the door hole. The laboratory was as empty as before. The strong-bodied zombie stood in front of the giant electronic screen as usual. Unlike before, the walls on both sides of the laboratory had not closed off. It seemed there was a problem with the system here. Thus, what Su Lin saw upon entering was a large and small tyrant, who were anxiously moving back and forth along the walls of the laboratory. It looked like they were taking a walk. Ah! Roar! The two tyrants quickly noticed Su Lin entering. Without any hesitation, the two tyrants wildly roared as they charged toward Su Lin. Before the tyrants could reach him, the terrifying power was already rushing toward them. If an ordinary person stood before such a creature, they would likely be so frightened that their legs would go weak and they couldn't move. They might even faint from the sheer terror. Especially the battle-type tyrant, it seemed to have an aura that could detect fear. Those who failed to pass would be stunned. Of course, the imposing presence of the two tyrants had no effect on Su Lin at all. Su Lin even felt that, given his current mental strength, returning to the apartment to stick his face in front of a banshee's screen would not pose any major issue. Squeak! Unlike Su Lin, the candy in his pocket was nearly scared to death by the sight of the two terrifying monsters charging forward. The little thing was shaking like a leaf, desperately tugging at Su Lin's clothes. Su Lin remained unmoved, calmly taking out his butcher's axe from his backpack. Laughable, am I going to avoid the sharpness of these two things? As he spoke, Su Lin did not retreat but moved forward, heading straight toward the humanoid tyrant. In this lab, the zombie standing dazed by the research table was the weakest in terms of combat power. Next in line was the humanoid tyrant. So Su Lin naturally prioritized taking care of him first. Roar! Seeing Su Lin charge over, the humanoid tyrant seemed to forget the lesson from last time and roared loudly as it quickened its pace. In the blink of an eye, they were in contact. Without saying a word, Su Lin swung his axe down. The humanoid tyrant did not evade but swung its fists at Su Lin. On the other side, the battle-type tyrant slightly bent its knees and then leaped with all its might, crashing down toward Su Lin like a small mountain. Chapter 68 Tyrant? Is this it? Just this? According to past encounters, Su Lin's axe could at most slice into the humanoid tyrant's body but could not penetrate deeply. Even if Su Lin used too much force, it could result in the axe getting stuck. The tyrant, fearless of pain, would treat being hit just fine. Taking advantage of Su Lin's attack, it could also reach him. This was like trading injuries for injuries. Of course, that was a week ago. Now the situation was naturally different. Hiss, the sound of the axe blade slicing through flesh rang out. Su Lin's axe plunged directly into the body of the humanoid tyrant. The massive axe was at least 1/3 embedded in the tyrant's body. Su Lin's giant axe was 3 meters long. Its size was entirely made for slaughtering monsters like this. Even with only 1/3 inside, it was still far larger than a normal axe. Howl! The tyrant let out a painful roar. Despite its exterior being as tough as iron, inside, the tyrant's body seemed just as vulnerable as flesh. Under normal circumstances, ordinary weapons would have a hard time breaking through such a monster's surface defenses. The battle-type tyrant had even taken a hit from Su Lin's rocket launcher without a scratch. Su Lin's attack interrupted the humanoid tyrant's movements, stopping this monster's assault. However, there was a price to pay. That was Su Lin's axe was now lodged deep in the tyrant's body. At that moment, the battle-type tyrant had already crashed down from mid-air. Squeak! Sensing the scent of blood coming from above, the candy in Su Lin's pocket was on the verge of fainting. Given Su Lin and the candy's small size, getting flattened into a pancake by such a thing would be good fortune. Unlike the candy's panic, Su Lin remained calm and collected. He didn't even utilize the backpack's special feature to retract the axe. Instead, he exerted force to pull the axe out of the humanoid tyrant's body. Stuck? That was merely a lack of strength. After a week of improvement, Su Lin's strength had now reached 12 points. This was on par with the butcher from the first novice dungeon encountered. The butcher was the boss of the first novice dungeon world. As for the tyrant before him, he could at most be considered an elite monster in the city of zombies. In terms of attributes, the tyrant clearly was still lacking to be a boss. Splash! Su Lin forcibly pulled out the axe, resulting in a large quantity of unidentified liquid spilling from the tyrant's body. But at this moment, there was no time to think about that. Su Lin swung the axe upward, facing the descending battle type. Bang! With a loud crash, the axe struck the battle type that was falling from the sky. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Su Lin and the battle type entered a momentary standoff. In the next second, the disparity in strength became fully apparent. Su Lin, pushing against the battle type's mountain-like body, lifted the monster up. Then, with a swing of the axe, Su Lin hurled the battle type away. Boom! The battle type crashed into the wall in the distance like a cannonball. Eek! Upon witnessing this scene, the milk candy tucked in Su Lin's pocket was left stunned. The little thing was now filled with question marks. Just a few days ago, Su Lin did not fight like this against these two monsters. How did it become an adult bullying a child? Is this right? This can't be right? Su Lin noticed the Milk Candy's shock and continued swinging the axe at the humanoid tyrant while saying, "Don't be too surprised, Milk Candy, you should know that I have put in countless efforts and sweat this week." Milk Candy? Efforts and sweat? In the past few days, apart from gathering supplies and occasionally taking down a few wandering zombies, what else have you done? We have been eating, drinking, and sleeping together. But unfortunately, Milk Candy couldn't talk. Otherwise, it could definitely refute Su Lin's words. As for Su Lin, he had once again chopped down on the humanoid tyrant. No, this time Su Lin aimed for the head. Strength, speed, physique, Su Lin completely overwhelmed the monster before him. Su Lin even had an excellent great giant axe. There was no way to fight back, absolutely no way. Even though the tyrant was a super strong biological weapon specially modified by the zombie virus, it had no power to retaliate against Su Lin at all. With one axe strike, the tyrant's head was directly cleaved in half. Hiss. A deep and hoarse sound came from the tyrant's throat, as if a lot of blood had clogged it. As an excellent representative among biological weapons. Even with its head chopped in half, the humanoid tyrant did not die immediately. Instead, it staggered closer to Su Lin, raising its arms, seemingly wanting to continue attacking. Su Lin swung the axe with one hand, this time cleanly cutting off the tyrant's two arms. Ow! Thud! 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 A roar came from behind. The battle type rushed towards Su Lin in a frenzy, shaking the ground with each step. Oh? Instead of running away upon seeing this situation, you're charging straight at me? How brave! Milk Candy! Su Lin gripped the axe tightly and faced it directly. Clang! The claws collided with the axe. The butcher's axe in Su Lin's hand showed no signs of damage. However, the battle type's claws were chipped at the tip. It was obvious that the battle type's body strength was no match for an excellent grade weapon. The ensuing battle held no suspense. With attributes fully superior, Su Lin had no reason to not take down the last tyrant. However, the battle-type tyrant was indeed a natural killing weapon. This monster's abilities were stronger than the humanoid tyrant, and its battle awareness was extraordinary. In the end, it was only after Su Lin unleashed the embodiment of fear that he was able to completely eliminate this creature. Even for a supreme biological weapon like the tyrant, the embodiment of fear could awaken the deepest fears within it. This undoubtedly proved that the tyrant also had emotions. Sadly, the tyrant's emotional level was far below normal. Su Lin did absorb quite a lot of fear value from the battle-type tyrant. However, the amount of fear value absorbed was too little, not enough for Su Lin to meet the minimum standard for attribute enhancement. Until both tyrants were completely knocked down, Nitong was still in a daze. In the last battle, Nitong also witnessed everything. At that time, Su Lin did not press down on both tyrants and hack at them like now. Even when the battle ended, Su Lin was not panting heavily, looking quite relaxed. Su Lin put away the axe and took Nitong out of his pocket, giving him a good rub in his hands. It's not that Su Lin suddenly wanted to pet the mouse, mainly, after the battle, his hands were covered in a lot of unknown liquid, so he wanted to wipe them. Nitong? Adhering to the principle that one must stab after the battle, the two tyrants were dead beyond suspicion. Aside from the still-dazed cattle horse research assistant, there was no visible threat left in this experiment. Su Lin did not pay attention to the zombie researcher who was still staring at the screen. Instead, he walked with Nitong towards the tyrant's room. The two tyrants might not qualify as bosses, but they could definitely be seen as the main guards before encountering a boss. A room occupied by such monsters should logically have some rewards. Chapter 69, Stealth? I choose fighting excitement. Su Lin first entered the space behind the left wall. His eyes swept around. The empty room was void of anything. Seeing this, Su Lin could not help but frown. Really? Don't even get a reward for taking down such monsters? With a hint of doubt, Su Lin began to search more carefully in the room. His main focus was on the surrounding walls. Since there was extra space behind the laboratory walls, then the tyrant's room might also have hidden space. One of the benefits of heightened awareness was that Su Lin's perception had become sharper. Soon, Su Lin found a hidden space. Knock, knock, knock. Su Lin knocked on the wall, and a crisp sound came from inside. It was clear that the wall was hollow behind. There might be some method to open the hidden space within the laboratory. But Su Lin could not be bothered to search, he had a quicker and more efficient method. With a thought, Su Lin took out the hard worker's axe from his backpack again. Considering that the hidden space behind might contain some valuable items or equipment, Su Lin did not immediately unleash all his strength to chop the wall. Instead, he gripped the axe with terrifying power and began to slice through the wall little by little. It turned out Sulin's decision was correct. The hidden space behind the wall was not large. It was about the size of a small cabinet. Inside, there was a test tube filled with an unknown liquid. When Sulin picked up the test tube, the instance world immediately provided information related to the item. Name, camouflage virus serum. Type, medicine/material. Grade, ordinary. Attribute, none. Characteristic, after injection, there is a low probability of converting the target into a camouflage-type second-generation biological weapon, with significant improvements in strength, constitution, and other abilities. However, most emotions and some sensory abilities will be lost. Characteristic 2, can be used as a crafting material for certain special potions. Remarks, Andrella Company's early product. Compared to complex experiments and modifications, this medicine can create a large number of excellent biological weapons with a simple injection. Regrettably, the success rate is extremely low, and the performance of the transformed biological weapons far exceeds expectations. Looking at the information provided by the instance world, Sulin fell into silence. Ordinary grade items are not particularly good. The hunting difficulty of humanoid tyrants is still very high. At least Sulin feels that most ordinary players could hardly contend with the tyrants. As a result, after working hard to take down the tyrants, he could only get such a thing. After thinking for a moment, Sulin felt he might have taken the wrong path. Perhaps the instance world never intended for players to obtain this item through combat. The rooms outside the laboratory that held special zombies have mostly become ineffective. Perhaps over time, the two tyrants will also leave the laboratory. If that's the case, then maybe that would be the best time to explore the underground research center. The difficulty of battle does not match the rewards. Sulin felt that avoiding combat was indeed the right way to explore. Of course, none of this matters now. The tyrants have been taken down by Sulin. After all, they were tools, and they could also be used as crafting materials. Sulin took the potion and placed it into his pocket. Currently, Sulin's backpack was already full, and he could only carry it this way. Fortunately, the test tube was small, just a finger's length. After confirming there were no other places overlooked, Sulin headed to the room where the combat-type tyrant was located. With experience in hand, Sulin quickly discovered a hidden space in the combat-type tyrant's room. As expected, Sulin found the second potion here. The second potion was a main battle virus serum developed by Andrella Corporation. In effectiveness, it only had some slight differences from the potion Sulin had obtained earlier. Simply put, one potion could turn a person into a humanoid tyrant, while the other could turn a person into a combat-type tyrant. Other than that, the two potions only had minor differences in some information. For Sulin, both items didn't hold much significance. After great effort, Sulin's biggest gain was probably taking down two elite monsters. This would significantly enhance the evaluation after the dungeon world ends. Leaving the room where the tyrant was located, the zombie researcher in the laboratory was still staring blankly at the screen in front of him. Sulin thought for a moment and walked over to the zombie researcher. Sulin said to the zombie researcher, "Hey, you're also a miserable worker, so let me help you find freedom." Naturally, Sulin received no response. Previously, the commotion of Sulin fighting the two tyrants was so great that it didn't even take the zombies' attention away from the screen. Now, there was even less to say. Sulin didn't mind, raised his axe, and gave this guy a quick end. After dealing with things here, Sulin left the laboratory and stepped into the corridor outside. Immediately, Sulin took out the hard-working model axe from his backpack again. Alright, next comes the enjoyable scoring phase. Sulin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the different rooms on both sides of the corridor. These rooms held a large number of special zombies. These zombies eagerly lunged at Sulin as soon as they saw him. Unfortunately, they were all blocked by a glass outer wall that appeared weak but was actually incredibly hard. In this dungeon world, simply killing zombies could enhance the dungeon evaluation. And special types of zombies were definitely more valuable than regular zombies. With so many targets to improve the dungeon's clearance evaluation, how could Sulin let them go? Thus, in the following time, Sulin went through room after room, killing each one. Among the special zombies, some emitted piercing screams, some could spit corrosive liquid, and others could shoot spikes from disgusting orifices, and so on. Fighting these zombies required caution in many aspects. Fortunately, Sulin was able to take them down one by one and completely overpowered them in terms of stats. After spending quite some time, Sulin finally cleared the underground research center completely. Besides Sulin and Milk Candy, there was not a single moving thing left in the entire underground space. After finishing all this, Sulin made his way back, retracing his steps. Through the dim elevator shaft, crossing the first underground floor, Sulin returned to the first floor of the research center. Glancing at the sky outside, it was getting dimmer. In fact, Sulin didn't spend too much time fighting the two tyrants. The main time consumption is spent on clearing those special zombies later. There are many special zombies, and one has to be very careful when fighting them. Moreover, before the battle, Su Lin has to spend some effort breaking in. Back and forth, just breaking the door takes a lot of time. Su Lin slightly raised his head to glance at the ceiling above, then walked towards outside the research center. It seems that the floors above can only be explored later. Chapter 70, Gargoyle? Buddy, you've walked into the wrong scene. Just like last time. Chow Chow was still outside the research center waiting for Su Lin. Next, the two quickly drove back to the temporary camp. After returning to the temporary camp, Su Lin discussed exploring the special locations with the two. Xiao Qiao and Meng Nan were initially unwilling to actively explore the special locations. Because exploring special locations is very dangerous. Even if the rewards are rich, one still needs their life to use them, right? The two had a completely ordinary player's mindset, which was to survive for 30 days and safely pass through this instance world. However, Su Lin's words changed their thoughts. According to the information provided at the beginning of the instance world, there were vaccines in the research center, and now, Su Lin had obtained them. Even the two tyrants and special zombies in the underground space had been cleared out by Su Lin. In other words, the main content of the special location at the research center had already been fully explored by Su Lin. There might still be some zombies and dangers hidden inside the research center, but the level of danger is definitely reduced to a very low level. It's clear that, based on Su Lin's exploration experience, the hidden space underground in the research center is the key area. The entire building of the research center may just serve to confuse people. The 30-story high-rise probably doesn't hold anything important, but may have some basic supplies or something. Exploring each floor would take a lot of time. Compared to putting effort into such places, Su Lin prefers to explore other special locations. Su Lin wants to have Xiao Qiao and Meng Nan explore those dozens of floors, which also gives them something to do instead of sitting in the camp all day getting moldy. Furthermore, the research center is most likely not a place to obtain important items or equipment anymore. But it's not absolutely certain, perhaps some things are hidden among those dozens of floors? Even if not, the zombies wandering through the 30 floors can also improve the evaluation of the instance greatly. In the end, Xiao Qiao and Meng Nan were still moved by Su Lin's suggestion. The two decided to take action tomorrow. Su Lin left the remaining firearms and ammunition to the two. On one hand, there wasn't much ammunition left, and it was impossible to clear the zombie tide as freely as before. On the other hand, Su Lin really didn't need it right now. Not considering stamina consumption, Su Lin alone, with just an axe, could cut through a wave of thousands of zombies. The sky quickly darkened completely. After arranging the night watch order, the three rested. A night without words. The next morning, the three followed the original plan. Meng Nan stayed behind to sort various weapons and equipment. Xiao Qiao drove Su Lin to the vicinity of the city center. After Su Lin got out of the car, he walked towards the municipal center while turning back to say to Xiao Qiao, "By the way, don't come to pick me up today. I don't know how much time I will need to explore. If I'm done, I will return by myself." Xiao Qiao nodded in response. After completely losing sight of Su Lin, Xiao Qiao then drove away. With a map in hand, Su Lin quickly arrived at the municipal center. When the three left the police station, they harvested zombies all the way. And the municipal center was also passed by the three. This led to the fewer number of zombies around. Su Lin easily arrived at the target location. The municipal center was a place marked by survivors on the map of City A, not a special location provided by the dungeon world. But Su Lin felt that since this place could be specifically marked by survivors, there must be something worth noting. Originally, Su Lin planned to explore this place last. As for why he suddenly changed his mind. That's because Su Lin, with his current stats, had already overpowered two terrifying tyrants in a head-on fight. So Su Lin didn't need to think too much. He could just go to clear these special locations nearby. Holding a giant axe, Su Lin continually harvested scattered zombies along the way. He easily entered the interior of the municipal center. As soon as he stepped inside, Su Lin immediately sensed that something was off. There were still some zombies wandering outside the municipal center. Yet inside the building, there wasn't even a shadow of a zombie to be seen. Moreover, the air around was filled with a strong, unpleasant smell of sulfur, and a stinging odor that Su Lin couldn't quite describe. This smell was something Su Lin felt the moment he entered the building. These scents seemed to be lingering inside the municipal center, not a hint of it spreading outside. On the ground beneath Su Lin's feet, there were some striking crimson lines that looked like some kind of special formation. Su Lin wasn't sure what these lines did. He could only feel that this formation was not simple. Creak. Like Su Lin, Milk Candy also felt a strong sense of danger upon entering here. A wave of anxiety made Milk Candy completely shrink into Su Lin's pocket, with only a pair of little eyes cautiously surveying the surroundings. Su Lin gripped his axe tightly and carefully explored ahead. This place really is different, the atmosphere is unlike the outside city. It seems I made the right choice. The dungeon world is a place full of risks and opportunities. To survive better in the dungeon world, one must take the initiative. The municipal center looked unique, so it probably hid great opportunities. Su Lin had much confidence in his current fighting power. Plus, he also had the Shadow Pearl's ability for tactical retreat. Even though the municipal center obviously exuded something unusual, Su Lin still decided to explore. The direction of exploration was simple, just follow the crimson lines on the ground. Crossing the lobby, Su Lin quickly arrived at a huge, empty room at the back. Everything in the room had been cleared away, leaving behind only a massive and complex unknown formation on the floor. In the center of the formation, there was a pitch-black orb floating in mid-air, ignoring gravity. At first glance, Su Lin knew the thing was definitely something good. However, before Su Lin could get close, a sudden noise came from above. Crash! Some rubble fell down. Su Lin looked up to see a massive stone statue directly falling from the ceiling. Boom! The stone statue crashed to the ground with a loud sound. Yet such a severe impact surprisingly didn't damage the statue at all. The statue looked like a devil described in various Western fantasy stories, with horns on its head, wings on its back, a gaunt figure, a fierce face, and holding a long trident in its hand. Seeing this image, Su Lin instinctively blurted out, "Gargoyle?" Su Lin's words proved prophetic. This thing really was a gargoyle. Just after he spoke, the stones and dust on the statue quickly shook off. The original stone sculpture actually came to life right in front of Su Lin. Wow! The gargoyle let out a sharp screech. The next second, this monster flapped its wings and lunged at Su Lin with its trident. Chapter 71 My skills are above yours. Wow! Screech! The gargoyle let out a piercing shriek and lunged forward with its fork. Seeing this terrifying monster, Milk Candy also let out a scream and hurriedly shrank back into Su Lin's pocket. The gargoyle before him looked horrifying. But the pressure was clearly not as strong as that of the battle-type tyrant. Su Lin showed no fear on his face as he swung his axe to meet it. Clang! The axe collided with the fork, producing a clear sound. To Su Lin's surprise, this impact only pushed the gargoyle back slightly. Is this thing's power even greater than the battle-type tyrant? Doubt rose in Su Lin's heart. The gargoyle charged again. This monster not only had strength greater than that of the tyrant. Most importantly, it could fly, and was far more agile than the tyrant. The three-pronged fork in its hand was also impressive. It didn't break upon clashing with the butcher's axe, showing incredible hardness. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings rang in Su Lin's ears. In an instant, the monster had circled behind Su Lin and again stabbed at him with the fork. Su Lin's agility hadn't changed after a week of attribute boosts. The beast's speed was much faster than Su Lin's. By the time Su Lin realized it was trying to flank him, it was already too late. Fortunately, Su Lin was not an ordinary player. The active ability of the Shadow Pearl triggered immediately. Su Lin melted into the shadows on the ground like a cloud of darkness. Gah! As Su Lin merged into the darkness, the gargoyle emitted a puzzled sound. In the next second, Su Lin suddenly emerged from the shadow on the ground. The massive axe struck down fiercely. The monster flapped its wings to retreat while horizontally blocking with the three-pronged fork. Clang! As Su Lin had felt before, this three-pronged fork's hardness was indeed remarkable. It blocked his butcher's axe without breaking. However, the weapon was not without damage. Su Lin noticed that a notch had appeared on the surface of the fork, nearly missing half. If Su Lin's power had been a bit stronger, he might have been able to break this weapon in one strike. This thing is really overpowered in the zombie book, right? Su Lin's current strength had reached 12 points, on par with the dungeon boss, the butcher. Such strength couldn't break the three-pronged fork. One could only say that this weapon's sturdiness exceeded imagination. Moreover, the strength of the gargoyle was only slightly less than Su Lin's, far surpassing him in agility and also being able to fly. Its combat power was completely beyond that of the tyrant, delving into the realm of the magical. Also, in appearance, it was nothing like a zombie. Instinctively, Su Lin felt something was off. Gah! Before Su Lin could think too much, the gargoyle suddenly became even more frenzied and furious. Su Lin could practically feel the tangible rage emanating from it. Having seen the notch on the three-pronged fork, the gargoyle undoubtedly noticed it too. The reason this monster became more mad and furious was precisely because it saw the damage to the fork. This weapon seemed to hold extraordinary significance for the creature. Enraged, the gargoyle opened its massive mouth. Blazing flames emerged from the gargoyle's mouth. What the? Realizing what was about to happen, Su Lin hurriedly used the Shadow Pearl's ability once more. The active effect of the Shadow Pearl had a cooldown of an hour, and could be used only once in a battle. But the effect lasted 10 seconds, during which Su Lin could freely use the Shadow Stealth ability. Whoosh! A howling flame swept in a fan shape in front of the gargoyle. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air entirely. Even the wall hit by the flames seemed to be on the verge of melting. Gah! After releasing such a powerful attack, the gargoyle appeared slightly weakened. The frequency of its wings flapping had noticeably decreased. The gargoyle slowly descended toward the ground. At this moment, Su Lin suddenly burst out from the shadow beneath the gargoyle. Gah! The gargoyle reacted with lightning speed. It immediately swung the fork in its hand, trying to retaliate. At this moment, Su Lin unleashed another special ability. Fear Incarnation. In that instant, Su Lin's image in the gargoyle's eyes instantly changed. The gargoyle saw the figure that terrified it the most, the Lord bathed in the flames of hell, standing atop countless wailing souls. A low-level demon daring to swing a weapon against a high-ranking lord faced dire consequences. They would receive punishments far worse than death, their souls would be eternally scorched in the endless fires of hell. Just thinking of such a terrifying outcome made the gargoyle almost fly up in fright. The fear in its heart broke through all else. Naturally, the gargoyle dared not make any further moves. Su Lin easily used his axe to slice the gargoyle in half. After the gargoyle's complete demise, its body quickly transformed into gray-white stone. When it fell to the ground, the stones shattered into pieces, losing the solid characteristic it had shown at first. Finally took it down. After confirming the gargoyle was truly dead, Su Lin sighed in relief. The battle had not lasted long. Only about a minute or two. Yet throughout the fight, Su Lin felt it was even more thrilling than facing two tyrants. The gargoyle's power and agility far surpassed those two tyrants. The shrieks it emitted were likely a form of low-level mental attack. But with Su Lin's high mental attributes now, he felt no significant threat. This gargoyle could wield weapons and even spit very troublesome flames. If it weren't for the shadow orb, taking that intense fire head-on would likely have led to his downfall. In Su Lin's view, aside from its slightly weaker constitution, this gargoyle was fully qualified to be a dungeon boss. Considering that the gargoyle could fly and had high agility, its physical weakness was somewhat compensated. Sadly, after defeating such a troublesome monster, there were actually no rewards at all. Even the hard trident had turned back into stone after the gargoyle's death, shattering into small bits on the ground. Su Lin shook his head regretfully and then walked toward the center of the room. Only then did Su Lin have the chance to continue with his original purpose. Earlier, Su Lin had his eyes set on the black orb in the center of the room. From just its surface, Su Lin felt this was a high-quality item. But before he could examine it, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the gargoyle. Now, Su Lin had time to take a look at his loot. The monster guarding the treasure had been killed. By rights, there should be no more danger. However, the complex magic circle drawn on the ground had unknown effects. Su Lin could only carefully observe while approaching the target item. Fortunately, Su Lin encountered no further troubles. The black orb was successfully acquired. Without a doubt, this was indeed a very valuable item. Chapter 72, Do you want to be a Pokemon Master? Think about it. The black orb radiated bone-chilling cold. If not for Su Lin's relatively high constitution now, just holding this thing could have caused injury. Once Su Lin fully grasped it. The dungeon world also provided relevant information about the item. Name, Corruption Orb. Type, Special Item. Grade, Excellent. Attribute, Hell. Special trait, Corruption. This item can continuously spread the power of hell to the surroundings, altering the environment. Special trait 2, Accumulation. With each corrupted area, the orb can generate special energy within. Special trait 3, Fragment. This item is only part of a larger item. After collecting all the fragments, they can be recombined. Note, this is a special item that can only be used by higher demons. Note 2, the power of corruption? You need a clerk to fight against it. Upon seeing the detailed information of the item, Su Lin felt as if there was a question mark floating above his head. The gargoyle thing, let's not talk about it, it's completely on a different level from zombies and such. Now, even hell, demons, and stuff are coming up, is this right? This can't be right. Isn't this supposed to be the zombie city? Shouldn't the theme be the zombie apocalypse? Su Lin had not experienced many copy worlds. This was only the fourth time, so Su Lin wasn't sure if this situation was normal. The various official information and strategy guides on his phone had never mentioned any of this. Just when Su Lin was still puzzled, a prompt suddenly sounded in the minds of all the surviving players in the copy world. The current copy has been completed, and players will be leaving in 3 seconds. Ha! Leaving. My supplies. My underground shelter. The sudden message caught all the surviving players off guard. Wasn't it supposed to be 30 days of survival? Why is it ending after only 1/3 of the time has passed? Especially Su Lin. When he heard the message about leaving the copy world, Su Lin felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. He hadn't even explored that special location in the underground shelter yet. That special place had a lot of survival supplies. There was also the department store he had visited when he first arrived in this world. He hadn't even had the chance to organize and pick out the supplies piled up on the top floor. Regrettably. Even though Su Lin had 1,000 unwilling thoughts in his heart. When the 3 seconds were up, he was still teleported out of the copy world. Su Lin only felt his vision darken. When his sight returned, Su Lin had already been brought back to the familiar deserted island. The sound of waves crashing came from all around. Normally, lying on the couch and listening to the familiar sound of the waves, Su Lin would feel quite relaxed. But at this moment, Su Lin only felt that the sound was so harsh, as if the sea was mocking him. Why did they teleport the players out early? It was supposed to be 30 days, and it must be 30 days. Not a day, an hour, or even a minute less. Su Lin loudly expressed his protest to the copy world. But it didn't matter. The copy world directly threw a completion screen at Su Lin. Congratulations, player, you have completed the zombie city. Anomaly detected in this copy world, the player will receive an additional evaluation reward. Copy evaluation, extraordinary, zombie apocalypse? If you're in a good mood, maybe you'll play as a savior. Copy rewards, none. Copy difficulty, advanced copy difficulty. The copy evaluation this time will unlock hidden rewards under the current difficulty. Hidden rewards, plus 1 free attribute point, plus 2 item/equipment draw chances, plus 1 advanced random item/equipment reward. Note, various biological weapons developed by Umbrella Corporation have been slaughtered, and the company's most representative products were cruelly destroyed. Even the blood serum they worked hard to develop was stolen by vile thieves. Umbrella Corporation has issued a bounty notice. Su Lin carefully checked the rewards from this time. Because this copy world was rather special, the remaining real time had not been increased at all. But Su Lin didn't mind this much. He still had 3 weeks of time left unused. As for the copy rewards, the free attribute points and random item/equipment draws were nothing new to him. What was worth noting was that, because the copy evaluation had reached the extraordinary level, a level higher than excellent. So, there was an extra item/equipment draw available. An additional high-level item equipment is rewarded. Su Lin solved countless ordinary zombies in the zombie city. Over 100 special types of zombies, including troublesome monsters like lickers and screamers. And he took down 2 tyrants, along with a powerful gargoyle that seemed to be in the wrong place. Su Lin initially estimated that his instance evaluation would reach excellence. If there was any regret, it was that he didn't stay for 30 days. But this was compensated by the instance world. Due to the anomaly of the instance world, the player's clearance evaluation would be slightly enhanced. In the end, the evaluation settled at extraordinary. The extraordinary bonus was a draw for item equipment, along with a high-level item equipment reward. After checking the completion information, Su Lin's mood improved a bit. Since things had already happened, complaining wouldn't help, better to look forward. And in the instance world, it was like riding a public bus, just get on if you want, so what was Su Lin afraid of? Instance world? You kid are quite brave, huh? Alright, next is the exciting draw segment. Su Lin was not in a hurry to use his free attribute points. With a hint of anticipation, Su Lin first carried out the random draw for item equipment. Based on the potential minimum rule of the lottery, Su Lin saved the high-level item equipment reward for last. For the 2 ordinary item draws, Su Lin used 1 for an item and 1 for equipment. The results can't be said to be bad, but they certainly weren't great either. Having left the instance world early without collecting various supplies, Su Lin felt very down. Now with 2 failed draws, Su Lin's mood was even worse. Carrying his last bit of hope, Su Lin opened the high-level item equipment reward. Su Lin felt a flash of white light before his eyes. The next second, Su Lin felt a heaviness in his hand as a round object suddenly appeared in his grip. Su Lin shifted his focus to his hand. The detailed information of the item instantly appeared in Su Lin's mind. Name, Master Ball Modified. Type, Container/Projectile. Grade, Excellent. Attribute, None. Special feature, from tables and chairs to cars, planes, ships, and tanks, everything can be stored within, but only one item can be stored at a time. Note, go ahead, it's decided, you are the one, king of hundreds of tons. Note 2, this is a master ball that is unique, with its own unique thoughts, unique perspectives, unique ideals, and unique pursuits. It is completely different from an ordinary ball, so don't expect to become a Pokemon master just because you have it. Chapter 73, our game does not have a simple difficulty level. Looking at the master ball in his hand, almost identical to his memory, Su Lin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What do I need this thing for? Items of excellent grade have high value, there's no doubt about that. But this unique modified Master Ball seemed to have little use for Su Lin. Su Lin casually tossed the different Master Ball aside. Then he took out the corrupted orb. Also an excellent grade item. Su Lin felt that the corrupted orb was on a whole different level compared to the Master Ball. Just based on its shards, one could see its value. Su Lin estimated that the complete item made from the corrupted orb fragments might have an extraordinary grade. This thing clearly shouldn't appear in the zombie city, and after I got it, the instance world ended, perhaps. Su Lin made some guesses in his mind. But before Su Lin could think further, the instance world refreshed some information for Su Lin again. Detected that the player has cleared the advanced instance, the instance level has been upgraded to Phase 1. Titles, factions, and skills are all unlocked. The sudden news immediately shifted Su Lin's focus. Copy level? When Su Lin first entered the copy world, his player information showed that the copy level was none. Even after clearing Zombie City before, this level still remained none. At this moment, the copy level actually updated. Additionally, many new things appeared on Su Lin's player information. Su Lin simply decided to take a detailed look at his current status. Player, Su Lin. Copy level, Stage 1. Strength, 12. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Charm, 5. Spirit, 8. Title, none, will be formed after the first clear of the official copy world. Faction, free people, player factions can change based on various actions in the copy world. Skills, none. There is no need to say much about the attributes. Su Lin had farmed a lot in Zombie City, and now his attributes had far surpassed those of ordinary players. When Su Lin focused his attention on the copy level, the copy world provided a certain explanation. In simple terms, this means Su Lin will enter the official copy world at least at Stage 1, with no upper limit. The difficulty of Stage 1 in the copy world can be determined as hard. Above that, there are different levels of difficulty like extremely hard, nightmare, and more. What? You ask if there are easy and normal difficulties? They do not exist. This is the copy world, a place for players to struggle for survival, not a place for tourism. Titles and skills are terms that are easy to understand just by hearing the names. Finally, the only thing worth more attention is the faction. When Su Lin focused on the faction, the copy world not only gave a more detailed explanation but also provided interactive options. After unlocking the faction, players can contact any non-hostile players they meet and send items. In simple terms, this function is equivalent to a phone and express delivery combined. Su Lin wasn't particularly concerned about calling. The most important thing was that item mailing service. Recalling a certain super rich person he once met in the copy world, a trace of anticipation arose in Su Lin's heart. With Jiang Ruanwan's personality, it is impossible for her to enter the copy world without using up her real time. Maybe she hasn't unlocked the player faction yet. I don't know if I can contact her, let's try. Holding on to the attitude of trying, Su Lin requested to contact Jiang Ruanwan in the copy world. Would you like to contact player Jiang Ruanwan? Yes. Detecting that player Jiang Ruanwan is currently in a non-responsive state, the player can choose to contact later or leave a message. Su Lin thought for a moment and said, I want to leave a message. This action requires the consumption of 1 day of real time. Are you sure? Hearing the response from the copy world, Su Lin was taken aback. Huh? So unfair? Just for a phone call, it actually requires 1 day of real time. Is there anything more unfair than the copy world? However, Su Lin had no way out, and he had no tools to contact the outside world. Plus, real time wasn't very important to Su Lin. After a brief moment of daze, Su Lin decided to confirm it. Please leave your message, player. Su Lin cleared his throat. Ahem, Ruanwan, I'm Su Lin. You should remember me, right? Without further ado, I need you to help me with something. Su Lin briefly described his needs in just a few sentences. Then, Su Lin again requested to the copy world. I want to mail an item to Jiang Ruanwan. This action requires the consumption of 5 days of real time. Are you sure? Yes. After confirming, Su Lin began to prepare the items to mail to Jiang Ruanwan. Su Lin looked down and searched the ground, finding the master ball he had just thrown away. Shogu, don't be mad, I admit my voice was a bit loud just now. Now, it's time for you to shine. As Su Lin spoke, he mailed the master ball to Jiang Ruanwan. As Su Lin chose the master ball, it instantly disappeared from his hand, presumably accepted by the copy world. Not done yet, Su Lin took out the zombie virus serum made by the Andrella company from his player backpack again. These zombie virus serums were almost useless for Su Lin. But for other ordinary players, it was different. This item could be used to directly trade for real time. Su Lin believed Jiang Ruanwan would definitely love it. In Zombie City, Su Lin had obtained a total of 3 sets amounting to 45 serums. He gave 10 to Xiao Xiao and Meng Nan, leaving him with 35. After a brief thought, Su Lin took out 30 of them and sent them along with a master ball to Jiang Wanwan. The zombie serum might be useless, but Su Lin still planned to keep a few. Who knows, there might be a chance to use them later. 30 serums meant a full 15 days of real time. Considering it would take Jiang Wanwan 5 days to send things back, that meant she would receive 10 days of real time. Su Lin felt that this should be enough as a reward for Jiang Wanwan. Even though Jiang Wanwan had repeatedly stated at Happy Apartment that her family was not short on money and even wanted to gift Su Lin several buildings. However, one thing counts as one, and Su Lin thought they should still settle accounts clearly. As for whether Jiang Wanwan would swallow all the items he sent, indeed, there was such a possibility. But Su Lin felt that given Jiang Wanwan's character, this possibility was not high. Besides, since she was a super rich person, her parents or those around her must have smart people, right? Compared to swallowing the items, clearly, building a long-term cooperative relationship with the player who could give these items was more beneficial. In the end, as long as Jiang Wanwan was willing to help, Su Lin's current situation would greatly improve. In simple terms, Su Lin was willing to take this risk. Chapter 74, Young Fan, Set Sail. Su Lin waited on the deserted island for a day and night. Until the next day at noon after lunch. The instance world finally sent Su Lin a message alert. Unsurprisingly, it was Jiang Wanwan's response. Brother Su. It's great that you are still alive. Su Lin. No, that's not right. With Brother Su's strength, you could definitely stay safe all the time. Oh right, Brother Su, thank you for your gift. 15 days of real time, wow 15 days, now I don't have to suffer for 15 days. After receiving the message from the instance world, Su Lin realized. It turned out that this message feature was genuinely a message. Even the tone of the message could be fully replayed. Indeed, Jiang Wanwan was leaving a message for Su Lin, not a real-time call. By the way, Brother Su. I've taken care of everything you instructed. But I can't load anything else on the ship, nothing at all. It should be the Master Ball's limit. I can only help you fill up the fuel, sorry. Hearing that his request was fulfilled, Su Lin couldn't help but nod. This was Su Lin's main purpose. As long as this could be accomplished, everything else would be easy to discuss. Then, Jiang Wanwan rambled on about many things. All of them were trivial chat. After confirming there was nothing worth noting, Su Lin received the items Jiang Wanwan had sent back from the instance world. The Master Ball was back in Su Lin's hand. Immediately after, Su Lin walked to the edge of the deserted island with a touch of excitement. Ha! Looking at the vast sea in front of him, Su Lin took a deep breath and threw the Master Ball. Go, I've decided on you, Ship of Hope. With a snap, the Pope Ball opened, and a bright white light flashed in front of Su Lin. When the white light faded, a massive ship had appeared on the sea before him. Seeing this ship in front of him, Su Lin couldn't help but clench his fist in excitement. This was exactly what Su Lin had asked Jiang Wanwan to do, to get him a boat. Su Lin had particularly emphasized that it had to be a sea boat that could be operated by just one person. It would be best if it still had a foolproof autopilot system. Additionally, it should be filled with various living supplies and daily necessities. The first request was fulfilled very well. Unfortunately, the second request cannot be met. Because the extra cargo on the ship cannot be brought into the Master Ball modification. The special feature of the Master Ball modification is that it can only hold one item at a time. Clearly, the cargo on the ship is not considered part of the ship as a whole. The good news is that at least the ship's fuel is full, so Su Lin can still sail for a long time. Even if the fuel runs out, Su Lin can raise the sails and drift slowly. That's right, this is a rather large sailboat. Squeak? While Su Lin was carefully inspecting the ship in front of him, Milk Candy, full of curiosity, climbed onto the ship and ran around on the deck. The space outside the cabin is not large, but it is definitely enough for Su Lin to move around alone. The interior of the cabin is quite luxurious, comparable to a star-rated hotel room, obviously arranged by Jiang Ruoro. Living on the ship would definitely be 1,000 times better than on a deserted island. After thoroughly checking inside and out, confirming that there were no issues, Su Lin immediately got to work, moving everything from the deserted island onto the ship. Actually, it wasn't much. Just the sofa and furniture brought from the ancient castle, along with clothes, rice, and flour taken from the apartment building. Everything was ready. Su Lin went to the captain's room, preparing to set sail and leave this place. Yes, this is exactly why Su Lin asked Jiang Ruoro for a ship. Su Lin had had enough of this tiny, rock-laden deserted island. Compared to being trapped here, Su Lin preferred to take a risk and sail out to explore the world outside. This decision was certainly very dangerous, and there could be various surprises at sea. But still, if Su Lin had a choice, would he take the risk? Su Lin had never steered a ship before. Fortunately, the computer on the sailboat stored detailed driving guides. Moreover, the sailboat's computer had autopilot functions. Su Lin even just needed to steer in the right direction, he didn't have to do anything else. After becoming somewhat familiar, Su Lin took one last look at the deserted island where he had lived for so long. Then he resolutely set sail and left this place. The sailboat had its own satellite navigation system. However, unfortunately, for some reason, the satellite navigation function was completely unusable. The communications equipment on the sailboat was the same. When turned on, Su Lin could only hear a crackling noise, unable to connect with anyone. Excluding the possibility of a malfunctioning system on the sailboat, Su Lin felt it might be due to his location in the deep sea. Perhaps the current location was too far from land, exceeding the maximum range of the communication equipment. As for why the satellite navigation was also not working, Su Lin had no idea. In short, Su Lin finally chose a random direction and set sail. Although the satellite navigation had failed, he could still determine east, south, west, and north. Su Lin temporarily intended to sail in a fixed direction to see if he could encounter land or something. No need to worry about supplies. With the remaining supplies in Su Lin's hands, combined with what he had brought back from the zombie city. Even with milk candy, who could eat a lot, he could barely get by for a week. Even if the supplies ran out, he could enter the copy world to find a way. At the very least, Su Lin could get Jiang Ruoro to send him something, right? Although, from the perspective of other players, using the postal function from the copy world to send food and water was like burning money. But Su Lin didn't care at all. The vast ocean stretched endlessly. For 2 whole days, Su Lin sailed in a fixed direction, but found nothing. The good news is that during the journey, there was no danger encountered, nor any storms or tsunamis, and the ship sailed extraordinarily smoothly. The bad news is that such a continuous voyage gradually wears down a person's patience and spirit. After another day's sailing, a situation finally changed a bit. Is that land? Su Lin stood in the cockpit, his face filled with excitement. Through the fixed telescope on the ship, Su Lin discovered a small black dot on the distant horizon. As the distance kept closing, a lush green land appeared in Su Lin's view. Unfortunately, what Su Lin found was not a continent, but an island. However, this island looked at least 100 times bigger than the deserted island he was on before. And since he could see the island's greenery, it meant there was life on it. Su Lin might be able to completely solve his supply problem here. Squeak squeak. As the ship kept approaching the large island, the Candy, which was next to Su Lin, also became more excited. At first, when they boarded the ship, Candy was quite excited. But once the novelty wore off, life at sea felt extremely dull and boring. Even the rocking ship dampened Candy's appetite. In these few days, the chubby hamster seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight. Although this was good news for Su Lin. Chapter 75, A Paradise on Earth. An uninhabited island couldn't possibly have a special harbor. Su Lin could only drive the ship close to the sandy beach at the edge of the island. When he got close enough, Su Lin jumped directly from the ship. The water level was up to his chest. But Su Lin walked through the sea as if it were flat ground. After all, Su Lin's current physique and strength had already reached superhuman levels. While heading towards the island, Su Lin also turned back to look at his ship. He took out the master ball from his pocket, aimed it at the ship, and said, "Come back, Pikachu." With a flash of white light, the huge ship disappeared. Squeak? I just named this ship Squeak. With Candy, Su Lin quickly arrived at the sandy beach of the island. As soon as he stepped onto the island, the first thing Su Lin saw was the dense jungle not far away, and the large coconut trees all around. Looking at the tall coconut trees hanging with coconuts, Su Lin couldn't help but smile. Woohoo! Having been stranded on a deserted island for so long, Su Lin finally arrived at a place that was quite decent. After 3 days at sea, Su Lin had not encountered any rainy days. Food was still there, all stored in the players' backpacks. But water resources had run low. Without saying a word, Su Lin took out an axe from his backpack. These coconut trees looked to be at least 10 meters tall. Su Lin was too lazy to climb them. Su Lin knew that sustainable resource use was important, but in an emergency, cutting down a few coconut trees was not a big deal. After all, this island looked enormous, and the resources on the island should be quite rich. Su Lin's current strength was terrifying. Su Lin himself didn't even have a clear concept of it. With a simple swing of the axe, a huge coconut tree fell down. Su Lin took a coconut, held it in his hand, and observed it closely. In terms of appearance, it was basically the same as what Su Lin remembered, but it looked darker in color and a bit bigger. Su Lin estimated this was probably because the coconut trees here grew more abundantly. Squeak? Squeak? Perhaps Su Lin had observed for too long. The candy resting on his shoulder couldn't help but urge him a couple of times. Su Lin didn't even use any tools. With sheer strength, he split the coconut in half with his bare hands. With a pop, the shell cracked with a crisp sound, and coconut water splashed out in plenty. Su Lin placed one half on the ground and gave Candy a look. Seeing this, Milk Candy immediately followed Su Lin's clothes back to the ground. Then, it began to feast on the half coconut. Su Lin did the same, lifting half a coconut to pour into his mouth. The sweet coconut juice entered, and Su Lin felt incredibly refreshed. At the same time, he felt that coming to the sea was the right decision. Squeak squeak. The sound of Milk Candy came through. Su Lin looked down and found that this little guy had already finished drinking the coconut juice, even gnawing almost all the coconut meat from the shell. You little glutton, you're quite fast. As Su Lin spoke, he took all the remaining coconuts from the fallen palm tree. Then he broke them open one by one. Although coconut juice can quench thirst, drinking too much of it can cause intestinal problems. You might end up experiencing a lot of trouble later on. However, this kind of issue only happens to ordinary people. After several trips to different copy worlds, Su Lin's physique had strengthened to a rather terrifying level. Simply put, small illnesses and ailments would absolutely not occur to Su Lin. Even some toxins that are very harmful to ordinary people wouldn't have any effect on Su Lin. Su Lin's physical strength and resistance were both quite impressive. After Su Lin and Milk Candy feasted on more than a dozen coconuts, they finally lay contentedly on the beach to rest. It was still early. Su Lin planned to rest for a while before exploring deeper into the island. But plans never catch up with changes. Not long after Su Lin lay down with Milk Candy, a group of unexpected visitors suddenly appeared on the beach. No, perhaps Su Lin was the unexpected visitor for this island? Wow! Squeak! Squeak squeak! Squeak ha! Hearing the sounds, Su Lin immediately jumped up from the beach. Upon seeing the newcomers, Su Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "What the double-tailed monkey?" In front of Su Lin was a group of monkeys. But these monkeys looked distinctly different. They were not big, yet each one had a fierce expression, baring their teeth at Su Lin. What caught the attention the most were the tails on these monkeys' backs. Su Lin noticed that all these monkeys had two tails, each thick and robust. Unfortunately, the ends of these monkeys' tails were not hands, and these monkeys were nowhere near as cute as the double-tailed monkey looked. Truly a different world, even the monkeys look unique. Su Lin silently sighed in his heart. However, these monkeys became even more excited upon discovering Su Lin had stood up. Before Su Lin could figure out what these monkeys wanted, they charged forward all at once. Ha! Squeak! Milk Candy moved quickly, darting back into Su Lin's pocket, leaving only a pair of small eyes exposed outside. Su Lin stood still, only taking his axe out from his backpack. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I had a good meal. The stuff brought back from the castle has been eaten clean. Eating plain white rice every day can't hold me up anymore. Barbecue tonight, eating monkey brain. A smile appeared on Su Lin's face. Instead of retreating, he charged directly towards the monkeys. These monkeys looked fierce, and it was intimidating with dozens of them rushing over. But in pure strength, they were far too weak compared to Su Lin. To say a touch would shatter them was an understatement. After easily killing a few monkeys, the remaining monkeys fled in utter defeat, screaming as they dashed back into the jungle. Their speed was many times faster than when they first came. Ha! Su Lin chuckled lightly, then gathered the bodies of the fallen monkeys around him. I wonder if there are other wild game on this island. With a hint of anticipation, Su Lin walked towards the dense jungle not far away. Looking at the thick foliage of the jungle, there must be a water source inside. Su Lin needed to find the location of a water source and set up a temporary camp. Wild game was available, but Su Lin couldn't just chew on it raw. He needed to clean it, build a fire, and so on. After going deep into the jungle, Su Lin found that this place was simply like paradise. His strong spirit granted Su Lin incredible perception. With ease, Su Lin discovered some wild chickens and wild rabbits. There were also various fruit trees bearing unknown wild fruits. Su Lin even saw two little deer hopping around. Perhaps it was because they had never seen a person before. The two little deer, which looked delicious, they looked cute, actually stood still and stared at Su Lin, showing no intention of running away. Chapter 76, Kid, it's time to settle old scores. Considering that he already had a lot of goods on hand, Su Lin could only regretfully let the two little deer go for now. Anyway, on this island, they couldn't possibly escape. Su Lin still followed his original plan and continued to search for a water source. It is worth mentioning that while constantly exploring in the dense forest, those monkeys came back again. But this time, the monkeys didn't dare to approach Su Lin. They just kept an eye on Su Lin from nearby. When they saw Su Lin holding one of their kind, the monkeys let out piercing screams. Su Lin picked up some stones from the ground. After throwing a stone to burst a monkey's head, the noises finally stopped. After spending some time, Su Lin finally found a water source. Deep in the jungle, there was a relatively wide river. The river was clear, and the flowing water was much safer than stagnant water. Near the riverbank, Su Lin discovered some animal tracks. This finding made Su Lin feel even more at ease. Since the wild animals on the island relied on this river for survival, it proved the water's safety even more. Su Lin cleaned up the monkey bodies by the river. Then he made a campfire. He boiled water and roasted the meat. After doing all this, Su Lin started chopping wood around him with an axe. Exploring the forest had already taken some time. Setting up the camp would also require a fair amount of time. So Su Lin decided to camp right at that spot. Tomorrow, he would have time to continue exploring this island and also check the source of the river. Su Lin had no experience in building shelters. But it didn't matter. Su Lin had plenty of strength. After a great deal of effort, he barely built a not-so-good-looking shelter by the time darkness fell. Of course, appearance didn't matter. What mattered was being able to stay sheltered. It was definitely better than lying in the open on a deserted island. Su Lin also considered going back to the boat to stay. But the boat was too big and could not be placed in the jungle. Going back to the seaside would be too troublesome. Su Lin decided to just make do with it. He enjoyed a delicious meal of flavorless roasted meat. Then Su Lin rested in the shelter. One night passed without any incidents. The next day, Su Lin once again began to explore the island's plan. And for many days after that, Su Lin continually explored this vast island. This island was really huge. Just the area occupied by the jungle could be described as boundless. The jungle was lush, and the resources were incredibly abundant. All kinds of wild game and wild fruits were available. Before Su Lin arrived here, the rulers of the jungle were those double-tailed monkeys. Thus, it was only natural that after Su Lin arrived, the food chain's top would need to change. After no longer lacking food and drink, Su Lin finally felt at ease enough to set up a living area for himself. Before crossing over, Su Lin enjoyed playing some survival games on deserted islands. In these games, once survival issues were resolved, what Su Lin loved the most was carefully crafting a top-notch luxurious shelter. Unfortunately, reality is not like a game. You can't just toss a blueprint and expect a building to magically appear. Su Lin had to start from scratch, building every brick and tile with his own hands. In the heat of construction, time passed day by day. Watching the shelter change shape each day, Su Lin finally felt a glimmer of hope in life. Just as Su Lin began to relax a little, news from the long-lost instance world arrived. Detected that the player's current real-world time has expired, entering a new instance world. Loading instance world. Huh? Real-world time expired? I've been here for over 10 days? As Su Lin was puzzled, new information about the instance world refreshed in his mind. Instance name, Hunter and Prey. Instance type, Confrontation. Instance difficulty, Phase 1. Instance reward, 21 days of real-world time. Instance task, identify and kill the thief. Special rule, the thief must steal a valuable treasure every day. Special Rule 2, no direct or indirect harm can be inflicted among players. Special Rule 3, the thief can be seen as a normal player until discovered. Similar to the situation in the zombie city. After the basic tasks and rules concluded, Su Lin also received some extra information about the instance world. The Smith family has recently been targeted by a greedy demon who wants to steal the wealth from their estate. Mrs. Smith has invited a group of experienced hunters, exorcists, and detectives, promising high rewards. However, the demon is not only greedy but also cunning. It is very likely that it has disguised itself as one of these hunters. Once the information provided by the instance concluded, Su Lin felt his vision darken. When his sight cleared, Su Lin found himself outside a massive estate. But before Su Lin could closely observe his surroundings, the instance world provided him with more information. Warning, due to your previous actions in the Smith family castle, Mrs. Smith holds great hostility towards you. If you are discovered by Mrs. Smith in this instance world, you will immediately be hunted down without mercy. Su Lin? After receiving the extra information from the instance world, Su Lin was left with a head full of question marks. What the hell? Wasn't the information provided for entertainment? I thought it was only for background. Now you're telling me it's real and affects future instances? Su Lin had never faced such a situation. Moreover, the materials he had previously received did not contain any relevant explanations. However, it wasn't surprising. Even though everyone in this world knew about the existence of instance worlds, their exploration had never stopped. No one dared claim to fully understand everything about the instance worlds. And the information released by the officials or some strategy groups was far from complete. It's easy to see that if all important information were fully disclosed, whether it could improve the survival rate of regular players was one question. But it would surely be exploited by those with ulterior motives. While Su Lin was somewhat distracted, the large door of the estate slowly opened to both sides. The estate was surrounded by high walls, obscuring the view inside. So when the estate gates opened, everyone standing in front turned their attention to it. From within the estate, an elderly man in a black suit slowly walked out. Behind the old man, there were two gigantic black dogs, taller than people. This was not an exaggerated description. The two black dogs had an imposing size, and their expressions were extraordinarily fierce, looking ready to pounce at any moment. Chapter 77, Raising the Difficulty for All Players. Woof! The two black dogs, larger than humans, bared their teeth. They radiated an awful sense of pressure towards the people outside the door. Cough, cough. Woof! The old man in the black suit merely coughed twice. The two black dogs instantly lost their aggression, letting out pitiful whimpers from their throats. Of course, no one at the door thought these big black dogs were worthy of pity. After calming the two guards down a bit, the old man smiled as he looked at everyone outside. Welcome to Smith Manor. I am the butler, right, here to greet you on the lady's orders. I apologize for keeping you waiting, please follow me inside. As he spoke, the old man stepped aside, gesturing for everyone to enter. Still affected by the extra information from the dungeon world earlier, Su Lin finally had the chance to observe his surroundings at this moment. The manor was surrounded by flat land, and all he could see was lush green grass. In the distance, he could faintly see patches of golden yellow. The manor seemed to be located in the outskirts. At least within sight, there were no other buildings at all. Besides the so-called manor butler, there were 6 others around Su Lin, 4 men and 2 women. This meant that there were a total of 7 players in this dungeon world. Considering the information provided by the dungeon world, it was possible that there were actually 6 players. The tasks in the dungeon world were clearly to be completed within the manor. Everyone exchanged discreet glances, and then, without a word, they began to walk toward the manor. Butler Wright, may I ask if there are only 7 people invited? Are there any others who were invited? As they entered the manor, someone in the crowd was the first to ask the butler. The butler had maintained a faint smile since his appearance. Although his manners were appropriate, he always gave off a strange feeling. Someone who could easily suppress 2 monstrous black dogs was certainly not an ordinary character. Yet even if there were questions about the butler, everyone knew they had to gather information during this early stage of the dungeon. The person who asked the question was clever. From the start, they pointedly specified the number of invited guests. If they could confirm the number of invitees from the butler, they could ascertain whether the so-called thief was actually hiding among the players. However, unfortunately, Butler Wright did not give a direct answer. The lady has invited many famous detectives and hunters, but she does not like tardy guests. Late arrivals are no longer guests of the manor. Simply put, it meant that regardless of how many people were originally invited, from this moment on, the only guests recognized by the manor were Su Lin and the 6 others. The player who had just spoken showed a flash of regret on their face. From the butler's response, it was impossible to determine whether the so-called devil was hidden among the 7. As the conversation continued, everyone had officially entered the interior of the manor. Earlier, due to the high walls, everyone had not been able to see the situation inside the manor. Now that they were inside, many faces showed expressions of surprise. The space inside the manor was vast and incredibly luxurious. Besides the 4-story main building that resembled a castle, there were 2 other buildings of unclear purpose on either side. In front of the castle were numerous flower beds, with exquisitely adorned paths crisscrossing through the manor. These paths even gave the impression of being not meant for walking. The paths, too beautiful and intricate, looked more like some form of art. In front of the castle's main door was a huge fountain, surrounded by 4 arches made entirely of green plants. Butler Wright, is the lady you mentioned currently in the manor? The lady is out for something. Not currently in the manor, that is why I am here to host you all, please forgive any shortcomings. Hearing the butler's response, Su Lin silently sighed in relief. To raise a headless snow monster as a pet, this so-called Madam Smith must also be some kind of monster, probably a boss in this instance world. Su Lin had become much stronger since the snowstorm began. However, if he could smoothly complete the instance mission, Su Lin didn't want to stir up any trouble. Butler Wright, could you please introduce us to the internal situation of the manor for our upcoming work? As everyone moved towards the castle, they tried again to gather intelligence from the butler. This was Su Lin's first time entering a formal instance world. The feeling he got from his teammates was completely different from when he was a newcomer. Everyone seemed very proactive. Su Lin could feel that they all genuinely wanted to seize every opportunity to survive. The advantage of having reliable teammates was that Su Lin didn't need to waste so many words. He could just quietly listen beside them. To facilitate your work, the lady has specially evacuated the servants in the manor. Currently, besides me, there is only the head chef, the head maid, and a small number of guards in the manor. Hearing this, many people instinctively frowned. Since there is a thief coming to steal things, shouldn't there be more people arranged to watch everywhere? Why instead have the eyes and ears of the manor evacuated, giving the thief an opportunity? A player raised their doubts smoothly. But the butler only smiled and remained silent. Without a direct answer, everyone no longer continued to dwell on the matter. Pressing for answers might lead to some bad consequences. Additionally, this could be seen as the instance world intentionally increasing its difficulty. While speaking, everyone had already arrived at the front of the castle. Upon reaching the castle's main door, the two huge black dogs that had followed the butler closely stopped in their tracks. The two monsters lay down on either side of the castle gate, then entered a full slumber, ignoring everyone else. The castle's main door was open. When everyone arrived, a person was waiting here. They wore a thick maid outfit and looked like the head maid mentioned by the butler. The head maid's face was pale, devoid of any color, and there was no expression on her face, just like a dead person. "Mr. Wright, the items are ready." "Alright, thank you for your hard work, Miss Tina. By the way, these are the guests invited by the lady." The butler gestured to the head maid. However, upon hearing the butler's introduction, everyone couldn't help but frown. These sounded like a description of some things. The butler might have never truly regarded the players as guests of the manor from the very beginning. The head maid, expressionless, looked at the players. "Welcome to Smith Manor, I am the head maid, Tina." After Tina briefly introduced herself, the butler smoothly continued, "Everyone, the lady knows that you must be tired from your long journey, so she has already arranged a banquet. Please follow me." Chapter 78, A Pleasant Dining Time Arrives. Butler Wright still walked ahead as the guide. The players followed behind Wright, entering the castle one by one. Su Lin glanced back. The head maid, Tina, did not follow and stood still like a wooden figure. When Su Lin turned back, he happened to lock eyes with the head maid. The head maid stared intently at the players' backs. Even when seen by Su Lin, the head maid had no intention of shifting her gaze. In fact, the head maid seemed to focus all her attention on Su Lin. Su Lin did not indulge the other person at all, glaring back without blinking. The two, or rather one person and one monster, stared at each other with wide eyes. "Hey buddy, what are you looking at?" A voice of inquiry came from beside him. Su Lin glanced over. Just as he was about to answer, Su Lin seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly turned his head towards the castle gate. Sure enough, just as Su Lin thought. In the brief moment his gaze shifted away, the head maid who had been standing at the door had already disappeared. At this time, the player next to Su Lin asked the same question again. The person talking to Su Lin looked about the same age as him, trailing at the back of the group like Su Lin. Dressed in plain casual clothes, his appearance was the kind that might go unnoticed in a crowd. To put it simply, he was just an ordinary passerby. "I just feel a bit strange." "Strange?" "Yeah, aren't maids usually responsible for chores and serving their masters? Since we're going to have a meal soon, why isn't the head maid coming along to wait?" "Oh. You're right." Hearing Su Lin's words, the player also looked towards the castle gate. Sure enough, not even a hair was seen. The butler led the players deeper into the castle. After passing through a corridor lined with various valuable paintings, they arrived at the restaurant on the first floor of the castle. The restaurant was large and equally lavishly decorated. Since entering the manor, Su Lin felt that the owner here must be very wealthy, extremely wealthy. The enormous rectangular dining table was already set with a clean tablecloth. With the same number of seats as players, there were 7 in total, each one laid out in front of them. In front of each seat were 3 lids, and without a doubt, different foods were prepared inside. It is worth mentioning that all the seats were on the same side. It was unclear if there was any special reason for this. After arriving at the restaurant, Butler Light turned to the players and bowed. "I'm very sorry, since I am not aware of everyone's taste, I had the head chef prepare a simple meal. If there is anything inappropriate, please forgive me. For every meal afterward, you can inform me in advance, and I will ensure the head chef is prepared. I will not disturb your mood during the meal now. After dining, I will explain the details of this task more thoroughly." As soon as his voice fell, the butler did not give the players a chance to speak and turned to leave directly. He had been following the butler earlier without feeling it. But now, the speed the butler displayed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the butler seemed to teleport, disappearing right before the players' eyes. I expected this. The butler is clearly not an ordinary person, or perhaps not even human, and that head maid outside, at first glance, is not normal. "Alright everyone, why don't we take our seats? At least we can discuss things while sitting." The players had different expressions. However, the suggestion to sit down was accepted by everyone. It was unclear if there was anything noteworthy about the seating order. At the moment, not much information could be gleaned. So everyone just sat down randomly. Everyone, let's talk about this dungeon task? Someone took the initiative to speak, leading the conversation. Su Lin, however, opened the 3 lids in front of him as soon as he sat down. As soon as the lids were lifted, a rich aroma wafted towards him. Without a doubt, the lids contained various foods. The first lid held a staple dish, a beautifully cooked meat steak. Regrettably, based on Su Lin's experience, he couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. Anyway, it was certainly not the beef, lamb, or pork that Su Lin was familiar with. The second lid held a bowl of soup, rich in aroma, but thicker than usual, mixed with many vegetables. The final lid revealed a dessert, a pudding, accompanied by a small dish of cookies. These foods, both in aroma and appearance, had virtually no room for criticism. Su Lin was now on New Sea Island, and he certainly had no shortage of food and drink. However, eating roasted meat every day without seasoning was indeed quite torturous for his taste buds, and Su Lin was feeling a bit tired of it. Back in the time of the castle, Su Lin was quite certain of the Smith family's taste in food. This time, upon arriving at the Smith family's manor, Su Lin was not disappointed. Creak! The milk candy in Su Lin's pocket was slightly restless. He discreetly pressed down on the excited candy with his hand. Before entering the dungeon, Su Lin had told the candy to keep a low profile at the start, ideally not to be discovered. Before the candy was revealed, this little guy, who could communicate freely with Su Lin, would be able to provide a lot of help. Other players, seeing Su Lin lift the food cover, also sprang into action. In an instant, the entire restaurant was filled with tempting aromas. Everyone, let's eat and talk. Once the first person took the lead, the other players no longer hesitated and began to dig in. Dungeons rarely dealt with issues concerning food and drink. Moreover, this time players appeared as the defenders of the manor, so the manor wouldn't just poison all the players right away. If that happened, what's the point of playing the dungeon quests? This meal was called a banquet, but it was really just an early afternoon tea at best. Outside, the sky was still quite bright. Even when Su Lin and the others finished eating, it was probably still afternoon. There should still be plenty of time. So the players chatted while they ate. This time, it's clear that we are all teammates, and our goals and interests are completely aligned, so let's skip the formalities and introduce ourselves. Since I brought it up, I'll go first. I'm Gao Hong, this is my second official dungeon, and I'm a strength-based player. As he spoke, Gao Hong cut a piece from the meat in front of him and shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Gao Hong's arms were muscular, and he indeed looked strong, matching his label of strength-based. From his seat, Gao Hong was at the back, closest to the edge. So there was no need to hesitate. After Gao Hong finished, it was the player to his right's turn. The player to Gao Hong's right appeared calm and composed, the person who tried to converse with the butler when entering the manor. Chapter 79, Rules of the Castle. Hello everyone, I'm Yudong. The player beside Gao Hong did not follow the introduction template provided by Gao Hong. He merely stated his name. However, right after Yudong finished, someone at the scene couldn't help but speak up. Yudong? You wouldn't be captaining you from the special squad, would you? Yudong glanced at the player who spoke and nodded. Seeing this, that player displayed a cheerful expression. Wow, what good luck. I didn't expect to meet a master like Captain Yu here. By the way, is your special squad still recruiting? The special squad always welcomes all players. Any registered player can join, but to enter a formal team, you need to pass an assessment. As the two conversed, Su Lin also recalled some information in his mind. The so-called special squad was actually an official organization. Even the most ordinary new players would see their physical abilities drastically enhanced after entering the dungeon world for the first time. And what would happen to ordinary people struggling to survive in the dungeon world when they returned to reality? Such people suddenly gained powers far beyond ordinary humans. In the copy world, various items and equipment have all kinds of effects. As long as they can pass through a few copies, players would be no different from superheroes in front of ordinary people. To maintain order, there must be an organization to manage the players, and eventually, the special team was formed. The world here, just like the one Su Lin originally came from, has order, and even though there are many players, society operates as usual. Su Lin had previously learned that in many regions of the West, the appearance of large numbers of players had already caused chaos. Some small countries even changed sides directly. Yudong didn't say much, and after a simple introduction, it was the next person's turn. The introductions didn't take too long. Soon, everyone began to discuss the specifics of this copy world. They ate while talking, and the meal quickly came to an end. Just as everyone finished eating, the butler, Light, appeared at the entrance of the dining room as if he had teleported. Everyone, I hope you had a pleasant meal and have rested well. Next, please follow me to the reception room to discuss the details of this mission. As the butler spoke, he gestured for them to enter. The players stood up and followed him once again. It was the same path as before. However, this time Su Lin noticed something unusual. On both sides of the walls, there were many expensive paintings. Su Lin remembered that these paintings were mostly landscape paintings. But when the players walked back from the dining room, nearly all the paintings on the walls had turned into portraits. The people in the paintings were vivid, as if they could step out of the painting at any moment. What caught Su Lin's attention the most was that the people in these portraits seemed to be looking directly at the players. Did you notice it too? A voice of inquiry came from beside him. Su Lin slightly turned his head and found it was Yu Hua talking to him. Yu Hua was the player who had initially spoken to Su Lin. This guy was the same, walking at the very back of the group alongside Su Lin. Without waiting for Su Lin to respond, Yu Hua continued, "The things in these paintings are probably alive. I just don't know when they'll come out." Su Lin nodded in agreement. He had encountered a similar situation before in the Snowstorm castle. But that time, Su Lin encountered headless ghosts. He wasn't sure if the things in the paintings would appear over time this time. Under the butler's lead, everyone quickly arrived at the castle's meeting room. The butler wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Everyone, there are many valuable treasures in the estate, but the four most precious ones, which the lady loves the most, are stored on the upper 3 floors of the castle. Other small items can be lost without much concern, but these 4 treasures absolutely must not be lost. This is something you promised the lady before accepting the invitation. The lady will return in a week, and before her return, you must protect these 4 treasures and capture the shameful thief." The task provided by the copy world was somewhat vague. But the butler, this NPC, helped the players refine the details. As soon as the butler finished speaking, a player immediately asked, "Butler, since these 4 treasures are so important, can we focus on protecting them? If we guard them 24 hours a day, it should guarantee that nothing will go wrong." This was one of the methods the players had discussed earlier in the dining room. The thief had to steal a treasure every day. With this rule, the players could even make the thief come out on their own. The only difficulty in achieving this goal was whether all the treasures in the estate could be gathered together. Although this plan looks simple, if it can be implemented, it will definitely be very practical. However, almost all players are not optimistic about this method, and now they are just trying it out. As expected, the dungeon world could never leave such loopholes for players to exploit. After the players proposed this method, the butler immediately rejected it. "Everyone, these 4 collectibles have their own storage requirements. Once they leave their storage place, the collectibles themselves will suffer damage, which is unacceptable." After finishing his words, Butler Light added, "Also, it is impossible to have 24-hour surveillance. There are scheduled sleeping times in the manor, which is a rule set by the lady, and must be followed." According to the butler, the mandatory sleep time is from 1 o'clock midnight to 7 o'clock in the morning. Anyone in the manor must follow this rule. As for not following it, then you can only bear the consequences yourself. According to the butler, even thieves would absolutely follow the sleeping rules, otherwise, it would be like seeking death. In other words, this sleeping time can be seen as an absolutely safe time. It can also be considered a rest time for the players. Even if players are generally stronger than ordinary people, they cannot stay awake without rest for an entire week. From this perspective, the dungeon world is quite humane. Before the butler finished speaking, after introducing the sleeping rules, he continued to add a few other rules that must be followed. In addition, there are a few more rules in the manor that you all need to follow. There are a few special rooms in this castle that are absolutely forbidden for outsiders to enter, and I will take you to familiarize yourselves with their locations later. The top floor of the castle needs to be kept quiet at all times. Please do not run in the corridors on the top floor, and do not make loud noises. Finally, and most importantly, each guest has been assigned a dedicated room by the lady. When resting, please stay in your own room and do not randomly enter others' rooms. Chapter 80, Balancing Difficulty. The butler's words were quickly finished. The players took a minute or two to digest this information. Overall, the rules in the manor are not many. It's just that a few special rooms cannot be entered, the top floor of the castle needs to be quiet, and during the night, everyone must stay in their own rooms. The first 2 rules Su Lin can understand. But the last rule confuses Su Lin a bit. Because this rule does not seem like a rule of the manor, instead, it seems to be something that was added temporarily after they, as guests, arrived here. These are the points to note. Does anyone have any questions? If not, I can take you to see those important collectibles now. Do the players have doubts in their hearts? Of course they do. And quite a few. Cao Hong was the first to stand up and ask his question. "Butler, how many guards are there in the castle? If we discover a thief, will these guards help us?" Everyone has their own job, the guards are only responsible for the security of the castle. This means that players will have to face the thieves themselves. Considering that the dungeon world would not leave players without a path to victory, at least this thief would be one that players could defeat. Butler, this castle is very large. Are there any other details we need to pay attention to? You are all important guests invited by the lady, so you don't need to feel restrained. Just treat this place like your own home. The butler had a faint smile on his face. It was as if he was speaking from the heart. However, if any player took his words seriously, they would truly be foolish. It is obvious that there must be other dangers inside the castle. However, players should not expect to get answers from the butler. Players might have to explore on their own. This point was also discussed by the players during their meal earlier. There is always an unavoidable theme in the dungeon world, which is that players must struggle to survive here. That is to say, no matter what kind of dungeon world it is, there will always be dangers. Regardless of what the tasks are in the dungeon world, players will certainly encounter various life-threatening events during their actions. Don't think that the players are just here to help the manor fend off the thieves. If players are a bit careless, perhaps before the thieves are exposed, the manor will swallow the players first. The butler seems unwilling to reveal more information. Players cannot use force against him either. Helpless, the players can only follow behind the butler to look at those important treasures. For treasures, 1 on the 2nd floor, 1 on the 3rd floor, and 2 on the top floor. The players' guest rooms are arranged on the 3rd floor, which is good news, as it is convenient to go up or down. If anything happens, they can reach it promptly. The 4 treasures, as the butler said, indeed look very valuable just by their appearance. Unfortunately, all the treasures can only be viewed through glass. Unable to hold them in their hands, players cannot check more specific information about them in the dungeon world. Everyone speculates that these treasures might be recognized items or equipment by the dungeon world. Some players even wonder if they can sneak away 1 or 2 items at the end of the mission. In the dungeon world, only bold and proactive people can strive for more opportunities to survive. Players who come to the official dungeon are all selected, so it is not surprising they would have such thoughts. After admiring a few high-value treasures, the butler led the players to check those forbidden rooms one by one. One room on the top floor is tightly locked with a lot of iron chains. Also located on the 3rd floor are the master's bedroom, study, and 2 bedrooms of important family members. Finally, there is a regular room on the 2nd floor, which, according to the butler, is just an ordinary storage room, and entry is prohibited to avoid distracting the players. Of course, no one would believe such a statement. After a round, the players have unknowingly explored all the main areas of the castle. Alright everyone, I have completed everything that the lady entrusted me with, and the next task belongs to you. Lastly, I remind everyone that each treasure in the castle is hard to come by. If you can preserve as many as possible, the lady will surely be very happy and will certainly reward you. As soon as the butler finished speaking, the dungeon world suddenly refreshed a message for all players. Detected possible side quest, current side quest overlaps with main quest, automatically accepted. Side quest, protect as many treasures in the manor as possible, current remaining common treasures 17/17, current remaining important treasures 4/4. Supplementary rule, common treasures do not count towards the thief's steal count. Side quests can always be encountered in different dungeon worlds. Players did not make a big fuss at all. It was the suddenly appearing supplementary rule that stunned quite a few people. Only a few among the player team remained unfazed. Supplementary rules occasionally appear when players have made new discoveries or received new information, serving as further additions to the dungeon tasks. If they have experienced fewer official dungeons, that might be the first time encountering such a situation. Like Su Lin, it was the first time encountering it. Ordinary treasures don't count, which means the thief still needs to steal one of those 4 important treasures every day. Hiss, looking at it this way, players seem to be in a tough spot? The new information is easy to understand. According to the initial information obtained about the dungeon, thieves need to steal a fixed treasure every day. But ordinary treasures don't count, so they can only target those important artifacts. There are only 4 important artifacts in total. The difficulty of the dungeon seems to lean more towards the players. This could be considered good news. But considering the balance of the dungeon world, the thief will surely be compensated elsewhere, like in combat power or something, right? Su Lin thought of this, which made him feel that the players' upcoming tasks probably wouldn't go smoothly. After the butler finished speaking, he didn't give the players a chance to ask further questions, and with a farewell, he left directly. Just like before. The butler disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the butler left, the whole castle suddenly seemed to fall silent. For a moment, everyone even felt that in this huge castle, there were only 7 of them alive. No, maybe the thief was hiding among the players, which meant there were only 6 living people in the castle. Chapter 81, The Players' Disagreement. Everyone, what should we do next? After the butler left, Immediately, a player spoke up to ask. The task on the surface seems simple. But how to complete it is a puzzle. The important artifacts the players need to protect are located on 3 floors. The good news is that the artifacts on the 4th floor are in the same room, which slightly lowers the difficulty. The bad news is there are only 7 people on their side. This means that while taking care of all the important artifacts, they have to split into 2 small teams of only 2 people each. The problem is that the thief might be hiding among the players. If luck runs out and it's one-on-one, that unlucky player is most likely to be stolen from. Basically, all players could think of this. But even though they knew in their hearts, they had to face it. At that moment, Yudong actively proposed an idea. Everyone, I think we can do this, let's keep all phones on video call. This way, even if the thief is hidden among us, they won't be able to act freely. Gao Hong nodded beside him. Exactly, even if they dare to act, other players can immediately recognize their identity. The solution is simple but practical. When players enter the dungeon world, they usually carry 1 or 2 spare phones. Because there is signal in the dungeon world at all times. As for what the principle behind it is, no one has discovered it yet. Of course, there's no need to seek out an answer, as long as it helps the players clear the dungeon, that's all that matters. All players took out their phones, except for Su Lin. Yudong had an extra one and lent it to Su Lin. Once prepared, it was time to divide into teams. To avoid objections, the grouping method was completely random drawing. Su Lin's luck was uncertain, as he was placed in the only 3-person group, with Yudong and Yu Hua, responsible for the 2 artifacts on the top floor. Everyone started a video call on their phones, and after that, the 3 groups headed to their respective artifacts rooms. The artifact room on the top floor is decorated quite lavishly and exquisitely. The 2 artifacts, one is a huge black wooden box, the other is a whole set of splendid armor, both placed in glass cabinets. Compared to the luxurious full-body armor, the black wooden box looks plain, even a bit tattered. No one knows if the so-called treasures are the wooden boxes themselves or what is hidden inside the boxes. It's still early. There are still 7 or 8 hours until the night's rest time. After entering the treasure room, the 3 found their own places to sit down. Do you think that thief will act today? Not long after sitting down, Yu Hua took the initiative to talk to the other 2. Previously, Su Lin had noticed that Yu Hua seemed to be a guy who couldn't stay idle. Yudong glanced at Yu Hua and replied, absolutely, after all, this is dictated by the rules, unless he wants to lose the confrontation. The type of this copy world is confrontation. To put it more directly, it's a fight between the players and the thief. Ultimately, only one side can win. And the rules dictate that the thief must steal treasures every day. Does that mean the players on the lower 2 floors are in danger? Hearing this, Su Lin looked over curiously. Are you so sure that the thief will act on the lower 2 floors? What if that guy is hiding between the 3 of us? Just then, Yudong looked at Su Lin in surprise, as if he just noticed that Su Lin was also here. Is there an item that lowers presence? This person has some issues. Yudong frowned and glanced at Su Lin, quietly raising his alertness. Yudong had seen more things. So he could easily guess that Su Lin had an item or equipment that lowered others' attention. If it were normal times, such behavior could be interpreted as low-key, not wanting to be noticed. But in this copy world, could it be understood as wanting to strike when no one noticed? Unfortunately, Su Lin could not read minds. Otherwise, he would definitely plead innocence to Yudong. This was Su Lin's first entry into a formal copy world. He didn't even understand many things, and many well-known facts in formal copies were learned through conversations with other players. In this situation, how could Su Lin have the ability to act as a thief? Not to mention that the so-called thief might still be a devil. The 3 chatted idly. This was also to slightly relieve some boredom. However, this state was soon broken. Players from the lower 2 floors actively proposed a new suggestion in the video call. In the past hour or 2, players occasionally communicated with each other and reported on the situation on their respective floors. Now, the players on the 3rd floor took the initiative to come up with a new plan. The content was simple, it was to arrange personnel to patrol in different treasure rooms. Except for the 4 important treasures. Those ordinary treasures were stored in different rooms. The loss of ordinary treasures would not cause the main task to fail. But if they could protect these ordinary treasures as much as possible, they could complete side tasks, and there would definitely be good rewards. Moreover, this would likely improve the overall evaluation. It did not conflict with the main task and could increase rewards. Within their capabilities, players would definitely want to give it a try. Thus, the patrol plan was proposed. The content was simple: send someone from the top floor to patrol downstairs. The first person would check all the ordinary treasures on the top floor and then go to the 3rd floor to relay with someone there. The person on the 3rd floor would check all the ordinary treasures on that floor and then go to the 2nd floor to continue relaying with someone on the 2nd floor. With one more person, this way could ensure that each important treasure room had 2 people. Keeping the video call open would also provide further assurance. In the end, this could maximize the safety of ordinary treasures. The plan was quite good. Su Lin originally thought the players would all agree. However, to Su Lin's surprise, half of the people actually opposed this plan. The first to oppose were the 2 at the top. Whether it was Yudong or Yuhua, they both rejected the suggestion. Yudong looked at the phone screen and spoke up, "The important collectibles are the core of everything. Just protect them. As for the side tasks, doesn't matter." Yuhua stood behind Yudong and added, "That's right. Also, what if someone patrolling the regular collection room encounters danger? We might not be able to come to their aid in time. Don't forget, this manor is not simple." Apart from these 2, Gao Hong, located on the 2nd floor, also raised an objection. Gao Hong's reason was even simpler and more direct, so much so that Su Lin even felt that he was brushing off the 2 on the 3rd floor. Gao Hong said he was lazy and didn't want to move around, so he rejected the suggestion. Seeing so many people opposing, the 2 players on the 3rd floor exchanged awkward smiles in the video call, and in the end, they didn't say anything more. Chapter 82, The Dilemma. The 2 on the 3rd floor have problems, huh? Maybe someone's stirring things up? Did the thief get restless so quickly? Yuhua, standing at the door of the collection room, leaned against the doorframe and said without turning back. Su Lin shrugged, "That's not surprising. It's the rules. If they don't succeed before bedtime tonight, we'll have something fun to watch." Yudong, who had been staying between 2 collectibles, glanced at Su Lin to make sure he wouldn't be overlooked, then joined the conversation. "We don't need to hurry. Just wait for the thief to reveal themselves. So, aside from protecting these 4 collectibles, we don't need to do anything extra." Upon hearing Yudong's words, Su Lin and Yuhua both nodded in agreement. That's right, the rules of this instance world have already been set. And after arriving here, it was already the afternoon. Now, the time for the rest in the evening was drawing closer. The players didn't need to worry at all. The only one who would be anxious was the thief. Just as Yudong said, we didn't need to do anything extra, just wait patiently. This was also the reason why the suggestion from the players on the 3rd floor was rejected. At least from the surface, the players' situation looked very good right now. No need to rush, no need to stir up trouble, just wait obediently. After the 3rd floor player's suggestion was rejected, they seemed a little unhappy. In the next 2 or 3 hours, aside from reporting their safety once an hour, they didn't say anything more in the video call. Gao Hong on the 2nd floor would occasionally say a few words. But nobody seemed interested in responding. Gradually, aside from reporting their own situation, the players stopped having any extra conversations. Ha! For some reason, Su Lin vaguely felt a little irritable. Squeak. Why did you bite me, milk candy? Su Lin winced in pain and was about to deal with the milk candy. But then, Su Lin suddenly froze. Wait a minute, did something just affect me? Not far away, neither Yudong nor Yuhua noticed what was happening with Su Lin. With the Shadow Pearl equipped, as long as Su Lin didn't do anything unnecessary, it was very easy for others to overlook him. Milk Candy stuck its small head out from the pocket on Su Lin's clothes, its eyes filled with a hint of worry as it stared at Su Lin. Meeting Milk Candy's gaze, Su Lin quietly asked, Milk Candy, was I acting strange just now? Squeak? Squeak. Because Milk Candy could feel that Su Lin had already returned to normal. Realizing what was happening, Su Lin immediately got up from the ground. Something's wrong. Su Lin suddenly spoke up. Yuhua and Yudong immediately looked towards Su Lin. Meeting the gazes of the two, Su Lin noticed a hint of anger in their faces. Besides the anger, Su Lin also saw a trace of surprise on Yudong's face. Without wasting any more words, Su Lin directly informed them of his thoughts. Yudong, Yuhua, our emotions have been affected, and it has been going on for a long time. Something may have gone wrong on the lower 2 floors. Hearing this, Yudong frowned and glanced at his phone. Not looking was better. Once he looked, Yudong's expression changed instantly. Overdue. It had been over an hour since the players last reported their safety to each other. According to the players' habits and previous agreements, they should have reported their situations every hour. But now, it was almost 2 hours, and there hadn't been a sound from the video call. Moreover, it seemed the 3 people on the top floor hadn't spoken to each other for a long time either. Players communicate with each other not just to pass the time, but to keep their attention more focused. After Su Lin's reminder, Yudong and Yuhua took a little time to adjust their states. Soon, their minds became active again. Damn, is this a problem with the manor? Or is it that thief? Our emotions have all been affected. After the suggestion from the 3rd floor players was rejected, the players began to seem a little unhappy with each other. After that, everyone started feeling a bit irritable and gloomy. Under the influence of this emotional state, the players fell into silence and stopped communicating. If only one or two people acted this way, it would be understandable. But if all the players became like this, it meant a serious problem had occurred. Cao Hong. Wu. How is the situation on your floors? Have you encountered anything unusual? Wu was one of the two players on the third floor. As soon as Yudong regained his composure, he contacted the players on the second and third floors through a video call. After Yudong spoke up to inquire, Gao Hong's slightly impatient voice came from the phone, "Everything's normal on the second floor, nothing's wrong." This was supposed to be good news. But at that moment, Yudong felt as if his heart had sunk to the bottom. Because there was no response, the third floor had yet to reply at all. Wu. How's it over there? Why has the camera shifted? I can't see the status of the collection, quickly answer me. Wu. Yudong's voice grew louder, and by the end, he was almost roaring. Gao Hong on the other end also noticed something was off, and his questioning voice immediately came from the phone. "Captain Yu, what's going on? Is there a problem on your side?" Gao Hong seemed unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Yudong took a deep breath and then informed Gao Hong of the current situation. After Yudong finished speaking, there was a brief silence of a minute or two from Gao Hong's side. After that, Gao Hong's angry curse came from the phone. Clearly, Gao Hong had realized something was wrong, and now awake, he couldn't help but curse this alternate world. Who could guard against the emotional influence that unknowingly impacted the players? To ensure survival, players rarely invested free attribute points in spirit. In fact, most players wouldn't even invest in spirit attributes. The only way to enhance mental resistance was through equipment or items. Su Lin had also fallen into this trap, if it weren't for Nitang noticing something was off and reminding Su Lin. It was likely all the players would continue to remain silent, picked off one by the thief. It was clear something was wrong on the third floor. Now, a new problem lay before the players. So, should we go to the third floor to check the situation? On one hand, there's the important collection to check. On the other hand, we need to see the status of the two players. This instance world has just started its first day, we can't lose two players right away, can we? Chapter 83, The Butler's Change of Attitude. Should we go take a look? But what about the other collections? We can't go alone, right? So what do we do now? The third floor has completely lost contact. Players anxiously discussed in the video call. However, after talking for a long time, no conclusion was reached. The situation right now is quite troublesome. The third floor has fully lost contact. For the other players, there are only two choices, either go check or not go. The consequence of not going is likely to lose the third floor's collection and two players from the team. As for going, not only will they face huge risks, but the remaining collection might also be stolen at this opportunity. Thieves must steal one treasure each day. This doesn't mean they can only steal one piece per day. If they seize the opportunity, this instance might end on the very first day. While players anxiously discussed the situation, Su Lin reached into his pocket and poked the chubby hamster, whispering, "Nai Tang, go check the situation on the third floor for me." Ji. Hearing Su Lin's command, Nai Tang carefully climbed out of the pocket and quickly darted out of the collection room, disappearing from sight. Ingzhu lowered Su Lin's presence, which led the other two in the room not to notice what was happening with Su Lin, thus Nai Tang wouldn't be discovered. Unlike the other players, Su Lin brought teammates into the instance. Although Nai Tang cannot speak, it can understand Su Lin's words, and this little fellow is sharp and alert, making it the best help for Su Lin in this situation. The other players continued their anxious discussions. Of course, they still did not come to any conclusions. Su Lin could sense that the players who came to this instance world were quite smart and had some experience. This made them see the underlying dangers of the situation. Because of this, no one would think of sacrificing themselves for others. On the surface, all the players are teammates. And this instance also restricts players from harming each other, whether directly or indirectly. This seems to mean that they can safely turn their backs to others? Not really. Players are meeting for the first time, and they have known each other for less than a day. In this case, it's too difficult to fully trust one another. Time passed, second by second. Eventually, players chose silence. Silence is also a choice. In this situation, it means completely giving up on the third floor. This means the player team will lose an important collection and likely lose two members. After a while, Nai Tang, whom Su Lin sent out, stealthily returned. Nai Tang is relatively fast. But upon returning, Yu Hua, who was closer to the door, spotted the little fellow. A mouse? Ji. When Yu Hua spotted it, Nai Tang shivered and hurriedly ran towards Su Lin's direction. This commotion also caught Yu Dong's attention. Seeing Yu Hua about to make a move, Su Lin quickly said, "Wait, it's one of us." "Ah." Nai-Tang quickly ran back to Su Lin's side, and Su Lin picked up Nai-Tang. I sent this little fellow to check the situation on the third floor. Oh, and this is a hamster, not a mouse. Hearing Su Lin's words, the other two in the room displayed unusual expressions. An item? Or special equipment? It looks just like a living creature. I've never heard of being able to bring living creatures into the instance world. At this moment, the other two didn't even focus on the third floor first. Because Su Lin's actions broke their understanding. Players can indeed carry a lot of items into the dungeon world. However, no one had ever heard of a player being able to bring a living thing into the dungeon. Nai-Tang's situation is slightly special and relates to the rewards of the happy apartment later on. Su Lin did not explain to the two but directly changed the topic. Nai-Tang, how is the situation down there? G. When checking the various collection rooms earlier, Nai-Tang followed Su Lin the whole time. At this moment, hearing Su Lin's question, he hurriedly gestured excitedly to describe the situation. The collection on the third floor is a smooth pearl the size of a basketball, gleaming white like jade, shining with faint light, clearly worth a lot. From Nai-Tang's description, the three present understood what the little guy meant. The pearl on the third floor has disappeared? Nai-Tang immediately nodded, agreeing with the statement. Seeing this, Yudong continued to ask, what about the two people on the third floor? What happened to them? Nai-Tang raised two little paws, making a helpless shrugging gesture. What does this mean? Yudong and Yuhua both looked at Su Lin at the same time. Su Lin pondered for a moment, then replied, Nai-Tang means that the two people also disappeared together. Nai-Tang raised his paw and gave Su Lin a thumbs up. However, limited by his body structure, he really couldn't show a thumbs up. Of course, this didn't matter, as long as Su Lin understood his meaning. The people on the third floor disappeared? What is going on? Are they still alive? No one could answer this question. The three of them could not come up with any conclusions here. After learning about the situation on the third floor, Yudong informed the two players on the second floor through a video call. The source of the information stated that it came through a special item. After this incident, the following time was extremely calm. The players did not encounter any more surprises. Until night completely fell, close to the time to sleep. The butler, who had disappeared for nearly a day, appeared once again in front of the players. Unlike the politeness during their afternoon meeting, this time, Butler Light's face showed no expression, and he seemed colder toward the players. Everyone, it will soon be time to sleep. Please return to your rooms to rest. Hearing this, Yudong asked, there's still a little time before sleep. If we all leave, what if these items are stolen? The butler glanced at Yudong with no expression. It's good that you all are so responsible, but don't worry, during this period, that shameless thief cannot act. Since the butler said so, the players no longer insisted. Under the butler's watch, the players left the collection room. Butler Light did not follow. The players all knew the layout of the rooms, so it didn't matter whether he led the way or not. Two groups of players met on the third floor. But the players did not directly return to their rooms to rest. Instead, they unthinkingly walked towards the collection room on the third floor. What exactly happened in the third floor collection room? The players needed to confirm with their own eyes. Chapter 84, The Two Safe and Sound? The players quickly arrived at the collection room on the third floor. What surprised everyone was that just when they arrived here, the two players on the third floor, each rubbing their heads and looking pained, walked out of the collection room. Ah Wu. Mao Yu. Are you all right? The two who walked out of the collection room were the two players assigned to the third floor, one male and one female. Hearing the exclamations, both looked up at others simultaneously. There seemed to be some confusion on their faces. And they kept covering the back of their heads with their right hands. What happened to us before? The two of them looked terrible, appearing dazed as if they had no idea what was happening now. Gao Hong didn't waste words, directly pushing the two in and entering the collection room behind. As expected, the important items in the collection room were already missing. Take a good look. Things are gone. What did you say? Gao Hong's words stunned the two of them. Immediately, the two rushed into the collection room. Upon discovering that the items were indeed missing, both were greatly alarmed. Did you not notice anything was missing when you walked out of this room? Gao Hong's roar echoed from the collection room. The door of the collection room was fully open. Other players could see the situation clearly even while standing outside. Others did not enter the room nor blame the two. However, the expressions on everyone's faces looked very bad. Originally, they thought that as long as everyone didn't make mistakes, perhaps they could force the thief to his end on the first day. But now, the players had already suffered defeat on the first day. One of the four important items was lost. The change in Butler Light's attitude was probably also related to the lost items. Given the butler's performance so far, Su Lin even felt that this might be a hidden rule. If important items continue to go missing, the butler's attitude might become worse and worse. In the end, it's even possible he would directly oppose the players. I just don't know if the loss of ordinary items will also affect the butler's attitude. Speaking of which, no one has checked the ordinary items. Su Lin stood in place, lost in thought. However, a cold feeling soon interrupted Su Lin's thoughts. The other players were still watching the situation in the third-floor collection room, seemingly unaware. Su Lin's spiritual attribute was high, and his perception was much sharper than ordinary players. Noticing something was off, Su Lin immediately spoke up to remind everyone, it's getting late. I think we should hurry and leave this place. Other players initially hadn't noticed Su Lin, who stood at the back. Until Su Lin spoke, many looked over in surprise. Su Lin is right, we should hurry and leave. Just a moment ago, everyone didn't feel it, but now, after Su Lin's reminder, they also sensed the danger gradually spreading in the air. The few people in the collection room didn't waste time and hurriedly walked out, though the things inside were lost. When they came out, they still closed the door behind them. Click click. Just as the players were preparing to leave, suddenly, sounds came from the depths of the corridor. The sound was like the creaking noise of rusty joints moving. What's that noise? Look over there. Sharp-eyed players noticed several black shadows gradually approaching from the depths of the corridor. Everyone looked over and saw several suits of armor shimmering with silver-white light. Those seemed to be the decorative armors at each staircase entrance? The armor is alive? Why be so surprised? Isn't this kind of situation common in dungeon worlds? Do you have time to waste on this? Hurry up and leave. The living armor was tall, holding silver-white great swords. If one of those hit, the feeling would definitely not be pleasant. The players didn't seem too panicked, because the living armors moved slowly, roughly comparable to an ordinary adult walking quickly. Hiss. Not long after the living armors appeared, the walls of the castle also echoed with a rustling sound. The sound was like many small things running at high speed, making one's scalp tingle. Danger was closing in. All the players ran towards the resting room. Due to the resting rooms being concentrated in one location, everyone was running in the same direction together. But during the running, everyone else, including Su Lin, intentionally opened up distance from Ma Wu and Mao Yu. All the players could see that something was off with these two. Their condition was very abnormal, especially when they had just come out of the treasure room looking dazed. Although they might have encountered an attack that led to this state. But who knows if they are still themselves now? Indeed, other players thought it was unbelievable that these two could survive. Being attacked and fainting yet still alive? Moreover, on the surface, besides looking dazed, they actually had no visible injuries at all. Abnormal, this was truly too abnormal. No matter whether these two were still the original players, keeping some distance from them would definitely not be a problem. The sounds from the walls and the living armor were still chasing after the players. Only when they returned to the resting area did the players have time to catch their breath. Stay in your rooms tonight and don't come out. Ensuring safety is the top priority. Whatever happens, we will discuss it tomorrow. Yu Dong reminded everyone before entering the room. Hearing his words, the players nodded silently. Ah Wu and Mao Yu still looked confused. In fact, even during the escape, the two just subconsciously followed everyone without much thought. Even when they returned to the resting area, they were still a bit slow. As all the players were about to enter their rooms, the two of them leisurely walked to their respective bedroom doors. Their condition is very problematic. Su Lin glanced at the two players and had already sentenced them to death in his heart. No matter whether these two were still themselves. If they stayed in this state, they surely wouldn't survive in this dungeon world. The thieves were hostile towards the players, and the mission clearly demanded finding and killing the thieves. The players would inevitably face a battle. Even to reduce the players' combat power, the thieves would surely hunt as many players as possible. However, this was also what made Su Lin curious. If these two on the third floor really survived by luck, how exactly did they survive? With this question in his heart, Su Lin entered his room. As soon as the bedroom door closed, the outside noise was instantly cut off. Even the faint chill and feeling of danger in the air completely vanished. Su Lin was very familiar with this feeling. Back then in the snowy castle, it was the same. An unremarkable little wooden door could block the raging wind and snow in the world. Chapter 85, An Unsettled Night. Ha! As soon as he entered the bedroom, Su Lin yawned. Since staying on the deserted island was quite boring, Su Lin had long developed a good habit of sleeping early and rising early. Today, having stood guard over the treasures all day and staying up late, Su Lin was already quite tired. Creak. Milk Candy, snuggled in Su Lin's pocket, also yawned like Su Lin. However, Su Lin did not let the little creature rest. Su Lin reached out and took Milk Candy out of his pocket. Milk Candy, I'm going to rest now, watch over me tonight. Creak. Creak. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Milk Candy was initially a bit confused. Until confirming Su Lin was not joking, disbelief immediately appeared on its little face. Seeing Milk Candy's shocked expression, Su Lin gently patted Milk Candy's little head. Look, Milk Candy, I fed you rice often, right? Whatever food there is on the island, as long as I have a bite, you will definitely have yours too. So when I encounter difficulties, shouldn't you step up? Creak. Hearing Su Lin's words, Nai Tang showed a thoughtful expression. Don't think about it, Nai Tang, you can still sleep during the day, you can catch up tomorrow. Creak. Creak. Ah. You say you want a regular schedule? What a joke, you're not even human, and how old are you to think about health? Trust me, staying up late is fine for your health. After Su Lin finished speaking, he placed Nai Tang directly on the bedside table. So far, Nai Tang, this companion, has been very reliable. As long as it is something that Su Lin commands, it can accomplish it. Su Lin is still quite at ease with Nai Tang. With Nai Tang helping to keep watch, Su Lin can rest peacefully. Even though the butler has already said that at night, even thieves will not act. That does not mean it is definitely safe at night. The Smith family estate oozes danger everywhere. In such a place, even during rest, one must remain fully alert. Not long after Su Lin lay down to rest, Nai Tang, who was lying on the bedside table, suddenly lifted its little head. Creak. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Nai Tang moved, the bedroom door was suddenly knocked on. Su Lin, lying in bed, opened his eyes and sat up. Although it was resting, Su Lin did not sleep too deeply. One should still have a sense of vigilance. Su Lin's strength had increased, but that did not mean he could be careless. Creak. Shoo. Su Lin gestured for Nai Tang to be quiet. Nai Tang understood and immediately covered its mouth with its little paw. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the door sounded again. Su Lin. Are you asleep? I suddenly thought of some things and wanted to discuss them with you. Can you open the door and let me in? The voice outside was very familiar. As soon as Su Lin heard it, he recognized it was Yudong. After all, he had spent nearly a whole day with him today. However, Su Lin did not believe that the person standing outside was really Yudong. Just confirming identity by voice was definitely not enough. Moreover, if Yudong really had any discoveries, why would he come to find Su Lin? Su Lin is the one with the lowest presence among everyone. Even if Yudong wanted to find a teammate who watched the treasures today, the first choice would be Yu Hua. Besides, Su Lin had discovered early on that Yudong should know Gao Hong. The two of them disguised it quite well. But Su Lin's strong mental attribute could see through it. With the presence-reducing effect of the Shadow Pearl, the two would hide from others, yet would not be too wary of Su Lin. In short, through some details, Su Lin could confirm that Yudong and Gao Hong should know each other and seem to be real teammates. In conclusion, Yudong definitely would not come to find Su Lin for information exchange. When the butler introduced the rules of the castle, he clearly pointed out that during nighttime rest, one must stay in their own room, and no one can casually barge into others' rooms. Yudong had been quite calm and collected, and could not possibly make such a low-level mistake. So it was obvious that the person outside the door was not human or some kind of creature, just trying to lure Su Lin to open the door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Lin's silence did not make the creature outside give up. It continued knocking persistently while saying some words to entice Su Lin to open the door. Su Lin stared at the bedroom door for a while. After confirming that the other party could not come in, Su Lin simply lay down again. It seems that this resting room is safer than expected. Nai Tang, continue to watch for me, wake me if anything happens. Creak. After Su Lin gave Nai Tang the command, he completely ignored the noises outside the door and closed his eyes to sleep again. Next, the noises outside the door still did not stop. Perhaps realizing that Su Lin would not open the door, the creature outside stopped pretending. Next, it was no longer just knocking on the door, Instead, it was a banging on the door. Bang! 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 Su Lin! Open the door for me! Can you hear me? Open the door! Are you trying to kill everyone? I asked you to open the door to discuss measures, can you hear me? The roar from outside had become completely hoarse and distorted, no longer sounding like Yudong's voice but like a monster's growl. It was even hard to understand exactly what the other person was saying. Su Lin lay in bed, feeling no waves in his heart, just thinking it was a bit noisy, affecting his sleep. What was clearly outside was red hot. But even if the defenses were broken, it was still just banging on the door, they still couldn't get in. Su Lin's evaluation of the safety of the resting room went up another level. As the banging continued, Su Lin drowsily fell asleep. Of course, Su Lin did not sleep soundly. In his half-awake state, Su Lin could still clearly feel the commotion outside the bedroom door. He didn't know exactly when, but the noise outside finally disappeared completely. When Su Lin woke up the next morning, the room was quite quiet, and no sounds could be heard outside. Creak. Seeing Su Lin awake, the little Candy leaned on the bedside table and softly called out. The little guy looked very tired, appearing drowsy. Nitang had done a great job. Even though he was so tired, he still held on without falling asleep and finished the night watch duty. Su Lin picked up Nitang, praised him, and carefully placed him into his clothing pocket. After working hard all night, it was time for him to rest. Not long after Su Lin got out of bed, a series of knocking sounds came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Guest, are you awake? Breakfast time is approaching, please hurry up and wash up. If you're late, you will lose your dining privilege. The butler's voice came from outside the door. Like what was heard last night, the voice contained almost no emotion and felt distinctly cold. Chapter 86, Side Quest Get. The resting time of the night had ended. Su Lin did not think the butler outside was an imposter. He was just curious about what the butler said. Is eating here something you need a qualification for? Su Lin didn't think too much. Following the principle that if you don't actively eat, you have a problem with your brain. Su Lin quickly took care of the trivial matters and then walked out of the room. Indeed, standing outside was the butler, right? He seemed to have just finished notifying the last room. At this moment, he was quietly waiting at the staircase not far away. Seeing this, Su Lin directly walked towards the butler. Not long after Su Lin stepped out of the room, other players also came out one after another. Mr. Butler, that thief should not have left yet. He will definitely go after other treasures. I wonder if we can reclaim the lost treasures from him. This was a question Su Lin wanted to ask yesterday. Unfortunately, there was only a short time between the end of the guard shift and the resting period. Last night, the players were anxious to check the situation on the third floor. So Su Lin didn't find an opportunity. When the butler heard Su Lin's inquiry, a hint of a smile reappeared on his face. Respectable guest, it is wonderful that you have such an idea. Of course, you are right. Before that shameful and despicable thief leaves, we do have a chance to reclaim those important treasures. Just as the butler answered Su Lin's question, the instance world suddenly issued a side quest to Su Lin. Detected side quest available, reclaim the treasures. Quest objective, before the thief leaves Smith Manor, reclaim and protect the treasures stolen from the manor until the quest ends. Currently lost treasures, 2 ordinary treasures, 1 important treasure. Currently reclaimed treasures, 0 ordinary treasures, 0 important treasures. Oh. Su Lin didn't expect that just asking casually could trigger a side quest. This kind of experience was new for Su Lin. But it wasn't surprising. Su Lin had only been through beginner instances before. To put it directly, they were just beginner tutorials. Now that he was in a formal instance, things would definitely be different. All he could say was that such situations would happen more and more in the future. Su Lin glanced at the other players gradually approaching. Everyone's facial expressions were quite normal, looking like they hadn't received any hints from the instance world. Seeing this, Su Lin quickly understood. It seems this side quest can only be accepted by the triggering player. This is a kind of first mover advantage? Su Lin didn't believe that other players couldn't trigger this side quest. So in his eyes, it was at most just a slight edge he had gained. The players gathered around the butler one after another. However, everyone soon realized that one person was missing. Where's Mao Yu? Why hasn't she come out? Yu Dong frowned and scanned the surroundings, not seeing Mao Yu. Who was the first to come out? Did anyone see Mao Yu? Su Lin took a step forward. I should be the first one out, right? Anyway, I didn't see anyone else. Hearing Su Lin's answer, many players frowned. Mr. Butler, you also saw it. One of our companions seems to still be down. Can we go call her? The butler had stated in the rules yesterday that during the night, everyone must return to their rooms and cannot enter others' rooms at will. So did this mean that visiting during the day was allowed? Of course, this guess needed to be confirmed by the butler. Upon hearing the question, the butler nodded towards Yu Dong. Of course, no problem. Guests, please feel free. Receiving a positive answer, Yu Dong exchanged glances with the 2 people beside him. Perhaps by coincidence, it was just Su Lin and Yu Hua standing closest to Yu Dong. Thus, the 3 of them set off towards Mao Yu's resting room. When they reached the door, the 3 soon noticed something was off. There's blood. Yu Dong spoke softly, his tone serious. Su Lin and Yu Hua nodded in unison, both noticing the blood on the doorknob. Besides the doorknob, a faint trace of bright red could be seen at the bottom of the door. In addition to these obvious signs, Sulin also saw some hair in the crack of the door. It wasn't human hair, it seemed to be left by some large animal. The reason for saying it was a large animal was that the hair looked coarse and long, unlike that of a small creature. All these signs indicated that the person inside the room might have encountered some danger. Yu Hua asked, "Should we go in and take a look?" This time, Mao Yu might really be in serious trouble. There was little concern or sympathy in his voice. This wasn't surprising. How could strangers who had just met so quickly develop any feelings? Let alone yesterday, when Yu Hua was with Su Lin and Yu Dong, he hadn't even exchanged a word with Mao Yu. They only knew each other's names during the introductions. Yu Dong stood at the door, thinking slightly, glancing at the butler. "We must go in and check, we need to know what happened last night. This might help us later and also confirm Mao Yu's situation." Upon hearing Yu Dong's words, Su Lin spoke, "What about the butler? You heard it just now, right? The meals in the manor don't wait for anyone." Yu Dong thought for a moment and replied, "Maybe we can have others bring the meals back. Even if it really doesn't work out, missing 1 or 2 meals won't be a big deal. For ordinary people, this is naturally not a problem." However, Su Lin understands the value of food very well. Even if Su Lin is no longer worried about food and drink, the idea of cherishing food has long been imprinted in his mind. Moreover, Su Lin really must praise the Smith family's taste in food, it is truly excellent. Since they are here, unless absolutely necessary, Su Lin does not want to miss the precious mealtime. Next, Yu Dong gathered the other players together and briefly explained the discovery. The butler stood at a distance by the staircase, watching from afar, quietly waiting. In the end, the players reached a consensus, deciding to leave a few people to take a good look at Mao Yu's room and investigate what had happened to her. Yu Dong, Yu Hua, and Wang Shan, who was Gao Hong's teammate yesterday, stayed behind to check things out. As for Su Lin and the others, they continued following the butler to the dining room for breakfast, hoping to see if they could take some back. The two groups split up to take action. Su Lin's side quickly arrived at the castle's dining room. As soon as he entered the dining room, the situation surprised Su Lin. Because, at the long dining table, there were only 3 chairs. Chapter 87, Doubts. Only 3 seats? Did they know in advance that only 3 of us would come? Cao Hong looked questioningly at the butler who had been leading the way. The butler had been with the players the whole time, without any unnecessary actions. The seating arrangement in the dining room could not have been made by the butler. Besides, the players had only made a last-minute decision to leave some people behind to check Mao Yu's room. Could the arrangements in the dining room be updated in real time? In response to Gao Hong's question, the butler remained indifferent, showing no intention of answering. Gao Hong felt embarrassed after hitting a wall with the butler. He also tactfully chose not to ask again. The 3 players quickly took their seats. Compared to yesterday, All looked much more normal today. He didn't have that dull feeling anymore, and the confusion on his face had vanished. After the 3 players were seated, the butler at the dining room entrance suddenly disappeared again, showing no intention of serving them during the meal. Su Lin's assessment of the Smith family was correct, even breakfast here was incredibly lavish. The food, both in appearance and taste, was impeccable. While quickly eating breakfast, the 3 players also kept themselves busy. Cao Hong asked Ao again about what happened yesterday. Due to the urgency of last night, everyone hadn't had the chance to communicate in detail. Moreover, it was clear that Ao and Mao Yu were not in a normal state back then, and the other players were too far away to dare approach and ask too many questions. However, now Ao seemed to be much more normal. "I actually don't know what exactly happened yesterday. At that time, Mao Yu and I had agreed on that plan. We thought it would bring some benefits to everyone, but we didn't expect it to be rejected by everyone." He. As he said this, Ao awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Seeing that Su Lin and Gao Hong had not responded, Ao continued, "Afterwards, we both actually figured it out, nobody was wrong, everyone just wanted to be safe, so we honestly stayed in the collection room. As for what happened after that, I don't remember at all, my memory only resumed when you all came to find us." Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This meant that Ao and Mao Yu had already passed out at some unknown time after their plan was rejected. Su Lin carefully examined Ao again. From Ao's statements, Su Lin could not find any problems. But Su Lin felt that the Ao in front of him was untrustworthy. There was no specific reason for this feeling. It was purely Su Lin's intuition. "By the way, did anything happen to you guys last night?" After Wu finished speaking, Gao Hong brought up last night's events again. Su Lin nodded, in the middle of the night someone, or maybe not a person, anyway, something was knocking on the door outside. "Just knocking on the door? Just knocking on the door, what's the matter?" Seeing Su Lin's confirmation, a strange expression appeared on Gao Hong's face. Then Gao Hong looked at Wu beside him, Brother Awu, you didn't just get through last night smoothly, did you? Hearing the question, Awu showed a hint of fear. Of course not, last night was quite dangerous. My bedroom window was open directly, and then all the lights and candles in the room stopped working. I could feel something rushing into the room, just don't know why it didn't attack me. Upon hearing Awu's description, Gao Hong finally revealed a comforting expression. I told you, how could I be the only one unlucky? Seeing Gao Hong like this, Su Lin timely asked, what? You weren't at peace last night either? Not just unpeaceful, I felt like all the chaotic things in the manor were holding a party in my bedroom. Damn it, it almost scared me to death. Su Lin. From the descriptions of both, Su Lin sensed that last night was extremely dangerous for them. One misstep, and they might have been done for. Plus, there was the missing Mao Yu. It seemed that the night's rest in the manor was equally unsafe. Su Lin's smooth night was what felt abnormal. The reason for this was unclear to Su Lin, who speculated it might have something to do with luck. TSK, our rooms aren't far apart. If last night was really that dangerous, why didn't I gain any attributes? With a hint of confusion in his heart, Su Lin and the other two players each finished their breakfast. Su Lin didn't waste a bit. He cleaned up his share of food completely. But Awu and Gao Hong both left quite a bit, looking like they planned to take it back to others. Just as the three finished their meal, Butler Light appeared again at the door of the dining hall, checking his watch. Without waiting for the three to approach, the butler spoke expressionlessly, "Ladies and gentlemen, food in the dining hall is not allowed to be taken out. If you want to eat, you can only do so in the dining hall, it's the manor's rule." Hearing this, Gao Hong's face darkened. He and Awu reluctantly returned the food they were holding back onto the table. Seeing this, the butler finally stepped aside, indicating that the players could leave the dining hall. "It's getting late, please return to your posts. Let's hope nothing unexpected happens today." Before leaving the dining hall, as Su Lin passed by the butler, he suddenly looked at him. "Mr. Butler, during our meal, will that thief take action? If we lose any hidden treasures because we were eating, who will be responsible? Rest assured, the treasures are absolutely safe during mealtimes, that thief will not act." The butler's response relieved Gao Hong and Awu beside him. However, Su Lin's frown deepened. The butler's answer was actually what Su Lin expected. But the more it was like this, the stranger Su Lin felt. This time's task was filled with abnormalities. Clearly needing to guard against the thief, the manor took the initiative to disperse a large number of internal personnel. Clearly, there was a long vacuum period during the night, but the butler assured the players not to worry. While this point could still be understood as the manor being dangerous at night and the thief not daring to act. Then what about mealtimes? During mealtimes, the thief actually wouldn't act? Is this really a fair game agreed upon by gentlemen? Hey, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Seeing Su Lin hadn't caught up, Gao Hong turned around and called out. Su Lin responded and followed him. When there are fewer people around, the effect of the shadow pearl on Su Lin weakens slightly, making it less easy to be overlooked by those nearby. Chapter 88, Sudden Attack. The three quickly returned to the third floor. The others were waiting at the stairwell. "Looks like the food in the restaurant can't be taken out," Yudong realized, seeing the three return empty-handed. Gao Hong nodded, confirming Yudong's statement. "What about Mao Yu?" "It's terrible, it's been torn into pieces, literally, with blood and various signs of destruction everywhere in the room, as if a large monster had rampaged through." Just by listening to Yudong's description, everyone could feel how terrifying what Mao Yu encountered last night was. So the expressions on the faces of the three weren't very pleasant. Because what Mao Yu faced could very likely come after other players in the coming nights. Alright, let's talk about the detailed information later. Right now, it's more urgent to hurry to the collection rooms, Wang Shan, who stood next to Yudong, reminded. She had teamed up with Gao Hong yesterday to guard the second floor. Since the important collection on the third floor had already been lost. This meant that today, players only needed to focus on guarding the fourth and second floors. There were still 6 players left, making the manpower suddenly seem sufficient. As before, they would distribute tasks by random drawing. This time, Su Lin was assigned to the second floor, with teammates Gao Hong and Awu. Su Lin gave Awu a careful glance. Even now, Su Lin still felt something was off about Awu, something didn't feel right. After the teams were formed, the players opened a video call as they had the day before, then quickly headed to their respective floors. The treasure in the second floor collection room was a pair of shoes. They looked like ordinary black shoes, appearing neutral, suitable for both men and women. Of course, as an important collection highlighted by the manor, they were definitely not ordinary shoes, most likely a piece of high-grade equipment. Unfortunately, the players could only gaze through the glass window and couldn't see the detailed information about the equipment. Once inside the collection room, Awu directly closed the collection room door and locked it. Noticing this scene, Su Lin frowned slightly. "Why are you locking the door?" Of course, to ensure everything is foolproof. This way, the room becomes a completely sealed chamber, and thieves definitely can't break in from the outside. Before the resting time at night arrives, none of us should open the door, even if we need to use the toilet, we solve it in this room. Wu's words were rather rough, but his method was simple and practical. Gao Hong nodded in agreement. Yet Su Lin felt a bit uneasy. Although a sealed room is very safe and not easily intruded upon, doesn't that also mean the players inside the room are like fish in a bowl? Before Su Lin could think more, a voice from the phone in Gao Hong's hand announced Yudong's message. Another group of players had successfully arrived at the collection room. Now, Yudong needed to describe to Su Lin and the others the situation they discovered at Mao Yu's place. Coincidentally, the three of them were just those who had gone to the restaurant for breakfast and had not checked Mao Yu's room. According to Yudong, besides the information already mentioned, there were two notable points worth paying attention to. The first is Mao Yu's head. Unlike the completely torn apart body, Mao Yu's head actually remains intact, but it was placed under the bed. Yudong and the others searched carefully before finding it. Another noteworthy point is the wardrobe in the room. Mao Yu's bedroom was in complete disarray, everything was a mess. Only the wardrobe in the room, both inside and out, looked completely undamaged, not a single drop of blood had splattered on it, which was particularly strange. In any case, based on the information currently available, Su Lin could only confirm that Mao Yu's experience last night was terrible. The monster attacking her should be some large, powerful creature. As for what else, Su Lin could not analyze anything for the time being, since Mao Yu's bedroom was quite far from where Su Lin was located. He wasn't surprised that his attributes did not increase last night, as the system has distance restrictions. After exchanging Mao Yu's information, next, the players began to communicate with each other constantly. There was no special topic, they were purely chatting just to chat. The unexpected situations they encountered yesterday were still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to fall in the same place twice. To ensure that everyone's emotions would not be subtly affected, the players had decided to keep video calls going all day to maintain communication. At the same time, players on both sides would continuously supervise each other's conditions. Once something strange was noticed, they would immediately alert each other. By doing so, they could minimize any potential loopholes. If they had used this method yesterday, perhaps the two on the third floor wouldn't have run into any problems. The important collection on the third floor might not have been lost either. After having already missed once, using this method made Su Lin feel a bit like hindsight was 20/20ths. More directly, Su Lin felt this method might not be very effective. Because today, there would definitely be new situations to arise. Everything unfolded just as Su Lin anticipated. After experiencing a couple of calm hours at the start, a crisis quietly approached. No, it shouldn't be said to have quietly approached, rather, it arrived with great fanfare and in plain sight. Crash! A harsh sound rang out from the collection room. It sounded, at first, like the noise made when forcefully pulling back curtains. Su Lin suddenly looked towards the direction of the sound. It came from the innermost wall of the collection room. On the wall hung a dark-themed painting. The reason it was considered dark-themed was that it depicted an execution site. The main subject of the painting was a huge guillotine, and a terrified person was bound to it, seemingly seconds away from having the massive blade fall. At the edge of the painting, there was a crowd of spectators, all dressed in black. When Su Lin first saw this painting, he immediately thought of a certain famous headless king. Unfortunately, the protagonist of the painting was clearly dressed as a peasant, with no ties to medieval nobility whatsoever. The sound was coming from the painting hanging on the wall. At this moment, the glass protective cover of the painting was bent and lifted like paper. And the unfortunate soul who was about to be executed in the painting, with a twisted expression, crawled directly out of the artwork. After stepping into reality, the character from the painting had grown several times larger. Just in height alone, it could directly touch the ceiling of the collection room. Gao Hong was one of the taller of the three present. But even Gao Hong stood before this character from the painting like a child. Chapter 89, Buddy, can you still smile when dealing with the devil? Wow! The huge figure from the painting rushed out directly towards Su Lin and the other two. This monster was dragging a blade pulled from the execution platform, tied with a long hemp rope. Seeing this scene, the faces of the three people changed. Since Gao Hong had been guarding near the display case, he was closest to the wall behind him. At this moment, he was also the first to be attacked. The giant swung the rope in his hand, and the massive blade flew straight at him. Gao Hong cursed angrily, and suddenly a black object appeared in his hand. Close your eyes. In a critical moment, Gao Hong could only manage to say this one sentence. In the next second, the thing in Gao Hong's hand was thrown out. With a whoosh, the entire display room was instantly enveloped in a brilliant white light. Wow! The giant let out a painful roar, no longer attacking, but desperately covering his eyes with his hands. Taking this opportunity, Gao Hong turned and ran. Run! Hearing Gao Hong's words, Su Lin and Ao moved at the same time, running towards the front door. However, the door had just been locked by Ao. Now Ao was fiddling with it for 4 or 5 tries, yet he couldn't unlock it. Seeing this, Su Lin directly shoved the troublesome guy aside. Get out of the way. With a thought, a small hammer from the player's backpack instantly appeared in Su Lin's hand. This was a piece of equipment. One of the 2 items Su Lin had drawn after returning from Zombie City. Just like the hard stone he once got. This was just an ordinary tool hammer, with the only feature being its hardness and sturdiness, with no extra functions at all. If it weren't for the detailed equipment information provided by the dungeon world, Su Lin would even suspect this thing was something he casually brought back from some dungeon. Could the lottery for equipment items only yield such trash? With a thud, Su Lin used brute force to smash away the door lock. The door to the display room opened. At the same time, a thumping sound came from behind, as the figure from the painting rushed back again. The 3 no longer hesitated and immediately fled the display room. Once outside in the corridor, Odd shouted, "Split up! Lead that monster away!" There was only one figure from the painting. Splitting up was indeed a good choice. Both Su Lin and Gao Hong agreed with this plan. The castle in the estate was very large. If they really wanted to escape, there was ample space to maneuver. Take the second-floor corridor, there were several forks leading to different areas. Plus, they could use the stairs to go to the 3rd floor or the 1st floor. As long as the players moved a little faster, they wouldn't be caught and wiped out by the monster. However, after parting ways with the other 2 players, Su Lin immediately stopped. Wait a minute, now that we all have run away, what about the things in the display room? And, why should I run? At this moment, Su Lin finally reacted slightly. Just now, being led by the other 2 players, Su Lin had unconsciously joined the fleeing team. But upon careful thought, did Su Lin really need to run? At that time in Zombie City, Su Lin had single-handedly taken down 2 tyrants. In terms of pressure, Su Lin didn't feel that the figure from the painting was much stronger than the tyrants. Sure, the difficulty of the official dungeon had greatly increased, and the danger level of monsters was certainly much higher. But to run away without even trying to resist seemed inappropriate to Su Lin. At least, he thought he could take down that figure from the painting. Thinking of this, Su Lin immediately changed direction, returning towards the display room. Just when Su Lin reached the entrance of the display room, he found another person had come back as well. Oh. That's right, Ah was standing in the display room, and from his appearance, he seemed to be ready to approach the display case. Su Lin didn't see the figure from the painting nearby, so it seemed it had chased after Gao Hong. The target that the person in the painting first attacked was Gao Hong, and later Gao Hong was also tricked a bit. Now, all the hatred should be directed at Gao Hong. Su Lin? It's you. I'm really glad you're okay. I just came back to check if the treasures are fine. After all, we all ran out, and that thief might have taken advantage of the situation. Ah turned around to look at Su Lin, moving closer while explaining why he returned. As Ah continued to approach, Su Lin directly took the axe out of the player's backpack. With a loud bang, the 3-meter-long giant axe crashed to the ground. The tiles of the castle were obviously not as strong as the butcher factory back then. As Su Lin struck down heavily, the surrounding ground shattered, the tiles cracking in a spiderweb pattern. Seeing Su Lin suddenly pull out such a frightening axe, Ah paused, revealing an expression of being somewhat scared. Su Lin, what are you doing? Su Lin smiled slightly and dragged the axe closer to Ah. What am I doing? I'm doing it to you. As soon as he spoke, Su Lin raised the axe and cut towards Ah. Ah's face changed, and he immediately dodged to the side. He had seen clearly how heavy this axe was just moments ago. Just a light strike could shatter the ground. Let alone being struck by the axe, even just being hit would probably crush the bones in his body. Su Lin. Are you crazy? Don't you remember that players can't hurt each other? Hearing this, Su Lin's smile grew even wider. Yes, players can't hurt each other, so why are you dodging? Upon hearing this, Ah's expression turned extremely complicated. There was no doubt he had completely exposed himself, and he had done it to himself. With a cold face, Ah stared at Su Lin and said hatefully, "When did you find out? I shouldn't have done anything to make you suspicious." Su Lin almost couldn't help but laugh. Didn't do anything to make me suspicious? Do you really believe that? Come on, buddy, you were never trusted by me from the beginning. Su Lin was suspicious of Ob, and also suspicious of Mao Yu. And he had been suspicious of them since last night when he saw them. Because even back then, Su Lin had received a hint. This person has made a deal with the devil, she has sold their soul. When Mao Yu and Ada stumbled out of the treasure room on the 3rd floor, Su Lin instinctively glanced at the 2 of them. After using the Eye of Truth, he received such information. The Eye of Truth was a special ability that Su Lin had gotten at the very beginning. Its effect was to help Su Lin see the truth, breaking through falsehoods. In the beginning, Su Lin could only use it passively. After several instances in the world, Su Lin had gradually mastered and could use it actively. In short, by that time, Su Lin already knew that Mao Yu and Ah had betrayed the player camp. After all, the information provided by the instance world had already indicated that the so-called thief was a greedy devil. Chapter 90, It's not that you're too weak, but that I'm too strong. I just want to survive. What is wrong with that? I merely chose a more convenient and safer method. After being found out, Ah simply stopped pretending and directly laid it all out to Su Lin. Seeing this, Su Lin curiously asked, "Oh? So did Mao Yu survive?" Mao Yu clearly made the same choice as Ah. But she had died quite tragically. Being choked by Su Lin like this, Ah immediately shut his mouth. After a brief silence, the guy seemed to feel a bit embarrassed and hatefully said, "If it were you, it would be the same. You would do anything to survive." "TSK, I probably wouldn't." Su Lin shook his head regretfully. Su Lin's attitude made Wu even angrier. "Do you think you won't fear death? Do you think you can fight against those monsters in the instance world?" "No, I'm not opposing your choice or anything, I'm just regretting that you have put in so much effort, and in the end, you're still going to die here." Ha! The feedback from the Eye of Truth told that Wu had already sold his soul. So the question arises, if a person has lost their soul, can they still be considered alive? Even though Wu now seemed to be perfectly fine. But Su Lin felt that this was only because the devil still needed Wu. Once this instance world ended, the soulless shell would probably self-destruct. Wu might think he was smart, making a good deal. But the instance world made it clear from the beginning that devils are greedy and cunning. How could one make a deal with such a thing? Especially when it involves life. In Su Lin's impression, no matter what work it was, deals with devils were basically untouchable, and those who forcibly engaged would never have a good ending. Su Lin shook his head, not really refuting Wu's words. To be honest, if it were for survival, Su Lin would also go all out. Su Lin knew the dangers of the instance world. Wasn't it to get a meal that he kept diving? Su Lin was really just regretting that Wu struggled so hard but still ended up with nothing good. Wu couldn't read minds. From his perspective, he only felt that Su Lin was mocking him. So Wu couldn't hold back. This guy, with a fierce look, took out a long knife and charged towards Su Lin. Once the truth was revealed, Wu didn't really have a choice. Either kill Su Lin here or be killed by Su Lin. Seeing Wu rushing over, Su Lin slightly curled his lips. "Oh? Not only are you not running away, but you dare to charge over, truly commendable bravery." In a contest of pure strength, Su Lin had something to say. In terms of strength alone, Su Lin could now wrestle with monsters like the Butcher. Against ordinary players, there was naturally nothing more to say. Su Lin directly swung his axe to greet him. The battle was even easier than imagined. Su Lin cleaved Wu's long knife in one strike. This scared Wu greatly. After all, the long knife in his hand was a good quality piece of equipment. How could it be broken by someone in one hit? Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength +1. The long-lost attribute upgrade notice arrived. Su Lin had almost forgotten this feeling. Living on the new island for more than 10 days. Su Lin had already cast aside the system and the instance world from his mind. After breaking the long knife, Su Lin did not hold back at all and continued to swing the axe down. Without any surprises. Wu, along with his knife, was cleaved in half by Su Lin. Easily taking care of this little calamity that couldn't even be considered an enemy. Su Lin quickly walked over to the display cabinet. Through the glass cabinet, Su Lin saw that the black shoes inside were safe and sound, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of some bright light behind the cabinet. Su Lin walked over and discovered it was the phone left behind by Gao Hong. The screen still showed that it was in a video call. However, the lens on the other side was not pointing at the display cabinet as it should have been, but at the ceiling instead. Realizing what had happened, Su Lin tried to call out to the teammates on the other side. "Yu Dong, Yu Hua? Are you there? How's it over there? Wang Shan?" As expected, Su Lin didn't get any response. Looks like they were also attacked. This manner is too inconsiderate, right? We help you protect your treasures, and the things inside come to attack us. Is this appropriate? Su Lin silently complained in his heart. At the same time, Su Lin began to worry about the current situation. If both treasures on the other side are lost, then the players will only have this lone seedling left. If that's the case, the player camp will be in danger. Su Lin looked at the shoes in the display case, and his expression gradually became serious. So far, Su Lin didn't feel any crisis regarding survival. But in terms of the main quest, the probability of failure seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. You have to know, the so-called thief hadn't shown up yet. Su Lin and the other players hadn't found even a single clue. The important treasures that the main quest requires protecting are almost gone. How can they continue like this? I guess it's true that it is a formal instance. Wow. While Su Lin was thinking, a furious roar came from the direction of the entrance to the display room. Ha! Su Lin looked up and found that the person from the painting had returned. This giant-like creature dragged a long rope, at the end of which was a huge blade meant for beheading. The good news was that Su Lin did not see any blood on the blade. This might mean that Gao Hong had ultimately escaped successfully. The bad news was that Su Lin now had to face this monster alone. Of course, the so-called bad news was not for Su Lin, it was for this monster. After knocking down a Wu, Su Lin did not put away the axe. At this moment, seeing the person from the painting return, he picked up the giant axe from the ground and charged forward without saying a word. Wow! The monster pulled on the rope, and the giant blade behind it flew directly forward with the movement of the rope. In terms of attributes for direct combat, Su Lin's only weakness was agility. But the monster in front of him didn't give Su Lin the feeling of being fast. Su Lin waited for the right moment and swung the axe towards the incoming giant blade. Bang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed in the display room. The giant axe in Su Lin's hand remained unharmed. However, the blade that the person from the painting had thrown was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter completely in the next second. Wow! Seeing this scene, the person from the painting froze in place. In contrast, Su Lin revealed a smile filled with malicious intent. "Heh, you seem weaker than I imagined?" With the shift in offense and defense, Su Lin raised the axe again and swung it down. With a loud bang, the giant blade shattered completely. Crash! In an instant, the area in front of Su Lin was filled with falling metal shards. Chapter 91, A Sudden Turn of Events. The fragments of the beheading knife scattered all over the ground. Su Lin was completely unaffected. Wielding the axe, he swung towards the person from the painting. Su Lin's face was full of excitement, with a smile on his lips, and the giant axe almost reached the ceiling. Wow! Seeing Su Lin's current state, the person from the painting shouted and actually stepped back voluntarily. After exchanging one blow, the gap between the two sides became evident. Moreover, the person from the painting had existed in this castle for a considerable amount of time. He could be considered an old resident. He had welcomed many guests. Which time were those guests not frightened into a panic, running away with their heads covered? Occasionally, there would be a few who resisted, but they would ultimately be suppressed by his immense power and have their heads chopped off. But today was different. This human, who seemed no different from the guests of previous years, was terrifyingly strong. He could actually shatter his beheading knife with a single swing. That was a special item brought out from the painting, difficult to destroy in the real world. But now it was effortlessly turned into a ground full of fragments. In fact, after the weapon was shattered, the person from the painting was already scared out of his wits. This was because Su Lin had just raised his attributes. Otherwise, he might have been able to reap a good harvest from the person in the painting. Bang! The timely retreat of the person from the painting made the giant axe smash into the ground. Seeing this, Su Lin looked displeased. "Why are you dodging? The person in the painting? If you don't hide, are you going to just stand there for me to chop? Stand still for me." As Su Lin spoke, he swung the axe down again. The swing of the axe made a whooshing sound in the air. This showed how strong Su Lin was, and how heavy the axe was. Wow! Before the axe could get close, the person in the painting screamed in fear. In the next second, the monster suddenly melted into a pool of paint. The axe swung down into empty air, and Su Lin stared at the puddle of paint on the ground in surprise. Before Su Lin could react, the paint moved quickly like flowing water, returning to the painting on the wall in the blink of an eye. Then, a large amount of paint automatically returned to its place, and the original painting reappeared. The fearsome figure that had just been chasing the players transformed back into a terrified prisoner bound to an execution platform. The only difference was that the guillotine that had been hovering over this guy's head had vanished, leaving the long rope's end empty, contrasting sharply with the terror on his face. Curious, Su Lin walked up to the painting. Then, Su Lin tried to reach out and touch the painting in front of him. To Su Lin's surprise, the painting's surface rippled like the surface of water. Su Lin's hand could even reach into the painting. However, before Su Lin could investigate further, he suddenly felt a force pushing him back. His right hand, reaching into the painting, was bounced back out instantly. The painting hanging on the wall flipped over as if grabbed by an invisible hand right in front of Su Lin. Even if Su Lin tried to pry it back, he couldn't turn the painting back to its front. Is this preparing to be an ostrich? Seeing the painting's reaction, Su Lin almost laughed out loud. But this was a good thing for Su Lin. At least he wouldn't be disturbed by the person in the painting anymore. Tap, tap, tap. Outside the collection room came hurried footsteps. Su Lin turned around and saw Gao Hong rushing back in a hurry. Huff, 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 Su Lin? Is everything okay? Gao Hong looked like he was out of breath, clearly exhausted. The person in the painting had chased him away, and he must have worked hard to shake it off. Not long after the person in the painting returned, Gao Hong hurried back, likely worried that the collection might be stolen in the meantime. Su Lin shook his head. Don't worry, everything is fine, nothing happened. Hearing Su Lin's reply, Gao Hong sighed in relief. However, he quickly walked to the collection cabinet to verify with his own eyes before he fully relaxed. At that moment, Gao Hong also noticed the terrible scene in the room and hurriedly asked Su Lin what had happened. There were shards of broken blades all over the entrance of the collection room. Not far from Su Lin, Awu had been split in half, and his eyes were wide open, unable to close even in death, impossible to ignore. Su Lin didn't hide anything. He simply explained what had just happened. When Gao Hong heard that Awu had betrayed the player camp to join the devil, his brows furrowed tightly. After Su Lin finished recounting the battle, Gao Hong looked at Su Lin with a complex expression. Su Lin could see doubt and wariness in Gao Hong's eyes. But it didn't matter, after all, Su Lin felt the same. Any other player could potentially be a thief. Su Lin had never lowered his guard against others. Although Gao Hong and Yudong were most likely teammates. Could that prove their innocence? Could the thief not switch one of them out to enter the dungeon world? Yu Hua at the top level seemed equally suspicious to Su Lin. That guy had talked to Su Lin on the first day. And Su Lin had always been equipped with Shadow Pearl. Logically, as long as Su Lin didn't actively present himself, other players would overlook his existence. In front of Yu Hua, Ing Zhu's presence was diminished as if it didn't exist at all. Su Lin and Gao Hong had different thoughts. The two of them stopped communicating and sat in silence. On the way back, Gao Hong had already tried to contact the top players. As expected, he received the same result as Su Lin. So now Gao Hong didn't know what to do. The second floor collection room definitely couldn't be left. If something really happened at the top, then this important collection on the second floor would become the last hope for the players. Gao Hong wasn't too reassured about Su Lin either. Therefore, even though he felt anxious and helpless, Gao Hong could only sit with Su Lin and wait slowly. Time flew by quickly while waiting. Outside, the sky was starting to approach evening. Noticing this, Su Lin sighed silently in his heart. So stingy, looks like it will be just one meal a day from now on. Since coming to the manor, Su Lin had only eaten 2 meals. One was afternoon tea right after entering the manor, and the other was breakfast today. At other times, the butler had not shown up and didn't seem to remind the players about mealtime. So it was obvious that players could only have opportunities to eat during brief periods of safety. Su Lin could now understand why the butler had emphasized the issue of missing mealtime in the morning. Here, eating was indeed a valuable opportunity. Once missed, one would have to go hungry for a whole day and night. Moreover, one must stay alert in such a state, vigilantly watching for any disturbances around them. Today, they even had to face the monster attacks within the castle. Those top players hadn't eaten a single thing. Su Lin could imagine their weakness. Chapter 92, Shared Side Quest. Su Lin? Su Lin, can you hear me? In the midst of their silent wait, Yudong's voice suddenly came from Su Lin's clothes. Gao Hong, who was sitting far away, immediately looked over. At this moment, Su Lin remembered that he had tucked the phone into his pocket when he had run away. This phone was borrowed from Yudong. Su Lin took out the phone, and the video call was still ongoing. Su Lin saw Yudong on the other side of the camera looking tired. He seemed to be in bad shape. Yudong? How's the situation over there? As Su Lin asked, Gao Hong quickly walked over. Seeing Yudong's injuries, Gao Hong's face changed. Captain, you. Before Gao Hong could finish, Yudong interrupted him. Don't worry about the rest. First, tell me, is your collection over there okay? Hearing this question from Yudong, Su Lin had basically confirmed that something bad had happened at the top. The collection on the second floor is fine, it's well preserved here. Gao Hong couldn't wait to reply to Yudong's inquiry. Hearing this answer, Yudong let out a long sigh of relief. A voice was heard outside the camera. That's great news. It seems we don't have to die, well, at least not today. The Dungeon World's main quest had never stated what the consequences of failing would be. However, based on official information and various things circulating online, if a main quest fails in the Dungeon World, there are usually only 2 results, either death or something worse than death. So it's no surprise that Yu Hua would say that. Did you lose anything over there? Su Lin asked calmly. As expected, Su Lin received the answer he had anticipated. Next, Yudong quickly and thoroughly explained the situation they had encountered over there. Like the second floor, after going through the initial period of stability, the top players also faced attacks. The collection room on the top floor contained 2 important items in total. So the area is much larger compared to the other 2 collection rooms. In addition, these collection rooms not only preserve important items but also other things. For example, some paintings hanging on the walls, some stone sculptures in the corners of the room, and so on. Anyway, the owner of the manor looks wealthy at first glance, and it's impossible for his collection room to be so empty. And Yudong and the others were attacked by the stone sculptures in the collection room. Su Lin had stayed on the top floor all day yesterday and was clear about the situation up there. In the collection room on the top floor, there are several white stone sculptures. Besides 2 human-shaped sculptures, there are also several monster sculptures. Especially those monster sculptures, which are quite large in size. If these things come to life and attack the players, it would really be difficult to handle. According to Yudong, these stone sculpture monsters are incredibly strong and their bodies are extremely hard. At least, he and Yu Hua couldn't break through their defenses. Driven to desperation, they could only run from a bunch of stone sculpture monsters. The good news is that these monsters are not fast. The bad news is that there are many of them, and they have brains, they even know how to divide and encircle. Moreover, they are very familiar with the terrain inside the castle. Several times, Yudong and Yu Hua were in life-threatening situations, but in the end, they barely escaped by cooperating with each other. After a life-and-death escape, the 2 returned to the collection room and found that 2 important items were missing. Fortunately, those stone sculpture monsters had been shaken off. They had temporarily gained a little breathing room. After Yudong finished speaking, Su Lin curiously asked, "By the way, what about Wang Shan? It seems you haven't mentioned her?" Hearing Wang Shan's name, Yudong's face turned pale as he replied, "When we were guarding the collection, Wang Shan was leaning against a stone sculpture, so the moment those stone sculptures came to life." He did not finish his sentence. However, Su Lin already understood. It seems Wang Shan has probably met a terrible fate, otherwise, Yudong wouldn't show such an expression. This is a bit troublesome. Although Su Lin's face was calm, he was already feeling a bit of a headache inside. It's been less than 2 days since the dungeon world started. The players had already lost nearly half of their personnel. Most importantly, 3/4 of the main quest target had been lost. At first, everyone thought that as long as they played it safe, they could pass through smoothly. But it's only been this long, and the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. It's not an exaggeration to say that Su Lin and the others are probably not far from total annihilation. Anyway, you guys should come down first, it doesn't make much sense to stay up there. Yeah, we think so too. The scene on the phone is constantly moving. It is obvious that Yudong and Yu Hua are rushing towards Su Lin. Their speed is not fast, and they occasionally stop to check the surroundings. Clearly, they are on guard against the sudden attacks of those monsters in the castle. After all, Wang Shan was beheaded by a suddenly awakened stone sculpture. The tragic scene is still fresh in their minds, and the 2 couldn't afford to let their guard down. After a while, Yudong and Yu Hua arrived at the collection room on the 2nd floor. Seeing the miserable situation on the 2nd floor, the 2 were also shocked. "TSK, it seems you guys aren't doing so well either." Yu Hua's gaze focused on Wu's corpse, shaking his head with a sigh. Su Lin noticed that Yu Hua's left arm was hanging from a rope. Seeing Su Lin's gaze, Yu Hua smiled nonchalantly. "Hee, I accidentally bumped into something while being chased by those things. I probably need to rest for a few days." Although Yu Hua spoke lightly, Su Lin could still feel the danger at that moment. Su Lin did not ask further, just nodded. Then, the 4 of them gathered around the display cabinet as the center and closed in together. Discuss the next strategy. The current situation is overwhelmingly unfavorable for the players. So everyone wears a worried expression. Su Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to share the information about the side quest. On one hand, it is to boost morale, and on the other hand, it is to encourage other players not to give up too early. With their help, there is a greater chance of recovering the treasures. The side quest in Su Lin's hands only appeared after speaking with the butler. However, after Su Lin detailed the situation of the side quest, the other 3 also accepted new side quests from the dungeon world. Just as Su Lin had predicted. The opening condition for this side quest is just information. As long as they know they can reclaim the treasures from the thief, then the side quest can be activated. This side quest is indeed good, but if we can find the thief, can't we just complete the main quest directly? After receiving the side quest, Yu Hua looked at Su Lin beside him. Su Lin pondered for a moment and replied, "What you say is not wrong, but perhaps the thief is not that easy to deal with? Or maybe the thief has hidden these things away?" Chapter 93, Misfortunes Never Come Alone. Speaking of dealing with the thief. The atmosphere among the players became gloomy again. As the number of players decreased, the overall combat power of the players also significantly declined. And the main quest requires killing the thief. This means that a fight is likely to occur. Each loss of players in the camp increases the possibility of failure in the main quest. Su Lin did not expect. Sharing the side quest was originally meant to boost morale. But now everyone has become even more pessimistic. Hey, everyone, we don't have to be so pessimistic. After all, there is still good news, right? Yu Hua's voice rang out. When he saw everyone looking at him, Yu Hua raised his chin, indicating that everyone should look at the treasure cabinet in front of them. At least we still have this final hope. Is this a consolation? I guess it is. Yudong sighed, we really should think carefully about how to protect this last treasure. From now on, until our rest time, we absolutely cannot leave this room. Hearing this, Su Lin curled his lips. Su Lin remembered that not long ago, Awu also said something similar. And what happened in the end? The three people in the room were all chased by the figure in the painting. Honestly, whether the players can stay safely in the treasure room to guard the treasures doesn't depend on the players themselves or the lurking thief, but on whether the mansion gives them face. If the residents of this mansion don't give face, then everything is in vain. Unfortunately, it seems that the dungeon world is determined to annihilate Su Lin and the others today. Not long after the last 4 players gathered, there were new developments in the treasure room. More precisely, outside the treasure room. Bang! 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 It sounded like something heavy was being smashed to the ground from far down the corridor. The 4 players looked up towards the outside of the treasure room. A few silver-white humanoid armors were slowly advancing from a distance. These humanoid armors either wielded great swords or steel hammers, and just looking at them felt overwhelmingly oppressive. Damn it! Gao Hong cursed angrily. It is no wonder he is so furious. Because this mansion had no intention of leaving any escape route for the players. Logically, the players were clearly here to help guard the treasures of the mansion. But the monsters in this mansion didn't give players a chance to guard well at all. Right now, it is still early before the evening rest time. However, the attacks launched within the manor kept coming one after another. The important treasures that Su Lin and others were guarding were already down to the last one. If they lose even this one, the main quest will be over. This time we absolutely can't retreat, let's fight for these things. Yu Dong quickly stood up from the ground. As he spoke, he took a crossbow from the player's backpack. This was not an ordinary crossbow, but an item recognized by the dungeon world. Su Lin saw that the crossbow was faintly glowing red, and even the bolts seemed to be specially made. Upon hearing Yu Dong's words, Gao Hong and Yu Hua also took out their weapons. Players who go through the dungeon world multiple times have the chance to acquire some items and equipment. Even if luck is terrible, can't they bring some equipment from the real world? After all, players have 6 slots in their backpacks, so it's easy to bring 1 or 2 useful weapons. But even though they said they would fight, there wasn't much confidence on their faces. The reason is simple. In terms of attributes, players can't contend with the monsters in the dungeon world. If players are like superheroes in front of ordinary people, then the monsters in the dungeon world are the superheroes in the eyes of players. Ordinary low-level monsters are not entirely unbeatable. However, in most cases, the best choice for players is not to confront them head-on. Su Lin focused his thoughts and took out the butcher's axe from the player's backpack. What the? Yu Hua screamed in surprise when Su Lin pulled out the axe. The other 2 also looked over. After seeing the giant axe in Su Lin's hand, the expressions on the faces of the other 3 were quite interesting. Huh? What's wrong? You ask us what's wrong? What's with this axe? It's just an ordinary weapon, what's the big deal? You call this an ordinary weapon? The butcher's axe, both in size and appearance, clearly showed it was not an ordinary item. It's no wonder Yu Hua was so shocked. From the look on Yu Hua's face, he seemed ready to rush over and touch it directly. Yu Dong next to him also looked at the axe in Su Lin's hand with a surprised expression, but there was also a hint of reflection on Yu Dong's face. This axe is very familiar, it looks like a weapon used by the butcher. Recently, more than one batch of newcomers reported that the butcher had changed his weapon, and his temper had become even more violent. The difficulty of the factory world has risen sharply. All of this, could it be related to this person? Yu Dong is the leader of a special small group in the official team, and one of his tasks is to guide newcomers. So he is quite knowledgeable about many pieces of information from the dungeon world. The moment Yu Dong saw the axe in Su Lin's hand, he felt an immense familiarity. After thinking for a moment, Yu Dong associated it with the dungeon boss, the butcher. In the official intelligence summary, the difficulty in the butcher's factory has risen sharply recently. In the past, the survival rate of newcomers could exceed half. But now, almost every time, no one survives. The special groups within the official team have been researching the reasons for the changes in the butcher's factory. Now, Yu Dong felt that he might have caught a clue. Of course, whether it's to verify or do something else, they need to first survive the immediate crisis. Russell. Is it said that fortune does not come in pairs and misfortune does not come alone? just as those living suits of armor kept approaching from a distance. Suddenly, a lot of rustling sounds came from the walls around the treasure room. Players had heard this sound before going to sleep on the first night. Now the sound was even more pronounced, as if the things behind the walls had come right next to them. No, not as if, these things had indeed arrived around the players. Be careful up top. Su Lin's mind was the sharpest, and his perception was the keenest, so he immediately shouted a warning. All the players looked up at the ceiling. Then, everyone's face changed. A massive swarm of dark rats fell from the ceiling like a tide. On the left side of the chandelier, a hole the size of a basin opened up. The edges jagged, as if something had forcibly bitten it out. The 4 players dodged to the side in an instant. But it was completely useless. Countless black rats piled down from the ceiling. Oh my! Yu Hua screamed while retreating, his voice slightly distorted. Chapter 94, next up, it's my turn to perform. Whoosh! Yu Dong shot his crossbow bolt at the first moment. The arrow, lightly glowing red, struck the ground where the rats were falling. Then, a flash of red light burst forth. At least dozens of black rats directly vanished in the red light. Seeing this scene, Su Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. So powerful? But Su Lin's admiration seemed to come a bit too early. After shooting one arrow, Yu Dong simply put away his crossbow and took out a baton from his player backpack. Su Lin, is your broken crossbow only good for one shot? Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large number of black rats fell to the ground and immediately got back up. Then these creatures let out sharp, piercing cries and rushed towards the players. Under normal circumstances, 1 or 2 mice would run away upon seeing a person. But when such a massive group of big black rats appeared, it was the humans who would run. However, the players had no choice now. To avoid accidents, they could only hold their ground in this collectibles room, with nowhere to retreat. Whoosh! Su Lin swung his giant axe, and the wind pressure alone made the surrounding rats hesitate. But as more and more black rats fell from the ceiling, these rats no longer feared Su Lin and all charged forward. Squeak! Squeak! It seemed like the little candy, just waking up and still a bit dazed, peeked its small head out from Su Lin's pocket. Upon seeing the situation outside, the little creature almost wet itself, quickly retracting into Su Lin's pocket. The sound of these black rats was similar to that of the candy. However, their appearance was worlds apart. The candy was cute and pleasant to hold. The black rats before him made Su Lin feel nauseous. The butcher's axe clearly wasn't suitable for dealing with this situation. Su Lin quickly took out another item from his player backpack. A wooden stick, the length of an arm, suddenly appeared in Su Lin's hand, dark at the end. Su Lin blew a strong breath at the end of the stick. In the next second, a flame erupted from the end of the stick. This was another item Su Lin had obtained from the lottery after the zombie city. Although its grade was still unimpressive, its practicality far exceeded that hardened hammer. Name, Nuclear Energy Torch, Pseudo. Type, Item. Grade, Ordinary. Attribute, Fire. Feature, blow hard, and the torch will automatically ignite, and the flame won't consume the body, able to burn continuously without disruption. Feature 2, Fragile, the flame of the torch can easily be extinguished by interference, water, strong winds, and burying in sand will immediately extinguish the flame, and it cannot be reignited for 30 minutes after extinguishing. The torch body is also very fragile, please don't use it as a weapon. Note, congratulations on obtaining your first divine artifact as a beginner. Note 2, you are still missing the nuclear energy flashlight and the nuclear energy lighter from the divine artifact trio. After the torch ignited, Su Lin quickly waved it around his body. When he received the item, Su Lin had already tried it out. If he just waved it quickly, the flame on the torch would not extinguish. Against these animals, flames were undoubtedly the best choice. Su Lin created a tightly woven defensive net with the torch in front of him. A large number of black rats stood still in front of Su Lin, not daring to approach. In contrast, the other 3 were in a much worse situation. Gao Hong already had more than a dozen black rats climbing over him. These black rats kept biting at Gao Hong's body. It didn't seem like they were doing much damage, but who knew if these little creatures carried any viruses? This can't go on. Looking at the situation in front of him, Su Lin frowned tightly. The other 3 teammates clearly couldn't hold on for much longer. Su Lin was fine on his end. However, if he lost his companions who shared the pressure, facing so many black rats, Su Lin feared he would be powerless. At that time, the chances of losing the treasure would greatly increase. Everyone close your eyes. Just as Su Lin was thinking of a way out, Yu Dong suddenly shouted from afar. Gao Hong had used this trick before, so Su Lin was already experienced. Without saying a word, Su Lin turned to the side and closed his eyes. The next second, a blinding white light suddenly enveloped the entire treasure room. Gao Hong had used a flashbang-like item before. The method Yudong was using now was at least several times stronger than Gao Hong's. Squeak squeak squeak. For a moment, Su Lin's ears were filled with the screams of the black rats. These rats loved dark and damp environments. Earlier, they had all come rushing out from behind the walls. Suddenly shining this light on them, many of the unprepared black rats were even flashed to death. Everyone gather around. Yudong called out as he took several palm-sized sealed boxes from his backpack. Su Lin and the others quickly seized the opportunity and rushed to Yudong's side. Gao Hong. Understood, Captain. As the 4 players gathered together, Gao Hong also took some items from his backpack. Su Lin noticed that Gao Hong handed all the items in his hands to Yudong. Immediately, Yudong threw all those sealed boxes out. Whoosh! 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 A fierce wind instantly erupted in the treasure room. A tornado took shape in the blink of an eye. Not only that, but this tornado quickly transformed from colorless to fiery red. In a moment, it became a flame tornado. Yudong seemed to even be able to control this tornado. This flame tornado shifted slightly, just blocking the hole in the ceiling. Squeak squeak squeak. For a moment, Su Lin's ears were filled with the screams of those black rats. The air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. There were still some conscious black rats on the floor. But these black rats had already lost the desire to attack, now each one was covering its head and fleeing. Awesome, Captain Yu. With this skill, why didn't you use it sooner? You made us get bitten by those rats. There were quite a few bleeding wounds on Yu Hua's arm, all caused by those black rats. Besides Gao Hong, he was the most seriously injured. Hearing Yu Hua's words, Yudong's expression showed a bitter smile. This skill can only be used once. I originally planned to use it against the thief, but now. Seeing Yudong's expression, Su Lin felt it must be his trump card. Moreover, this trump card couldn't be used by him alone, it required Gao Hong's cooperation. Bang! 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 During their conversation, the living armor finally rushed in from outside. Don't think it was so thrilling just now. In fact, only a little over 10 seconds had passed. These living armors seemed to have intentionally slowed down, waiting for the players to be consumed by the black rats before slowly arriving. Just as these living armors entered the treasure room, the continuously burning flame tornado dissipated on its own. However, this flame tornado had already completed its mission, and the threat of the black rats was temporarily eliminated. Seeing the living armors approach, a sense of despair appeared on the faces of the players. Su Lin put away the torch, took out the butcher's axe again, and faced these living armors head-on. Chapter 95, A Small Friend Next. Su Lin? Come back. Those things are not easy to handle. Yudong's voice came from behind. Su Lin just waved his hand. Gripping the butcher's axe tightly, Su Lin charged directly at the incoming living armors. Crack! The living armors made a crisp sound at their joints as they moved. The leading living armor held a large sword with both hands, and seeing Su Lin rush over, it swung down without hesitation. Su Lin raised the axe to strike. Clang! The delightful sound of steel clashing rang out. Su Lin felt no resistance at all from the axe. In fact, due to Su Lin's overwhelming strength. Just this one hit sent the large sword flying from the living armor's hands. What the heck? What? This? In the brief moment of contact, Su Lin had already knocked the weapon away from the living armor. This scene left the 3 players behind in shock. But what shocked them even more was yet to come. Su Lin didn't stop. After knocking the living armor's weapon away, he swung the huge axe, aiming to cut it in half. Clang! Another sound like metal clanging echoed. The living armor couldn't withstand Su Lin's power at all. Its entire body was sent flying. The side of the living armor where the axe struck caved in significantly. Bang! The living armor crashed into the wall nearby, creating a small dent, with cracks around it spread like spider webs. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Su Lin's actions flowed seamlessly. The leading living armor posed no threat to Su Lin whatsoever. It's not an exaggeration to say that knocking this thing away was as easy as pie for Su Lin. Crack, crack. Perhaps it was because the companion was dealt with so swiftly. The remaining living armors all halted their movements, freezing in place. Of course, not only the living armors were dumbfounded. The players behind Su Lin also stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as if they could fit several eggs inside. Bang! 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 Su Lin continued to swing the axe. Every living armor struck by Su Lin flew away from the sheer force. Some landed far down the corridor, while others crashed into the walls around the exhibit room. One unfortunate soul even got their entire body embedded into the wall. Crack, crack. The first living armor knocked away by Su Lin wobbled and stood up from the ground. Seeing this, Su Lin quickly stepped up to it and, without saying a word, struck down with the axe again. Bang! With this hit, the living armor's entire head was smashed into its body. The living armor swayed a couple of times, then fell to the ground, no longer moving. The other knocked away living armors also lost their ability to move at the same time. Thud! A muffled sound came from behind the players. Yu Hua turned back in confusion. Ha! Why is that painting embedded into the wall? The painting hung on the wall was facing away from the players, and Yu Hua had been curious about it. Now, for some unknown reason, the painting was deeply embedded in the wall, the entire frame buried inside. Yu Hua stepped forward and tried to pry the painting out, but no matter how much strength he used, it wouldn't budge, as if it had been completely absorbed by the wall. After eliminating the living armors, Su Lin walked towards the other three. As Su Lin got closer, Yu Dong and the others silently took a few steps back. As Su Lin continued forward, the group retreated again. Su Lin. I mean, come on, it was just a few small monsters. Upon hearing Su Lin's words, Yu Dong almost couldn't hold it in. Not long ago, the top players had barely escaped from the hands of these small monsters. Even though what had chased Yu Dong and the others before were those animated stone sculptures. In Dong's eyes, these monsters in the castle probably wouldn't have much difference in fighting power. Su Lin put away the axe in his hand. If I wanted to make a move, I would have done it just now. You guys are really hurting my feelings, you know that? Dong and Gao Hong exchanged a glance and then lowered their guard. At the back, Yu Hua struggled for a long time but couldn't pull the painting embedded in the wall out, so he returned to the others. The air around felt a bit heavy. In any case, it should be safe for now. Su Lin was the first to sit down on the ground and then asked the other players for their opinions. What should we try next to find that thief? Dong also sat down beside him and nodded slightly after hearing Su Lin's words. Staying on the defensive is really too passive. My initial idea was wrong, maybe taking the initiative is the way to complete the task. Yu Hua joined the discussion. The problem is, this castle is so big, how do we find him? What if he isn't even hiding in the castle but is outside in the manor? The three's conversation left Gao Hong confused. After Yu Hua finished speaking, Gao Hong finally couldn't hold back. Wait a minute. Everyone, I'm hearing that it sounds like you've already confirmed who the thief is? Didn't the quest say that Guy is hiding among the players? Shouldn't we be cautious with each other? Su Lin and Yu Hua said nothing, silently staring at Gao Hong. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? Dong sighed and then spoke up. The information given in the quest says the thief is very cunning. He is likely hiding among the players, but that is only a strong possibility, not a certainty. Hearing Dong's words, Gao Hong still looked a bit confused. Seeing this, Su Lin added, let's put it this way, if one of the remaining four of us is indeed the thief, then he could have jumped out during the recent ambush and wiped out the players. During the recent attack, especially at the start with the swarm of rats, the players were cornered into various parts of the room. Dong was forced to reveal his trump card. If the remaining players really had a thief hidden among them, that would have been the best opportunity to jump out. The players had only one important treasure left in their hands. If the thief had taken advantage of the recent chaos to seize the treasure, it would have instantly led to the players' defeat. However, this situation did not occur. This could only mean that the remaining players were all real players. Oh, I see. After hearing the explanations from the two, Gao Hong showed a look of sudden realization. Next, the topic returned to the suggestion Su Lin had just proposed, which was to take the initiative. Now it seems, actively searching for the thief is also a good strategy. Dong said, glancing at Su Lin. We might be able to take down the target more easily, but the question is, how do we find him? After witnessing Su Lin's terrifying power, the other players felt a surge of confidence. To be honest, if Su Lin had shown this skill earlier, it would have been much more useful than sharing any side quests. Chapter 96, I want to see what you can come up with. The four players discussed for a long time. Unfortunately, in the end, they couldn't come up with any good ideas. Su Lin's fighting power gave the other three great confidence. But the problem was, what if Su Lin left the treasure room and something got stolen? And if Su Lin stayed back and didn't go look for that thief, the other three were worried they wouldn't be able to fight back, or they would be picked off one by one. In the end, the players realized that it seemed like there still wasn't a good way to break the deadlock. They could only guard the last piece of treasure. 1 week passed. Perhaps it was because the players demonstrated enough strength. After that, the collection room did not encounter any attacks. The entire castle seemed to fall into silence once again. This calm lasted until the evening's rest time. Rest time is up. The butler appeared at the door of the collection room with a cold expression. Unlike the smiling and polite butler seen at first. At this moment, Butler Wright showed almost no concealment of his malice towards the players. The butler's hands were behind his back, his arms slightly trembling, though it was unclear what he was doing. A few players exchanged glances and then cautiously stood up from the ground. However, Su Lin and the others did not approach the butler as before, but kept a safe distance from him. Su Lin noticed that when the players chose not to approach, a momentary regret appeared on the butler's face. "Heh, let's go, everyone." The butler slightly turned to the side, opening a path. "After you, Mr. Butler." Yu Dong stared at the butler, urging him to go first. The butler did not refuse. However, the way he left was very strange. Even while leaving, the butler faced the players. To prevent the players from seeing his back, he chose to walk backwards. It was not until the butler disappeared at the end of the corridor that the players finally moved to exit the collection room. With the loss of important treasures, the maliciousness of the NPCs in this manner is growing towards us. If we had approached the butler just now, we might have faced an attack. While walking forward, Yu Dong expressed his thoughts. Yu Hua, following beside him, nodded, "Yes, I feel the same way. And the butler feels very different to me. The pressure is completely not comparable to those ordinary monsters." "Huh? Really?" Su Lin instinctively asked. Hearing Su Lin's words, both Yu Dong and Yu Hua turned around with complex expressions. "You, as a top player, should not join in our discussions." "That's right. Someone can really hide it well. I still remember when you said it was your first time participating in a formal dungeon, TSK. Su Lin. Heaven can prove that this was definitely Su Lin's first time participating in a formal dungeon. It's just that his player attributes were slightly abnormal. Now looking at Yu Dong and Yu Hua, it was evident they regarded Su Lin as one of those high-level players who were just there to play around. But the problem is, Su Lin really was a beginner. There was much information about formal dungeons that he hadn't fully grasped yet. As the few of them exchanged words, they returned to the resting area. Before entering the bedroom, Yu Dong said, "Everyone, tonight will probably be even more dangerous, so be careful." The other three nodded. Except for Su Lin, everyone else entered their respective bedrooms with serious expressions. The bedroom had not changed at all since Su Lin left. The first thing Su Lin did after returning to his room was to pull out milk candy from his pocket. Squeak! Milk candy rubbed its little eyes with its paws, looking as if it had just woken up. Last night, Su Lin had milk candy keep watch all night. So today, throughout the day, milk candy was napping. It was only during the combat in the afternoon that the noise woke it up for a bit, before it curled back up in the pocket and fell back into a deep sleep. "Milk candy, I'll need your help to keep watch again tonight." Squeak! Having one experience under its belt, Milk Candy was now quite familiar with the job. The sumptuous breakfast this morning also allowed Milk Candy to eat quite a bit thanks to Su Lin. Thinking about being able to eat again after keeping watch all night, Milk Candy was instantly filled with energy. Ha! Su Lin yawned and directly lay down on the bed. Time passed quickly. Just 2 hours after Su Lin fell asleep, a sudden noise came from the wardrobe in the bedroom. Rustling. It sounded as if something was rubbing against something else, and like the wind stirring through the grass. Squeak! Squeak! Nai-Tang immediately gave a warning and jumped onto Su Lin's face. Su Lin had not been sleeping deeply, so he was instantly awakened by Nai-Tang's action. He first opened his eyes and lifted Nai-Tang off his face. Then he got up and silently looked at the wardrobe that was making the noise. Knock, knock. From the nearby wardrobe came a series of sounds, like someone was knocking on a door. Su Lin did not respond at all and continued to silently observe the wardrobe. Knock, knock. Su Lin? Are you asleep? Wake up quickly, you can't stay in the room any longer, hurry over here. The second knocking sound occurred, and this time, a somewhat familiar voice came from inside the wardrobe. The voice was kept very low, as if the speaker was being cautious not to let the sound spread out. Su Lin recalled for a moment and realized that this should be Wang Shan's voice. Except for the few people left, he actually did not know the few that had already passed away. He had only heard their voices during the self-introduction part. So it took Su Lin a while to remember. The thing inside the wardrobe was still persistently trying to convince Su Lin. In summary, it was only one point: the bedroom was very dangerous, and the thing wanted Su Lin to hide in the wardrobe too. I remember that the wardrobe in Mao Yu's room was the only thing intact, so am I now encountering a situation like Mao Yu? By the way, Mao Yu is also a formal player, how could she fall for such a low-level trick? Su Lin wondered, his face calm, with no intention of going to the wardrobe at all. Perhaps realizing that Su Lin was not so easy to fool. The room quickly underwent new changes. With a bang, the originally closed window suddenly burst open. Whoosh! 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 A fierce wind rushed into the bedroom from outside. The bone-chilling cold swept through the entire room. Moreover, all the light sources in the room were affected. The overhead light flickered as if it could go out at any moment. The exquisite candlestick on the nightstand was extinguished in an instant. Bang! 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 A loud sound came from outside the bedroom door, like some terrifying monster was battering against it. Su Lin! Quickly, it's almost too late. Hurry and hide in here. The thing in the wardrobe took the opportunity to urge Su Lin again. Chapter 97, Are you here to welcome me as king? Bang! 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 The bedroom door was being knocked on repeatedly. And the noise was becoming louder and louder. The weak wooden door made one doubt how much longer it could hold up. Most importantly, all the light sources in the entire bedroom had gone out. Although the window was open. Outside in the night sky, there was not a trace of moonlight, not even a little starlight. Su Lin saw nothing but darkness. He could only vaguely see the outlines of the furniture in the room. The thing in the wardrobe was still relentlessly calling Su Lin. Su Lin remained seated by the bed, unmoving, his expression calm, unaffected at all. If it's just this level, could Mao Yu have been fooled? She has already passed the newcomer stage, how could she be so careless? While Su Lin was thinking, the bedroom door continued to be battered. Sigh. Su Lin sighed, hesitating for a moment before finally standing up. Squeak? I didn't want to, but if this noise keeps going on, how can I sleep tonight? Squeak. Su Lin walked toward the nearby wardrobe, pulling out the axe from his player's backpack. After a while, Su Lin had slightly adapted to the darkness before him. He could barely make out the surroundings. As soon as Su Lin started to move, the noise from the wardrobe suddenly quieted down. Seeing the situation, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle, heh. He took a few steps to the front of the wardrobe. Su Lin did not hesitate at all, directly extending the axe forward, hooking the wardrobe handle, and then opening the cabinet door. Although he was prepared. However, Su Lin was not so careless as to directly use his hand to pull the cabinet door open. Having confidence and not taking safety seriously are two different things. What surprised Su Lin was the moment he pulled the cabinet door open. The entire room became bright again. It was not the bedroom chandelier or candlesticks that lit up again. But rather there was a bright light source inside the wardrobe. Roar! A low, deep roar came from within the wardrobe. A huge lion slowly emerged through the clothes. Perhaps the situation had been decided, or maybe it wanted to create more psychological pressure on Su Lin in this way. The lion's steps were very slow, its mouth twisted into a somewhat human-like smile. Lion, wardrobe, I get it, it's the Chronicles of Narnia. Squeak? Squeak. What's the panic, we are about to go to another world to be crowned as kings. Squeak? Su Lin could feel Nai Tang's confusion and anxiety. After all, a lion taller than a person coming out of a wardrobe would panic anyone. A normal big cat is scary enough, and this one is at least twice the size of an average individual. Once it fully emerged from the wardrobe, it completely blocked the entire wardrobe behind it. Su Lin was actually quite curious about how such a large creature could squeeze out of the wardrobe. Unlike Nai Tang's panic, Su Lin felt it was a bit boring. Nai Tang was a good teammate. But he didn't know any of the references Su Lin made. Step, step. The giant lion slowly approached Su Lin. Su Lin could see a hint of impatience in its eyes. Perhaps in the next second, this big guy would leap at Su Lin and tear him apart. Su Lin now understood why Mao Yu's room was destroyed like that. When such a gigantic creature went crazy, the destructive power was terrifying. Roar! It seemed that it could no longer hold back. The giant lion let out a roar and jumped directly at Su Lin. As for the gigantic axe in Su Lin's hand, it was never taken seriously by the lion. Even if a weak human held a special weapon, what could they do? He had already torn apart countless capable players. Those players were not lacking in strength or had some special gear and items. However, this lion still underestimated Su Lin. Su Lin was not just somewhat capable. Come on! With agility and mental attributes enhanced. Su Lin's reaction speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The lion's pounce seemed to slow down in Su Lin's eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant axe swung, the sound of wind pressure filled with a sense of oppression. Su Lin seized the opportunity and directly sliced horizontally with the giant axe. Slash! The sound of the sharp axe blade slicing through flesh echoed. Roar! The giant lion's attack was interrupted, and it let out an incredibly pained roar. Clearly, this guy's physical strength was far inferior to those living armors he had seen during the day. Those armors, even when slapped hard by Su Lin, would only have their heads pressed into their bodies. Even if their bodies were struck, they merely dented inward. Unlike this lion, with one axe strike, a bloody wound the length of a thigh appeared on its side. Roar! Roar! After sustaining a heavy blow, the lion suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening roar. The ear-splitting sound waves could even be seen faintly. This seemed to be a skill attack. It was Su Lin's first time entering a formal dungeon, and he did not yet possess any player skills, so he suffered a slight loss regarding this. Although there was a fear transformation ability he could use, that could only be used once a day. It was already past midnight during the night's rest. Considering that he might have a direct confrontation with the thief next, Su Lin did not want to waste this trump card here. The roar of the lion was far more powerful than the howl of the banshee that Su Lin had once faced. Even though Su Lin's physical strength and spirit had greatly improved now. But when hit by such a roar, Su Lin still felt a bit dazed. Squeak? Squeak. The sound of the milk candy was incredibly anxious. At his reminder, Su Lin wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Blood? Did I get injured from the shock? Unlike Su Lin's calmness, not far away, the lion's eyes were wide open, completely frozen in place. How is this possible? How can this be? The powerful attack that had once defeated any enemy with a single roar. This time, it only made the target spit out a bit of blood? How high is the physical and spiritual resistance of this human? Su Lin slightly raised his head to look at the lion. Next, is it my turn? Roar! Su Lin suddenly stomped on the ground, instantly rushing in front of the lion. The butcher's axe ruthlessly swung down. Feeling the wind pressure rushing at him, the lion was horrified and dodged to the side. Just when the attack was about to miss, Su Lin suddenly retracted the axe into his inventory. The next second, the axe was taken out again. Then Su Lin changed from a downward chop to an upward strike. Roar! The lion, completely unprepared for this type of attack, was struck by Su Lin's axe. This time, starting from the lion's right front leg, all the way to its chest and neck, Su Lin created an incredibly ferocious bloody scar. Not only that, the butcher's axe's special ability activated. The wounds on the lion were completely torn open. Crimson liquid kept gushing from the wound. The initial wound on the lion had already fully closed, no more blood flowing out, but this monster's self-healing ability was terrifyingly strong. However, the butcher's axe's ability could completely seal off the target's healing ability. Chapter 98, Delivering Food and Items, You Really Are Something. With a few swings of the axe, the lion was already covered in bright red blood. The sound of this monster had gone from powerful to extremely weak. But this lion was clearly not an ordinary monster. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. Although Su Lin had hit it continuously, it did not die as a result. And judging by its appearance, it seemed like it could hold on for a while longer. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength increased by 1. Even though it could still hold on, this monster knew that it was gradually walking towards death. The fear of death was constantly magnified with Su Lin's attacks. When reaching a critical point, it roared. Su Lin felt an almost palpable fear emanating from the opponent. More power coming? The attribute increase was expected by Su Lin. After all, it was already past midnight during his rest. But this time, the attribute boost did not satisfy Su Lin. After this boost, line end. Su Lin's strength had reached an impressive 14 points. That was even 2 points higher than the butcher he had encountered before. But right now, Su Lin's physique was only 9 points. Based on the information he had previously gathered, there was a strong correlation between player attributes. Physique was the foundation of everything. Strength, agility, and even spirit could not exceed physique by too much. If the strength was too high while the physique was insufficient, a full-force punch could even injure oneself. The same logic applied to agility and spirit. The gap between strength and physique should ideally not exceed 5 points. Su Lin had already stepped on the dangerous line. Sigh, is this probably the trouble of happiness? Roar! Su Lin did not expect to have the trouble of having too high attributes. The lion in front of him had no idea what Su Lin was talking about, he just wanted to beg Su Lin for mercy. However, unfortunately, since he had already come out of the closet, he shouldn't think of running away. During the previous battle, the lion had also tried to plead for mercy, but Su Lin completely ignored him. Without any surprises. Under Su Lin's relentless assault, this unusually large lion was finally taken down. After defeating the lion, Su Lin stood in place, lost in thought. Milk candy, you think this thing should be about the same as an ordinary lion, right? Squeak? Should we take it back and eat lion meat? Squeak? I've never eaten roasted lion before. Squeak? Given the size of this lion, its weight could easily be measured in tons. This means this big guy has a lot of meat on it. The new island where Su Lin currently was, did not lack food. But that didn't mean Su Lin had forgotten the tough days from before. Entering the copy world, survival is very important, but stocking up is equally important. Moreover, Su Lin really wanted to try roasted lion meat. After a bit of thought, Su Lin directly stored the body in the player backpack. Then, Su Lin approached the wardrobe that no longer emitted any light. After Su Lin defeated the big lion, the room returned to normal. The wardrobe no longer glowed, and the other light sources in the room recovered. Even the nearby window was tightly closed, as if it had never been opened. Inside the wardrobe, there were some clothes, and at the bottom, there was a book. However, calling it a book, judging by thickness, it looked more like a pamphlet. After Su Lin reached out and picked it up, the copy world immediately provided information about the item. Name, Lion's Roar Technique. Type, item/skill consumable. Grade, good. Attributes, none. Features, after use, immediately unleash a powerful soundwave attack in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing lethal damage to targets with less than 7 toughness, severe damage to targets with 8 toughness, and significant damage to targets with 9 toughness. The target's mental attributes can reduce some of the damage. Remarks, bring my big bell. TSK, what a pity. The item in front of me was quite good. In terms of attack, it was maximized. However, regrettably, this was just a one-time consumable, the kind that disappears after use. Perhaps it was for this reason that the item's grade was limited, and this was also why Su Lin felt regretful. Additionally, the skill on this item should be the attack that the lion just performed. With Su Lin's toughness, he should have taken a lot of damage. But Su Lin's mental attributes were high, giving him significant resistance, greatly reducing the damage. Forget it, I'll just keep it for now. Su Lin tucked the skill book into his clothes. After storing the lion's body, Su Lin's player backpack was completely full. Now, any gains could only be carried on his person. Fortunately, the skill book was small, so putting it close to his clothes wouldn't hinder his movement. After this wave of attacks, Su Lin's bedroom felt completely silent. It was so quiet that Su Lin felt a bit abnormal. In the early hours of the morning, Su Lin simply couldn't hold out any longer. After instructing Milk Candy to keep an eye out, Su Lin fell asleep. The next morning, Su Lin was awakened by Milk Candy. The first thing Su Lin did after getting up from bed was check the current time. At this time yesterday, we should have almost finished breakfast, but today even the service to wake us up is gone? As important items have been lost one after another, the butler's malice towards the players has grown more and more blatant. Now, Su Lin even felt that the butler seemed to wish for the players' failure in their tasks, even if it came at the cost of losing the collection in the manor. Su Lin took Milk Candy and quickly left his room. The corridor outside the room was silent, with no sound at all. Seeing this situation, Su Lin furrowed his brows. Then, Su Lin knocked on the doors of the other 3 players one by one. To Su Lin's surprise, not a single person responded. Seeing this, Su Lin did not intend to linger and prepared to directly burst into their bedrooms to see what was going on. On the first day, the butler said that at night, players should not randomly enter other players' rooms. Now it is daytime, and the rest time is over. Su Lin felt there should be no problem. Moreover, if he didn't barge in but just pushed the door open without entering, wouldn't that count as not intruding? One more thing is that the butler's stance and attitude were quite strange. Su Lin could no longer fully trust his words. After all, the rules mentioned by the butler were merely the customs of the manor. Their authenticity is questionable, and they aren't the task requirements from the instance world. Whether to comply or not can completely depend on the situation. Bang! 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 The bedrooms during the day seemed unprotected. With Su Lin's strength, he easily smashed open the doors of the other 3 players' rooms. However, all 3 bedrooms were completely empty. After a night's rest, Su Lin's last 3 teammates were all missing. The whole castle was silent, and Su Lin stood in the corridor, feeling like he was the only living person left. Chapter 99 New Crisis. Where is everyone? Su Lin stood in the corridor outside the bedroom, filled with confusion. Last night, Su Lin encountered an attack. The others surely faced their troubles too. But Su Lin still didn't expect all 3 people to disappear. The first 2 days were tough, yet everyone managed to pull through. To Su Lin, Yudong and the others seemed quite reliable. He didn't expect that the entire group would get wiped out overnight. Sigh. Su Lin let out a breath and headed straight to the collection room on the 2nd floor. The mission of the instance world was not yet over. Su Lin still needed to guard the last important collection. However, today was not peaceful. As Su Lin walked through the corridor of the residential area, changes in the surroundings made him stop in his tracks. Squeak? The originally sleepy Milk Candy also woke up, anxiously looking around. According to the original layout of the castle, after passing through the corridor of the residential area, Su Lin would arrive at the 3rd floor hall, and it would be easy to go up or down the stairs. But today, the long corridor seemed to have no end at all. Su Lin continued forward, with strange rooms lining both sides. Am I encountering a wall of ghosts? Squeak? Squeak? Don't rush, let's take another look. Su Lin gently reassured the anxious Milk Candy, stopping to check around. Milk Candy's perception was sharper than Su Lin's. His anxiety definitely indicated he sensed danger. On the surface, Su Lin appeared calm. But his eyes darted around, seeking clues that could break the status quo. Continuing on, he still couldn't escape the endless corridor. And when he tried to go back, it was the same useless experience. Even Su Lin calculated the distance he had traveled, he should have been able to return to the residential area, yet everything had completely changed. It was as if Su Lin had arrived in a completely different place. The longer he delayed, the more anxious Su Lin became. If all the players did not go to the second-floor collection room, then the last important collection would be vulnerable and waiting for a thief to take it away. Once the last important collection was lost, the player's main quest would be a complete failure. After searching carefully and pondering for a while, Su Lin still had no clues. So Su Lin completely lost his temper. Bang! Su Lin directly took the axe from his backpack and slammed it heavily on the ground. Damn it! I'm guarding your finances for you, it would be one thing if you didn't help, but why are you tripping me up at every turn? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to stop me? Fine. Then let's all stop playing. As Su Lin spoke, he raised the axe in his hand. This was the first time Su Lin encountered such a situation, there was no good solution. So Su Lin decided to simply turn the table over. Tear down this damn place completely. Let's see if I can still trap myself. With a thought, Su Lin exerted all his strength and swung the giant axe in his hand. Boom! With one swing, the axe smashed into the wall beside him. With Su Lin's strength, a hole as tall as a half-person was instantly created. With a weapon in hand, Su Lin's power far exceeded what ordinary people could imagine. It was simply too easy to tear down this stone castle. After breaking through the wall beside him, Su Lin entered the room and began to smash everything. He didn't care about anything, he just wanted to destroy everything in sight. Especially the surrounding walls and load-bearing pillars, he took them all down. Su Lin's actions quickly brought about a change. As Su Lin destroyed another room and stepped into the corridor, a wave of unmasked malice suddenly hit him from behind. Su Lin turned around and saw the pale-faced head maid standing several meters away. When he first entered the manor, this head maid had shown enough abnormal behavior. Now, she wasn't even pretending. The moment Su Lin locked eyes with the head maid, a strange purple light flickered in her eyes. Su Lin wanted to close his eyes, but it was already too late. At this point, Su Lin still had the mood to think other things. Tisk, if this were a game, shouldn't I be facing a mental check now? Currently, Su Lin's mental attribute reached 8 points. In player attributes, the mental stat can enhance players' perception, mental resistance, and more. As long as the mental attribute is high enough, one can see some ghostly enemies and supernatural beings that are normally invisible. With a little higher mental attribute, one could even physically interact with these types of monsters, meaning they could inflict physical damage on them. Su Lin could now directly observe spiritual entities that ordinary people could not see, and he could even attack them to a certain extent. However, unfortunately, Su Lin's mental strength seemed insufficient to withstand the head maid's attack. In the next second, everything went black before Su Lin's eyes. When his vision returned, Su Lin found himself in an endless plain. The sky above was blood red, the ground below as black as ink, and the surrounding light dim, filled with an eerie feeling. If an ordinary person came here, they would likely be scared to death. Su Lin, however, was not frightened by this scene, instead, he heightened his vigilance and looked around. Su Lin did not believe that the head maid's power was just for scaring him. When his vision recovered, Su Lin had already tried biting his tongue and pinching his arm. While he could feel the pain, he couldn't escape this place. Clearly, this was not merely an illusion, it seemed that Su Lin was not hypnotized either. Hiss. Just when Su Lin was on high alert, a sliding sound reached his ears. Su Lin immediately looked toward the source of the sound. A completely unmistakable white figure was rapidly approaching from a distance. Wow, what a big snake! Screech! Unlike Su Lin's astonishment, the milk candy was terrified and on the verge of fainting. Indeed, what appeared before Su Lin was a white snake, a very, very gigantic white snake. Hiss hiss. The white snake arrived before Su Lin, flicking its tongue in a display of human-like greed and malice. When the white snake reared up, it was at least 10 meters tall, its body thicker than a barrel, exuding an overwhelming presence. Standing before this creature, Su Lin felt like an infant. Hiss hiss. Before Su Lin could react, the white snake opened its massive maw and lunged at him. The speed of the white snake was astonishing, almost too fast to respond. Su Lin immediately activated the shadow orb he was equipped with. The special environment here actually became the perfect place for the shadow orb to unleash its power. With a blackened ground, the blood-red light cast from the sky had almost no effect. Thus, the entire area was shrouded in shadows. Su Lin can roam freely on this land. Boom! The white snake pounced empty-handedly and crashed to the ground. A deep pit, several meters in diameter, was created in the earth. Hiss! The white snake stood upright, a hint of confusion in its eyes, scanning left and right but could not see Su Lin's figure. Chapter 100, It's decided, you go, king of hundreds of tons. The gigantic white snake was still puzzled. Su Lin had already used the shadows to sneak behind her. Taking advantage of the fact that this giant was not paying attention, Su Lin raised the axe and struck directly. Bang! The sound of steel clashing rang out. The point where Su Lin struck actually burst forth with a shower of sparks. White scales splattered everywhere. At the same time, the giant white snake let out a cry of painful hissing. The white snake viciously turned around, its eyes filled with malice as if wanting to tear Su Lin into pieces. Hey! Su Lin smiled and waved, and at the moment the white snake lunged, he once again slipped into the shadows. With a loud crash, the white snake's attack ruthlessly created another large pit where Su Lin had been standing. While the skill time of the Shadow Pearl had not yet ended, Su Lin quickly shifted positions, appearing once more behind the white snake, raising the axe to strike. However, this time the white snake seemed to be prepared. Hiss hiss! At the moment the axe swung down, the white snake suddenly turned around. Its crimson vertical pupils fixed intently on Su Lin, with a glaring purple light emerging in its eyes. This light was the same as the ability the maid used earlier in the hallway. At the moment Su Lin was illuminated by this purple light, his movements suddenly froze. Of course, it wasn't Su Lin's choice to stop, but this light had an extremely strong controlling effect. Crap, this isn't fun anymore. Su Lin now couldn't even blink, feeling anxious but utterly helpless in his heart. Hiss hiss! The white snake flicked its tongue, with a hint of mockery in its eyes. It seemed to know that Su Lin was utterly unable to resist. The giant moved its head slowly closer to Su Lin. The white snake's movements were as if slowed down several times, deliberately creating more psychological pressure on Su Lin. Su Lin could even smell the thick stench of blood from the white snake's gaping maw. This guy's fangs are longer than my legs, if I get bitten, it'll hurt for a long time, right? TSK, I should have just thrown my big move in her face from the very start. Su Lin was still in the mood to think about these random thoughts. But the milk candy in Su Lin's pocket was completely different. In this urgent situation, the milk candy didn't care about being a heavenly enemy anymore. Squeak! The milk candy shouted angrily and directly rushed out from Su Lin's pocket. Clearly, it had been huddled in his pocket and didn't dare move during the battle before. But now in this situation, it dared to charge forward. Seeing this scene, Su Lin was truly moved. Although this little guy eats a lot, sleeps a lot, and is extremely timid, when something happens, it really steps up. Milk, candy, come back. Su Lin struggled with all his might, slightly regaining some feeling in his body. He managed to shout out a word. But sadly, it was already too late. Hiss! The white snake saw this little creature foolishly pouncing towards itself, its eyes filled with disdain. The huge head suddenly swung. The milk candy was instantly hit hard. Its small body shot away like a bullet. In the blink of an eye, it was nowhere to be seen. Milk candy! Hiss! Su Lin didn't have time to worry about others now. After easily swatting the milk candy away, the white snake wasted no time and bit down on Su Lin's body. Su Lin thought his head would be bitten off by this giant in one bite. But the reality was not so. The pain in his body was real, feeling as if he were being completely torn apart between his upper and lower body. But Su Lin felt that he was somehow able to endure it. Su Lin instantly realized that it was his strong physique at work. The player's physique relates to many aspects. This includes physical resistance and tolerance. Simply put, the higher the physique, the greater the defense and the longer the health bar. After the white snake attacked once, Su Lin felt that his body had regained control. Filled with anger and a hint of fear, Su Lin immediately launched a counterattack. Go, Pikachu! Su Lin took the Master Ball from his player backpack and released the giant sailing ship inside. Although the Master Ball couldn't hold living things, this didn't mean Su Lin couldn't use it to fight. The Master Ball contained the sea ship he had obtained from Jiang Wanchuan. Su Lin wasn't sure how heavy it was, but its power certainly far exceeded that of a 100-ton king. With such a weapon in hand, Su Lin actually didn't need to do much, just throw it at the enemy's face. The only downside was the need for enough space to deploy. If the surrounding space was too small, it would be difficult to release it. Additionally, if the ship's body was hit, it might get damaged. If something happened to the sea ship, Su Lin would be completely unable to repair it now. Hiss. The white snake was initially puzzled as to why Su Lin was throwing a palm-sized ball at it. However, the next second, the palm-sized ball that flew over the white snake's head transformed into an incredibly large sea ship. White snake. Before the white snake could react, the huge sea ship came crashing down. Boom. With a loud bang, Su Lin felt the ground beneath him shake violently. Come back, Pikachu. Su Lin recalled the master ball and brought the sea ship back. The white snake, which had been crushed, now lay weakly on the ground, covered in wounds, its body mostly flattened, looking pitiful. At this moment, the white snake was breathing heavily, with more intake than output, clearly at death's door. However, even though the white snake looked so miserable, Su Lin had no intention of letting it go. Holding the butcher's axe in one hand, he quickly moved forward to deliver a finishing blow. Previously pinned down by the white snake's attack, nearly turned upside down. Su Lin now deeply understood a truth: only dead enemies are good enemies. For his own safety, he had to eliminate all dangerous factors. Hiss. The white snake could no longer resist. It could only watch helplessly as Su Lin approached, swinging the giant axe against its body. Su Lin's strength was strong enough, and the axe's attack power was beyond doubt. After venting his anger thoroughly on the white snake, the big guy finally ceased to breathe. Huff, huff, huff. Su Lin was also quite exhausted, with much of his body bleeding profusely. Although he didn't die from the white snake's bite, Su Lin wasn't in good shape either. The wound probably wouldn't heal for a while. And due to excessive blood loss, Su Lin's face was terrifyingly pale. Taking advantage of the end of battle, Su Lin quickly took gummy bears from his backpack and stuffed all the candies from the iron box into his mouth at once. Though the recovery effect of this item was minimal, he couldn't afford to think too much now. Any little healing would help. After doing this, Su Lin immediately ran toward the direction where Nai Tang had been blown away. Nai Tang! Where are you? You mustn't die. We still need to go back and eat roasted lion meat. Chapter 101, The Opponent Finally Appears. Su Lin anxiously searched in the direction Nai Tang had been swatted away. However, Su Lin hadn't gone far when suddenly everything went black. By the time Su Lin reacted, the surroundings had turned back into the appearance of the hallway in the castle. Su Lin was standing outside his teammate's bedroom door. Back already? Squeak. Nai Tang. Su Lin joyfully looked at the pocket of his clothes. Nai Tang's little head popped out from the pocket. To Su Lin's surprise, there were no visible injuries on Nai Tang's body. Nai Tang, eat this to recover, Su Lin said, taking out a soft candy and feeding it to Nai Tang. Eek. The recovery effect of the soft candy was weak, but it was better than nothing. After confirming that Nai Tang was not seriously hurt, Su Lin let Nai Tang curl up and rest. Only then did Su Lin have time to check the corpse in the distance. The head maid of the manor already had a pale face and looked lifeless, as if she were not alive at all. And now, she had truly become dead. The head maid looked quite miserable, her body was completely crushed, and her legs had a horrifying bloodstain. Su Lin recalled briefly, realizing this must be the result of a sneak attack with an axe earlier. It's worth mentioning that Su Lin's own injuries were also serious. He had large wounds on his neck and abdomen, where blood had gushed out. Only after a simple treatment did it finally stop. In addition, Su Lin's body felt somewhat stiff, giving a sense of sluggishness when he moved. Confirming that the surroundings were safe, Su Lin opened his player attribute panel. Player, Su Lin. Dungeon level, none. Strength, 14. Constitution, 9. Agility, 7. Charm, 5. Spirit, 8. Status, paralysis toxin, a special snake venom injected into the body, causing paralysis. The stronger the constitution, the weaker the effects, and the shorter the duration. Besides viewing ability values, the player's attribute panel also showed the current status, such as injury conditions and any buffs. Su Lin had been bitten by that giant white snake, and in addition to being severely injured at the time, he was also poisoned. Fortunately, the snake venom was not lethal, it only caused paralysis. Moreover, with Su Lin's strong constitution, he was now just feeling a bit difficulty in movement, which was not too serious. That earlier situation shouldn't have been just simple hypnosis or illusions, otherwise, the injuries wouldn't have carried over. If it were a skill, it shouldn't be low level, what a pity. After taking down the head maid, nothing dropped, and Su Lin felt this might be due to it not being in the head maid's territory. Just like the huge lion before, which dropped a skill book from the wardrobe. Although he felt regret, Su Lin had little time to search the head maid's room now. The main quest was the priority. Before leaving, Su Lin took one last look at the head maid's corpse. After hesitating for a moment, Su Lin ultimately turned his head sharply. If the head maid was still in her white snake form, he might have had to taste snake meat. But in this human form, Su Lin really couldn't bring himself to eat. The sight of the corpse was also quite tragic. In the end, he still didn't make a move on it. With a hint of regret, Su Lin quickly headed towards the second floor. Bang! Wow! Arriving at the stairway, Su Lin heard a commotion, along with some growls. Cautiously hiding behind the stair railing, Su Lin peeked out to look downstairs. Butler? From Su Lin's position, he could see the situation in the first floor hall. At that moment, a monster dressed in butler attire was fighting with a figure shrouded in a black robe. Su Lin noticed that the monster on the first floor occasionally vanished, only to spring out from another position to attack. From its appearance, the monster resembled a chameleon. Su Lin suspected that the monster possessed some kind of invisibility ability. In addition, the monster could rapidly shoot its tongue out several meters, with such force that it could break through the surrounding walls. In just this short time that Su Lin observed, the monster displayed impressive strength in both power and speed. Moreover, it appeared to be quite at ease, clearly not using its full strength. The figure in the black robe was being forced to continuously retreat, and it seemed about to exit the castle doors. Is that a thief? It seems like everyone in the castle is starting to reveal their true selves and take down all outsiders today. Su Lin observed carefully for a while. Then he cautiously moved toward the second floor. The fight between the two was quite intense, and since Su Lin was far away, it was hard for them to notice him. Not only that, but Su Lin was also equipped with a shadow pearl, which reduced his presence, making it even harder to be discovered. While moving toward the collection room on the second floor, Su Lin bumped into several slow-moving living armors. However, before Su Lin could take out his axe to deal with these things, several living armors automatically disintegrated right in front of Su Lin. Su Lin. Perhaps yesterday's battle left a deep impression on these things. Today they all seemed quite sensible. This saved Su Lin a lot of trouble. He arrived at the collection room smoothly without any obstacles. Upon seeing the situation in the collection room, Su Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Everything in the collection room was safe and sound, neatly arranged in the glass cabinets. This further confirmed Su Lin's guess that the person fighting with the butler on the first floor was most likely the thief. This butler is not without merit, at least he helped me hold them off for so long. Wait a minute, if it weren't for these things causing trouble, this situation wouldn't even arise, right? If that thief is dealt with by the butler, can the main quest also be finished? Su Lin sat alone in the collection room, continuing the main quest while pondering the current situation. As time passed, Su Lin felt his body slowly recovering. The stiffness in his body was becoming weaker and weaker. This meant that the snake venom in Su Lin's body was slowly dissolving. This was undoubtedly good news. However, regrettably, the calm time did not last long. Soon, two uninvited guests arrived in the collection room, one after the other. The black-robed person Su Lin had seen before was leading the way, rushing toward Su Lin from the distant corridor. Behind the black-robed figure, the butler, resembling a chameleon, was climbing swiftly along the wall, using both hands and feet. Seeing this scene, Su Lin immediately stood up from the ground and took out his axe. The black-robed person wore a hood, obscuring their face. Su Lin could only vaguely see the slight upturn of the corners of their mouth. It seemed they looked down on Su Lin's imminent resistance. As both sides were about to engage, the black-robed person revealed an arm hidden beneath the robe. The brown arm was covered with a thick layer of scales, looking like the limbs of some reptiles. At the end of the arm were several incredibly sharp claws. Su Lin gripped the axe tightly and swung it without hesitation. Chapter 102, a mere small injury, what's the big deal? The strength of the thief was unknown. In Su Lin's view, it should be a boss that at least 3 to 4 players would need to join forces to deal with. But after coming here, teammates started disappearing one by one. As of now, only Su Lin remained. There was no choice, Su Lin could only face this guy alone. At this moment, Su Lin's focus was heightened to the maximum. With both hands tightly gripping the butcher's axe. As the thief charged at him, Su Lin swung the axe with all his strength. At the same time, the thief also extended its sharp claws toward Su Lin. With a loud bang, an unimaginable massive impact struck him head-on. What? The thief didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by this immense force. Boom! With a loud crash, the thief was knocked into the wall by Su Lin. Ha! So easy? Su Lin was quite surprised by this outcome. He had gone all out, yet he hadn't expected his opponent to be weaker than he imagined. To be honest, when they had just clashed, Su Lin hadn't felt much resistance at all. The strength is so weak, it probably doesn't even reach 10 points? Based on the feeling from the confrontation, Su Lin roughly guessed the attributes of his opponent. After one move, the butler who followed closely also caught up. Su Lin could sense the butler's blatant malice towards him, just like the head made before. However, for the butler, dealing with the thief was clearly the top priority. This chameleon-like monster was climbing rapidly on the wall, heading straight for the thief who had fallen to the ground. Su Lin stood in place, watching from a distance. That last move should have been very effective. But Su Lin did not pursue. Because the last important treasure was still behind Su Lin. At this moment, he couldn't lose focus. The main quest was the first priority. Cough, cough, damn it, how could a newbie at the first level have such power? You, damn it. The thief stood up from the ground, his hood falling off, revealing his face to Su Lin. Although he looked like an ordinary person, this guy was covered in dark scales, looking somewhat creepy. Seeing the butler coming in, the guy muttered a curse and pulled out an item from his black robe. Su Lin didn't even have time to see what it was. A strong light suddenly engulfed the entire treasure room. Su Lin experienced this feeling before. Gao Hong had used a powerful flashbang to escape before. However, unfortunately, what the thief used was not a flashbang, but a very powerful explosive. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and a strong shockwave rushed towards him. Even with Su Lin's current physique, he found it hard to withstand. Su Lin instinctively held the giant axe in front of him. But by this time, the shock had already passed, and Su Lin's action was a beat too slow, rendering it useless. Blood flowed from the corner of Su Lin's mouth. The wound left by the head made seem to have burst open again. Blood gushed out as if it were free. Damn it! Before Su Lin could finish his sentence, another loud bang sounded. Boom! This time, Su Lin felt the ground give way beneath him, followed by a sudden sensation of weightlessness. A large amount of rubble and dust fell down together. Su Lin fell directly from the second-floor treasure room to the first floor. With Su Lin's body strength, falling from a floor height wasn't a big deal. But falling like this while already injured was undoubtedly adding to his troubles. At this moment, Su Lin didn't even have time to take out 2 pieces of soft candy to restore himself, as large rocks were still falling from above. Su Lin quickly got up, forcing himself to dodge to the side. Crash! Bang! Bang! A large number of rocks buried the spot where Su Lin had just fallen. Surrounding him was a cloud of smoke and dust, limiting his vision. Su Lin looked up to see above. The treasure room had almost collapsed halfway. The good news was that the important treasure was mostly unharmed. Su Lin couldn't find the butler or the thief around him. The main quest had not yet been completed. Although every cell in his body was screaming in agony. Su Lin had no time to rest now. Su Lin used the axe as a crutch, orienting himself before dragging his injured body out. This guy, if he can't win, he uses props. Why don't you confront me head-on? While moving outside, Su Lin sighed. The thief was much weaker than Su Lin. Su Lin was confident he could beat him down in a direct fight. But Su Lin couldn't withstand the props the thief had, and there might be skills too. Unlike other players, Su Lin lacked many conditions. For example, players could trade useful items and equipment with each other. Su Lin was trapped on a deserted island. All the items and equipment depended on his own efforts. Various information and clues related to dungeon worlds could only be slowly understood after entering the dungeon world. Others came here fully prepared. Su Lin felt more like someone taking random challenges. On the deserted island, he could still connect with players he had encountered through the dungeon world. But this method takes real days, and the cost of mailing props and equipment is astonishing. Moreover, under the condition of having only one joint mission experience, Su Lin found it hard to guarantee that other players wouldn't betray him. After all, situations like Zhang Ruaner ones were extremely rare. After leaving the collapsed room, Su Lin came to the corridor outside. After walking a short distance forward, Su Lin suddenly stopped. Then he took a few steps back. Standing at the door of a room, Su Lin leaned in to take a look inside. Yudong? Yu Hua? Seeing the 2 players hanging in the room, Su Lin confirmed he was not hallucinating due to his injuries. The 2 heard Su Lin's voice and looked over in surprise. At that moment, the 2 were hanging upside down from the beams. Around them were a stove and an array of various knives. There was also a bloodstained sink nearby, looking like it was specially used for bleeding. What the? Su Lin, what happened to you? Yu Hua's voice was filled with shock. Because Su Lin's appearance was hardly good. Half of his clothes were stained red, and the blood hole in his waist was gushing blood. His clothes were torn in many places, and wherever torn, there were various degrees of injuries. Hearing Yu Hua's words, Su Lin smiled. Hee, it's nothing, just almost had my head bitten off, got a bit of snake venom that doesn't hurt or itch, lost too much blood, fell straight from the second floor, and got hit by a few rocks, just a small injury, totally nothing to worry about. Yu Hua. Is this called a small injury? Just listening to Su Lin's description, Yu Hua could imagine the dangerous experiences Su Lin had gone through recently. Can an ordinary player survive this? Even if survived, with such severe injuries, surely he would be done for, right? Could it be that Su Lin is Superman? What happened to both of you? Where's Gao Hong? Did you see him? Su Lin asked while walking towards the two players. Su Lin walked slowly and cautiously. Su Lin cautiously approached the two. At the same time, he tested the events of the past 2 days. Confirming that these two were not disguised as something else, Su Lin then came to them. Immediately, Su Lin raised his axe and chopped the ropes binding the two. With a couple of thuds, the two fell to the ground in a rather awkward position. Ow, can't you be gentler? Yu Hua said while getting up and rubbing his waist. Su Lin shrugged, with my current condition, how gentle do you expect me to be? Both Yu Hua and Yu Dong had injuries too. However, they appeared to be much better off than Su Lin. If Su Lin weren't strong enough, he would have passed out by now. TCH, fair point, go on. Yu Hua shook his head, tossing an item over to Su Lin. Su Lin caught it and found it was a bottle of healing potion. Name, healing potion. Type, item. Grade, ordinary. Attribute, recovery item. Special feature, healing, consuming it can heal physical injuries, may be used in batches for maximum recovery effect if fully consumed. Remark, the water is true to its name, do I really need to teach you how to use this? Yu Hua had seen Su Lin's fighting power. Moreover, since Su Lin just saved the two, Yu Hua felt no pain in tossing the healing item. Su Lin was not polite either. Pulling off the cork, he gulped it down. After consuming a bottle of healing potion, Su Lin could clearly feel his body recovering a bit. However, it was still not enough, to fully heal was far from sufficient. After all, it was just an ordinary grade item, and the recovery effect would not be very strong. Yet in Su Lin's current situation, having something was better than nothing. I have some here too, you should treat your wounds. Yu Dong also approached Su Lin, handing him a roll of bandages. Of course, what Yu Dong specifically handed to Su Lin was definitely not ordinary bandages. This is also a prop within the copy world. Name, hemostatic bandage. Type, prop. Grade, good. Attribute, medical tool. Feature 1, it has a strong hemostatic effect, applying it to a wound will show immediate results. Feature 2, this prop can be used multiple times, the more bandages are used each time, the better the hemostatic and recovery effects will be, current remaining usage January 5th. Note, a recovery item commonly carried by seasoned hunters, this thing can save your life at a critical moment. One must say that Yu Dong is truly worthy of being an official organization member. He is much stronger than some casual players. So far, Yu Dong has already pulled out more than one high-grade prop. Su Lin thanked the two and quickly bandaged the wounds on his abdomen and neck with the bandage. While Su Lin was busy treating his wounds, the two also briefly explained their situations to each other. Both of them had a thrilling night yesterday. But both were very cautious and had some experience, so they didn't fall for the traps in this manner while in the bedroom. The reason they were tied up here was actually because they were ambushed when they went out in the morning. As for the people who ambushed them, it was naturally the head maid who was lurking in the corridor of the living area. Su Lin thought for a moment, since he woke up later, what he said could match with the two. Moreover, Gao Han's luck was quite bad as he was the first one to be targeted. In the morning, the three of them were all captured. But Gao Hong was the first to be eliminated. Su Lin followed the two and arrived at the room beside the kitchen. There was a large amount of chopped fresh meat on the cutting board, and a huge iron pot was stewing Gao Hong's head. I say, this meat can't be. That's right, it's exactly the kind of meat you think it is. If you had come a bit later, we would have ended up like Gao Hong. Yu Hua and Su Lin stood at the back. Yu Dong, with a face full of sorrow, moved forward and fished Gao Hong's head out of the iron pot. The two were teammates, this much Su Lin had known for a long time. Even though they could not return Gao Hong's body to whole. Yu Dong, as the team leader, could not just watch his teammate's corpse be treated in such a disrespectful manner. After Yu Dong simply handled Gao Hong's body, the three immediately left the kitchen. What's the situation now? I heard a huge sound earlier, how's the situation on the second floor? While heading to the second floor, Yu Hua asked Su Lin about the current situation. Yu Dong didn't seem to be in a good mood, nearly silently following alongside. The butler and the thief are fighting, that thief used a very powerful prop, which directly blew half of the treasure room down, and then I fell down. As for the current situation, I really don't know. Only one last important treasure remains in the manor. But the treasure room is unguarded. The main storyline mission could fail at any time. However, at this moment, nobody blamed each other. After all, in this situation, it's quite difficult for everyone to survive. Especially for Su Lin, with his previous state of almost collapsing after just a few steps, could anyone expect him to fly back upstairs to protect the treasures? Right now, the three could only exert their utmost effort to rush over, hoping it wouldn't be too late. Ha. At the stairwell on the first floor, as the three were about to go upstairs, a door from a nearby room suddenly opened, and a large pig-headed man walked out holding an axe. Let me guess, this guy must be the head chef? Bingo, congratulations, you guessed right, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Yu Hua and Su Lin still had the spirit to joke. Meanwhile, Yu Dong had already become fully alert. Earlier, after he and Yu Hua were caught by the head maid, they were handed over to this pig-headed chef, who planned to make them into dinner. They had also tried to resist. However, this pig-headed man was incredibly strong. Even with the two working together, they were quickly taken down. Ha. Wow. The pig-headed man saw the three players. His eyes instantly turned blood red, and he charged forward with a knife. Seeing this, Su Lin took a step forward, blocking in front of Yu Hua and Yu Dong. Su Ge, can you handle it? Whether I can handle it or not, we have to go up. Do we have any other choice? By the way, the food we ate before, could it have been made by this guy? The pig-head chef was dressed like a cook, yet the originally white apron was filled with oil stains and black marks, the color having turned into an eye-stinging yellow. Aside from the apron, the pig-head chef wore no other clothes, his body layered with fat that seemed ready to ooze. Just looking at this guy made people want to vomit. This appearance is simply an insult to food, damn it. Su Lin's anger surged. He pulled out his axe and charged forward. Beside him, Yu Dong also took out a very special crossbow. Just now, when they were exchanging information, Yu Dong had already loaded the arrow into the crossbow. This crossbow was also a very special weapon, extremely powerful with area effects, but the downside was that it could only shoot one arrow at a time, and the loading process was very complicated. Yu Hua followed closely behind Su Lin, ready to support him. Chapter 104, finally about to face the boss? Clang! The two collided head-on, and Su Lin raised his axe for a strike. The head chef, of course, was not willing to back down, wielding a knife longer than a person's arm that sliced down towards him. The axe and the steel knife clashed. It produced a pleasant metallic ringing sound. Su Lin felt a slight resistance. Meanwhile, the pig-head chef was knocked back several meters. The chef emitted a series of grunt sounds, from which Su Lin could sense confusion and shock. To Su Lin's surprise, the steel knife in the chef's hand was quite good. After a hard clash with the butcher's axe, the surface showed no signs of any damage. Impressive, Su Ge, just as expected from you. Yu Hua, who had been following closely, didn't miss this good opportunity and immediately struck twice behind Su Lin as the chef was forced back. The sharp blade sliced across the chef's body. Instantly, two new wounds appeared on the chef's surface. However, instead of bright red blood, a sticky white liquid oozed out. Just looking at it made one feel nauseous. Fighting this chef was a huge psychological and physiological test. Yu Hua knew very well that Su Lin was the main force. So he struck and then retreated, having no thoughts of continuing to exploit. Wow! After being injured, the chef became even more violent. His eyes turned a deep scarlet, and his rage was at its peak. He ripped off the apron he was wearing and charged recklessly towards Su Lin. Come to die. After a round of combat, Su Lin fully understood the chef's capabilities. His strength was indeed high. But in front of Su Lin, it was still inadequate. Su Lin gripped his axe tightly, standing firm and charging forward. Clang! 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 The steel knife and axe clashed continuously. In just a few breaths of time, Su Lin had left several wounds on the chef's body. Yu Hua, agile like a swimming fish, seized every opportunity. The chef was strong and had decent physique. But his agility was poor, and it seemed he wasn't very bright either. The rhythm of the battle was entirely in Su Lin's hands. The initiative remained with Su Lin throughout. Su Lin didn't hesitate. Despite his serious injuries, he gave it his all to take down the chef. When the chef fell to the ground, he still tried to get up. At this moment, Su Lin and Yu Hua skillfully stepped aside. Watching for an opportunity, Yu Dong prepared the crossbow arrow he had been readying for a long time and shot it out. With a bang, the crossbow arrow directly pierced the chef's head. Then, the arrow exploded. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, a strong suction force was generated at the point of impact. Su Lin noticed that half of the head of the chef had completely disappeared, just like those black rats in the collection room before. The explosive power of the crossbow bolt was strong, but it shouldn't be enough to completely obliterate so much flesh and blood. Su Lin guessed that there must be other special effects attached to the crossbow bolt. With the body severely injured and half of the head lost, the chef was as good as dead now. Su Lin walked over and bent down to pick up the machete on the ground. As expected, this was indeed a piece of equipment. Name, bone-cutting knife. Type, weapon. Attack power, good. Attribute, none. Special feature, hardness, this steel knife is extremely sturdy, even surpassing armor of the same level. Special feature 2, bone cutting, this knife can quickly cut off flesh from the target, and using this knife for cooking grants extra bonuses. Current binder, Su Lin. Note, this is a beloved knife used by the chef for many years. Note 2, once you know what this knife was used for, you will definitely not think of using it to cook. In the information of weapons and a few special pieces of equipment, there was an additional item. That is the current binder of the equipment. In the case of equipment binding, directly taking the item does not allow immediate use, unless the original owner agrees or has already been taken down. As for the butcher's axe, that was a different situation. At that time, Su Lin had taken the axe using the identity of the butcher. And after taking it away, Su Lin was no longer in the same world as the butcher. In any case, the equipment in front of him was quite good. Both effects were very practical and would be quite helpful in battle. Su Lin turned around to take a glance. Yu Hua shrugged, you contributed the most, I have no objections. Yu Dong slightly nodded in agreement with Yu Hua's opinion, none of this matters, let's quickly go to the second floor to continue the main quest. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of dividing the spoils, Su Lin directly strapped the bone-cutting knife to his waist. With his player's backpack full, Su Lin could only carry the equipment this way for now. After sorting out things here, the three players rushed to the second floor. Fortunately, besides the chef, the three did not encounter any other obstacles. They ran all the way to the collection room on the second floor. Yu Hua and Yu Dong both looked panting, their faces pale. Seeing this, Su Lin asked, "Are you guys okay?" Yu Dong didn't answer, just silently shook his head. Yu Hua then rubbed his stomach. "I'm so hungry, didn't eat or drink for 2 days, I've had enough of this broken place, let's move faster." The two missed yesterday's mealtime to gather information. Since today, aside from fighting, they had also been hanging upside down in the kitchen, naturally eating nothing. Ordinary players wouldn't be extravagant like Su Lin, carrying a backpack full of food and water. After all, the player's backpack only has 6 slots, so they had to be effective and resourceful. Bringing one more recovery item or other useful equipment could very well save their lives in a critical moment. Generally speaking, 2 days without food actually isn't much, at most just a bit uncomfortable from hunger. But the problem is, in this manner, players were always in a tense state, highly alert. Moreover, they had engaged in a lot of battles, escapes, and such, leading to massive physical exhaustion. In this case, not eating to replenish energy really could not be sustained. Su Lin thought for a moment and took out a few gummy candies, and they each shared. The healing effect of the gummy bears was weak, but the stamina recovery effect was quite noticeable. Although it couldn't fill their stomachs, it could at least help recover a bit of condition. In the second floor collection room, despite half of the floor having collapsed, other areas were still fine, especially the important collections, which were still well preserved in the glass cabinets. Seeing this scene, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. But now there was another problem. The floor of the room had completely collapsed. The three seemed unable to get through directly. Just when the three were trying to figure out a way, hurried footsteps came from the corridor behind. Huff, 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 troublesome old thing, finally dealt with. You're still alive? The thief they had seen before appeared at the back. Upon seeing Su Lin, the other party's expression changed in disbelief. Su Lin smiled and greeted the other party cheerfully. Chapter 105 The Master of the Manor. Hee, thank you for your help just now. As Su Lin spoke, he activated the Shadow Pearl's active ability. Shadow Stealth. Due to the recent explosion, the treasure room not only collapsed halfway, but even the lights here were blown to pieces. The dim environment was perfect for the Shadow Pearl's performance. In an instant, Su Lin arrived in front of the thief. Immediately, the embodiment of fear was activated. It turned out that even a cunning devil has something to fear. At the moment Su Lin unleashed the special ability, the thief in front of him froze in place. Besides this, Su Lin also took out the lion's roar move he obtained from the giant lion. Without any heartache or hesitation, Su Lin used it directly. Roar! The skill book Su Lin took out transformed into little dots of starlight. The sound wave impact that Su Lin had felt before reappeared. But this time, Su Lin felt no discomfort at all. The fan-shaped area in front of Su Lin seemed to be brutally crushed by something. Su Lin noticed that some of the scales on the thief's body had cracked open. Of course, taking out the skill book did not affect Su Lin's actions. Su Lin took out the axe with his right hand and swung it down directly at the thief in front of him. After evoking the fear inside, he delivered a close-range lion's roar move. The thief was now completely frozen in place, like a target. Su Lin did not hold back at all. With a mighty swing, a head flew high into the air. The current dungeon has been completed, players will exit in 1 hour. The dungeon world's notification refreshed in all players' minds. And until this notification rang out, Yudong and Yu Hua were still in shock. What happened? What happened? Did I just have a hallucination? How could the so-called thief be decapitated right after appearing? Wait a minute, is this guy a thief? Yudong and Yu Hua had already witnessed Su Lin's strength yesterday. Dealing with some minor monsters in this manner was like child's play. But they still didn't expect Su Lin to be this outrageous. The whole process may have only taken 2 or 3 seconds. Let alone they hadn't reacted, even that thief was probably confused right until his death. Logically, he should have been a dungeon boss. How could he be killed instantly upon meeting? Was the gap between players really this great? Previously, the two had thought Su Lin was a high player. Now they changed their minds. This was not just a high player. This was simply a god-level player walking sideways in the dungeon world. Gotta grab onto this leg. I must grab onto this leg. Sugo, amazing. Can I ask you a question, are you lacking in accessories? How do you see me? Yu Hua approached Su Lin with a big smile. Not sure where he got a chair, he placed it right next to Su Lin. Come on, Sugo, sit down. Sugo, hurry up and sit, let me give you a shoulder rub. Su Lin. Su Lin did not refuse and sat down on the chair that Yu Hua had brought. This seemed to also be a special item. After sitting down, Su Lin could clearly feel that the fatigue in his body seemed to lessen a bit. The reduction was not large, only noticeable because Su Lin was extremely tired right now. Su Lin, thanks. If it weren't for you, we might have been wiped out this time. Yudong, who was behind him, put away his crossbow bolt and came over to sincerely thank Su Lin. No need, I'm also doing this to complete the main quest. No matter what, you indeed saved us, and not just once. If there's anything I can do for you, please just say it. Hearing this, Su Lin raised his eyebrows. Well, since you say that, your crossbow. A good quality piece of equipment, every special team is equipped with one. I'm sorry, if it were my own item, even if I gave it to you, it wouldn't matter, but... Su Lin waved his hand, it's fine, I was just asking. According to what Su Lin saw twice, the power of Yudong's crossbow should not be weaker than the butcher's axe. The reason its quality was only good was likely due to the fact that it could only shoot one bolt at a time and had slow loading drawbacks. Yudong thought for a moment and spoke again. In fact, with your level, as long as you're willing to join the special team, you should be able to get promoted quickly. At that time, you won't need me to give you anything, logistics will directly provide you with appropriate equipment. Besides this crossbow, there are quite a few other good pieces of gear. Aren't the equipment and items all obtained from the dungeon world? Don't you have many in your hands? The dungeon world has been around for a long time, we have mastered many methods to mass-produce items and equipment, even some independent players have such means. While explaining, Yudong continued, of course, it's fine if you don't want to join, but I still hope you can report to the nearest branch. Before Yudong could finish, Su Lin nodded, sure, I'll join. Huh? Su Lin's straightforwardness left Yudong momentarily stunned. What's wrong? Is there any problem? No, I just, don't you want to think about it carefully? This is an official organization, what is there to think about? By the way, is there a formal structure? Yes, squad leaders start with formal positions. The conversation was heating up on Su Lin's side. At the same time, a magnificent carriage arrived at the estate's gate. No, it wouldn't be accurate to say it was a carriage. Because pulling the carriage were not ordinary horses, but 2 incredibly large black spiders. Each spider was as big as the carriage behind it, and just lying there gave an immense sense of oppression. The butler, who had fought with the thieves before, had now reverted to human form and stood respectfully at the estate's gate. His standing posture and focused expression exceeded what it was when greeting players entering the estate. The spider carriage stopped at the gate. The butler immediately went forward, timing it perfectly. With a respectful expression, he gently pulled back the curtain of the carriage. A noblewoman dressed in splendid attire peeked out from behind the curtain holding a folding fan. The butler promptly raised his right arm, allowing the noblewoman to support herself as she stepped down from the carriage. Madam, I apologize. The players have completed their task, and this time we couldn't keep them all. Hearing the butler's words, the noblewoman snapped open her fan with a loud snap, covering half of her face behind it. That's all right. It was just a matter of convenience. Even if some players survived, it doesn't matter. Once this batch of players leaves, there will be another batch coming, right? Madam, only 3 players remain, and they're all severely injured. Should we? During the task, we can make some adjustments, but as long as the players have completed their tasks, we must let them leave safely. That's the rule, rules cannot be broken, understand? The noblewoman's voice was soft and elegant, carrying no hint of blame. Yet the butler immediately knelt on the ground. I'm sorry, madam, it's my. You've been with me for a long time. You know I won't take such small matters to heart. Get up. Even though the noblewoman said so, Les still knelt respectfully on the ground. Oh, you. The noblewoman shook her head helplessly, then lightly waved her folding fan and walked toward her estate. The spider carriage let out a whinny and moved towards the distance on its own, while the butler still knelt respectfully in place. Chapter 106, Is there still different treatment in the instance world? Su Lin encountered a problem. That is, he could not be present in person. Su Lin was not opposed to joining the special group at all. After all, this is an official organization, and even has a formal structure. As long as ordinary players pass the basic review, they can become reserves. If Su Lin went, he could also get a recommendation from Yudong, and it would be no problem to be directly regularized. But how could Su Lin register his information? Yudong noticed Su Lin's difficulty. So he took the initiative to say, "It's okay, Su Lin, if it's really inconvenient for you, we can come to register at your place." "No, I don't think you can find me." "How could that be?" "As long as you are in the country." "You are in the country, right?" "Ahem, well, I am not very sure." Question mark. Hearing Su Lin's answer, Yudong was obviously stunned for a moment. "You are not sure about your own location?" Su Lin nodded, affirming Yudong's statement. Next to him, Yu Hua chimed in, impressive, no wonder he is my Su brother. Su Lin. Yudong frowned, well, this may be a bit tricky, but it's not impossible. After we go out, let's contact through the instance world. I can send you a locator, and then we'll see the situation. This was indeed a solution. But Su Lin still held a pessimistic attitude. What if the island where Su Lin was located was on the other side of that world? Could the locator even cross half the planet's distance? Although he thought this way in his heart, Su Lin still agreed to Yudong's method. Okay, let's contact again after going out. By the way, I will compensate you for the days consumed in reality. Hearing this, Yudong looked at Su Lin with a puzzled expression. Huh? What do you mean? It's the cost of sending the locator. To be honest, if you can really locate my position, that would be a huge help to me, so I can't let you bear this cost for the days in reality. Contacting also consumes days, so I will reimburse you for everything later. After Su Lin finished speaking, he realized that the surroundings suddenly became quiet. At this moment, both Yudong and Yu Hua looked at Su Lin in confusion. What's wrong with you? What do you mean by consuming reality days? I'm not quite clear. Isn't it necessary to consume reality days to contact other players through the instance world and send items to each other? Huh? How could that be? There has never been such a thing. Not communicating, he didn't know. Upon communication, Su Lin discovered that his situation seemed to be different from other players. Whether it was Yudong or Yu Hua, they insisted on one point. That is, players using the instance world for contact and communication do not need to pay any price. Moreover, it can be done anytime and anywhere, in real-time communication, without caring about whether there is a signal or not. If there is only one disadvantage, it is that you can only communicate with players you have encountered and who are not hostile. As for mailing items to each other, it is the same, requiring no cost at all, and the mailing speed is extremely fast, basically being able to receive it within an hour, regardless of the distance. According to the current situation of the three players, neither Yudong nor Yu Hua had any need to deceive Su Lin. As a member of the official organization, since Yudong said so, then this matter should be well known. Having learned this information, Su Lin was now filled with doubts. When I contacted Ruan Ruan on the island, it did cost, and the cost was not low, but Yudong and the others said it would not consume at all. Is it because of distance? Su Lin thought for a moment, then looked at Yudong again. Captain Yu, the no-cost contact you mentioned should be for domestic communication, right? What if players from two different countries contact each other? To Su Lin's disappointment, Yudong's answer was the same as before. Even players from two different countries, or even oceans apart, had no consumption whatsoever. After a round of communication and recalling his connection with Zhang Ruanruan at that time, Su Lin had started to form a bit of a guess in his heart. However, to be safe, Su Lin still asked Yudong one last question. Captain Yu, is there really a monkey with two tails in this world? A monkey with two tails? Is it a mutated special individual? I've never seen or heard of one, but in the dungeon world, it's possible to encounter all sorts of monsters, so it's not surprising for a monkey with two tails to appear. Su Lin nodded, seemingly agreeing with Yudong's words. While Su Lin was talking to Yudong, on the side, Yu Hua walked over to the window in the corridor. Hey, come look quickly. It's so lively down there, why are there suddenly so many people? Su Lin and Yudong moved to Yu Hua's side. The three of them huddled by the window, looking down at the courtyard together. Just as Yu Hua said, the manor was quite lively at this moment. According to the butler, in order to coordinate with the players' tasks, everyone in the manor had left except for 3 senior servants. In the past few days, the manor had also been very quiet. But now, both sides of the courtyard's path were lined with respectful maids standing in place. The already exquisite little path was covered with a magnificent red carpet that stretched from the manor's main entrance all the way to the castle entrance. The black dogs that Su Lin had seen when he first arrived were now obediently lying on the grass on both sides of the path, their heads pressed closely to the ground, showing a submissive posture. And there were not just 2 black dogs here. Every so often, there was a pair of enormous black dogs standing guard, just like sentinels. Whether it was the maids, the giant black dogs, or the armed attendants at the manor's gate, they all seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. When Su Lin and the others were talking just now, they had not heard any sounds from below. What's happening down there? By their appearance, it looks like they are welcoming some important person? Yu Dong and Yu Hua casually chatted for a couple of sentences. The 2 didn't seem worried at all. Because the dungeon world's task had already been completed. As long as the main quest was finished, the players were safe, and after leaving the dungeon world, all pain suffered by the players would be completely healed. In other words, no matter what changes happened in the manor now, the players didn't need to worry, they just needed to wait for time to pass and then leave. However, unlike the relaxed expressions of the 2, Su Lin was a little anxious at that moment. Because Su Lin remembered the hint he got right after entering this dungeon world. Under Su Lin and the others' watch, a noble lady in a luxurious dress elegantly entered through the manor's main door, gently waving a folding fan. Each time she approached, the maids on both sides of the path would bow and salute, their movements synchronized as if carved from the same mold. Oh my, this must be the mistress of the manor, the Madam Smith mentioned in the task? It looks like it. Hey, didn't the butler say that we would be rewarded when the madam returned? Does this mean we can still get some extra benefits? A hint of thoughtfulness appeared on Yudong's face, there is indeed that possibility. Unlike the excitement of the 2. Su Lin just wanted to curse, damn it, didn't we agree she would come back in a week? How come she's back so many days early? Chapter 107, If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Su Lin now wanted to have a serious talk with the dungeon world. Why is it that other players can communicate with each other in mail items without any cost, yet for him it comes with a huge price? Why, when proceeding normally with the main quest, would the NPC still hold a grudge in the end? Why did the task information say the madam would return in a week, but now she has come back so early? Su Lin felt like he was being targeted. Unfortunately, the regretful news was the dungeon world was unable to communicate. This thing was like a preset program. Just as the 3 players stood by the window, observing the situation in the courtyard, Mrs. Smith below seemed to sense something. Mrs. Smith paused her steps and slowly looked up toward the direction of the castle's 2nd floor. Originally, the lady's eyes were filled with smiles. However, upon seeing Surin and locking eyes with him, her gaze turned icy and cold. There was no doubt, she had recognized Surin. Even from such a distance, Surin could feel a strong murderous intent radiating from her. The initial warning from the instance world was not a bluff. If Mrs. Smith spotted Surin, it would truly become a fight to the death. After seeing Surin, the lady immediately quickened her pace toward the castle. It seemed she was still moving slowly like before. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had closed a significant distance. Tisk. Surin clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned to look toward the collection room behind him. Clearly, the lady was coming to kill Surin, leaving no room for negotiation. Given the circumstances, what could Surin do? Of course, he had to think of every possible way to stall until time ended, and then be teleported away by the instance world. He didn't consider a direct confrontation. On one hand, Mrs. Smith gave Surin a truly terrifying feeling, he might not even stand a chance against her. On the other hand, Surin was currently injured and in a poor state. Surin? What are you going to do? Heard from behind, Yudong's voice called out. Surin continued walking without turning his head, replying, naturally I'm going to steal something. The mission is over, and now, even if these treasures get damaged, it doesn't matter, right? Besides, others want my life, what's wrong with me taking her things? If she's unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Surin's words left Yudong and Yu Hua both looking confused. The 2 were unaware of the grudge between Surin and Mrs. Smith. However, they could also feel the cold killing intent radiating from the lady earlier. This lady clearly doesn't seem like a monster that would appear in this level of an instance. She's definitely a boss-level existence. Why is she targeting you right away? I say, Captain Yu, let's not get caught up in this right now. Don't you see how anxious Su is? We should help him stall for some time. Are you serious? Hey, we don't have to fight head-on. We've worked hard to guard the treasures in the manor, shouldn't we at least get some benefits? Yu Hua hooked his arm around Yudong's shoulder and headed toward the stairs. Surin overheard their conversation and understood Yu Hua's intentions, feeling a surge of gratitude towards the two. No matter how long they could buy him, even just a minute was helpful for Surin. Surin arrived at the collection room and walked cautiously along the wall's edge until he got to the last treasure. Without any hesitation, Surin took out his axe and smashed the glass case into pieces. He picked up a pair of shoes, and as expected, this was indeed a piece of equipment. Name, double jump boots. Type, shoes. Quality, excellent. Attribute, wind. Special skill, double jump. Wearing these boots allows for a second jump in midair, usable once every 5 minutes. Special skill 2, speed boost. Wearing these boots slightly increases running speed. Special skill 3, energy saving. Wearing these boots reduces stamina consumption while running. Note, some people can double jump, while others can't even jump over a single step. Indeed, a good item. Looking at the equipment information provided by the instance world, Surin's eyes lit up. Then, Surin immediately put on the boots. After doing all this, Surin quickly ran toward the 3rd floor. Surin didn't know how much time the two could buy for him. Now, I can only stay as far away from the lady as possible. What a pity, the thief died without dropping any gear, and I have no idea where he hid those stolen treasures. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have thrown all my abilities in his face. Crack, crack. Rustle, rustle. As Su Lin continuously sprinted forward. Suddenly, many noisy sounds erupted around him. At the end of the corridor, a staircase appeared, where several living armors armed with huge weapons emerged. A large number of black rats crawled out from all corners. The people depicted in the various paintings hanging on both sides of the corridor all came to life, their faces twisted with malice as they gazed at Su Lin. This is the Smith family manor. Mrs. Smith is the master here. So these monsters naturally obey their master's orders. The lady now wants to kill Su Lin. Thus, these monsters all sprang into action, ready to stop Su Lin at all costs. Get out of the way. Su Lin gripped his axe tightly and swung it hard forward. 2 living armors charging at him were sent flying by Su Lin's swing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A vast tide of black rats formed, blocking the end of the corridor. Seeing this, Su Lin directly threw out his Master Ball Modify. Go, Pikachu. Boom. A huge steamship suddenly appeared in the castle corridor. The surrounding space could not accommodate this ship at all. The walls around were instantly shattered. The sailboat let out a deafening creak, its surface dented in many places, and even its aft mast was crushed off. However, all of this was not in vain. The numerous black rats had already formed a tide, but they were directly flattened. The ground was covered in a black-red meat sauce. These black rats didn't even have time to charge at Su Lin before they were instantly taken out by Su Lin's Pikachu. Su Lin held the Master Ball in his hand and instantly recalled the sailboat. Now I'm going to be stuck on this island. Su Lin's movements were already very quick. But even the instant recall caused massive damage to the sailboat. Fortunately, the island where Su Lin currently was had plenty of supplies, so he did not need to worry for now. The monstrous beings in the surrounding paintings saw how fierce Su Lin was. They all dared only to show their teeth and growl from within the paintings but did not dare to really charge out. Su Lin made his way unobstructed to the staircase and then continued to run upstairs. During his run, Su Lin noticed that Yu Hua and Yu Dong had already cornered Mrs. Smith in the castle hall. They seemed to be saying something. Chapter 108, Can't Reach an Agreement? Then let's fight. Su Lin ascended the staircase all the way up. He passed the 3rd floor and finally arrived at the 4th floor. Actually, if it weren't for the lady blocking the castle door, Su Lin's best option would have been to leave and run outside. But now, he could only go up as much as possible. Su Lin didn't have to worry about being trapped up there. After all, he could still jump out the window. With his double jump boots, he didn't need to worry even more. Upon reaching the top floor, Su Lin hadn't even rested for a moment when a dangerous feeling arose from deep within the corridor. Su Lin's gaze crossed the corridor and looked toward the end, discovering it was that locked room. When he first arrived at this manor, the butler had warned all the players. One of the warnings was to stay quiet on the top floor and not approach the locked dangerous room. Su Lin had run up the stairs, making quite a racket, clearly violating this rule set by the butler. Su Lin focused and stared for a while at the massive iron door at the end of the corridor. Though they were separated by such a great distance, Su Lin could still feel a strong sense of danger. This feeling was something he had sensed from the lady before. Could there be another monster in that room on par with Mrs. Smith? Thinking of this, Su Lin couldn't help but frown. It is already difficult to deal with just one lady. If there is another boss of the same level, today might really end badly here. Su Lin had no choice but to slow down, trying not to make any sound. It seemed that the top floor had already calmed down. That locked room was also gradually quieting down. The sense of danger inside was continuously decreasing, eventually stabilizing. Of course, Su Lin was not just waiting idly. After reaching the top floor, Su Lin continued towards the collection room. Anyway, he had already offended Mrs. Smith terribly. Too many debts are never a worry. Since that's the case, Su Lin might as well gain some benefits. Besides the 4 important artifacts closely related to the main quest in the manor, there were also many ordinary artifacts. Su Lin had previously received a side quest from the butler, so he was always able to check the number of remaining artifacts. At this moment, there were still 7 ordinary artifacts remaining on the side quest. Since the player's attention had been focused on those 4 important artifacts, the thief was hardly restrained, and the ordinary artifacts were essentially free to take. More than half had already been lost. To be honest, Su Lin felt that the thief acted a bit prematurely. If he could exercise patience and wait for another day or 2 to take action, the butler and the others wouldn't have soon revealed their true colors. In that case, the thief would have plenty of time to ransack the entire castle. Upon reaching the ordinary artifact room, Su Lin discovered that there were still 2 treasures left in the top floor collection room. One was an oil painting, and the other was a delicate porcelain vase. However, unfortunately, after obtaining these 2 items, Su Lin found that neither was a usable item. To be precise, both of these could be considered items, but they had no additional functions and could only be exchanged for real time. The value of these 2 ordinary artifacts was the same. Both could directly be exchanged for 3 days of real time. Compared to the other items Su Lin had obtained earlier, these 2 artifacts were undoubtedly of much higher value in real-time exchange. But Su Lin still felt it was not worth it. After all, taking these artifacts meant becoming enemies with the Smith Manor. In the end, all he got was just 3 days of real time, which simply wasn't worth it. In contrast, the important artifacts held certain allure. Su Lin guessed that the other important artifacts were probably at least excellent great items or equipment. What a cunning devil, what a piece of garbage thief, can't you just take the loot with you? Now, well, you're dead, and all those good things, what will happen to them? Su Lin sat on the floor of the collection room, resting and occasionally taking out a piece or 2 of candy to replenish his strength. Time passed like that for a while. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. The footsteps had no intention of being concealed at all, arriving directly at the door of the ordinary artifact room before stopping. Creak. The door of the collection room was slowly pushed open. As expected, a lady in a fine dress stood at the doorway. "Ah, madam, you're back. It's truly great to see you," Su Lin greeted the lady with a smile. However, the lady showed no intention of responding, her gaze icy, as if she wanted to tear Su Lin apart. Seeing this situation, Su Lin also retracted his smile. "Is it really necessary? Just a little pet, with your Smith family's capability, wouldn't it be fine to raise another one? Have you finished your last words?" Mrs. Smith was surprisingly reasonable. At least before taking action, she gave Su Lin a chance to say his last words. Hearing Mrs. Smith's words, Su Lin spat on the ground in displeasure, then gave her the middle finger. "If you have guts, come here. Let's see if I will chop you down. Good words won't work? Then let's fight. Whoever has the stronger fist is right." With a snap, the lady directly closed the folding fan in her hand and rushed towards Su Lin. Though it seemed like the lady was walking, but her movement was like teleportation. Su Lin blinked his eyes, and the lady had crossed an entire room, coming right in front of him. So fast. Su Lin was taken aback. Without any hesitation, he immediately drew out the bone knife from his waist. This weapon, received from the head chef, might have slightly lower attack power. But this bone knife was incredibly hard, even stronger than armor of the same level. The lady was wearing white silk gloves, showing no intention of using a weapon, and reached out towards Su Lin. Upon seeing the weapon in Su Lin's hand, the lady's eyes turned even colder. Su Lin heard her softly mutter waste, probably cursing the useless head chef. Clang! Before the lady's palm met the bone knife, it suddenly transformed into some kind of animal limb, appearing like an insect, with an extremely sharp tip, and a strange purple shimmer on top, seeming toxic. Su Lin had felt that this manor was akin to a magical creature shelter. Now it seems to indeed be so. The manor was filled with some kind of creatures from top to bottom. The hard bone knife collided with the lady's limb, emitting a pleasing sound of impact. Su Lin felt a slight numbness in his arm. Just like when he first saw the lady, this Mrs. Smith was indeed not easy to handle. You must know, in terms of strength competition, Su Lin had never felt this way before. Su Lin's current strength attribute reached 14 points, even stronger than a boss like the butcher. Yet in battle with the lady, Su Lin felt they were evenly matched, meaning the lady's strength was completely comparable to his. Just like him. The lady now also wore a shocked expression. How is this possible? This cannot be. How could a low-level player like you have such strength? Chapter 109, Hell Corruption? I'll blow up on you. A low-level player like me? Su Lin repeated the lady's words, a thoughtful look on his face. Mrs. Smith may have said that out of surprise. But her simple statement revealed a lot of information. First and foremost, she knew about the existence of players. Not only that, the lady also understood the identities of Su Lin and the others as players. According to the main quest background, Su Lin and his group should have been hired by the lady to deal with thieves, hunters, and detectives. But now it seems, the lady knew from the very start about Su Lin and the players' identities. So let's further speculate, did the lady also know about the main quest in the dungeon? Or were actions by the butler and others in the manor over the past few days done under the lady's orders? Were these characters deliberately trying to interfere with the player's main quest? Lastly, in the lady's eyes, it seems players are ranked. It is clear that in the lady's eyes, Su Lin was just a low-level player. The lady, knowing she misspoke, showed no intention of responding to Su Lin and continued to attack him with a cold expression. If the previous exchange was just a casual strike. At this moment, the lady was utterly serious. Su Lin truly felt how tricky this boss was. Their strengths felt evenly matched, she might even be slightly stronger than him. In terms of agility, there was no comparison, she completely outclassed Su Lin. As for physical resilience, it was still unclear. After all, Su Lin was far too slow, unable to touch the lady, forced to defend passively. Su Lin held an axe in his right hand and the bone knife in his left. Not caring about any techniques, he swung with all his might around his body, making every effort to fend off the lady's attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the heat of battle, Su Lin heard the whistling sound cutting through the air from behind him. At a crucial moment, Su Lin turned around and struck with his knife. Unfortunately, this attack did not have much effect. What came from behind were several thin white threads, looking like either silk from silkworms or threads from spiders. The threads were clearly very thin, but their toughness was astonishing. The bone-chopping knife was indeed an excellent weapon, yet Su Lin's full strike could not cut these threads. Moreover, these threads seemed to have a will of their own. After coming into contact with the knife, they wrapped around it effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin's bone-chopping knife was completely enveloped by the threads. From the other end of the threads came a tremendous pulling force, making Su Lin feel that the knife could slip from his hand at any moment. Without hesitation, Su Lin quickly withdrew the bone-chopping knife into his backpack. Since he had already taken out the axe, one slot in his backpack became empty. As the bone-chopping knife suddenly vanished, the white threads that had lost their target paused in midair. Su Lin turned to respond, and it took only an instant to stow away the knife. However, with the madam's speed, that single instant was enough to take many actions. Puff! A sharp appendage pierced directly into Su Lin's back like a dagger. Damn it, Su Lin cursed softly as the pain shot through his body. At that moment, he truly regretted not holding back all his moves against the thief before. Defeating the boss in seconds was certainly exhilarating. But who would have known that this dungeon had a hidden boss that would suddenly attack? Now, there was no time to think about that anymore. Gritting his teeth, Su Lin pulled the corruption pearl from his backpack. This item was something Su Lin had obtained in the previous dungeon world, the zombie city. The style was completely out of place compared to the zombie world, making it an unexpected gain for Su Lin. The corruption pearl was only part of a powerful item, but even as just a fragment, it still carried an excellent grade. The corruption pearl could spread the power of hellish corruption, and each area it corrupted would accumulate some energy. By the time Su Lin got it, there was already quite a bit of energy within the pearl. Su Lin had tried releasing the energy inside, which could be done actively. When released, the efficiency of the pearl's corruption would greatly increase. How do you have this thing? Although the madam had been angry before, her voice was still pleasant. But now, she screamed, her voice had become distorted and extremely shrill. The moment she saw the corruption pearl, she retreated quickly as if avoiding a plague. As Su Lin activated the energy within the pearl, the ground around him rapidly corroded. The once magnificent and luxurious room faded in an instant. A thick smell of sulfur filled the entire room. Beneath Su Lin's feet, even some flowing magma shadows began to appear. No, it wasn't just simple shadows. These flowing magmas could indeed cause harm. A part of the floor had already begun melting and burning. The effect of the corruption pearl was astonishing, but there was also a price to pay. Just by taking it out for a short while, Su Lin's arm holding the pearl had turned completely black, like charcoal. Due to the severe injury, Su Lin could hardly feel any pain now. If he let the pearl automatically corrupt the surrounding area, Su Lin's physique could barely endure 1 or 2 instances. But to fully unleash the pearl's corruption power like this, Su Lin wouldn't last a minute before collapsing. It was clear that even a powerful boss like the madam did not want anything to do with this bizarre object. Su Lin also decided to take the opportunity to withdraw. Seeing the madam being forced back, he quickly stowed the pearl back into his backpack. Any item or equipment that enters a player's backpack is safe. The power of corruption is isolated, and Su Lin's body is no longer eroded. Immediately, Su Lin rushed to the nearby window. Goodbye. Without looking back, Su Lin smashed the window in front of him with an axe and jumped down from the top of the castle. Bastard! It looked like Lady Smith, who seemed to be a noble, cursed loudly and angrily chased after him. Just as Su Lin was about to hit the ground, he activated the ability of the double-layered boots. His body paused in mid-air and then landed lightly, unharmed. He glanced back. Su Lin found that the lady's appearance had changed. Her upper body was still human. However, her lower body had transformed into a huge black spider. The massive spider legs easily pierced into the castle's outer wall, allowing the lady to move along the wall. On the outer wall, she moved effortlessly, faster than Su Lin when he jumped down. In an instant, she had caught up again. Woof woof woof. Roar. A woof. The bad news was that besides the lady, Su Lin also had to deal with other threats. The big black dogs, which had originally lined up in the courtyard to welcome the lady, now all looked at Su Lin with fierce expressions. With their bared teeth, it seemed they were about to pounce on Su Lin and tear him into pieces. Chapter 110, Good brothers, I did not misjudge you. A woof. Before Su Lin could observe further, the big black dogs in the courtyard all rushed forward. These black dogs were massive, taller than an adult, and each one looked fierce, baring their teeth. A large group of these black dogs rushing at him was quite intimidating. Heh, you are really enthusiastic. Su Lin quickly identified the direction and immediately broke through to the left. The front was out of the question, as a large number of maids had gathered, and there were the most black dogs there. The enemies on the left and right were slightly fewer, and the terrain was exactly the same. So choosing either side didn't matter. The lady was much faster than Su Lin. Her agility was clearly far superior to Su Lin's. But perhaps worried that Su Lin might pull out that corruption gem again, the lady did not chase after Su Lin directly but stayed a certain distance behind him. She ensured that Su Lin wouldn't disappear from her sight while maintaining a safe distance. Su Lin's injuries were severe. He had just been stabbed through by the lady on the top floor. Such an injury would have killed an ordinary person multiple times over. Only because players generally had robust bodies could they endure it. Su Lin's physique had even reached 10 points. As long as his head wasn't chopped off or his heart crushed, he could endure even the heaviest injuries for a while. Previously, Su Lin's physique was 9. After being attacked from behind by the lady, Su Lin spent his last bit of free attribute points. Without boosting his physique, Su Lin feared he might not escape. Woof! A black dog roared and lunged at him from the front. The black dog opened its bloody mouth, and Su Lin could even smell a foul odor. Are they the guards of the manor? Come to think of it, I haven't seen them for the past few days. Indeed, these guards are here to deal with players. If it were the pursuing Lady Smith behind him, Su Lin might have to avoid her sharp edge. But what about these small minions in the manor? Su Lin swung his axe without blinking an eye. Timing his strike as the black dog lunged at him, Su Lin gathered all his strength to swing the massive axe. Slash! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh resonated. It turned out that a flesh-and-blood body couldn't compete with steel. The living armor in the castle was tough enough to withstand Su Lin's axe. But the giant black dog before him was simply cut in half by Su Lin's axe, split into two. Su Lin felt. Killing this big black dog is not much harder than killing those zombies back then. Of course, this is also because Su Lin's power has increased significantly. Su Lin dealt with the blocking black dog in just a moment. But it still slowed down Su Lin's speed. A large number of black dogs behind were getting closer to Su Lin, and their companions' gruesome deaths did not scare these monsters at all. Additionally, under intense physical exertion, Su Lin's injuries became increasingly grim. The blood from his wounds gushed out like it was free. Su Lin felt his vision starting to blur. If he kept losing blood, he might simply faint. While continuing to run forward, Su Lin took out a few candies to replenish his strength. From when the 3 players received the task completion message to now, Su Lin was fleeing with serious injuries. Only a little more than half an hour had passed during this time. Most of that time had been spent on the manor servants welcoming the lady back. The lady only started chasing Su Lin for about 10 minutes. Given Su Lin's current state, let alone enduring the remaining nearly half an hour, even holding out for 10 more minutes would be a struggle. This is ridiculous, it's usually instant transmission, why does it take so long this time? While kindly greeting the world of the instance, Su Lin turned his head to take a glance. The lady was still leisurely following behind him. It seemed she wanted to strike once Su Lin lost all ability to resist. And those big black dogs were getting closer and closer. These black dogs clearly excel at speed as well. If they ran at full speed, they would be faster than the severely injured Su Lin. In fact, Su Lin felt a bit wronged by the instance world. The time for players to teleport away after completing the main task is determined by the surrounding environment. Simply put, if the main task is completed but there are still dangers nearby, players will be immediately teleported away. Conversely, if the main task is completed and the surroundings are safe, the teleportation time will be more generous. For newcomers, a little time may not mean much. But in a formal instance, it is different. Formal instances are very challenging but also full of opportunities. If you're lucky, you might even find items digging a hole under a big tree by the roadside. The time given to players for escape is actually meant for players to explore their surroundings more fully, to obtain some benefits and enhance themselves. Usually, Su Lin would wish for more time to gather various items from the instance world to improve his living environment. But this time the situation was different. Su Lin was being hunted down by enemies. No, he should say Su Lin was cornered in his own home by his enemy. Yu Hua and Yu Dong previously helped Su Lin delay the time in the castle hall for a bit. Initially, after completing the main task, they just had to wait to be teleported away peacefully. Instead, they temporarily blocked the lady for Su Lin. However, despite taking a risk, they reaped some rewards, as they got some extra bonuses from the lady. This was the reward for capturing the thief that the butler mentioned at the start. At this moment, the two noticed Su Lin sprinting wildly in the courtyard. After a brief moment of thought, Yu Dong still walked towards the lady, who had become half human, half spider. Hey, Captain Yu, what are you doing? Aren't you asking for trouble going over now? Without looking back, Yu Dong replied, we can't just stand by. Without help, Su Lin will definitely not last through the remaining time. But we helped just now, the rest is up to his luck, haven't we done enough? Su Lin saved us, and not just once. If he really joins the special team, then he will be my brother, and I won't watch him die. Hearing Yu Dong's words, Yu Hua frowned and pouted his lips. As the captain of the special team, one reason for Yu Dong's fame is his integrity and clear sense of right and wrong. Looking at Yu Hua, it was obvious he didn't want to take part anymore. This isn't surprising. How many people would be willing to risk their lives to help someone they've only known for a few days? Like Yu Hua said, they had already repaid Su Lin's favor, and whether that was enough is open to interpretation. Alas, I really give up, but who told him to be my brother Su? Yu Hua shook his head and hesitated for a long time before finally catching up to Yu Dong. Soon, the two players stood once again in front of Mrs. Smith. Chapter 111 Unexpected Gain. Su Lin ran while fighting. These big black dogs were indeed tricky. They were fast and coordinated with each other. Su Lin had taken down several, but he was also bitten in multiple places. Clearly, these creatures had received the lady's orders and were ruthless in their attack. The wounds on Su Lin were deep enough to see the bone. Injured too heavily, Su Lin could hardly feel the pain anymore. This situation lasted for a moment. Until Su Lin arrived at the foot of a tower, it slightly eased. When he entered this huge estate, Su Lin had briefly observed the surroundings. Aside from the luxurious and exquisite courtyard and the castle-like main building, there were two buildings of unknown purpose on either side of the estate. Before Su Lin stood a massive medieval tower. Its cylindrical shape topped with a conical spire. From a distance, it looked like it was made just to guard the main castle. However, Su Lin did not see any defensive facilities on this tower, nor any windows from which to attack outsiders. Upon reaching the tower, Su Lin turned to glance behind him. The pack of black dogs, barely diminished in number, was rushing towards him. But strangely, Su Lin did not see the lady's figure. Did she give up? How could that be? Didn't she say to fight to the death? Is the hellish corruption really that powerful? Su Lin hadn't noticed Yu Dong and the others' actions. After all his attention had been on fleeing and dealing with the black dog's attacks. He had no energy to pay attention to what was happening behind him. The fact that the lady hadn't followed was very strange to Su Lin. But this was definitely a good thing for him. Su Lin was wishing that the monster would not catch up. In peak condition, with all sorts of abilities and equipment available, Su Lin might consider battling the lady. As for now, in this state, he'd better give up on that idea. Although the tower's door was closed, it wasn't locked. Su Lin seized the opportunity and rushed inside the tower, quickly closing the door behind him. Bang! 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 Su Lin pressed against the tower door, with constant impacts coming from behind, making the door rattle violently. Clearly, the black dogs outside had not given up. Huff, huff, huff. Su Lin gasped for breath and took out a few gummy bears to regain his strength. The consumption was too great. Su Lin felt that these gummy bears were hardly effective anymore. There was no other way. The item itself was of low quality. Thus, the effect it could exert was very limited. For now, Su Lin could take a break temporarily. While pushing against the door, Su Lin quickly surveyed his surroundings. On the right, there was a spiral staircase leading to the upper floors of the tower. From the outside, this tower seemed even taller than the main castle, maybe 5 or 6 stories high. Unfortunately, Su Lin had no real opportunity to explore it now. The first floor here was relatively spacious. In the corner, there were several piles of hay, and the ground was covered with a lot of straw. Beside the haystack, a simple sleeping bag was very eye-catching. Besides these, not far from the ground, there was a huge long wooden board, which should be used to lock the tower's main door. Su Lin took a short rest and felt his strength slightly recovering. Then, Su Lin quickly replaced his position with the huge butcher's axe to temporarily barricade the tower's main door. After that, Su Lin picked up the big wooden board on the ground and relentlessly slammed it into the bolt of the tower's main door. Bang! 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 The big black dogs outside were still continuously slamming against the door. After the bolt did its job, the tower's main door didn't seem so easy to break down. After confirming there was no problem for the time being, Su Lin directly sat down on the ground. Only at this moment did Su Lin really have time to take a little break. Looking down at his body, Su Lin found that his clothes were basically stained red. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, his wounds were no longer bleeding much. Only players can use attribute points to strengthen their physique. Otherwise, with these injuries, Su Lin would have died several times over. Hee, this is really tragic. Looking at his injuries, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle. The previous newbie dungeon was too smooth, coupled with his rapidly inflated strength. Su Lin somewhat underestimated the difficulty of this formal dungeon. In fact, if following the normal process, Su Lin could also clear it quite easily. It's just that in the end, a lady suddenly appeared, and it caught Su Lin off guard while he was exhausted. I remember this grudge, since different dungeon worlds can connect, there will always be a time for revenge later. Su Lin was used to settling scores on the spot. But right now, there were no conditions for that. He could only temporarily keep this account. G. Nai Tang? You're awake? It's okay, don't panic, you won't die, don't worry. Nai Tang was violently knocked away by the white snake during the previous battle, and after that, fell into a deep sleep. Now, Nai Tang woke up on its own. Noticing Su Lin's injuries, a worried expression filled Nai Tang's small face. Su Lin, however, was completely indifferent. As long as the main quest was completed and he safely left, players would fully recover no matter how serious their injuries were. Even if one could barely hold on to life, they could recover after being bisected once they returned to the original world. Although Su Lin expressed that he was completely fine, Nai Tang still seemed very anxious and worried. However, Nai Tang's attention quickly shifted to the haystack beside them. What's wrong? Nai Tang's perception was much sharper than Su Lin's. He clearly seemed to have discovered something. Su Lin immediately felt energetic. After barely propping himself up from the ground, Su Lin walked over to the haystack. Then, Su Lin took out a boning knife and started to dig around. Oh ho! He really did find something under the haystack. Those high-value treasures lost in the castle were actually hidden here. Detected side quest update. Currently lost treasures, 11 ordinary items, 3 important items. Currently recovered treasures, for ordinary items, 0 important items. Tip, please return the discovered treasures to the manor before leaving, otherwise the side quest progress will not update. Things I took myself aren't considered lost? This quest really seems to target that thief, huh? Forget it, I don't care. Su Lin was not polite at all. He stuffed all the discovered treasures into his pocket. These items were gems, jewelry, and the like, small in size, easy to carry, and didn't occupy player inventory, they could just be kept on oneself. As for side quests, Su Lin was not considering them at all right now. It was already life or death, and now he had to help the lady find these things back? Wouldn't that be asking for a slap in the face? Despite this meaning, he would miss out on the rewards from the side quest. Yet these treasures themselves hold value, somewhat compensating for the loss. Chapter 112, The Season of Harvest has arrived. Congratulations player, you have cleared Hunter and Prey. Dungeon evaluation, excellent, high-level hunters often appear in the guise of their prey, without a doubt, you are a superior hunter. Dungeon reward, 21 days of real time. Dungeon difficulty, Stage 1 difficulty. This dungeon evaluation can unlock hidden rewards at the current difficulty. Hidden reward, plus 1 free attribute point, plus 1 item/equipment drawing opportunity. Note, Mrs. Smith was not only deceived but also watched helplessly as her prey slipped away. Her hatred and anger have intensified, so be careful, she may take more aggressive actions. Su Lin is now sitting on a leaf bed in a simple shelter. A few minutes ago, Su Lin had exited the Smith Manor dungeon. He is now inspecting his haul from this venture. What confuses Su Lin is that the last 10-odd minutes were surprisingly serene. Aside from the large black dogs continuously banging on the door, the lady never appeared. Su Lin stayed safe until the dungeon time ended and successfully exited. Was the lady deceived? Was it Yudong and the others? The reason they didn't pursue at the end might be because they did something. I'll ask later. While Su Lin pondered, he focused on the dungeon evaluation. The main quest was successfully completed, guaranteeing a good evaluation. On this basis, if he could ensure that the treasures were not lost, or even if they were lost, he could retrieve them before the dungeon ended, then the dungeon evaluation would be very high. Unfortunately, many ordinary and important treasures were lost. By the end of the dungeon, even the last important treasure was taken by Su Lin and is currently being worn on his foot. The reason the dungeon evaluation was so high was that Su Lin had taken down the head maid, the head chef, and the thief. At the very end, Su Lin single-handedly eliminated the thief, greatly boosting his dungeon evaluation. As for taking down people within the manor improving the evaluation, Su Lin hadn't expected that. But Su Lin was too lazy to think much about it now. Anyway, it was a good thing for him. Official dungeons differ from early stages. Apart from the most basic dungeon summary, there's also some extra information. Detected that the player's performance in this dungeon world was active, can choose to draw attributes or skills at stage 1 difficulty. Tip: this drawing action has a certain chance of failure. The player can directly exchange the drawing opportunity for an equivalent value of real days. This tip will only appear during the first draw. Detected that the player's performance in this dungeon world was active. Hell faction deviation increased by 40%. Tip: if the deviation of a player's faction exceeds 80%, they will become a member of that faction. Based on the player's performance in this dungeon world, choose one of the following 2 titles to obtain. Title: Brick of Great Strength. When wearing this title, during face-to-face combat with enemies, strength attribute temporarily increases by 1, lasting until the end of combat. Title: Immunity to Death. When wearing this title, the tolerance for physical pain significantly increases, reducing the impact of injuries, blood loss, fractures, and other negative states on mobility. After completing the official dungeon, a lot of information was obtained. Su Lin spent some time organizing it all. After sorting through it, Su Lin began to feel a bit of a headache. This faction deviation has increased so much? I only took that thing out for a few seconds. Indeed, what gave Su Lin a headache was the issue related to the corruption pearl. What players do in the dungeon world affects their factions. Su Lin was aware of this before entering the manor dungeon. But Su Lin still did not expect that the shift in the hellcamp would rise so much all at once. If this trend continues, if there is another dungeon run, Su Lin would have to throw himself into the embrace of hell. Before the end of the manor dungeon, the 3 players chatted a lot together. Mainly, Su Lin asked Yudong and Yuhua many questions about the dungeon world. As a team leader of the official organization, Yudong knew a lot of things. Among the things Su Lin learned was about player camps. According to Yudong's words, ordinary people can basically be divided into 2 camps. One is the free people, and the other is the mortal world. The mortal world roughly refers to the world where human players reside. As long as the actions of players benefit a certain camp, they will lean towards that camp. In addition to free people and mortal world, there are also camps like Hell, Underworld, and Celestial Realm. And besides free people, all other camps are mutually hostile. Most members of the special group in the Dragon Kingdom of the Parallel World are from the mortal world camp. Su Lin still did not know what the camp would bring him. But it was clear that being in an opposing state with the vast majority of players would definitely not be a good thing. First and foremost, if Su Lin joined Hell, he would no longer be able to contact most players he encountered in the future. I still need to be careful in the future, but this time was an accident, and there's nothing that can be done. Su Lin shook his head. After a brief moment of helplessness, he temporarily set this matter aside. The manor dungeon had already ended. There is no point in being overly entangled. He could only pay more attention in the future. Also, as long as he does not interrupt his actions in entering the dungeon world, the camp shift would continue to change. Even if he accidentally joins Hell, he could still use various actions to distance himself from it. So actually, there was no need to worry too much. After worrying about the camp issue, next, Su Lin turned his attention to the 2 completion titles. That's really fitting. Looking at the information provided by the dungeon world, Su Lin couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the 2 titles that appeared were generated based on Su Lin's performance in the manor. Brick throwing power needs no more words. As for death immunity, although it sounds quite impressive, this title does not really make Su Lin unafraid of death. More so, it ensures Su Lin's fighting ability even when injured. When living beings are injured, their condition declines, especially after severe injuries, their fighting power significantly lessens. The Death Immunity title can significantly improve this state, allowing Su Lin to exert some strength even if injured or severely injured. Of course, the abilities of titles obtained in the same dungeon won't differ too much, considering that brick throwing power only slightly boosts strength. Death Immunity probably couldn't allow Su Lin to run like the wind even with a broken leg. Su Lin hesitated for a while on the two titles. His gaze finally fell on brick throwing power. Alright, it's you. With Su Lin making his choice. The information given by the dungeon world also changed. On Su Lin's player attribute bar, a title appeared. A title can only be equipped one at a time. Su Lin now only had one, there was no need to hesitate, and upon obtaining the title, he equipped it directly. Chapter 113, Who Said I Have Bad Luck? Isn't this great? Strength was already Su Lin's strongest point. Since that's the case, let's continue to strengthen this point, making his advantage even greater. The strength boost from the title has no conditions as long as fighting head-on. This means that regardless of how much strength Su Lin currently possesses, it can forcibly be increased a bit. In Su Lin's view, this is still quite worth it. The effect of immunity to death is quite good. In some specific situations, it can provide huge help. However, Su Lin does not want to get gravely injured and near death again in the future. After returning to the island, all of Su Lin's injuries healed completely. But the pain from when he was hurt in the state of being pushed to his limits seemed not to have fully faded away. This feeling is not very pleasant. After resolving the title issue, Su Lin casually allocated his free attribute points to agility. During the battle with his wife, he lost greatly in speed. Now, his agility attribute seems a bit lacking compared to strength and constitution. Having done all this, Su Lin began to carry out this round of lottery. In the dungeon world, I want to draw for items. As Su Lin's voice fell. After a brief few breaths, a roll of duct tape appeared in Su Lin's hand. The detailed information about the item floated into Su Lin's eyes. Name, duct tape. Type, repair item. Grade, good. Attribute, none. Feature, can repair damaged weapons, just stick the tape on the damaged area of the weapon. Feature 2, this tape can be used multiple times, the more you use each time, the better the repair effect on the weapon, current remaining available use is 10 out of 10. Note, one person, one axe, one tape, will help you become the Kentucky War God. Looking at the detailed information of the item in his hand, Su Lin's face showed a slight regret. The reason for choosing the item draw is mainly to see if he could get some healing type items. In the past, in the newbie dungeon, he didn't feel it much. But now it seems, healing items are a must. Powerful healing items can even turn the tide for players in some situations. The item Su Lin drew is also considered a type of healing item. However, this thing is for healing weapons. Forget it, it's better than drawing some junk. Su Lin shook his head and set the duct tape he drew aside. This item is not low in grade, and the effect is quite good, so Su Lin can accept it. Today's luck seems alright. In the dungeon world, I want to draw skills. The last gain from the manor dungeon is drawing attribute points or skills. Since the rewards wouldn't appreciate by sitting there, Su Lin decided to draw all at once. Would you like to proceed with skill draw? Tip, this draw has a certain probability of failure, it is recommended for players to directly exchange for real-world days. Yes. Su Lin directly ignored the prompt given by the dungeon world. Although exchanging for real-world days would definitely not be a loss. But this doesn't mean much to Su Lin. In contrast, Su Lin would rather take a gamble. As it turns out, Su Lin's luck today is indeed quite good. The result of the draw quickly came out, and Su Lin successfully drew a skill. Congratulations player for drawing the skill Guiding Persuasion. Guiding Persuasion, after the skill is activated, it significantly improves one's communication ability, through verbal communication, subtly influencing the current target of communication, allowing the target to gradually agree with oneself. The skill continuously consumes stamina during activation, and requires a 60-minute wait to reactivate after being turned off. Not bad. Looks like I really have turned my luck around. Seeing the newly acquired skill, Su Lin's face broke into a smile. The power of language is very strong. And the new skill Su Lin just got happens to enhance the power of language. In the dungeon world, communication is unavoidable, whether it's with other players or with NPCs, this skill can play a huge role. After handling all the gains from the dungeon world, Su Lin opened his player panel again. After returning from the manor dungeon, Su Lin experienced quite a few changes and needed to carefully examine himself. Player, Su Lin. Dungeon level, Stage 1. Strength, 14. Constitution, 10. Agility, 8. Charm, 5. Spirit, 8. Title, strong enough to smash a brick. Faction, free person, current hell faction deviation 40%. Skill, Guiding Persuasion. Equipment items, shadow pearl, double layer boots, bone cutting knife. Owned items, butcher's axe, gummy bear, zombie virus serum type 2, 35, disguise virus serum, main battle virus serum, corruption jewel, master ball, modified, 6 ordinary collectibles. Current real time, 21 days. While browsing his own status, Su Lin sent a message to Yudong through the faction. Is it okay to contact player Yudong? This action requires consuming 1 day of real time. Yes. Through communication with Yudong and Yuhua, Su Lin learned that players can contact each other and send items in the dungeon world without any consumption. However, Su Lin has made some guesses about his current location, and this consumption is probably unavoidable. Moreover, Su Lin really has no choice. Besides contacting the outside world through the dungeon, what else can he do to communicate? Detected that player Yudong is currently in a non-responsive state, the player can choose to contact later or leave a message. As expected, I will leave a message. Su Lin had already guessed this situation before contacting, so he is not surprised at all now. Su Lin contacted Yudong mainly for 2 things. First, to ask what happened in the last period of the Manor Dungeon, and second, to ask Yudong to send him a positioning device. Although hope is slim, Su Lin still wants to try. If the locator can lock onto Su Lin's position, then maybe he can ask Yudong to find a way to bring him back to human society. After doing all this, Su Lin contacted Zhang Wanwan. The ship and the Master Ball had been roughly used by Su Lin twice, and it is now severely damaged. Su Lin wants to ask Zhang Wanwan to help repair it. Similar to the situation with Yudong, Zhang Wanwan also cannot communicate instantly, only able to leave a message. Besides sending the modified Master Ball, Su Lin also sent all 6 ordinary collectibles to Zhang Wanwan in one go. The 6 collectibles can be exchanged for 18 days of real time. Su Lin himself does not need much, so he simply gave them all to Zhang Wanwan as a reward. After doing all this, Su Lin has 2 weeks of real time left to use. Phew, finally done. Squeak? Squeak. Su Lin had been very focused just now. The little milk candy did not know what Su Lin was busy with, but did not disturb him. Now that she saw Su Lin relax, she approached him. Milk candy, this time in the dungeon world, thanks to you, I got a lot of help. Squeak. Su Lin picked up the little guy and stroked her in his hand. Then, Su Lin took out the huge lion from the player backpack. Milk candy, tonight we eat barbecue from the otherworldly big lion. Squeak. Chapter 114, Being Rich is Being Willful. Bang. 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 A large area around Su Lin's simple shelter has already been cleared. At this moment, Su Lin is holding the butcher's axe, sweating profusely. Around Su Lin, there are many piles of wood stacked up. It has been a day since returning from the Manor Dungeon. A day's rest allowed Su Lin to adjust from the state of severe injury. The huge lion brought back from the Manor Dungeon has now turned into a pile of bones. After enhancing his physique, Su Lin's appetite has significantly increased. Plus there is a super hungry little hamster around. The roasted meat that could last a normal person several days was finished by 1 person and 1 mouse in just 1 day. With not much to do on the island. After solving the issue of basic needs, Su Lin simply spent the remaining time chopping trees. On one hand, the large amount of wood chopped can be used to improve the shelter, further enhancing the living quality. The castle in the Manor Dungeon is magnificent, with countless high-end and elegant furniture. Unfortunately, the player's backpack is not enough, and Su Lin left in a hurry. In the end, there was nothing brought back that could improve the quality of life. On the other hand, cutting trees could also enhance Su Lin's coordination with the axe. Su Lin discovered this long ago. As long as he used the butcher's axe to chop trees, he inexplicably felt a certain joy, and the axe worked particularly smoothly. Su Lin guessed this might be related to the axe's own dream. After all, the equipment information stated that the axe's dream was to become the best lumberjack, right? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone also helped pass the time. Su Lin chopped trees happily. As for Nai Tang, he was lying on a simple wooden chair tanning his belly, occasionally calling out to Su Lin to let him know he was still alive. Such leisurely times continued until afternoon. The messages Su Lin sent out yesterday had received responses. First was Yudong. The message from Yudong confirmed Su Lin's guess. In the final stage of the Manor Dungeon, Yudong and Yuhua proactively blocked in front of the lady and subtly expressed their need to leave. The two were not foolish, they did not directly confront the lady. The dungeon world provided a 1-hour time for players to exit. So, they requested the lady to let them stay in the manor for another hour under the pretext of finishing their hired task. Now it seemed that although the lady knew the players' identities, she should also understand the specific task direction. However, she was unclear about the players' precise exit time after completing the main quest. The lady felt a bit cautious about the corrupted treasure in Su Lin's hand. She originally planned to wait for a while, intending to take action when Su Lin was almost done for. After Yudong and Yu Hua subtly revealed the player's specific exit time, the lady felt reassured and believed victory was in hand. Yet, the lady was deceived. The player's exit time was indeed 1 hour. But before the lady returned, that time kept ticking away. The lady thought that there was still ample time before the players exited an hour later. However, in reality, there were only a few minutes left before Su Lin and the others would leave the manor dungeon. Thanks to the help of the two, Su Lin managed to have a peaceful final period and successfully held on. Communicating with Yudong helped Su Lin complete the last part of information in the manor dungeon. In addition, Yudong also mailed Su Lin a set of positioning devices. The device itself was not complicated and came with detailed instructions. According to Yudong's introduction, unless a satellite hanging in the sky was shot down, Su Lin should be locatable no matter where he was on the planet. But regrettably, after Su Lin fiddled with it, he found the positioning device had not even a hint of signal. As expected. Squeak? Although there was a bit of disappointment on Su Lin's face. Overall, he had anticipated this situation in advance. With a bit of regret, Su Lin packed the entire positioning device away again. Then, Su Lin opened another message. Besides Yudong, Su Lin had also contacted Jiang Wanwan yesterday. One reason was to see if Jiang Wanwan could help repair the ship. In the short term, Su Lin probably would not go out to sea. But who knows what will happen in the future? Better to be prepared. On the other hand, Su Lin also hoped to get some healing items through Jiang Wanwan's channel. Su Lin had many things to trade. If the price was right, Su Lin still wanted to get some healing items to carry with him. In the final stage of the manor dungeon. If Su Lin could heal himself and recover some state, he wouldn't have been pushed into such misery. Jiang Wanwan was indeed reliable, or rather, her backing group was trustworthy enough. Both matters were handled very well. First was the ship and the master ball. Jiang Wanwan did not help Su Lin repair, but directly gave Su Lin a larger, better, and sturdier new ship. Su Lin was unsure how much such a sea vessel actually cost. Now, Su Lin could only sigh and admit that Jiang Wanwan truly was wealthy and ruthless. Besides the new ship, there was also an item, exactly the healing item that Su Lin needed. Name, Efficient Healing Potion. Type, Recovery Item. Grade, Good. Attribute, Healing Item. Feature, Healing, can quickly and efficiently heal physical injuries within a short time after consumption, can be used in batches, complete consumption can maximize healing effect. Remark, Adventurer's favorite, Dungeon Boss's worst nightmare, you shouldn't need me to teach you how to use this, right? Su Lin had used a healing potion in the manor dungeon. That was given to him by Yu Hua, seeing Su Lin was covered in injuries. The effect of the healing potion was quite good. Although it was only a common grade item, whether for healing injuries or stopping bleeding, the effect could be called immediate. And this item before him was clearly a comprehensive upgrade of the healing potion. Ordinary players surely couldn't obtain such a thing, and even if they did, they would definitely keep it for themselves. Only someone like Jiang Wanwan, with financial power, could possibly gather such an item from various channels. It's great to have money, Su Lin sighed while opening the message from Jiang Wanwan. The first half of the message had nothing significant, it was just some meaningless ramblings from Jiang Wanwan. The latter half was the key. Mr. Su Lin, you are a very capable player, so we would like to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. In the future, whenever you need anything, you can come to us. Additionally, we hope that if you have any items or equipment to sell, you can consider us first. The way it was said was very formal. It was clear that Jiang Wanwan was speaking on behalf of someone else. So far, Su Lin had traded an excellent grade material with Jiang Wanwan, along with a large number of items that could be exchanged for real-life days. Not only that, but Su Lin's performance in the apartment dungeon surely had also been communicated through Jiang Wanwan. In simple terms, Su Lin presented himself as a powerful and excellent player. And now, Su Lin had caught the attention of the family behind Jiang Wanwan, who had proactively proposed the possibility of cooperation. Chapter 115, Where did you come from? Is this still reality? It's really difficult without instant communication. Su Lin hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he sent another message to Jiang Wanwan. Due to the special environment he was in, Su Lin could not directly communicate with the players he was in contact with, only through messages. This meant that each time they communicated, it cost 1 day in real life. Adding in the cost of mailing items. Su Lin had just returned from the manor dungeon the previous day, and his real-life days were already nearing double digits. After confirming that the message had no issues in sending it, Su Lin returned to his leisurely tree-cutting time. The forest where Su Lin was located was rich in resources. Wood was definitely not lacking, and various wild fruits were plentiful. The beaches outside the forest were also filled with huge coconut trees. The river flowing through the shelter also had many big fish. With Su Lin's current strength and speed, catching some wild game in the forest was a piece of cake. Basic survival needs were met. Next, he needed to find ways to gradually improve the quality of survival. Therefore, Su Lin needed a lot of wood. Cutting trees was a must, not to mention this made his axe happy, making it easier to use. 2 leisurely days of tree cutting passed by. This morning, Su Lin got up, filled his stomach, and then grabbed his axe and walked upstream by the river. Squeak! Milk candy lay on Su Lin's shoulder. Looking around, it seemed to be searching for suitable targets. During this time of living on the island, Su Lin and Nai Tang had become the rulers of the island. The twin-tailed monkeys that once dominated the forest had long avoided Su Lin's territory. Now, there were basically no large wild animals near the shelter. Only a multitude of rabbits, as if they could never be eaten up, wandered around. Today, Su Lin did not chop wood, but instead walked upstream along the river. When he first arrived on this island, Su Lin had intended to explore the upper reaches of the river. These days, relying on the river for water was no problem at all. However, Su Lin still wanted to explore the source to be completely at ease. Now that the shelter was completely stable, supplies were sufficient, and there were enough remaining days. Most importantly, Su Lin had ample strength. Even if a lion or tiger jumped out from the forest, he could easily handle it. So continuing to explore this inhabited island was already on the agenda. As he moved forward, Su Lin encountered no obstacles. Occasionally, 1 or 2 twin-tailed monkeys stood far away in the trees, watching Su Lin. But these monkeys had long been intimidated by Su Lin, and now they dared not approach him at all. Before long, Su Lin arrived at the source of the river. Several huge rocks formed a small pond. A constant stream of underground water was gushing out from the center of the small pond. The spring water emerged quickly and in large amounts. It's no wonder that such a small pond could form a huge river that ran through half the forest. Seeing this scene, Su Lin understood: underground spring water? After a brief observation, Su Lin's attention turned to a door beside the small pond. No, to be more precise, it was half a door. Only a circle of jet black doorframe remained. This thing, it really doesn't seem like it should be here, right? Creak. When Su Lin first arrived, he noticed this somewhat strange object. Now, when Su Lin completely focused on this doorframe, the copy world actually issued him a side quest. Detected a side quest available. Side quest: Abyss Door, assist the Abyss Door in corrupting the surrounding area, accelerate the opening of the Abyss Door, or completely destroy it, blocking Hell's influence on this area. Hint: this side quest will issue different rewards based on the player's choices, and the player's decisions will significantly affect the faction shift. Note: the corruption from Hell is everywhere, and the demons in the Abyss consider which world to invade next every day. When the Abyss Door fully opens, it means the Abyss army is about to arrive. A side quest? I can accept side quests from the copy world even in my own world? What kind of world have I crossed into? At first, Su Lin thought he had crossed into a parallel world similar to his past life. But as he explored and gathered more information, Su Lin could now confirm that he, along with Yudong and Jiang Wanwan, were probably not in the same world. Now, Su Lin even received a side quest that could only be obtained in the copy world. Creak? Nai Tang's voice brought Su Lin back to reality. This thing is actually the Abyss Door. Why does it look completely different from what I remember? Forget it, this thing isn't good, let's destroy it. Creak. After a brief thought, Su Lin made his decision. Nai Tang wholeheartedly agreed with Su Lin's idea. No matter which worldview, Abyss demons and hellish things were never good to deal with. From conversations with Yudong, Su Lin also learned that the Hell faction had the greatest malice towards other factions. Even without considering this, Su Lin didn't want his peaceful island life to be disrupted. If one night, while soundly sleeping, the Abyssal army suddenly invaded, who could Su Lin turn to for justice? Not to mention, the Abyssal gate opened right next to the underground spring. What if this affected Su Lin's drinking water? Without hesitation, Su Lin grabbed the butcher's axe and swung it fiercely. The Abyssal gate before him was marked only by a thin frame. But even these seemingly fragile frames were, in fact, incredibly tough. After struggling for a while, Su Lin had only managed to leave some faint cuts on the frame. However, as long as he could inflict damage on this frame, it was a good thing. This meant that, as long as Su Lin was willing to spend time, he could indeed destroy this so-called Abyssal Gate. Just as Su Lin was focused on attacking the Abyssal Gate, a noise suddenly erupted from the nearby forest. Rustle. The next second, a creature with its back turned, wings spread wide, 2 horns on its head, and a body as red as blood appeared before Su Lin. This creature looked just like the little demons from Western legends. Gah! Upon seeing Su Lin destroying the Abyssal Gate, the little demon's face changed dramatically. Immediately, the monster let out a loud, shrill screech and flapped its wings, charging towards Su Lin. Ha! What is this thing? Su Lin instinctively raised his axe and swung it. With a swish, the little demon brushed past Su Lin. The wings on the monster's back were completely severed by Su Lin without any resistance. It was so effortless that Su Lin wondered if it was an illusion. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, spirit +1. The sudden boost in attributes made Su Lin slightly stunned. He had never attempted to increase attributes outside of the instance worlds before. I didn't expect that I could also improve my attributes after returning from the instance world? Su Lin's eyes sparkled as he looked at the little demon who was wailing not far away. That gaze was like he had discovered a treasure beyond compare. Chapter 116, Temporary Anchor Point. Su Lin had also tried with some wild animals on the island. Unfortunately, his attributes had not improved. He thought he could only grind attributes in the instance worlds. Yet, he never expected to be able to do so in the real world. Looking at the little demon, now missing half its wings, curled up on the ground wailing, Su Lin suddenly found it incredibly pleasing to the eye. Since returning from the instance world, he had at least a week of rest time. If he could improve his attributes in the real world, then Su Lin could greatly enhance his combat power before every entry into the instance world. To prevent this monster from escaping, Su Lin immediately stepped forward and swung his axe again. With a swift motion, Su Lin completely chopped off the other half of the monster's wings. Gah! The creature convulsed all over, letting out a piercing scream filled with agony. Su Lin noticed that although the monster's wings had been forcefully severed, its back showed no blood, only a thick, sulfur-smelling unknown liquid. The monster continued to roll on the ground, moaning in pain. Finding it annoying, Su Lin simply knocked it out cold with a single blow. Then, Su Lin found several vines and bound the creature tightly. Nai Tang, keep an eye on this guy. Squeak! Su Lin instructed Nai Tang briefly. Then, he turned his attention back to the abyssal gate. Now without distractions, Su Lin continued his destruction of the abyssal gate. The strength of the abyssal gate was far beyond his imagination. Su Lin chopped from day to night, until the moon hung high in the sky. After a hard day's work, Su Lin finally stopped. During this time, he knocked the little demon unconscious several times as it woke up. Phew, finally dealt with this troublesome creature. Speaking of which, it should be enough destruction at this point, right? Su Lin looked at the piles of broken frame pieces on the ground and took out a piece of candy from his backpack. Just at that moment, the copy world suddenly flashed a wave of information. Detected that the player has completed the side quest, Abyss Gate. This side quest rewards a temporary anchor point. Detected that the player chose to destroy the Abyss Gate, current Hell faction deviation decreased by 10%, Celestial faction deviation increased by 15%. Seeing the information that popped up in the copy world, Su Lin let out a slight sigh of relief. Since the side quest was completed, it meant that the Abyss Gate was completely ineffective. Su Lin no longer needed to worry about being attacked by abyssal demons in the middle of his sleep. Squeak! Just as Su Lin was slightly relaxing, the little candy beside him suddenly cried out. What's wrong? Oh? What's up with this guy? Su Lin turned to look at the little candy. Then Su Lin found that the little demon, bound like a zonzi, was slowly dissipating. The monster began to gradually fade, starting from its head, its body slowly turning into glowing particles floating in the air. It was a true literal dissipation. The dissipation was fast, and it seemed there was no way to stop it. This thing can probably only move near the Abyss Gate. When the corruption of hell fades, it loses its environment to survive. Su Lin quickly made a guess in his mind. At the same time, Su Lin's actions were not slow at all. The butcher's axe was raised high by Su Lin. Then he chopped it down directly at the little demon. Su Lin initially planned to keep this monster as a helper to enhance his attributes. But now that it couldn't be raised, he could only painfully kill it to harvest experience. Before the little demon completely dissipated, Su Lin gave it a merciful end. After defeating the enemy, Su Lin finally had time to check the rewards of this side quest. Back on the island, Su Lin had already organized the player's backpack. The reward from the side quest appeared directly in the player's backpack. With a thought, a small bead the size of half a fist suddenly appeared in his hand. Name, Temporary Anchor Point. Type, Consumable. Grade, Ordinary. Attribute, None. Feature, Teleport, instantly teleport to the location of the temporary anchor point. This action will directly consume the temporary anchor point. Maximum straight line teleport distance 50 meters, cannot teleport beyond this distance. Note, this is a replica of a powerful item, it only allows you to make one short distance instant move. The item grade is not high. However, Su Lin felt that the effect of this item was quite good. If used well, it could have remarkable effects. An anchor point for teleportation. It does have some similarity to the Abyss Gate. It seems that the reward for the side quest is also related to the side quest itself. Su Lin toyed with the temporary anchor point for a moment, then put it away. Candy, let's go back. Squeak. Su Lin took out a nuclear-powered torch from his backpack. Following the flowing river, he returned to his shelter. The following few days were very peaceful. Other than chopping trees every day and trying to make some new furniture-like things, Su Lin also explored some distances around the shelter as the center. Except for the Abyss Gate, Su Lin did not encounter any other side quests. Time passed day by day. Soon, the real days in Su Lin's hand were completely exhausted, and it was time to enter the copy world again. Detected that the player's current real time has been exhausted, starting to enter a new copy world. Loading copy world. Sigh, I never felt it before, but now I suddenly feel like I'm lacking real days. After living a calm life for a long time, Su Lin no longer felt the urgency to enter the copy world like before. After all, the copy world was really dangerous. Copy name, Blue Sky Middle School. Copy type, Survival. Copy difficulty, Phase 2 copy difficulty. Copy reward, 28 days of real time. Copy task, find a way to leave Blue Sky Middle School. In the Blue Sky Middle School, survive for a week. Special rule, in this instance of the world, players will randomly drop one piece of equipment or item from their backpack upon death. The higher the grade of the item or equipment, the higher the probability of dropping it. This instance of the world has very few special rules, only one. Compared to the previous instances, it is surprisingly simple. However, this simple rule made Su Lin feel the immense malice of the instance world. The Blue Sky Middle School is the most famous key middle school in Xinhua City, one of the most sought-after schools for countless students. Stepping into the Blue Sky Middle School means obtaining a stepping stone to enter a key university. We have the best teaching resources in faculty. All of our teachers are dedicated to cultivating each student into a perfect elite in society. We will let every student soar high in the blue sky. The Blue Sky Middle School is the only choice for you and your child. When the instance world provided the task and basic information this time, Su Lin quickly sorted through his player backpack and the items he carried. The next second, everything went dark for Su Lin. Chapter 117, that's right, everyone is a good student. Choosing our Blue Sky Middle School is definitely the best decision you've ever made. Although there is less than a year left until the college entrance examination, I believe that as long as you work hard, with the help of all faculty and staff, you can definitely get into your desired university. The enrollment procedures have been completed. Next, let me take you to see your classroom. Su Lin opened his eyes and found himself standing in front of an office desk. A middle-aged man wearing glasses with a smile sat behind the desk. A prominent nameplate on his chest read Director of Education, Zhang Jun. When Su Lin looked at him, Zhang Jun had already stood up from his chair. Was that just now what this Director of Education said? The player's identity is a transfer student? As Su Lin pondered, his gaze followed Zhang Jun's movements. When he turned around, Su Lin noticed that this small office was packed with people. If nothing unexpected happened, these people around should all be players acting as transfer students. There were many, and including Su Lin, there were a total of 13 people, among whom he recognized some familiar faces. In the crowd, a pretty girl looked at Su Lin, seemingly wanting to say something. However, Su Lin timely stopped her with a look. As Su Lin observed the others, other players were also subtly sizing up their companions in this instance. All players entering the instance should understand that special rule. The special rule of this instance world was filled with malice. Even though this instance had just begun, the atmosphere between the players was not good. Zhang Jun seemed completely unaware of the serious atmosphere around him. After standing up from his seat, he walked straight to the office door. All right, everyone follow me. As his voice fell, Zhang Jun had already walked out of the office. Seeing this, the players immediately followed him. Outside the office was a corridor. They were on the second floor, and a short walk ahead was the staircase for going up and down, and further ahead were the students' classrooms. After leaving the office, Zhang Jun headed straight for the stairs. Under his leadership, the group of players arrived at the third floor. They moved forward, and everyone finally stopped at the entrance of Senior Class 7. The students in the classroom were currently in math class. Each student sat upright in their seats, staring intently at the blackboard without looking sideways. When this large group of people walked over, it was logical that they would be noticed. Even if the students inside the classroom didn't notice, the students by the corridor should have noticed it too. However, none of the 40 to 50 students in the classroom looked toward the corridor. The level of focus these students had was even a bit unbelievable. The teacher in the classroom noticed Su Lin and others outside the corridor. After the headmaster nodded at him, The math teacher in the classroom first assigned a math problem, then walked out. Su Lin noticed that even after the math teacher left, none of the students in the classroom lost focus. Everyone held their pens, either thinking or writing in the books on their desks. In short, whatever was happening outside the corridor seemed to have no impact on the students in the classroom. Director. Teacher Chin, these children are the transfer students who came over today. According to the previous assignment, 4 of them will join your class. I hope you can take good care of them. Of course, I will, Director. After the simple exchange, Zhang Jun turned to the players. In his hand, he held a list. Su Lin, Zhang Wan, Li Bai, from now on you are students of Teacher Chin. He is also the head teacher of Class 7. In the future, if you have any problems, you can find him. Of course, you can also come to me. Li Bai? Su Lin instinctively looked at his companions around him. There was no way, this name was truly thunderous. But what struck Su Lin as odd was that the players around him appeared calm, as if this name was nothing special. Su Lin pondered in his heart. His movements, however, were not slow at all. After being called out by Zhang Jun, Su Lin immediately stepped forward from the crowd. Hello, Teacher Chin. Su Lin took the lead. The other 3 players also did not lag behind. Imitating him, they all followed Su Lin to greet Teacher Chin. Good, everyone, you're all good kids. I hope you can study well in my class, and I will always accompany everyone during this year's sprint. After a simple exchange of introductions, Teacher Chin chatted a few more words with the director, then returned to Class 7 to continue teaching. Su Lin and others continued to follow Zhang Jun. Familiarizing themselves with the class was just the first step. On the way, Zhang Jun had already said that later he would take the players to become acquainted with the school. They would visit the dormitory building, the campus cafeteria, and so on, one by one. After leaving Class 7, the players then went to Class 9 and Class 11 one after another. This time, the players in the dungeon were assigned to 3 different classes. According to the classroom distribution on each floor, there were only 2 classes on each floor, with the restrooms and the teacher's office at both ends. Except for the independent office of the director on the 2nd floor, other floors had multiple teachers sharing one large office. While familiarizing themselves with the classrooms, Su Lin carefully observed every classroom they passed. Every student in these classrooms, without exception, showed focus, diligence, and were entirely absorbed in listening and studying, unaffected by the outside world. This situation was clearly abnormal, very abnormal. Even in key secondary schools, this was a bit exaggerated. Even students who truly loved studying could not guarantee that they could concentrate fully in class without a moment of distraction. Ordinary people maintaining high concentration for a period is already quite good. Wanting to keep that level of focus in class all the time is quite difficult. Not to mention that every student Su Lin saw was like this. This situation was truly eerie. Of course, Su Lin was not the only one who noticed this strange phenomenon. Many players following behind Zhang Jun already showed unpleasant expressions on their faces. The more bizarre the situation in the dungeon, the confusing situation means that the difficulty of surviving is getting harder. This time, the level of the instance is the 2nd stage. It is even more dangerous than the Smith Manor that Su Lin has been to before. Not to mention that there is a special rule inciting players to turn against each other. The players followed Zhang Jun with mixed feelings as they arrived at the dormitory building. First, they reached the girls' dormitory. Among the players this time, there were a total of 5 girls. After handing them over to the dormitory manager and Zhang Jun took the remaining male players away. The boys' and girls' dormitory buildings are quite far apart. In between, there is a large library. Su Lin and the others followed Zhang Jun for about 5 to 6 minutes before arriving at the boys' dormitory. Chapter 118, What is most important? Of course, it's eating. The dormitory manager of the boys' dorm is a kindly old man. When Su Lin and the others came over with Zhang Jun, the old man was sunbathing in a reclining chair at the entrance of the dormitory. Zhang Jun briefly introduced the players. Then the old man went to the dormitory office to get each player's dorm key. This time, counting Su Lin, there are a total of 8 male players. However, all the players were separated. Each player was assigned to different dorms alone. Su Lin's dorm is on the 2nd floor. There are 4 beds in the dorm, and they are combined beds and desks, with a single bed on top and a study desk below. On the left side of each bed, there is a personal iron locker. Currently, it is class time, and there is no one in the dorm. I wonder what kind of people my roommates will be. I'm a little excited. Su Lin took a simple look around the dorm. Then he went to his storage locker. All the students in this school wear the same uniform. The players come here as transfer students, each in different clothes. According to Zhang Jun, their personal belongings had already been sent to the dorm beforehand. Su Lin unlocked the locker, and inside, there was indeed a fitting uniform, as well as books, paper, pens, and a student card needed for class. After changing into the uniform, Su Lin finally felt somewhat like a student of this school. Most players are adults. If you look closely, there is a clear difference from the high school students in the school. After changing clothes, he left the dormitory and walked outside the dormitory building. Su Lin noticed that many players were already gathered there. The girls from the girls' dormitory had also arrived. After becoming familiar with the dormitory, everyone still needed to follow Zhang Jun to the cafeteria for a look. Although this is a high school, the inside is quite large. Someone unfamiliar might really get lost on their first visit. The school cafeteria has 2 floors. According to Zhang Jun, the second floor is for teachers, and students are generally not allowed to go up. After bringing the players to the cafeteria, Zhang Jun left. Once Zhang Jun left, a group of players stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, and the atmosphere among them was a bit silent. Everyone standing here is quite eye-catching, and the cafeteria staff have noticed us. How about we sit down and chat? Chen Yi, among the crowd, pushed his glasses and was the first to break the silence. Many players nodded, and no one objected. Thus, they walked to a long table near the back of the cafeteria. Just as the players were sitting down, Su Lin headed straight to a serving window. "Hey, what are you doing?" a voice called from behind. Su Lin turned to look at the speaker, a male player named Zhou Ping. "I'm here to eat. What else can you do in the cafeteria except eat? Our future meals will all be settled here. Just entering the instance, and it's already the super difficult second stage. How can you even eat?" Zhou Ping twitched his mouth. However, he still did not express the complaints in his heart. On Su Lin's side, after arriving at the dining window, he found that they were selling fried noodles. Fried noodles, it's been such a long time since I had this thing. Seeing the familiar food from the past, Su Lin's heart was very excited. "Classmate, what do you want to eat today?" Standing behind the window was an aunt, who was looking at Su Lin with a long tongs. "Auntie, 1 serving of ham sausage fried noodles and 1 serving of fried rice noodles, please." "Okay, no problem." Su Lin paid the meal with his campus card. According to the displayed balance, there were still over 100. And the price for this meal was 12. Both portions of food only cost 6. I have to say, the prices on campus are indeed very cheap. Perhaps it was because there weren't many people around yet. The aunt gave Su Lin 2 big plates of fried noodles and fried rice noodles, and even added quite a bit of ham sausage with the tongs. When Su Lin left the window, he praised the aunt, making her smile from ear to ear. Su Lin returned to the long table. Players were quietly discussing the current instance world. The situation in this campus is very strange. Every student's level of concentration is unbelievable. I guess there might be some very strict rules during classes, demanding students to be this focused, or at least to appear to be so. I feel the same. Additionally, the situation at the dormitory seems worth noting. We are all transfer students, so it would have been good to be placed closer to support each other, yet all players have been separated. There might also be some dangers in the dormitory. Separating us could be to pick us off one by one. The players were passionately discussing the situation they had understood so far. Meanwhile, Su Lin was quietly slurping his noodles. Perhaps the smell of the fried noodles was too enticing. As the players continued their discussion, they couldn't help but focus their attention on Su Lin. "Su Lin, how's it going?" Chenny pushed up his glasses, directing his attention to Su Lin. The fried noodles are a bit dry, but the fried rice noodles taste quite good." "Chen Yi. Who asked you that?" Before Chenny could continue, Su Lin added, "The prices at the dining window are quite close, generally around 6 to 8 yuan. I took 2 portions, and there's still over 100 left on my card. If I use it sparingly, it should last a week." Seeing Su Lin finally said something useful, Chenny nodded. Then, another player spoke up, "Everyone, I think we should wrap up our lunch quickly. We still have classes in the afternoon. We don't know what we might encounter. We can't skip meals and miss our energy." This suggestion was unsurprisingly met with unanimous approval. The players rose one after another to go get their meals at different windows. Since class hadn't started yet, they didn't have to wait in line, they could take whatever they wished. Jiang Ruan saw everyone else going to grab food immediately and hurried over to Su Lin's side. "Su Gu. Take me with you." "I can't take you with me." "Ha? Why not? This is a phase 2 difficulty instance. Do you know how hard this phase is?" I don't know. Actually, I don't know either." "Su Gu, if you keep this up, you'll have no friends." Su Lin helplessly shook his head. "Didn't you understand the look I had earlier?" "I understood. It was just telling me not to act like we know each other in front of others." "I did exactly that." "Then doesn't your current behavior make everything before it pointless?" "Ha? No way, everyone's gone to get food, who's going to notice us? Hearing Jiang Ruan's words, Su Lin didn't reply, just silently slurping his noodles. Su Ge, why aren't you talking? I don't want to talk. Also, hurry up and get something to eat, we don't know what we will encounter in the afternoon. Okay. Jiang Ruan agreed and immediately ran to the window where Su Lin had gotten his food earlier. In this instance world, Su Lin saw quite a few familiar faces. In the happy apartment, there was Jiang Ruan and Chen Yi. Before, in Zhang Jun's office, Su Lin and Chen Yi exchanged glances, and their performance looked like they were meeting for the first time. Besides these two, there was also Meng Nan, whom Su Lin encountered in Zombie City. What puzzled Su Lin was that this time he did not see Xiao Xiao acting together with Meng Nan. Chapter 119, Cooperation Among Old Friends. The players ate while quietly discussing the current situation. The atmosphere among them seemed quite harmonious. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the special rules. Of course, no one was foolish enough to jump out and guarantee not to harm their teammates. Halfway through the meal, the cafeteria gradually began to lively up. The morning classes had already ended. Students poured into the cafeteria to start their meals. The players tacitly stopped discussing the instance world and casually chatted about some meaningless topics. With such a large group sitting here eating in silence, it was easy to attract attention. On the surface, players were casually chatting, but in reality, many were listening intently to the conversations of the surrounding students. However, unfortunately, the surrounding students were quite normal. They were either discussing some popular topics among students or exchanging academic advice. So far, Lantian High School appeared to be incredibly normal. The teachers here were very friendly, and the dormitory managers and cafeteria aunties were all kind and easy to talk to. The students were studying hard. Everything here was impossible to believe that there was a second phase instance's difficulty. The players ate at different speeds. Some had already finished eating. However, those who finished their meals still sat in their places, quietly waiting for others. Everyone, I think it's best not to leave any food on the plates. A player spoke up. Su Lin glanced over and saw it was Li Bai. There were already a few people who had finished eating, and among them, one or two still had some leftovers on their plates. Hearing Li Bai's words, the two people looked over at the same time. When entering the cafeteria, there was a reminder on the pillar at the entrance, stating that food should not be wasted and that we should return the utensils to a designated spot after eating. Li Bai said to the two, recalling his earlier observation. At this time, Chen Yi nearby also nodded, yes, I saw that too. Now that we just arrived here, we better follow the rules well. Su Lin naturally noticed those reminders when entering the cafeteria. But those meant nothing to Su Lin. After all, how could Su Lin waste food? Even a single grain of rice, Su Lin would never waste. After this small episode, the players finished their peaceful lunchtime. Then, everyone took turns returning their dining utensils to the designated spot. What should we do next? Someone asked actively after leaving the cafeteria. We have an hour and a half for lunch break. After deducting the meal time, there's still plenty of time. I suggest everyone take this opportunity to stroll around the school and gather some information or head to your assigned classes early, it's up to you all. With that, it was time for free action. The players separated and walked towards different directions. Players entering the formal instance all had some ability. Everyone had their own ideas and considerations, naturally leading to different actions. Moreover, the special rules of this instance created a barrier among the players from the start. It was almost impossible for the players to huddle tightly together like in the manor instance. Su Lin walked alone towards the teaching building. In just a few minutes, Jiang Ruan ran up from behind. Su Ge. Hearing the call, Su Lin stopped in his tracks. When he turned to look back, Jiang Ruan had already excitedly rushed over. Why are you so happy? Isn't it because I saw you, Su Ge? The moment I saw you, I felt secure. Su Lin. Su Lin did not expect that this girl would have so much confidence in him. It seemed that his time at the happy apartment had indeed left a deep impression on her. After they met up, they continued walking toward the teaching building. Before long, Su Lin saw another familiar figure up ahead. It was Chen Yi, who had waited here on purpose. Su Lin, Miss Jiang. Chen Yi politely greeted the two. Oh, long time no see. It had indeed been quite a while since they parted at the happy apartment. If you count the time spent in the instance world, it had been more than a month since Su Lin had seen him. He did not expect to meet again in this new instance world. Back in the apartment, they had collaborated, and their cooperation had been quite good. Su Lin had a pretty good impression of Chen Yi. Chen Yi's purpose for waiting here was simple, to seek cooperation again. During their conversation, Chen Yi also showed his new identity. Now, Chen Yi was a member of the special team, and he was also a formal member. According to him, this time entering the instance actually involved protecting the rich young lady of the Jiang family, and yes, it was Jiang Wanwan. Once players unlock factions, they can team up to a certain extent when entering the instance world. The Jiang family was large and powerful, so it naturally needed to find a reliable group of people to protect Jiang Wanwan's safety. Unfortunately, this team formation feature was not something one could use at will. There was a lot of randomness, and it had high requirements on the players' remaining real-life days. This time, there were only 2 members of the special team coming to Lantian Middle School. Besides Chen Yi, the other one was Zhou Ping, the player who had talked to Su Lin in the cafeteria before. Both of them were tasked with protecting Jiang Wanwan. However, this task came after ensuring their own safety. In other words, they would only try to help Jiang Wanwan if their own lives were secure. It couldn't be helped, after all, they were members of an official organization, not personal bodyguards of the Jiang family. Members of the special team could be trusted, especially since it was someone like Chen Yi, whom he had collaborated with before. Su Lin had no objections and readily agreed to the invitation for cooperation. In a situation where all players might become enemies, Su Lin's side had already formed an alliance of at least 4 people. As for why there were at least 4 people, it was because there was also Meng Nan, who liked to quote idioms. Earlier in the cafeteria, Meng Nan had been giving Su Lin significant looks. Su Lin always felt that the other party's eyes were about to pop out. If Meng Nan was added, then the alliance would have 5 people. Everyone cooperating together would naturally increase the probability of clearing the instance. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, and when they were about to reach the teaching building, Chen Yi took the lead and left. Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan were placed in the same classroom, so it was natural for them to walk together. But Chen Yi was different, he was not in the same class as the 2. In the current unclear situation, both Su Lin and Chen Yi felt it was better not to expose their cooperative relationship. When they arrived at the classroom, Su Lin noticed that there were already some students present. The afternoon classes had not yet started, and students were gathering in small groups. Aside from the original school students, there was also a player in the classroom. Su Lin remembered that the person's name was Jiang Wan. At this moment, Jiang Wan's expression was quite ugly, her face pale, and her body was faintly trembling. "Are you okay? Your face looks really bad." Jiang Wan slightly raised her head and found Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan standing in front of her desk. Jiang Wan hadn't even realized what she was thinking before. Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan walked all the way over, and she surprisingly didn't notice at all. I. Jiang Wan opened her mouth, but it took a long time to say a complete sentence. After taking a few deep breaths, Jiang Wan's expression finally looked a little better. Jiang Wan looked at Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan. After a moment of reflection, she began to speak about what had just happened to her. After separating from the cafeteria, I went back to my dormitory first because there wasn't enough time to carefully look at the situation in the dorm. I wanted to search for something before my roommates came back, but I hadn't expected that 2 people didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch. They almost returned to the dorm right after me. At this point, Jiang Wan paused slightly. It seemed like she was giving Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan time to prepare, or maybe she needed to build up her own courage. In any case, Su Lin knew that what Jiang Wan encountered could not be that simple. Sure enough, what Jiang Wan said next proved Su Lin's thoughts. They are not human at all. My 2 roommates are monsters. Jiang Wan's voice was very low, very low. After all, there were still other students in the classroom. But the fear on her face and the panic in her voice were almost overflowing. Su Lin could understand her feelings. Alone, returning to the dormitory and directly running into 2 monsters from a quest, who wouldn't be scared? They didn't attack you? You don't look hurt. Su Lin observed Jiang Wan and didn't see any signs of injury or anything. They indeed didn't attack me. In fact, they acted like normal female students, it's just that their appearance is really. Maybe because I am a transfer student, they were especially enthusiastic, asking me about everything. But they always had strange smiles on their faces, and even their gazes were like they were looking at some kind of prey. Just listening to Jiang Wan's description, it makes people feel uncomfortable all over. The most important part is that this afternoon can only be considered a small episode. The key is, what to do after class at night. Going back to the dorm to rest would be the same as walking into a trap, right? It seems this is the reason why all players were separated. Each of our roommates probably aren't human, maybe a room full of monsters is possible too. Oh. Su-gu, don't scare me. I'm not scaring you, I just think the possibility is high. Given this quest's difficulty, perhaps most teachers and students in the school are monsters too. Gulp. Hearing Su Lin's analysis, Jiang Wanwan's little face turned pale. She looked even more scared than Jiang Wan. Then Su-gu, what should I do when I go back tonight? Jiang Wanwan was extremely anxious now. Don't panic, panicking won't help because you can't change anything. Look, Jiangwan didn't have any problems either. I guess even if there is something wrong with the roommates, they probably can't just attack players at will. The quest world always leaves us some way out. Maybe as long as we don't violate any rules or provoke our roommates, we'll be fine. Su Lin's words did provide some comfort. Jiang Wan, who was sitting in her seat, nodded in agreement. Su Lin is probably right. I can feel their malice toward me, but they haven't really attacked me. Perhaps it's because some conditions haven't been met. Then, how can I ensure my roommates won't attack me when I go back tonight? Jiang Wan looked at Jiang Wanwan, showing a bitter expression without responding. They had just arrived at this quest world. Who knew if there were any hidden rules or similar things here? Su Lin patted Jiang Wanwan. Don't worry, I think as long as you play the role of a good student well, everything will be fine. Ha? Is that so? Don't forget what we learned when we entered the instance. Blue Sky High School, a key school aiming to train all students into perfect social elites. We just need to follow the school's goals. Jiang Wanwan seemed to trust Su Lin very much. After hearing Su Lin say this, she immediately calmed down. While the three of them were talking, students were gradually returning to the classroom. The lunch break seemed to be fairly sufficient. But if you count the time on the road, eating, and solving personal problems, the actual rest time was still quite short. Su Lin noticed that many students in the classroom were subtly sizing up the three of them. Maybe it was because their status as transfer students drew attention, or perhaps for other reasons. Su Lin had a fairly high mental attribute and could sense some hostility among the various scrutinizing gazes. Alright, let's return to our seats. Class is starting soon. Su Lin concluded their conversation. In fact, Su Lin originally intended to communicate with some students after returning to the classroom. However, getting some useful information from Jiang Wan also counted as a gain. When he was brought to the classroom by Zhang Jun in the morning, Teacher Qin had already arranged the seats for the players. All transfer student seats were unified and placed towards the back. Basically, they were in the second or third to last row. All the seats in the classroom were single, perhaps to avoid students whispering to each other. Not long after Su Lin and Jiang Wanwan returned to their seats, the last player in the classroom also came back. Li Bai looked sweaty, and it was unclear what he had been doing. Bang! Just as Su Lin noticed Li Bai had returned, he suddenly felt a jolt from the backrest of his seat. Ha! Su Lin turned his head. He discovered a student behind him was grinning and looking at him. Not just him, the two male students on either side also had malicious smiles on their faces. Transfer student, huh? You don't seem that impressive. Don't drag down our class average. Exactly. Hey, I see this kid is not cut out for studying. There were several other students around Su Lin. But they all seemed indifferent to what was happening around Su Lin. The other players silently observed the situation near Su Lin. Seeing Jiang Wanwan, she seemed eager to get up, but was stopped by Su Lin's glance. Bang! The student in the back kicked Su Lin's chair again. Dumb? Why don't you speak? Just as Su Lin was about to respond, Teacher Qin appeared outside the corridor, carrying a pile of books. Upon seeing the teacher, all the students in the classroom fell silent. Including those three behind Su Lin. Chapter 121, A Pleasant Class Time. Let's have a good chat in the restroom after class, hee hee. Su Lin heard the male student behind speak in a low voice. However, his excitement could not be concealed. The other party seemed to enjoy inviting classmates to chat in the restroom. Of course, whether they would really chat was uncertain. Su Lin was not unfamiliar with this situation. Although he had not personally experienced it, many movies and shows had similar scenes, and there were even occasional news reports about it in reality. Su Lin was not too worried. The occasional malice from these students and the vague sense of oppression were far less intense than Mrs. Smith's feelings. Moreover, the instance had just begun. It couldn't be that they would encounter a situation of certain death right from the start. Su Lin's luck remained unchanged. Because he was assigned a seat directly in front of these three guys. So it can be considered that an extra plot has been triggered. This is not entirely a bad thing. After all, Su Lin can also see if he can dig something out from these three people. At this moment, Teacher Qin has already walked in holding the textbook from outside the classroom. However, just as Teacher Qin stepped over the classroom door, Su Lin couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Originally, Teacher Qin seemed like a somewhat easygoing person. At least on the surface, he looked like a middle-aged teacher who could easily create a sense of closeness. But the moment he crossed the classroom door, the middle-aged man instantly transformed into a humanoid monster covered in crimson eyeballs. His body was densely packed with eyeballs, and these eyes kept moving incessantly. If someone with a phobia of clusters saw this, they would probably faint immediately. Malice, unmasked malice, radiated from the eyeball monster. The numerous eyes on this monster scanned every student in the classroom. There were so many eyes that the monster could always ensure that there was an eye staring at each student. Ding! Absorbed enough fear, strength increased by 1. Attributes suddenly boosted. Su Lin didn't find this strange at all. The fear in this classroom had almost condensed into a substance. It wasn't just a few players. Su Lin could clearly sense the fear of the students around him. Even the 3 people behind Su Lin were now silent with fear. Su Lin noticed from the corner of his eye that the students around him were almost all trembling slightly. But despite such fear, the students all sat straight, staring intently at the blackboard in front of them. It seems that the teacher's image is not just targeted at players, but is the same in the eyes of all students. Now I understand why everyone was so serious during class before. Su Lin imitated the others, keeping in sync with the students around him. At the same time, Su Lin was also thinking about the current situation. Initially, Su Lin was quite worried about that girl Jiang Wanwan. But her performance has been pretty good. Jiang Wanwan sat in front of Su Lin, so he couldn't see her expression. From her upright posture, it seemed that she should be able to get by without a problem. After all, she had come from a beginner dungeon. Although she might be a bit timid, her abilities must not be too bad. Okay, let's prepare for class. Everyone should listen carefully, and don't get distracted during class. Otherwise, I will punish the naughty students who don't pay attention. Yes. Teacher. The eyeball monster was covered in eyes, and it was impossible to see any other organs, so no one knew how it could make sounds. The most surprising thing was that despite its horrifying appearance, the voice was still Teacher Qin's original voice. Su Lin now somewhat understood Jiang Wan's previous performance. After Teacher Qin finished speaking, all the students in the class responded loudly in perfect sync. The 4 players took a little longer to react since it was their first time. However, with their far superior reflexes and agility, the players quickly followed and answered Teacher Qin's words. The eyes of the eyeball monster kept turning. A large number of gazes lingered on the players for noticeably longer. Then, the eyeball monster officially began teaching the students. Listen carefully, and answer any questions the teacher asks. I wonder if there's anything else to pay attention to. Su Lin pretended to listen attentively, while also pondering the things he already knew. To Su Lin's surprise, the content of Teacher Qin's lesson was very normal. It was truly the curriculum content for high school seniors. Don't be fooled by this guy's horrifying appearance. He really had no trouble teaching math. High school memories felt quite distant for Su Lin. Being led along by Teacher Qin truly made Su Lin feel a little nostalgic. It is impossible for an entire class to be calm and peaceful. In the middle of the math class, Teacher Qin suddenly asked the girl sitting in the front row to stand up and answer a math question. The math question itself wasn't complicated, and it was related to the material Teacher Qin had taught earlier. As long as one paid attention, answering it shouldn't be a problem. After this girl, Teacher Qin's several eyes scanned rapidly, then stopped simultaneously, focusing their gaze on Su Lin. Well, let's have the transfer student answer the next question, Su Lin. Okay, teacher. Imitating the girl from before, Su Lin immediately stood up from his seat and responded to Teacher Qin. After Su Lin did this, Teacher Qin asked, Su Lin, what is the task of a student? It is to study hard, teacher. Teacher Qin's question was completely unrelated to the math lesson. Su Lin was puzzled, but his verbal response was swift. That's right, the task of a student is naturally to study hard. So, what about those bad students who refuse to study properly? Su Lin, what do you think should be done with these bad students? After the question was asked, the eyes of Teacher Qin slowly became more bloodshot. Su Lin could feel very clearly the greed and malice emanating from him. It was obvious that this monster in front of him would decide whether to attack Su Lin based on his next answer. The information he had received when entering the instance world about Blue Sky High School was still fresh in Su Lin's mind. Recalling the behavior of the school staff he encountered, Su Lin quickly answered, bad students who refuse to study are useless to the school and to society. We need to transform them into good students who are willing to study hard, but if they refuse to accept change, we can only give up on them. After hearing Su Lin's answer, the bloodshot eyes of Teacher Qin slowly returned to their original state. Well said, but there is one thing that's not quite right. Disobedient and unrepentant bad students must receive the harshest punishment until they are willing to return to the right path. The last sentence was roared out by the eye monster. The voice was so loud that it created a wave of force sweeping through the entire classroom. Of course, not a single student dared to move. Everyone sat quietly in their seats with normal expressions. Su Lin, you did well. You can sit down now. Okay, teacher. Chapter 122, One Punch Sends You Flying. After Su Lin was questioned, Jiang Wan and Li Bai were also called upon by Teacher Qin one after another. with an example in front of them. The two stood up calmly to answer Teacher Chin's questions. The questions posed to the three players were all unrelated to the math class. Fortunately, these questions weren't particularly tricky. Basically, anyone familiar with the situation at Blue Sky High School could answer them well enough. After the three players successfully navigated the questioning segment, the math class was just about over. Alright, that's it for today's class. If anyone has questions, feel free to come and ask me after class. Okay, teacher. All the students responded in unison. When the dismissal bell rang, Su Lin was surprised that in such a school focused on learning, the teachers actually had no habit of extending class time. Teacher Chin wasted no time at all. The moment the bell rang, he picked up his teaching materials and left the podium. Su Lin noticed that as Teacher Chin stepped out of the classroom, the terrifying and creepy eye monster reverted back to the friendly middle-aged teacher. It seems that the danger from the teachers decreases significantly outside the classroom. Su Lin was deep in thought when he suddenly felt someone wrap an arm around his shoulder. Turning slightly, Su Lin saw that a student from the back row had come to his side. At this moment, the guy wrapped his arm around Su Lin's shoulder, looking affectionate. The students in the adjacent seats also followed behind him with smiles. Let's go get to know each other better. The strength in the other person's hand was great, completely not giving Su Lin the chance to refuse. Many students around noticed the situation. However, no one thought to come over to stop or do anything. Su Lin felt a stir in the pocket of his clothes. The little candy seemed to want to come out. Su Lin discreetly patted the pocket, signaling the candy not to worry. Even in an ordinary middle school, it is impossible to allow students to bring pets to school. This Blue Sky Middle School, known for its strict treatment of bad students, is even less likely to allow it. Having accompanied Su Lin for so long, the candy had already developed quite a good understanding with him. After Su Lin's reminder, the candy immediately quieted down. Su Lin glanced reassuringly at Zhang Ruoruo, who was looking this way. Then he followed the three students out of the classroom. They arrived at the restroom at the end of the hallway. Su Lin found that there were quite a few students here. Some students from downstairs even came up here to solve their personal problems. The three brought Su Lin to the innermost stall of the restroom. As they arrived, a student was just walking out from inside. It was a thin boy with glasses who looked quite weak. At the moment their eyes met, both sides showed completely opposite expressions. The boy with glasses, seeing the three next to Su Lin, looked as if he had seen a plague god, his face full of terror. On the other hand, the three guys beside Su Lin showed sinister grins in unison. Ah Wen, why didn't you greet us when you saw us? The one holding Su Lin first opened his mouth. Just hearing his voice, the boy named Ah Wen noticeably shivered. Jie. Jie good, Tonggo, Wei good, H hi. As soon as Ah Wen spoke, the student called Tonggo revealed a fierce look. Jie go? Who the hell are you calling? With a bang, the student named Tonggo directly punched Ah Wen in the stomach. The punch was so powerful that it turned Ah Wen's face red, his whole body bending in pain. Before Ah Wen could say anything, Wei Go beside him also joined in the beating. The two attacked Ah Wen with punches and kicks. No matter how Ah Wen screamed in agony or begged for mercy, the two showed no sign of stopping. Until Ah Wen curled up on the restroom floor, almost silent, did they finally relent. Jiego then let go of Su Lin and half-squatted in front of Ah Wen, grabbing his hair without any courtesy. Ah Wen, do you know why we are beating you? Because I accidentally called Jiego the wrong name. Slap. Jiego gave Ah Wen a heavy slap. Wrong. Because you haven't paid your protection fee today. Jiego, I really don't have money. My family will only transfer money next month. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Oh, so pathetic, but what does that have to do with me? As his words fell, Jiego slapped Ah Wen again. If you don't pay today's fee before school is over, you'll have a nice time later. Get lost. Jiego released Ah Wen's hair. The weak boy struggled to get up from the floor. Although his clothes were dirty all over, Ah Wen looked like he had just been granted a great pardon, thanking them and cautiously leaving. Watching Ah Wen's appearance, the three beside Su Lin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, did you see? He still has to thank us. As the three laughed, their attention slowly shifted to Su Lin. The three originally thought Su Lin would show a look of fear and panic. However, the reality was completely different. Seeing Su Lin's calm expression, a flash of anger gradually appeared on Brother Jie's face. How could he not be afraid? How could he not be terrified? A mere transfer student. Perhaps influenced by Brother Jie's demeanor. The two students beside him also showed increasingly vicious expressions. They no longer looked like ordinary students. Instead, they looked more like some kind of monster. Perhaps due to the intense emotions. The three students were transforming in a non-human direction. But the transformation was slow, and now they seemed more like something half human, half ghost. Of course, whether human or ghost didn't matter, as long as they could touch Su Lin, they could teach the other person how to speak properly. I say, your bullying methods are so outdated. What era are you living in? Blocking someone in the bathroom and collecting protection fees? You guys really don't get it, do you? As he spoke, Su Lin clenched his fist. His joints made a crisp cracking sound. The next second, Su Lin's fist, as big as a sandbag, made intimate contact with Brother Jie's small face. Bang! Su Lin didn't hold back, so Brother Jie was directly sent flying, crashing hard into the nearby wooden bathroom door. The other two students stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. They had only seen such a scene in movies. Could someone really knock someone flying with a single punch in the real world? Before the two could react, Su Lin continued to throw punches. Bang! Bang! The remaining two students were also sent flying, crashing to the ground a short distance away. With each punch, Su Lin even dented their cheeks. If they were normal people, they would have probably been knocked dead by that punch. But these three students were clearly not ordinary people, there was no doubt they were ghosts. You! Brother Jie angrily lifted his head. Then he saw Su Lin smiling at him in front of him. The anger on his face quickly turned into fear. Before he could say anything, a sandbag-sized fist fell again. Bang! 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 So, you're called Brother Jie? You're pretty bold, huh? Trying to collect protection fees, bullying others on campus? Why aren't you answering me when I'm talking to you? Look at my eyes. Weren't you laughing just now? Why aren't you laughing now? Keep laughing. If you don't, I'll punch you until you do. Su Lin said as he swung his fist. The force was strong, with no hint of mercy. For these scumbags, or should I say ghost scumbags? Either way, there was no need to hold back against these non-human things. In less than a minute, Su Lin had beaten the three of them into a near unrecognizable state. Chapter 123, did you see? They should thank us. All three of their heads had been smashed flat by Su Lin. Such injuries would have killed any normal person. But the three guys in front of Su Lin were still gasping lightly. They didn't even seem to realize this. Sorry, we were wrong, please don't hit us anymore. The three of them hadn't thought about resisting. But the problem was that when Su Lin slapped them, they were sent flying. The power gap was just too big. In the blink of an eye, Su Lin had knocked all three of them down to the ground. How could they resist? The leader among the three, the student called Brother Jie by On, trembled as he begged Su Lin for mercy. After Brother Jie begged for mercy voluntarily, the other two students also bowed their heads and begged Su Lin for mercy. This scene felt strangely familiar. That's right, just a few minutes ago, that student called On had begged the three of them to spare him like this. Su Lin suddenly remembered a saying, these people didn't truly know they were wrong, they just knew they were about to die. Crack, crack. Su Lin cracked his knuckles, and the joints made a crisp sound. Hearing this sound, the three students in front of him trembled all over. If this was in the outside world, Su Lin's ups and downs made these students truly witness the cruelty of the world. However, the place Su Lin was in at this moment was Blue Sky Middle School, a world within a game. From the previous changes in the three and their now squashed heads yet unhurt appearances, it was clear that these three were some kind of monsters. Su Lin even guessed that the one they bullied, a Wen, might not be human either. Su Lin had similar suspicions before. Now Su Lin was even more certain that all the teachers and students in this school were probably not human. The reason they acted like normal people was simply because they had not been provoked. Once certain conditions were met, or they were stimulated, their true forms would be revealed. For example, the roommates Jianwan encountered would show their monster forms when they returned to the dormitory. Or like their math teacher, who would turn into a terrifying eyeball monster the moment class started. And these three students, when their emotions escalated, would shift towards some kind of monster form. Since they weren't human, it seemed pointless for Su Lin to keep beating them. Moreover, keeping these three around could actually be of some use. Fine, I'll let you off this time. Thank you, Su Go. Thank you so much. Hearing that Su Lin was going to stop, the three instantly broke into smiles, continuously thanking him. This scene reminded Su Lin of a moment not long ago. They not only didn't resent him but even wanted to thank him instead. Of course, what they truly thought in their hearts was uncertain. Get up, I have something to ask you. Upon hearing Su Lin's command, the three quickly scrambled up from the ground. Boss, if you have something to say, just say it. Whatever we can do, we'll do. Yes, boss, just give us orders. Unknowingly, the way the three referred to Su Lin had changed slightly. Su Lin didn't pay attention to these details, rather he directly asked the question that was on his mind. Do you know how to leave the school? Leave the school? Yes, students like you can't possibly stay quietly in the school all the time, right? There must be times when you sneak out to have fun, right? Tell me, how can I leave the school? Escaping Blue Sky Middle School was one of the two choices in the main quest. Although staying in Blue Sky Middle School for a week also counted as completing the main quest. But having multiple ways to clear the game is never a bad thing. Even if Su Lin doesn't need it now, it could serve as a backup plan. Unfortunately, the Phase 2 difficulty of the game clearly wouldn't be so simple, nor would it give Su Lin any loopholes to exploit. Boss, please don't be foolish. We can't get out, the security room has people on duty 24 hours a day, and there are cameras with no blind spots all around the school's walls. If anyone tries to escape and gets caught, they will be thrown into the confinement room. Confinement room? Hearing this name, Su Lin was slightly taken aback. Should such a thing exist in a middle school? Considering the background of Blue Sky Middle School, Su Lin became slightly more relieved. Su Lin guessed that this so-called confinement room was probably meant to punish bad students. The three were utterly terrified at the thought of escaping the school. If Su Lin hadn't beaten them seriously before, they might not have told him these things at all. In summary, looking for a way to escape from ordinary students seemed hopeless. Boss, it's getting late, class is about to start. We should hurry back to the classroom. Hearing this, Su Lin glanced at the guy in front of him, Jie Gu. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, Jie Gu flashed a flattering smile. At this stage, Su Lin thought it was better to act like a good student, at least he couldn't go against Blue Sky Middle School, or else being hunted by an entire school of monsters would not be fun at all. Su Lin no longer paid attention to the three of them and turned to walk out of the bathroom. The three were fearful of Su Lin's strength and did not immediately follow him. After Su Lin left the inside cubicle, he heard the three of them whispering inside. Brother Jia, why stop him? If we let that bastard try to escape, we can just throw him into the isolation room, right? Even if he doesn't die, he'll at least suffer. You fool! Do you even know how serious it is to encourage a student to escape? What if he tells on us? There are plenty of ways for revenge, there's no need to take such a big risk. And you guys know what Qin teacher is like, right? If anyone from our class thinks about escaping, our whole class will be in trouble. Su Lin's mental and physical attributes were both high now. This gave Su Lin very sharp senses and a perception that ordinary people could hardly reach. The voices of the three students were indeed very quiet, and they waited until Su Lin left the inside cubicle to talk. But even so, Su Lin heard every word they said without missing a beat. Being locked in the isolation room seems more serious than I imagined. I should find a chance to understand it well. Besides, it seems like Teacher Qin is a very frightening person in these students' hearts. As Su Lin walked towards the classroom, he thought about the information he had gathered. The instance had only just begun for a little over half a day. Su Lin had already collected a lot of useful information. Although the plan to find methods from the three students wasn't feasible. At least this helped Su Lin rule out one path. When Su Lin returned to the classroom, many students looked at him with surprised faces. Su Lin could guess the thoughts in their minds. It was simply that Su Lin looked completely unharmed, not a scratch on him. These students obviously knew what those three guys were like. But not a single one among them dared to step forward to stop it. This was indeed quite a sad thing. The Alan that Su Lin saw in the bathroom was now sitting in the last row, staring blankly out of the window, not knowing what he was thinking about. Chapter 124, Subtle Changes. Su Gu. Are you okay? As soon as Su Lin returned to the classroom, Zhang Ruanwan came over. Su Lin waved his hand. What could happen to me? They are just a few high school students, tied together, they are no match for me. Su Lin, you live up to your name. It's okay, just that my hand hurts a little. Ha? Su Gu, did you get hurt? Did those people do it? No, I just used too much strength when slapping someone's face, so it hurts a bit. A long time ago, Su Lin learned that there was a deep connection between a player's attributes. Physical attributes are the foundation of strength and agility. Strength and agility cannot exceed physical attributes by too much. Otherwise, a full force attack or a full speed run would hurt the body. Su Lin currently had 15 points of strength and 10 points of physique, which could be considered on the edge of danger. But Su Lin also equipped the title Powerful Brick Throw. In face-to-face combat, the strength attribute would gain an extra point. Su Lin did not expect. Just unilaterally beating a few bullies would actually count as fighting. Su Lin temporarily gained 1 point of strength, and his attributes did not return to normal until he left the men's bathroom. It was quite satisfying to slap people hard. Just used a bit too much force, and Su Lin's right hand still hurts a little now. Su Lin chatted briefly with Zhang Wanwan and then returned to his seat. The time he spent in the bathroom was relatively long. The break was about to come to an end. Before the class started, the three students from behind rushed back. It seemed they were truly frightened by Su Lin, hurrying back just in time for the class. The class bell hadn't rung yet. Teacher Chin appeared in the hallway holding teaching materials. Another math class? Seeing Teacher Chin, Su Lin was slightly surprised. When he followed the head teacher here in the morning, class 7 was in math class. The first period in the afternoon was also math, and now, surprisingly, the second period was still math. Even though math is a very important subject, this frequency seemed a bit too high. So far, Su Lin hadn't even seen the second teacher of class 7. Suddenly, Teacher Chin outside the corridor stopped in her tracks. Through the window, Su Lin saw a huge centipede with human hands appearing on the other side of the corridor. This centipede had half of its body upright, and the limbs around its body were not insect limbs, but human hands. Dozens of pairs of hands grew all over a large centipede, and just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Additionally, one of the centipede's hands was grabbing a pale-faced student. The student's face was filled with terror, trembling all over, seemingly scared out of his wits. After seeing Teacher Chin, the centipede stopped and exchanged a few simple words with her. Teacher Chin greeted the centipede with a smile. It seemed that seeing such a monster in school was a normal thing. At this moment, many students in the classroom were lowering their heads. Although their facial expressions couldn't be seen, their trembling bodies were enough to show their fear. And Su Lin himself was very sensitive to this emotion of fear. It looks like everyone can see that monster. Could it be that this thing is also a teacher? Su Lin was pondering this thought. Outside in the corridor, Teacher Chin had finished her conversation with the centipede monster. The class bell rang, and Teacher Chin entered the classroom right on time. Just like last period, the moment she entered the classroom, Teacher Chin's appearance transformed into a terrifying monster covered in eyeballs. In fact, this time not only Teacher Chin changed. The entire classroom was undergoing a transformation. The originally bright and clean classroom had turned slightly dim. The sunshine outside was still bright, but inside the classroom, one could feel a cold chill. Su Lin noticed that some areas on the surface of his desk had faded, some paint had chipped off, and there were minor scratches appearing all over the desk. What are these? Could it be that over time, this school is becoming more and more strange and dangerous? As soon as this thought arose, Su Lin felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, how could the Blue Sky Middle School instance be more dangerous than the Smith Manor? In that Manor instance, without Su Lin, the final result could have been total annihilation or only 1 or 2 survivors. The Blue Sky Middle School instance had a higher level, which meant it was even more dangerous. Furthermore, the number of players participating in the Blue Sky Middle School instance was far greater than in the Manor instance. The number of players can indicate to some extent that to clear the instance, one must gather the strength of so many players. Based on the current situation, the difficulty of surviving a week is very high. In the last few days, it seems I will have to play the role of a student surrounded by all sorts of ghosts and monsters. TSK, just thinking about it is thrilling. Teacher Chin placed the textbook on the podium and softly said, "Class, let's begin." Just like last period. The students loudly responded to the teacher. Then, it was back to normal class time. During the class, Teacher Chin once again asked Su Lin, Jiang Wan, and Li Bai questions. Of course, Teacher Chin's questions had nothing to do with math. What puzzled Su Lin was that Jiang Wan seemed to be invisible, completely ignored by Teacher Chin. For 2 consecutive periods, she had not been called on by Teacher Chin to answer a question. Logically speaking, Su Lin was equipped with a shadow pearl, so his presence should have been lower. But Su Lin hadn't escaped this fate either. Why is Jiang Wan the most stable one? Before the class ended, Teacher Chin announced something at the podium. Students, I hope you all remember today's lessons well. During self-study time and tonight, you must review seriously. We will have a corresponding test tomorrow. Oh, by the way, Jiang Wan, if your grades on this test are still not ideal, I will consider sending you to the confinement room. Do you understand? Yes, teacher, I understand. Jiang Wan is the weak boy who was bullied by the trio before. When he stood up to respond to Teacher Chin, Su Lin finally learned his full name. After being called out by Teacher Chin, the terror on Jiang Wen's face was about to overflow. Su Lin could feel a strong sense of fear. Unfortunately, today's chances have already been used up. But given the current situation at this school, Su Lin no longer needed to worry about attribute improvement. The students here are full of fear in their hearts. After announcing the test for tomorrow, the class bell rang. Teacher Chin bid farewell to the students and left the classroom with the textbook. However, this time, after Teacher Chin walked out, he did not immediately return to his normal human appearance. It was only after taking a few steps outside that he suddenly transformed back into the original middle-aged teacher image. Chapter 125, Organization Among Players. Has the transformation time between abnormal and normal become longer? This is just the first day. Su Lin frowned as he watched Teacher Chin's figure outside the classroom. Su Gu. What are you thinking about? Zhang Wanwan's voice came from beside him. As soon as the class ended, Zhang Wanwan immediately came over. Su Lin could feel that the other two players in the classroom were also subtly observing him. Due to the special rules of the dungeon, there is always an invisible barrier between players. Even among players assigned to the same classroom, there seemed to be no intention to cooperate with one another. At most, there would be some basic information exchange. Zhang Wan and Li Bai observed Su Lin for a moment before leaving the classroom one after the other. Once they left, Su Lin asked Zhang Wanwan, "By the way, I was wanting to ask, Wanwan, are you quite famous?" Hearing Su Lin's question, Zhang Wanwan clearly froze for a moment. "Eh? Su Ge, why do you ask that? Aren't you the heiress of the Zhang group?" Su Lin had seen Zhang Wanwan's arrogance more than once. Additionally, Su Lin had gathered some information from Yudong. The Zhang group was a huge business group in that world. No, saying it was a business empire would be an understatement. According to the information Su Lin learned, even the penguin company from the world he came from could not compare to 1/10 of the Zhang group's scale. Of course, this was just a rough comparison based on some information, so it couldn't be entirely accurate. But it still showed how large and powerful this group was. Most importantly, this was a purely family-run group, with everything completely controlled by the Zhang family members. As the heir to such a massive business empire, even if not everyone knew her, she should be able to rival top-tier celebrities, right? Hearing Su Lin's words, Zhang Wanwan chuckled awkwardly. Su Ge, it's not as impressive as you think. I never participate in family matters, and after graduation, I basically stay home every day playing games and watching anime, rarely contacting the outside world. The other family members often make the news, but as for me, my presence is very low. Sorry, I didn't know this. You must have a hard life, right? Hard? Not at all, I'm having a blast every day. I'm just a carefree second-generation rich kid, living an easy life without worrying about money and just eating and waiting to die. While saying this, Zhang Wanwan showed a proud expression. Su Lin. What are you so proud of? Imagining you as an endangered heir, excluded in a big family, entangled in schemes and fighting for family wealth, is really unfair. From what I just heard from Zhang Wanwan, Su Lin really thought this girl was like those rich heirs in movies and TV shows, living a life full of schemes and crises every day. To inherit the family's huge fortune, oppressed and even abused by siblings. But now it seems, that's not the case at all. This girl is simply unambitious. Living a life of eating and waiting to die is probably her ultimate goal. Anyway, although you are the heir of the Zhang group, you are not very famous, and not many people outside know you, right? I'm very low-key. Don't even mention outsiders not knowing me, even my name is not well known. Many people out there even think my older sister is the only child. So what is there to be proud of? Can you tone down the expression on your face a little? Seeing Zhang Wanwan's carefree look, Su Lin almost couldn't hold back his laughter. But Zhang Wanwan's words still made Su Lin quietly breathe a sigh of relief. The reason for needing to confirm this. Mainly because Su Lin didn't want to be targeted by other players. With Zhang Wanwan's identity, using huge financial power to obtain high-level weapons and gear is very normal. As the saying goes, a common man is not guilty, but possessing a treasure is guilty. In such a scenario, it's hard to guarantee she won't be targeted by other players. Of course, even if it is indeed as Zhang Wanwan said, necessary caution is still needed. No one can guarantee whether there will be someone among the players from Blue Sky Middle School who would betray their teammates for an ordinary item. Alright, let's go out and take a look. Brother Su, where to? Of course to gather intelligence. You can't be thinking of just passing the 7 days peacefully and clearing the dungeon, right? As soon as the question left his mouth, Su Lin regretted it. Because from Zhang Wanwan's expression, she seemed to really think so. How did you come to the official dungeon? I really don't know, I just kind of wandered over. While the two were talking, they had already left the classroom. Break time is not long. So there are very few places to explore. Su Lin didn't waste any time and headed straight for the stairs. Soon, Su Lin brought Zhang Wanwan upstairs. In class 9, through the window, Su Lin saw Meng Nan talking to several students at their seats. Seeing how familiar they were with each other, it looked as though they were old friends. But in reality, the players had only been at Blue Sky Middle School for half a day. Being able to blend in so quickly is quite a skill. Players chose different directions for themselves. Meng Nan clearly chose to integrate into the group. Noticing Su Lin outside the window, Meng Nan said hello to the surrounding students and hurriedly came out. Brother Lin. Long time no see, I didn't expect we could meet again, this must be fate. Meng Nan smiled. He looked pretty happy to encounter Su Lin. Last time in the Zombie City dungeon, the teamwork was pretty good. Of course, that's mainly because Meng Nan and Xiao Xiao clung to Su Lin and gained far more than they imagined. Due to some unexpected situations in the zombie dungeon, it suddenly ended. Meng Nan and Xiao Xiao's dungeon ratings were much higher than they had expected. To encounter Su Lin again, Meng Nan definitely wanted to continue clinging on. Su Lin did not exchange too many pleasantries. After briefly introducing Jiang Ruanruan, he immediately started the information exchange session. Earlier in the cafeteria, Meng Nan had been wildly signaling Su Lin. Now Su Lin came to Meng Nan to exchange information. This was undoubtedly the beginning of their cooperation. Brother Lin, I learned some useful information from the students, but there's no time to discuss it now. Let me tell you about something else first. This is called knowing the priority of matters. A player in my class, the guy named Sun Yong, you need to be very cautious of him. That guy is one of the Dark Sect members, he hides it very well, but I still found the Dark Sect's mark on him. This is what we call having sharp eyes. Dark Sect? Hearing this name, a hint of confusion appeared on Su Lin's face. Brother Lin, you don't know about the Dark Sect, do you? Su Lin nodded. At the same time, Jiang Ruanruan immediately raised her hand. Me, I don't know either. What is the Dark Sect? And you speak so interestingly. Meng Nan. Chapter 126, A Calm Self-Study Class. The existence of the dungeon world is well known to everyone. There are many players chosen by the dungeon world. As time passed, various organizations among players began to appear. The Dark Sect is one of them. And it is one of the most notorious types. Dark Sect members enjoy indiscriminate killing in the dungeon world. Even when they return to the real world, they act recklessly. The Dark Sect has long been classified as an evil organization. All members of the group have been wanted by special squads. Meng Nan detailed the matters concerning the Dark Sect to Su Lin. After he finished speaking, break time was almost over. Before leaving, Su Lin reminded Meng Nan to gather more information about the confinement room from the students. Then, Su Lin took Jiang Ruanruan back along the same route. The break time was still too short to do much. As soon as Su Lin returned to the classroom, the class bell rang. Just like before. The moment the class bell rang, Teacher Qin walked into the classroom, checking the time. This afternoon, the third and fourth periods will be self-study. During self-study, I hope everyone will review the content from the first two periods carefully and strive for excellent results in tomorrow's test. During self-study, no whispering and daydreaming is allowed. Please focus all your energy on studying. Furthermore, break time counts as part of self-study, and unless going to the restroom, doing anything unrelated to studying is prohibited. Okay, teacher. After Teacher Qin finished speaking, his eyes incessantly scanned every student in the classroom. He had so many eyes on him, tightly packed together, creating a clicking sound as they moved. To Su Lin's surprise. After a brief observation, Teacher Qin directly left the classroom. He did not stay to supervise the students. Of course, even without a supervisor, the students in the classroom still behaved themselves. At least on the surface, everyone was absorbed in their studies, without distractions. The self-study period began calmly for a while. However, Su Lin soon discovered some abnormalities. Fear, a strong sense of fear, was spreading in the surrounding air. Su Lin was the most sensitive to this emotion. Even when the feeling of fear exceeded a certain limit, it would become visible in Su Lin's eyes. While maintaining the posture of reading, he slightly raised his head and unobtrusively scanned the classroom. The players were all seated at the back. This gave Su Lin a good vantage point for observation. Jiang Wan? What's wrong with her? What is she afraid of? Su Lin quickly found the source of the fear. It was one of the four players, Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan's body was noticeably shaking, and she was emitting an extremely evident sense of fear to Su Lin. However, there was nothing unusual around Jiang Wan. Su Lin couldn't understand what the other person was afraid of. A player who could make it all the way to the official dungeon couldn't possibly be that fragile. Unless they encountered an irresistible crisis, it was unlikely they would have a mental breakdown. Could it be that there's something only Jiang Wan can see? And this thing is threatening her? Because the whole classroom was so quiet, Su Lin could only make this guess. Just as this thought emerged, a sudden sound broke the silence in the classroom. Jiang Wan. You need to focus and study during self-study time, no daydreaming. Come out. Su Lin glanced at the door of the classroom out of the corner of his eye. A monster, completely green with its mouth wide open, even splitting its head in half, was standing at the door. As it spoke, the monster's bloody mouth opened and closed, and some crimson liquid dripped from the corner of its mouth. When her name was called, Jiang Wan trembled all over and slowly stood up from her seat. Perhaps because her movements were too slow, the entire classroom began to change. The light around them dimmed, and the classroom appeared to be in a state of decay. Most importantly, the students around them began to change as well. These ordinary students wore incredibly vicious expressions, each one showing a sinister look. Unconcealed malice radiated from their bodies. Each student stared intently at Jiangwan. As Jiangwan took a step, the students' heads turned in unison with her. Until Jiangwan reached the door of the classroom. Only then did the situation in the classroom return to normal. In the blink of an eye, all the students lowered their heads, studying earnestly, completely unconcerned with the situation at the door, as if the previous scene had been an illusion. The monster with the bloody mouth angrily dragged Jiangwan out of the corridor. Su Lin, however, continued to focus on the book on his desk. It looks like I wasn't wrong. Not a single student in this class is human. Ha ha ho. A cold wind suddenly swept in from both sides. Su Lin slightly raised his head and realized that the environment around him had completely changed without him noticing. The classroom was now empty, with only himself left. The desks and chairs around him looked like they had been abandoned for a long, long time. The classroom was dim and poorly lit. As Su Lin surveyed the surroundings, a harsh rustling sound suddenly came. Su Lin saw a giant centipede slowly crawling toward him from the direction of the classroom door. The centipede's body was quite normal, like an ordinary centipede, but its size was exaggerated, easily 3 to 4 meters long. In addition, this centipede had a human face that Su Lin didn't recognize. A human-faced centipede? Was Jiangwan scared by this thing? In this environment, Su Lin didn't know whether it was an illusion or if he had truly been suddenly transported. Based on the changes he saw in Jiangwan, Su Lin suspected it was more likely an illusion. While thinking, Su Lin patted the pocket of his clothes. As expected, the milk candy that had been in his pocket had disappeared. So, this must be the test for self-study time? To place players in a dangerous environment and then force them to break the rules. The giant human-faced centipede slowly approached Su Lin. This creature didn't seem to plan to attack Su Lin directly but rather wanted to exert pressure on him. This further confirmed Su Lin's guess. If it really wanted to attack, it wouldn't need to go through so many twists and turns. Su Lin guessed that if he focused too much on this human-faced centipede, that would be bad. Because self-study time forbade daydreaming. Without paying further attention to the monster, Su Lin immediately lowered his head and focused on his desk. The desk was empty, the old writing table filled with the marks of time. Yet even so, Su Lin was absorbed in looking at the desk in front of him. Hey, look at this desk, it really is a desk. Su Lin kept on looking. Suddenly, the rustling sound by his ear disappeared. When Su Lin came back to his senses, he had returned to the original classroom. Everything just now felt like an illusion. Chapter 127, what era is it that still uses this way to scare people? The class bell rang. The first self-study class quickly came to an end. However, the entire teaching building was very quiet. Whether it was Su Lin's class, the neighboring class, or the classes upstairs and downstairs, there was no sound at all. Is the entire grade in self-study? This school's class schedule is really unique. Su Lin silently stood up from his seat. Having been in one position for the entire class, and keeping his focus on the textbook, Su Lin now felt quite tired. Leaving his seat did not attract the attention of the average students. Only Li Bai glanced at Su Lin without making it obvious. After leaving the classroom, Su Lin headed straight to the bathroom at the end of the hallway. Teacher Qin had said before that the break time still counted as self-study time, and other than going to the bathroom, no other activities were allowed. So Su Lin could only go to the bathroom now. Unlike the situation during the break before. This time, the bathroom was completely empty. This also made it easier for Su Lin to carry out his next actions. Su Lin took out the candy from his pocket. Squeak? Since arriving at Blue Sky Middle School, this was the first time the candy came out from his pocket. The little fellow curiously looked around. Candy, we are currently in a middle school, it is very dangerous, extremely dangerous, everyone we meet here can be seen as an enemy. I know very little about this place now, I need you to help me check around the school and find some important areas. Can you do that? Squeak squeak. The candy showed a human-like expression of thoughtfulness. Then, the candy raised its little paw and made a salute gesture towards Su Lin. As expected of you, then go ahead, remember, you must be very careful, your safety comes first. Squeak squeak. Su Lin patted the little candy's head. Then, Su Lin gently placed the candy on the ground. The candy was agile, moving quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the bathroom door, even Su Lin couldn't see the little fellow's figure clearly. The two traits that the candy possessed were very suitable for scouting and exploring work. Although Su Lin still couldn't see the candy's specific attributes. From past experiences, the candy's strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Sending the candy out for reconnaissance was just the first step. In the next few moments, Su Lin carefully searched the entire bathroom. Previously, when he was in class, Su Lin had noticed that over time, Blue Sky Middle School seemed to be undergoing some kind of change. Now Su Lin needed to verify. Was it the classroom where the players were, or was the entire school like this? After some exploration, Su Lin quickly had a discovery. The boys' bathroom had two sections, the outside with urinals and the inside with individual stalls. Just from the outside, the school's bathroom was clean and tidy, clearly maintained frequently. There was hardly any unpleasant odor in the bathroom. However, when Su Lin opened the individual stalls one by one, the situation quickly changed. There were 10 individual stalls in the bathroom, 5 on each side. The stall close to the door was entirely normal. But when Su Lin opened the second-to-last stall door, the scene before him changed. The originally clean and new bathroom became filthy and dilapidated. It was just like the toilet in a rundown building that had been abandoned for over a decade. Su Lin even noticed some subtle dark red stains hidden beneath the grime on the floor. Seeing this situation in front of him, Su Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Immediately after, Su Lin closed the wooden door of the toilet, paused for a moment, and then opened it again. He opened the stall door for the second time. This time, the scene before Su Lin returned to normal. There were no more stains in the stall, and the floor next to the toilet was quite clean, even the trash can had no waste in it. This is quite interesting. Should I use it here to see? No, I'd better save it for a more critical place. The change in the toilet caught Su Lin's attention. After a brief moment of thought, Su Lin decided not to use the probing function of the real eye here. After multiple instances, Su Lin could now actively use the ability of the real eye as a skill. The only regret was that the real eye could only be used once in each instance world. The real eye could provide Su Lin with crucial information, helping him uncover the truth behind matters. If this ability was used well, it could bring immense support. Rather than using it in the toilet, Su Lin preferred to use it on some key figures at school, like the principal. Or perhaps use the real eye to check places like the detention room, which already sounded unwelcoming. Su Lin closed the stall door again. Next, Su Lin prepared to take a look at the last stall before leaving. However, before Su Lin could act, some noises suddenly came from the last stall. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of the last stall was knocked from the inside. A low voice came from within the stall. Is anyone out there? I ran out of paper. Could you please give me some paper? Su Lin. What an old trick. Before entering the toilet, Su Lin had carefully checked. There should not be anyone else in the boys' restroom. With Su Lin's current mental attributes, it was hard for an ordinary person to hide under his nose. Su Lin was very certain that before he opened the penultimate stall door, the last stall should have been empty. When did the change happen? The first time I opened the door? No, it must have happened the second time I opened the door. In other words, during the time the toilet returned from abnormal to normal. Su Lin pondered in his heart, but did not give any response to the entity in the stall. Su Lin had seen this kind of scenario in countless movies and novels. The last stall in an empty restroom suddenly brings out a call for help, whether it's asking for paper or some other request. In any case, one should never respond to such pleas. Usually, the result of responding is only death. Of course, in most horror movies, even if you don't respond, the final result would still be entangled by vengeful spirits or ghosts. Su Lin wasn't particularly scared, he just wanted to see how the entity in the stall would react when it didn't get a response. Unfortunately, just as Su Lin waited quietly, the voice from the last stall suddenly disappeared. That eerie and dangerous feeling that hung in the air also vanished. Did it leave? Just like that? As Su Lin was still puzzled, a sudden roar came from outside the toilet. Su Lin! What are you doing in there? Su Lin was very familiar with this voice. After all, just a few minutes ago, the owner of this voice had taken Jiangwan away from in front of Su Lin and the other players. Chapter 128, alright, so this is how it's going to be, right? Did it leave because I didn't respond? Or was it influenced by that guy outside? Su Lin originally thought that the guy in the cubicle left because the time was up, or he didn't activate the conditions, and the other person left out of helplessness. But now it seems that this is not the case. The thing in the cubicle might have left because it was afraid of the monster outside the toilet. After all, even among monsters, there are differences in strength. With distractions, Su Lin could not determine which possibility was true, and he could only find a way to come back later and check. Su Lin did not rush to leave the toilet. Instead, he splashed some water on his clothes at the sink, wetting them a bit. After doing this, Su Lin took a few deep breaths. then he hurried to the toilet door. Teacher! Seeing the monster at the toilet door with a blue face and sharp teeth, Su-Lin remained calm. But since he was unsure of the other's identity, Su-Lin could only call him teacher. Considering the school background of the copy world, this address should mostly not be a problem. Sure enough, the monster in front of him did not mind Su-Lin's address. Su-Lin! What are you doing in there? It's self-study time. The monster's big, bell-like eyes stared fiercely at Su-Lin. The roar was deafening. This scene did not scare Su-Lin at all. Su-Lin replied without changing his expression, Teacher, I'm feeling a bit unwell, but it's okay, I can hold on. I will go back to self-study now. I will definitely work hard to review and aim for good results in tomorrow's test. After hearing Su-Lin's words, the monster's fierce expression gradually became calm. In fact, after Su-Lin finished speaking, the monster even displayed a smile. To be honest, it was quite eerie to see such a terrifying monster smile. The monster gently patted Su-Lin's shoulder with a hand bigger than a watermelon. Good, Su-Lin, even though you are a transfer student, it seems you have already adapted to our school well. Keep this attitude and strive to be a good example for all transfer students. After the mood settled down, the monster's voice returned to normal. Su-Lin recognized that this voice belonged to the headmaster, who was Zhang Jun, whom he encountered when he first entered the copy. Zhang Jun's office is on the second floor. Now it seems that he should be patrolling back and forth between the floors, monitoring the students' situation. Su-Lin was previously curious why Teacher Qin left, while the students in the classroom remained so quiet. Now he has gotten some answers. After Zhang Jun finished speaking, Su-Lin immediately responded loudly, Okay, teacher. I will work hard. Go ahead, go back and study hard. Zhang Jun patted Su-Lin's shoulder again, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. Su-Lin did not waste any more time and quickly left the toilet. The entire corridor was very quiet, only the sound of Su-Lin's running echoed. When he returned to the classroom door, Su-Lin discreetly glanced toward the toilet. The headmaster who had been standing there had vanished without a trace. The whole teaching building only had one staircase up and down, which was next to the office. In front of Su-Lin was the classroom, and behind him was the toilet, with no other paths in between. Eliminating the possibility that the headmaster just wanted to use the toilet. Su-Lin could only come to one conclusion. That is, the headmaster can teleport. At least, short-distance teleportation within the teaching building. Thinking of this, Su-Lin understood a bit why the headmaster was able to suddenly appear at the classroom door and take Jiangwan away. Jiangwan? After entering the classroom, Su-Lin unexpectedly found that Jiangwan, who had been taken away earlier, had actually returned. And now Jiangwan looked completely normal. From her appearance, Jiangwan seemed to have suffered no harm at all. Perhaps due to having made a mistake once, Jiangwan was now extremely focused, just like the surrounding students. All attention was focused on the books on the desk, completely immersed in studying. Jiangwan's performance was just like the most ordinary player. Next to her, Li Bai and Jiang Yuanwan were the same as her. But Su-Lin still felt something was off. This feeling couldn't be described in words. Yet Su-Lin just felt that Jiangwan was not right. Although Jiangwan looked exactly like Li Bai, Jiang Yuanwan, and the other players on the surface, her inner essence was different. Simply put, Li Bai and Jiang Yuanwan were acting seriously, while Jiangwan was genuinely serious. What happened to Jiangwan after she was taken away? With a hint of confusion, Su-Lin returned to his seat. Actually, Jiangwan was quite unlucky. On her first day in the instance, she encountered a significant scare in the dormitory. Su-Lin guessed that Jiangwan's wandering mind during self-study was also related to the fright she received in the dormitory. Otherwise, as a formal player, she shouldn't be unable to resist that level of illusion. Just like the previous self-study session. The first half of this self-study session was also relatively calm. As class time gradually approached, Su-Lin was once again assaulted by the illusion. Having had one experience, Su-Lin this time simply ignored the changes around him. His gaze remained fixed on the desk, never leaving for a moment. Even if there was nothing on the desk in the illusion, Su-Lin still looked at it with great interest. Hey, look at this desk, it's a great desk. However, even though Su-Lin remained steadfast from beginning to end, this time the illusion lasted longer than before. In the illusion, a giant centipede with a human face still appeared. And this monster no longer simply moved around Su-Lin, but slowly approached Su-Lin, closing in so that at its closest, the monster was only a palm's distance from Su-Lin's desk. Su-Lin could clearly feel the bloody scent emanating from the monster, along with an unhidden desire and impatience. The illusion ended. The class bell rang in Su-Lin's ears. It seems my previous thoughts were wrong, the things in this illusion appear to be able to impact me? What if, as I enter the illusion more times, this monster can really attack players? How can I dodge that? It definitely would violate the rules of the self-study session. Hey! Su-ge, what are you thinking? Zhang Wanwan shout interrupted Su Lin's thoughts. Su Lin slightly raised his head, realizing Zhang Wanwan was curiously standing next to him. Seeing Su Lin look over, Zhang Wanwan asked again, Su-ge, what are you thinking? I've called you several times. Nothing, just a small matter. By the way, how do you feel? Feel? Great. Not bad, you actually got through that level of illusion. Huh? Illusion? What are you talking about, Su-ge? Question mark. Zhang Wanwan's response left Su Lin stunned. Su Lin turned his head and found Li Bai, whose face was slightly pale, just leaving the classroom. On the other side, Zhang Wan's expression was also not very good. Noticing Su Lin's gaze, she nodded to greet him and then left the classroom as well. Chapter 129, Absent Players. From the expressions of Li Bai and Zhang Wan, they clearly encountered something. This also proved Su Lin's guess, the so-called self-study session could not be passed smoothly. Players must definitely face some dangers. However, from Zhang Wanwan's performance, she seemed to have really encountered nothing. Did you encounter anything during the last two self-study sessions? Zhang Wanwan looked puzzled. Encounter what? I followed what you said, Su-ge, and kept reading. Both classes were very stable. Hearing Zhang Wanwan's answer, Su Lin couldn't help frowning slightly. During the class before, Teacher Qin had asked 3 players, including Su Lin. But of all people, Zhang Wanwan was the only one left out. And then it happened in 2 consecutive classes. Now, during self-study, it was the same. Zhang Wanwan seemed to be ignored completely. Su Lin glanced at his player panel. Yes, the Shadow Pearl was still properly equipped. But given the current situation, Su Lin felt that Zhang Wanwan was the one whose presence was diminished. Speaking of which, what items did you bring this time? Do you have anything to directly reduce presence? Or maybe something to boost luck? As Su Lin spoke, he led Zhang Wanwan outside the classroom. While the two were talking, most people in the classroom had already left. A few students behind Su Lin had dashed out the moment class ended. These students were very afraid of Su Lin now, worried he would cause trouble for them again, so they hurried away. This also inadvertently helped Zhang Wan, who was sitting at the back of the classroom. Originally, those students planned to continue dealing with Zhang Wan after school, hoping to squeeze some more money out of him. When Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan left the classroom, Zhang Wan was still sitting in his seat, staring blankly out the window. As Su Lin and Zhang Wanwan descended the stairs, Zhang Wanwan gave Su Lin a summary. As expected, Zhang Wanwan had once again completely filled her player backpack. However, worried about being targeted or robbed by other players, Zhang Wanwan only carried 6 items. Unlike Su Lin, who not only filled his backpack but also carried many good things on him. For example, he carried gummy bears, which don't take up much space, directly in his pocket. Whenever he needed snacks, he could munch on them. Anyway, these gummies could be produced infinitely, 1 a minute. By the way, Su-bro, do you remember the material you once gave me? The snow monster heart? MHM. That has been turned into a piece of equipment, an excellent one. Leaving the teaching building, the two headed towards the cafeteria. Talking about that material, Zhang Wanwan's face was full of smiles. Su Lin thought for a moment and then said, exceptional? As soon as this word came out, Zhang Wanwan couldn't help but be startled. Huh? Su-bro, how did you know? Just looking at your expression and I could guess. Besides, materials of superior quality produce equipment that won't be bad, right? But honestly, I didn't expect you to actually manage to get an exceptional one. Well, it actually cost a lot. Besides the one you gave me, I also added in 2 superior quality materials and a lot of auxiliary materials. In the end, my sister hired a special team expert to successfully forge it. Su Lin rubbed his chin. It looks like a lot happened in between. Find a chance to show me the details of the item. Sure. Zhang Wanwan replied without hesitation. At last, Su Lin added, oh, and make sure to keep it a secret from others, or you'll become a target. Zhang Wanwan waved her hand. Don't worry, Su-bro, I'm not stupid. Su Lin recalled the interactions between the two and nodded. Indeed, aside from being a bit timid, Zhang Wanwan's many performances in the dungeon were still commendable. Not to say she was smart, but at least she definitely wouldn't make any silly mistakes. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Su Lin found players gathering around a long table. Even though everyone felt wary of each other, at least on the surface, things seemed relatively peaceful. And it wasn't even time to go head-to-head yet. The dungeon world had just begun, not to mention true cooperation, at least swapping some information was possible. Su Lin led Zhang Wanwan over, casually bought some dinner, and then they sat at the long table. Su Lin glanced around and found that not all players were present. First was Zhang Wan. Jiang Wan, who left a step ahead of Su Lin, was not here. Then, Meng Nan, familiar to Su Lin, was also absent. Besides these two players, there was also the Dark Church member Sun Yong, who had been specially reminded by Meng Nan, and a girl player named Li Sisi, who were both missing. Hee, everyone came so early. While Su Lin was observing, a voice came from behind. Su Lin turned back to take a look and found that the missing Sun Yong had arrived. Sun Yong's face was covered in sweat, and the back of his shirt was somewhat damp. It was unclear what he had been doing. Now that you're here, sit down. Let's see if we can share some information. A player spoke up actively. Sun Yong then sat down. It was uncertain whether it was intentional or not. Sun Yong sat directly beside Su Lin. Sniff, sniff. Su Lin twitched his nose. He sensed a faint hint of fear in the air. Su Lin was most sensitive to the emotion of fear. To exaggerate slightly, fear was something Su Lin could almost see. As soon as Sun Yong sat down, Su Lin felt a slight sense of fear. Su Lin glanced at Sun Yong and found that he was also inspecting him. Meeting Su Lin's gaze, Sun Yong, without any embarrassment, grinned at Su Lin. It's not that Sun Yong is afraid, he merely picked up the fear from others, so the scent is faint. But who is it? Su Lin pondered while eating. With so many people, Sun Yong could hardly do anything. Seeing that Su Lin had no intention of speaking to him, Sun Yong began to eat as well. The atmosphere among the players during the meal was rather dull. No one took the initiative to speak, everyone was just silently eating or subtly observing those around them. Soon, this quiet atmosphere was broken. Ladies and gentlemen, does no one have anything to say? The speaker was a female player. Su Lin recalled her name was Su Xian, who, like Meng Nan, was in class 9. Su Xian's voice was not loud enough for all the surrounding players to hear clearly. It was dinner time, and there were many students in the cafeteria. The players could not freely chat. Seeing no one responding, Su Xian continued, "Everyone, I believe this afternoon hasn't gone well for any of us, and this is just the first day. If we continue this way, we cannot guarantee how many of us will survive. Don't forget, this is the second stage of the dungeon." Chapter 130, What's Wrong with Friends Treating Each Other to a Meal? Su Xian's words made many show ugly expressions. Indeed, this was just the first day. Players had already encountered many dangers. This was precisely because these players had enough experience and strength. Otherwise, if a bunch of newbies came, they would probably face total annihilation on the first day. Under Su Xian's reminder, a sense of urgency arose among everyone. Finally, someone spoke up, I stayed in the classroom all day and didn't go anywhere. I was really scared, and a monster almost attacked me during self-study. The speaker was a female player. Su Lin remembered her name was Wu Meng. Just based on her appearance, she indeed gave off a cute vibe, the kind that instinctively evokes a protective instinct upon first sight. As she described her day in class, Wu Meng struggled to suppress her emotions, looking like she might burst into tears at any moment. It was evident that her day had been filled with anxiety and fear. Don't be afraid. There are so many players here. Let's work together and think of ways to safely get through this dungeon. The speaker was named Shirmao, a student from class 9, just like Meng Nan. Upon hearing Shirmao's comforting words, Wu Meng revealed a slight smile. "Thank you, I will do my best." However, the smile on Wu Meng's face looked very much like a forced smile. Combined with the unshed tears in her eyes, it evoked a sense of deep pity. Su Lin glanced at Wu Meng. From the other person's body, Su Lin did not feel too much fear. Wu Meng was far from as scared as she appeared. After a player spoke up voluntarily, the dull atmosphere at the dining table was finally broken. No matter what they thought in their hearts. In any case, the players began to share what they encountered today. First, Su Xian provided some information. According to her, she made up a reason to ask questions and went to the teacher's office. Every floor has a shared teacher's office. The office was quite large. However, when Su Xian went there, she only saw 2 teachers in the office. The 2 teachers corresponded to 2 classes, which were the 9th class where Su Xian and the other players were, and the 8th class. After Su Xian, Shenyi and Li Bai also added some information about this. These 2 players also focused on the school teachers. According to them, the teacher's office on their floor also did not see too many teachers, only 2. After further discussion and sharing information, the players found out that today all the classrooms had only one type of class. Su Lin's 7th class had math for the whole day. The other 2 players' classes were the same, they only had one type of class. They had one type of class all day long, not just 2 periods in the afternoon. Many players learned about this situation from the students in the classroom. This situation was undoubtedly very, very unreasonable. How could high school students possibly learn only one subject? Besides the three main subjects, there are also comprehensive science or comprehensive arts, requiring at least 6 teachers in total. Even if some classes shared teachers, it wouldn't be possible for the whole building to have so few teachers. Aside from this news, Zhou Ping provided an additional piece of intelligence. The teaching building where the players were located started with Class 2, with 2 classrooms on each floor. Class 1 was not in this teaching building. Not only that, but Zhou Ping also learned from other students that Class 1 in each grade was separated, and Class 1 seemed to have a very special significance in this school. Finally, Su Lin also provided some information to others. I encountered something in the restroom, extra plot? In any case, when someone is in the restroom, something may appear in the innermost stall, and he or she will ask you for paper. I didn't respond, and after a while, the thing in the stall disappeared. Su Lin roughly described what she had encountered. However, Su Lin omitted the influence of the director Zhang Jun's appearance. After Su Lin finished speaking, the players fell into a brief silence. Clearly, everyone was considering what Su Lin had said. The thing that suddenly appeared in the innermost stall might be very dangerous, but it could also provide some clues or other things. If this was a side quest, then solving that issue might lead to some items or equipment. Considering that this was a Phase 2 difficulty dungeon world, the difficulty level was there, and the rewards for side quests would definitely not be bad. Suge, where are you going? I'm not full yet, I'm going to get some more food. Hey! Is there enough balance in your student card? It's only the first day. Don't worry, I saw some friends, they will treat me. Friends? Suge, have you made friends so quickly? While the players were thinking, Su Lin stood up from her seat. At noon, Su Lin had not had fried noodles or fried rice for a long time. Just now, she tried beef noodles in the cafeteria with Jiang Wanwan. Having been away from normal society for too long, Su Lin really hadn't eaten these normal foods for a long time. At Lan Tian Middle School, it's hard to say anything bad about other places, but here in the cafeteria, Su Lin absolutely loves it. The variety of food in the cafeteria is extremely rich. Anything Su Lin can think of, almost all can be seen here. With such a great opportunity, how could Su Lin possibly let it go? Eating is the most important thing in life. While responding to Zhang Wanwan's words, Su Lin walked over to a food window. At that moment, 3 familiar students stood in front of the window. Su Lin approached and gently patted the shoulder of the last person. Who is this? Looking for trouble? The person who was patted turned around impatiently. However, when he saw that it was Su Lin, his whole body shook. BB brother. I didn't know it was you, I. Su Lin had left a deep impression on them in the bathroom. Now, just seeing Su Lin, they could barely speak fluently. Tonggu? Why are you so scared? I just came to say hi. Hearing Su Lin's greeting, Tonggu was almost in tears. Bro. You're my brother, please don't call me that, don't joke with me like this. The other two also looked at Su Lin with trembling fear at this moment. Jie Ge, although the leader of the three, didn't dare to make a sound if Su Lin didn't speak. Su Lin shrugged, why are you so scared? We're all good classmates and good friends. By the way, I still have a dinner problem that hasn't been solved, you see. Order. Boss, you can order whatever you want. I'll treat you. Hey. Isn't this not good? After all, your living expenses didn't come from the wind. It's alright, boss. I can't even spend my dining money every month, you can eat as much as you want. Alright. I'd been waiting for you to say that. 1 portion of braised lion's head, 1 portion of spare ribs over rice, and 1 portion of honey-glazed chicken wings. BB boss, why you're still not full? This is just the beginning, I'm only 5/10 full. After finding the 3 good-for-nothing students, Su Lin was not polite at all and ordered several dishes in a row. After eating, Su Lin felt he wasn't satisfied yet and pulled the 3 back to the food window. Since this is the school cafeteria, ordering a dish is equivalent to buying a meal. To eat more of the delicious food he remembered, Su Lin straightforwardly asked the lady serving at the window not to serve him rice, just fill the plate with dishes. Of course, he still paid the full price, after all, it wasn't coming out of Su Lin's pocket. Moreover, Su Lin not only ate for himself, but also packed several portions to take home. After sending out Nitang to scout, he still hadn't come back. Su Lin himself was full, but Nitang also had to eat. Nitang's appetite was much larger than Su Lin's. However, it was also because the meal took too long. Even other players had already left, only Jiang Wanwan stayed behind to watch the eating show. Alright, this round is almost over, you 3 can go. After returning to the dining table with a lot of food, Su Lin told the 3 following him to leave. Hearing these words, the 3 were as if they had been granted amnesty, their faces full of excitement. They had long wanted to get rid of this plague named Su Lin. They now understood the feelings of the students they had bullied before. They couldn't beat him, couldn't resist him, and in such a large school, they couldn't escape or hide. Fortunately, Su Lin hadn't tortured them, he just ate a bit more. Their meal cards had been considerably drained. But that's okay. There are many students who are easy to bully in the school, they can easily find a few people to get some money. By the way, just as the three were about to leave, Su Lin suddenly spoke again. Hearing Su Lin's voice, the three stopped in their tracks. If you look closely, you can notice that all three of them are slightly trembling. Do you have anything else to instruct? Weren't you looking for Jianwen to collect money before? Actually, I quite dislike this kind of behavior. If you don't have money, can't you earn it yourself? What kind of thing is it to rob others? Don't do it again, especially that Jianwen. I don't want you to bother him anymore. Hearing Su Lin's words, the three of them froze. Especially the leader, Brother Jia, whose face flashed with anger. Seeing this, Su Lin's expression also turned cold. I'm not discussing this with you. If I find out you dare to ignore me, you will bear the consequences. Hearing Su Lin's icy voice, fear once again appeared on the faces of the three. Why yes, we understand. As soon as the words fell, the three hurriedly left. To deal with these three guys, there's no need to talk reason, just use force to subdue them. If they dare to disobey, then beat them until they listen. After all, with the things they had done before, Su Lin wouldn't feel any psychological burden. Besides, there probably isn't a single living person at Blue Sky High School, so from that perspective, Su Lin felt even less burdened. The reason for specifically mentioning Jianwen is because Su Lin wanted to start from Jianwen's side. According to what Teacher Qin said before class and Su Lin's observations of Jianwen, after tomorrow's test, Jianwen would probably have to go to the confinement room. The confinement room should be a very dangerous place. But such a special place cannot be ignored for exploration. Su Lin could only let others do it for him. Su Ge, what should I do after returning to the dormitory? After the three scoundrels left, only Su Lin and Jiang Ruanwan were left at the dining table, and at this moment, there were very few students left in the cafeteria. Fortunately, Blue Sky High School does not have evening self-study. Even for the third-year students, the evening time is completely free. They can choose to study in the library or return to the dormitory to rest. Of course, the teachers at Blue Sky High School are not worried that this will make students slack off. After all, the frequency of exams in this school is extremely high, and students with poor exam results will face severe punishment. Under such high pressure, nearly no student dares to slack off even a little. Players, naturally, cannot be like ordinary students. Not to mention that most players graduated from college many years ago and have barely remembered any high school knowledge. Even if players work as hard as the surrounding students, can they catch up in such a short time? Jiang Ruanwan planned to rest in the dormitory after finishing her meal. But thinking of what Jiang Wan said during the day, Jiang Ruanwan now feels very resistant to going back to the dormitory. She deliberately stayed behind, hoping Su Lin could give her some advice. Su Lin thought for a moment and then put down his chopsticks. For now, this instance should become more and more dangerous over time. In other words, the first few days are relatively safe. I think at least for the first 2 nights, you don't have to worry too much. But I'm still very nervous. Don't panic, panicking won't help. Besides, look at Jiang Wan, isn't she doing just fine so far? Just follow our previous assumptions, treat yourself as an ordinary high school student, and as long as your actions aren't too out of line, even if your roommates have problems, they probably won't do anything to you. Probably? Well, after all, I haven't experienced it, so I can't be 100% sure. If all else fails, you can use some tools to hold out for a night, and then we'll think of another way. Speaking of tools, Su Lin remembered that excellent equipment they talked about earlier. By the way, Ruan, after leaving the cafeteria, let me see the information on that equipment. Okay, Su Gu. While they were talking, Su Lin also finished eating. After some delay, there were hardly any students left in the cafeteria. He didn't know if it was Su Lin's illusion. As the time grew later, the cafeteria faintly gave a sense of danger. Su Lin noticed that, at some unknown time, all the aunties behind the food counter in the cafeteria had disappeared. Upon noticing this, Su Lin immediately stood up and grabbed the packed meals. Ruan, let's go. Oh. Su Lin put the used utensils in the designated place and quickly led Jiang Ruan out of the cafeteria. By the time they stepped out of the cafeteria, the sun had completely set. Su Lin glanced back, the cafeteria behind them was in complete darkness, and it was impossible to see inside. The cafeteria's large door was wide open, but it gave off an extreme sense of danger. Standing outside the cafeteria, Su Lin felt that the place was like a giant, lurking monstrous beast. Whoosh! A biting cold wind blew in, and Jiang Ruanwan instinctively hugged her arms. Su, brother Su, it's so cold. Let's hurry up and get you back to the dorm. Okay. The two immediately hurried towards the dormitory building. On the way, when they reached a deserted spot, Jiang Ruanwan quickly showed Su Lin the equipment she mentioned that was of excellent quality. Chapter 132, All my roommates are talented. Name, Guardian Bracers. Type, Equipment/Bracers. Grade, Excellent. Attributes, Wind, Earth, Ice. Ability 1, Wind Power, when activated, grants the wearer and designated friendly units a light effect, having their body weight, allowing movement speed to increase up to double the original. This effect only works on targets with agility not exceeding 20 points. If the target's agility exceeds 20 points, this ability only increases the target's agility by 3 points. The effect lasts for 3 minutes. Ability 2, Earth Power, when activated, can perform a strong healing on a single target or conduct a high-efficiency healing within a certain area. Ability 3, Ice Power, when activated, can apply a freezing effect to a single target, completely freezing the target's body and consciousness, keeping the target's physical state constant at the state just before freezing until the freezing effect ends. This ability has a very low success rate on targets with strength or constitution exceeding 20 points. The freezing effect can last up to 12 hours. Note, each of the 3 abilities of this equipment has a 12-hour cooldown, and the cooldown periods do not interfere with each other. Note 2, although the creator of the equipment has the right to name it, the name of this item is still difficult to praise. Wow! After seeing the detailed information Jiang Ruanwan provided about the equipment, even though Su Lin had been somewhat prepared, he still couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It was simply because this equipment was too powerful. For a moment, Su Lin suddenly felt that his axe was no longer appealing. Of course, this thought flashed quickly. The axe was a significant partner for Su Lin. It had accompanied him through countless battles. No one can be disliked except the axe. Brother Su? Brother Su, how do you feel? Jiang Ruanwan's voice broke Su Lin's thoughts. Su Lin nodded slightly toward Jiang Ruanwan, a very powerful piece of equipment. It's definitely enough to become a trump card in our hands. Hee, that's good, that's good. Hearing Su Lin's praise, Jiang Ruanwan couldn't stop smiling. Su Lin's praise was, of course, sincere. Jiang Ruanwan's equipment was indeed very strong and well-rounded. It combined life-saving, escape, and combat assistance all in one. In extreme situations, it could even save one's life. All the damage taken by players in the dungeons could be restored to normal when they returned to the real world. Even if they had only one breath left, even if only a head was sent back to reality, they could immediately return to full health. And the 3 effects of the Guardian Bracers could freeze the target and keep their physical state stable. During combat, it could be used to freeze enemies. When needed, it could also freeze allies. After all, as long as one had a breath left, they could live when they returned to reality. In addition to the 3 powerful effects, this wristband itself has exceptional defense. Even if Su Lin used an axe to strike with all his strength, he might not be able to cause much damage to this wristband. The grade of the equipment generally determines its defensive power or attack capabilities. This wristband is of exceptional grade, which means it has exceptional defensive power. The only unfortunate thing is that this is just a wristband, and the area it can protect is really too small. After checking the equipment, Su Lin continued to walk towards the dormitory building with Jiang Ruanwan. With this equipment, why were you so worried before? Even if there's real danger in the dormitory, I think you won't have any problems. Jiang Ruanwan pouted, am I afraid? Come on, be more confident. Your strength is definitely better than most players. Really? Is that true? Of course it's true, after all, you have money power. Money power? How come I didn't know I had money power? As they were talking, the girls' dormitory building was already in front of them. It took about 7 or 8 minutes to walk back from the cafeteria. However, in such a short time, the sky had completely darkened. Except for a few places like the library and the dormitory building that had lights on. Most of Blue Sky High School's area had actually fallen into complete darkness. In the distance, even a few meters away, nothing could be seen clearly. Ruanwan, the first night might not be that dangerous, but still be careful. If you really can't hold on, just use that thing I gave you. Okay, Su-gu. I mean only in case of an emergency, don't throw out your trump card just because you encounter a little danger. Oh. After giving Jiang Ruanwan a few simple instructions, Su Lin separated from Jiang Ruanwan. Su Lin watched Jiang Ruanwan enter the girls' dormitory building. After that, Su Lin quickly ran towards the boys' dormitory. There was some distance between the 2 dormitory buildings. When following Zhang Jun, the players walked for 5 or 6 minutes. But with Su Lin's speed, he easily returned to the boys' dormitory in less than a minute. As soon as he entered the dormitory building, next to it was the dormitory supervisor's room. Facing one side of the corridor was a large glass window, and below the glass window was a small window, which seemed to be for the dormitory supervisor and students to communicate. But at this moment, the glass window was completely blocked by curtains. It was impossible to see what was going on in the dormitory supervisor's small room. Sulin glanced at the dormitory supervisor's small room, did not stop too long, and returned to his dorm room. To Sulin's surprise, the dorm room door was actually locked. Sulin tried to push it, but it wouldn't budge. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door, and there was no response from inside the dormitory. The time was only around 6 or 7 o'clock at most. But outside, it was completely dark, and the whole dormitory building was also silent. There was only one dim light in the long corridor. In the entire corridor, besides Sulin, there was no one else. The knocking sound echoed throughout the corridor, inexplicably making people a little uneasy. Sulin frowned, not wanting to waste time, and took out the dormitory key he got during the day. Fortunately, there were no issues with the key. Sulin easily unlocked the dorm room door. Entering the dormitory, Sulin found it was still relatively bright, the main light above was on, and the desk lamps on the 3 other desks were also lit. Sulin's 3 roommates were all sitting at their respective desks, and at least on the surface, they seemed to be studying earnestly. However, as soon as Sulin entered, the 3 roommates immediately turned their attention to him. At that moment, Sulin finally experienced a bit of what Jiangwon felt during the day. I must say, Sulin's 3 roommates all had very distinctive looks. The first person's face had no organs except for a mouth. With sharp, pointed teeth filling its mouth, Sulin really doubted whether this guy would bite itself when it closed its mouth. When Sulin looked over, this guy's tongue stretched out at least 2 fingers length, thin and long, swaying up and down in the air. The second roommate somewhat resembled Teacher Chin, only that Teacher Chin had eyes all over his body, while this roommate merely had more eyes on his face. Not many, probably more than 20 eyeballs, which looked quite cute. The last roommate simply no longer had a human form. At a glance, it looked like a huge blackbird sitting there, with a long beak and unknown red liquid dripping from its mouth. Chapter 133, Roommates Should Get Along. At this moment, there was not a sound in the dormitory. The air seemed to have solidified. After Sulin entered the dormitory, his 3 roommates all turned their heads to look at Sulin. However, these 3 monsters did not speak, just staring blankly at Sulin. Oh right, that guy with just a mouth on his face couldn't really do the staring thing. But Sulin still felt that this guy should be looking at him for sure. Although being stared at by 3 non-human monsters, Sulin was not at all flustered. Since these 3 things did not directly attack, it meant that Sulin had not yet met their conditions for attack. The dungeon world would not arrange a situation where one is surely doomed. Since the roommates in the dorm would inevitably bring danger, then their danger must have a premise. They couldn't just attack the players at will. Under the roommates' burning gazes, Sulin walked to his desk, then pulled out a chair and sat down. After Sulin took out some textbooks, the 3 roommates' gazes finally shifted away from him. As expected, as long as I act like an ordinary high school student, there shouldn't be too many problems, but it might also be because the dungeon has just started, and the following nights may not be this easy. While Sulin was pondering, he casually flipped through the textbooks in front of him. Class 7 seemed to have only math class. But the textbooks in Sulin's hands were very complete, covering various subjects. The textbooks were all normal, familiar high school materials. It was still early, resting now wouldn't let him sleep. Sulin couldn't find anything else to do, so he could only flip through the textbooks to pass the time. Swish, swish. The sound of flipping pages kept coming from Sulin's side. In the dormitory of Blue Sky High School, this was a normal situation. However, Sulin's flipping frequency was a bit excessive. Other students read with great care and seriousness, while Sulin flipped through the pages looking at the pictures, almost turning a page every 2 to 3 seconds. This behavior definitely did not conform to how ordinary students would act. Sulin's unusual actions quickly drew the attention of his roommates again. The 3 non-human roommates slowly focused their gaze back on Sulin. After a few more minutes, these 3 guys finally couldn't hold back. Transfer student. What are you doing? Is this how you study? Sulin's interlocutor was the eyeball monster. At this moment, it was the eyeball monster reprimanding Sulin. This guy had a head full of eyeballs, and no matter how you looked at it, it was eerie. With a bang, Sulin pushed back his chair, stood up directly, and glared angrily at the eyeball monster. What do you understand? This is my fast learning method. Do you know you've disrupted my rhythm? I was studying just fine until you interrupted me, and now it's all ruined. I tell you, if there's a problem with my test tomorrow, I absolutely won't spare you. Suddenly, acting like this left the eyeball monster a bit at a loss. Seeing Su Lin's angry expression, it hesitated for 2 seconds and actually apologized to Su Lin. Sorry, I shouldn't have affected your study. Su Lin. Is it true or not? Dude, are you really so easy to talk to? With such a good temper, does it match your appearance at all? He's lying to you. He hasn't studied at all. We have a math test tomorrow, and he hasn't even looked at the math book. A long-tongued monster with only a mouth on its face immediately reminded its companions. This guy's voice was sharp and piercing, just hearing it made Su Lin frown. Gah! Don't waste time talking to him. Students who don't study should be kicked out of the dorm. We can't let this transfer student ruin our learning atmosphere. Exactly. Kick him out. The 3 monsters stood up simultaneously and slowly surrounded Su Lin. You're going to kick me out instead of taking care of me in the dorm? Does that mean it's even more dangerous outside the dorm? Crack, crack. Su Lin squeezed the joints of his hands, making crisp sounds. Actually, tonight Su Lin had planned to have a friendly chat with his roommates. The teachers at Lantian Middle School have a strong oppressive presence when transformed into monster forms. But ordinary students were a lot weaker. At least Su Lin believed that taking on 10 or so ordinary students should be no trouble at all. Hey, come on. Let me see what you've got. While speaking, Su Lin took out a butcher's axe and a filleting knife from the player's backpack. In his left hand, a long knife for slaughtering pigs, in his right hand, a bloodstained giant axe 3 meters long. Holding these 2 weapons, Su Lin immediately felt incredibly at ease. Seeing Su Lin conjure 2 terrifying weapons as if by magic, the 3 monsters stood frozen in place. What a joke! Isn't he just an ordinary student? How did he suddenly pull out 2 such scary weapons? Aren't you coming? Then I'm going to start. Seeing the 3 monsters stand still, Su Lin charged forward with his big knife and giant axe. The closest one to Su Lin was the eyeball monster, so it was the first to be unlucky. Su Lin nearly instantaneously dashed in front of him. Before the eyeball monster could react, Su Lin slashed diagonally. Slish, slish, bang, bang. The sharp filleting knife cut across the eyeball monster's face, causing its eyeballs to burst one by one. Hiss. With its vital organs destroyed, the eyeball monster let out a deafening shriek. Su Lin slightly turned his right hand and slammed the flat side of the axe hard on the eyeball monster's head. In an instant, the entire world went silent. With a simple slap, the eyeball monster fainted on the ground, its body even twitching slightly. Considering he still had to stay in the dorm for several more days, Su Lin did not plan to kill his roommates right now. After all, it would be lonely alone. Gah! The huge black bird let out a sharp cry. Su Lin flicked his left arm. The sharp filleting knife was thrown by Su Lin like a flying knife. With a whoosh, the filleting knife glittered with cold light and directly pierced into the blackbird's wing. Not only that, but the blackbird was also sent crashing into a table behind it by the force of the filleting knife. With a loud bang, the big black bird cried out in pain. Immediately after, Su Lin turned to look at the last long-tongued monster. You! Don't come over here! Don't come over! The long-tongued monster's voice trembled slightly. Sniff, sniff. Su Lin sniffed the air around him, then revealed a slight smile. Are you afraid? Ah, what a wonderful scent of fear. Monster, monster. Question mark. Being called a monster by another monster is quite a novel experience. These 3 monsters might look frightening, but in reality, their strength and speed were nothing. Su Lin could easily crush them with just one hand. Su Lin lifted the giant axe in his hand and showed a malicious smile to the long-tongued monster. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. I can give you the chance to rephrase it, and I hope you can say it properly again. Chapter 134, The Isolation Room. Su Lin wore a smile on his face. But no matter how you looked at that smile, it sent chills down the long-tongued monster's spine. In just a few short breaths, his 2 companions were badly injured by Su Lin. Now one lay on the ground, unconscious, his body still twitching. The other clutched his wing on the ground, wailing. The bone-slicing knife had completely pierced through the blackbird's wing. But the blackbird dared not pull out the knife that was stuck in his wing. In this situation before him, anyone not foolish would know what to do. So the long-tongued monster readily admitted defeat. This guy showed a smile towards Su Lin. Since his entire face only had a mouth, Su Lin could only guess that the other was smiling. The long-tongued monster first apologized to Su Lin. His attitude was so sincere, his posture so humble, his words so genuine, that it almost moved Su Lin. Just a few minutes later, the 4 good buddies in the dorm each moved a chair and started chatting harmoniously together. Su Lin first looked at the eyeball monster, who had just awakened after being severely injured earlier. Are your eyes okay? No, it's fine. The change in attitude of the eyeball monster made Su Lin feel like the other had become a different person. This guy just waved his hand and stopped saying anything more. Su Lin noticed that the big eyeball on the monster's head had already healed, with some damaged areas even growing new eyeballs. However, the newly grown eyeballs were still very small, only the size of a fingernail. Then, Su Lin looked towards the black bird beside him. Before Su Lin could speak, the other actively said, "You don't need to worry about me, rest assured, I'm fine." Su Lin shrugged, not asking more about his roommate's injuries. After all, these guys were not human, a little injury wouldn't likely be fatal. Alright, now let's talk about the dorm situation. You all know, I'm a transfer student, and I'm not very familiar with this place. What did you mean when you said you wanted to kick me out of the dorm? Hearing Su Lin's inquiry, the three monsters exchanged glances. Su Lin even heard the sound of swallowing saliva. After hesitating for a long time, the only one who was unharmed, the long-tongued monster, answered Su Lin. Well, in the dorm building, it's not allowed to go out casually at night. If you are still outside before the lights go out, you will face punishment from the dorm manager. If the situation is serious, you might even be sent to the confinement room. While explaining, the three monsters seriously observed Su Lin's expression. When they found that Su Lin showed no signs of anger, these three guys visibly breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing the explanation, the long-tongued monster sincerely added, "Of course, we were just joking before." Just joking, we absolutely didn't mean to really kick you out. After all, we are all good roommates, good classmates, right? Su Lin smiled, "Of course, by the way, when exactly do the lights go out?" Usually around 11 o'clock. The dorm manager is a very punctual person, only in rare cases will he turn off the lights a little early. Is it okay to be outside before the lights go out? Normal return to dorm, going to the bathroom, washing up, and so on is fine, but you can't stay outside the dorm too long, otherwise the dorm manager will find out. Hearing this, Su Lin couldn't help but frown. How exactly do they find out? Is it the same on every floor? This, we don't know either. Anyway, as long as you stay outside too long or don't return to the dorm for a long time, the dorm manager will suddenly appear and take you away. Upon hearing this description, Su Lin immediately recalled the situations he encountered in the classroom and the bathroom during the day. At that time, the director Zhang Jun had also suddenly appeared without any warning. With Su Lin's current mental strength, it was impossible not to sense any movement at all. It was fine in the classroom, but what about back in the bathroom? At that time, Su Lin was fully alert, carefully on guard against all the sounds around him. But even so, Su Lin did not know when Zhang Jun had arrived. The previous guests may need to go further. The teachers in this school, no, I should say the management, may have the ability to teleport short distances. I just don't know if this power works throughout the whole school or only in their respective areas. After a brief thought, Su Lin asked another question. By the way, we made quite a noise in the dormitory earlier, is that a problem? No, it's fine. The earlier in the evening, the less strict the dorm management is. But as it gets closer to lights out, we need to be quieter. I see, what time do they check the dorms at night? Check the dorms? Hearing this word, the long-tongued monster paused, seemingly surprised. What's wrong? Does the school not check the dorms at night? No, because many students like to stay in classrooms or go to the library to study. They only come back before lights out. Checking dorms has no meaning, and checking after lights out would disturb students' rest and affect their class the next day, so we don't check dorms. Su Lin was quite surprised by this lack of dorm checks. Su Lin thought that schools like this would always maintain close supervision of students, and checking dorms was definitely a necessary part. However, after experiencing the day, aside from class time, most of the time, Su Lin felt that the students in the school were quite free. Some small doubts were resolved. Su Lin thought it was time to get to the main topic. By the way, you all seem very afraid of the isolation room, can you tell me more about it? Su Lin noticed that when the words isolation room were mentioned, all three monsters showed expressions of fear. The fear in the air made Su Lin feel invigorated. Compared to the harm Su Lin caused the three monsters before, they seemed even more afraid to bring up this topic. It is worth mentioning that none of the three monsters had been to the isolation room. Just talking about this topic, they became so fearful. None of them wanted to discuss anything related to the isolation room. But under Su Lin's strong pressure, they had no choice but to submit. In the same dormitory with Su Lin, not talking now means they can at least survive for a while longer. How to choose did not require too much thought. Moreover, the bone knife and butcher axe in Su Lin's hand were really oppressive. Especially the butcher axe, this equipment had a great deterrent effect on humanoid creatures. Before officially starting the topic, the eyeball monster ran to the door and locked the dormitory door. The black bird monster locked the windows in the dormitory and then completely pulled up the curtains. After doing all this, the three monsters carefully checked the dormitory again. Confirming there was no problem, they finally returned to Su Lin's side. Not to mention, just their display gave Su Lin a feeling that the following information was definitely very important. Chapter 135, Exploring the Dormitory Building. The cautious manner of the three monsters piqued Su Lin's great interest. This undoubtedly indicated that what they were about to say was not simple. Ordinary players probably couldn't gather such important information from the students. Only someone like Su Lin, who could use force to intimidate, would take an unconventional path. After sealing the entire dormitory, the three monsters slowly returned to their respective chairs. Not to mention, their current demeanor really gave Su Lin a human feel. Next, the three monsters did not waste any more time. Since it had come to this, there was no choice left. The long-tongued monster gritted his teeth and shared everything he knew. First, it was the location of the isolation room. On the surface, Blue Sky Middle School has a big playground, and several teaching buildings, a canteen, dormitories, a library, and other places. But in reality, behind the playground, there is a patch of woods. Through the woods is the garbage incineration area, and next to the incineration area stands a huge building, which is the isolation room. Most students in the school know the exact location of the isolation room. Because, no matter which class, more than one student has been sent to the isolation room for rehabilitation. Saying rehabilitation, in fact, it is punishment. The specific content of the punishment is unknown. However, very few students can make it through. Students who come back from the isolation room all become outstanding good students. Moreover, these good students have changed greatly, all becoming good helpers for the teachers. As for those students who couldn't endure it, they never came back. Yes, the isolation room has swallowed many students. Those bad students who failed rehabilitation have all gone missing. Su Lin also asked the three, with so many students missing, hasn't it attracted any external attention? Haven't the students' parents come searching? The answer received was no. Not a single one. Whether it is the outside world or the students' parents, it seems they are indifferent to the situation in the school. Lantian Middle School is like an isolated little world completely cut off from the rest. Aside from these details, the deeper situation of the isolation room is not very clear to the three. After all, to truly understand what that place is like, one must enter it personally. But the problem lies here: students who go in either disappear completely or become utterly unrecognizable. Is there anything else? Su Lin, not giving up, continued to ask. After some thought, the eyeball monster hesitantly opened its mouth. Well, I heard before that there are very crisp clattering sounds in the isolation room. Clattering sounds? Yes, it's like, ah. Right, like the sound of iron hitting the ground. Hearing this description, Su Lin couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, just this piece of information is not enough to deduce anything. There are too many possibilities. Su Lin even felt too lazy to list them one by one. By the way, how do you know about this? I was instructed by Teacher Qin to send people to the isolation room. I didn't want to. But there's no choice. If I didn't follow the teacher's orders, I would be the one going in. The eyeball monster became more and more agitated as it spoke. Eventually, it calmed down only after being soothed by its two companions. Su Lin's presence still loomed large. Now, these three guys dared not anger Su Lin. Su Lin carefully scrutinized the eyeball monster. This creature shares many similarities with Teacher Qin's monstrous form. Perhaps there is some connection there. The method to escape the school might be related to the isolation room. The information currently available is still too little. Su Lin can't afford to miss any details. Not just the isolation room. Other teaching buildings, libraries, and such places must all be investigated one by one. Only by gathering all the information can there be a chance to find a way to leave the school. After a round of conversation, it was getting late. There was still a little time before lights out. The three implored Su Lin to give them some study time. The test is tomorrow. If they don't review enough and end up with poor results, it would be dangerous. For now, no more information could be gathered. So Su Lin decided to let the three go for now. Upon receiving Su Lin's permission, these three immediately returned to their desks and began to seriously study, solving problems. Their serious demeanor truly resembled hard-working high school students. As for Su Lin, studying was impossible, so he could only seek some fun to pass the time. There was still a bit of time before lights out. Su Lin thought for a moment, and ultimately decided to go outside the dormitory to take a look. Regarding this boys' dormitory, Su Lin currently knows very little, and it is necessary to learn more. Su Lin also wants to gather more information from the dormitory manager. Of course, all of this is based on ensuring a safe retreat. At present, the special abilities of the Shadow Pearl in Su Lin's hand, such as Fear Transformation, have not yet been used. Even if he encounters some special situation, Whether to fight or run is entirely within Su Lin's control. After experiencing the mansion instance, Su Lin would not underestimate the monsters in these formal instances. But to be honest, besides the boss of the instance, ordinary small monsters really pose no threat to Su Lin. Even if the dormitory manager is a monster, he is at most a small elite and cannot be the final boss. When Su Lin noticed him opening the door, the other 3 people in the dormitory were all scared and trembled. They had already told Su Lin about the dangers outside the dormitory at night. For ordinary students of Blue Sky Middle School, at night, they rarely even go out to the bathroom. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not leave the dormitory all night. Su Lin naturally did not care about his roommates' gazes and left the dormitory confidently. In addition to exploring and gathering intelligence, Su Lin also had the purpose of checking on Nai Tang. After releasing Nai Tang in the bathroom during the day, the little guy had not returned. The meal Su Lin specially brought back from the cafeteria had already gone cold. Nai Tang is very alert and has extraordinary perception. Su Lin is not too worried about Nai Tang. But just to be safe, it's best to be prepared for a pickup. As soon as he left the dormitory and entered the corridor, Su Lin felt a faint sense of being watched, as if someone far away was staring at him. This feeling was quite weak, as if the other party had casually glanced at Su Lin, with their attention not lingering too long on him. If it weren't for Su Lin's high spiritual attribute, he might not have even noticed. After pausing for a moment, Su Lin walked toward the downstairs. Su Lin's dormitory is located on the 2nd floor, which is a decent position, not as noisy as the 1st floor, and he does not have to climb too many stairs. As he moved forward, Su Lin did not see any students in the entire corridor. All the dormitory doors were tightly closed, and there was no sound coming from any of the dormitories. It felt as if all the dormitories were empty. Additionally, as Su Lin continued to move forward, the faint sense of being watched he felt when leaving the dormitory was deepening.